9 Yang Sword Saint Chapter 55 to Chapter 101. Kill him and hang his head on the city wall of Cloud Sky City. Shimanju pointed at the triangular-eyed man and said indifferently. Yes. Instantly, 2 black-robed warriors stepped forward and were about to drag the triangular-eyed man out to kill him. Spare my life, Shiman Steward, spare my life. The triangular-eyed man was so terrified that he immediately knelt down and kowtowed desperately. A look of disgust flashed across Shimanju's eyes. Without even looking, he flicked his sleeve lightly. Puff. A few meters away, the triangular-eyed man's brain instantly turned into a pile of mud and he died completely. Everyone in the restaurant held their breaths. Some even couldn't hold back their urge to pee and were about to vomit. Everyone lowered their heads and didn't dare to look at Shimanju. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They didn't know Shimanju's prestige in Cloud Sky City, but now they finally knew. Yang Dingtian didn't expect Shimanju to walk directly to his and Shiman Ningning's table. His heart skipped a beat and his eyebrows trembled slightly. Ningning's small hand immediately grasped Yang Dingtian's hand tightly and then gently shook it. I was going to the Metal Sword Fort for official business, but I didn't expect to see Miss Qin here. Hence, I specially came to greet you. Shimanju stepped forward and bowed slightly to Shiman Ningning. Can I sit down? No. Shiman Ningning said, please help yourself, Shiman Steward. Don't disturb our meal. 2 years ago, I had a hurried meeting with Miss Qin in the northwest Qin city. I didn't expect to meet you here today. Miss Qin, what brings you to my Cloud Sky City territory? Shimanju sat down opposite her and asked. Shiman Ningning said, I'm just passing by. Oh. Shimanju's gaze landed on Yang Dingtian's face and looked up and down several times. His gaze was as though he wanted to peel off a person's skin. Then, he asked indifferently, may I know your surname? Ning Quebec, Yang Dingtian said proudly. Forgive me for not recognizing you, but I don't have any impression of Mr. Ning. This is very strange. Mr. Ning is such a talent. If I had seen you, I definitely wouldn't have forgotten you. Shimanju said, where are you from? South Sea, Ning family. Yang Dingtian. Tens of thousands of miles away. That's really tough. Shimanju looked at Yang Dingtian with a slight smile on the corners of his mouth, and then he said, the two of you have to be careful on your journey. After that, Shimanju stood up and left. Only when his back view could no longer be seen did everyone in the restaurant gasp for breath. However, they still didn't dare to speak loudly. Just as Yang Dingtian was about to speak, Ningning pinched his thigh and rode on Yang Dingtian's thigh. He left 2 people behind. Humph, what's the big deal? Shiman Ningning pretended to be indifferent and said coldly. What did he mean by that last sentence? Was he threatening us? Yang Dingtian asked. After that, the 2 of them hurriedly finished their meal and went upstairs to the guest room. They wanted to pretend to take an afternoon nap to avoid Shimanju and the others. I want a room, the best one, Shiman Ningning said, then threw out a few gold coins. She wanted 1 room, not 2. Yes, Mississippi, the innkeeper immediately brought the 2 of them to the best room in the east with great hospitality. It was indeed the best room. In the exquisite and majestic room, everything was luxurious and superior, whether it was the bonsai in the corner, the carpet under their feet, or even the expensive jade flower sandalwood incense. What is Shimanju doing here? Yang Dingtian asked, is he here to persuade the Metal Sword Fortress to support Qin Xiaobai? Logically speaking, that should be the case, Shiman Ningning said. Shimanju decided to marry Tang Xian, which means that he is standing on the Yang family's side. Therefore, it means that he also supports Qin Xiaobai's ascension. But in reality, I can't see through this person. This person is very scheming. When foster father was here, he could still be controlled. Now that foster father is gone, there shouldn't be anyone in Cloud Sky City who can control him. Could it be that he has his own motives? He wants to become the Cloud Sky City Lord himself? Yang Dingtian asked. I can't see through him, Shiman Ningning said. Shiman Ningning said, in public knowledge, among the young experts in Cloud Sky City, Black Blood Cavalry Commander Shiman Lai is the undisputed number 1. But I always have a feeling that Shimanju is the most powerful among foster father's foster sons. It's just that he is good at hiding. As for how powerful he is, I can't guess. Therefore, your opponent in a year and a half definitely can't just focus on Shi Minyan. You have to focus on Shi Minju and Qin Xiaobai. Yang Dingtian suddenly recalled the scene just now. Shi Minju only lightly flicked his sleeve and smashed that triangular-eyed man's head from more than 10 meters away. It was indeed a terrifying strength. Thinking about Shi Minju's strange gaze and his words, Yang Dingtian asked, could it be that Shi Minju discovered our flaw? His tone is very strange. He is too scheming, so it is very difficult to tell what he is thinking from his actions and words, Shi Ningning said. Therefore, I also don't know if he is suspicious of us or if he is just pretending. Has he seen Qin Hongmian before? Yang Dingtian asked. He should have. He represented foster father to go to northwest Qin City a few times, Shi Ningning said. We just want 2 demon cores. I hope he won't bring us any trouble. Before Yang Dingtian could finish his sentence, Shi Ningning's delicate body suddenly pounced on him. Her jade-like arms wrapped around Yang Dingtian's neck like a snake, and her face pressed against Yang Dingtian's. The whole process was very sudden. Yang Dingtian's nose was instantly filled with a delicate fragrance, and his heart was filled with tenderness. There is someone outside. Shi Ningning let out an infatuated voice while whispering in Yang Dingtian's ear, it is someone sent by Shi Minju. He is suspicious of us. Hurry up and put on an act, Qin Hongmian is a very absurd woman. If we don't put on an act and arouse Shi Minju's suspicion, not only will our plan be ruined, but our lives will also be in danger. This is not Cloud Heaven City. Once we arouse his suspicion, he will definitely kill us. Ningning bent down and whispered in his ear, Little Tian, just treat this as a dream. Although nothing really happened, to Yang Dingtian, it was still a perilous situation. The people outside had already left. Even Yang Dingtian and Ningning didn't know when they left. Just now, if they wanted to dispel the doubts of the people outside, just a kiss was not enough. Therefore, Shi Ningning led the 2 of them to act more intimately. Until they almost forgot that they were acting and were almost intoxicated. After calming down, the 2 of them were silent, as if neither of them was embarrassed to open their eyes first to face the possible embarrassment. Finally, it was Shi Ningning who opened her eyes and said softly, I had no choice just now. You can pretend that nothing happened. Yang Dingtian shook his head. Since it had already happened, it was indeed difficult to pretend that nothing had happened. Ningning explained in a low voice, I've never thought of marrying in my life because I'm extremely repulsed by men. But I didn't expect that your aura would make me feel so close to you. So, I treat you as my family. Then what happened just now can be regarded as the intimacy between family members. This explanation was too far-fetched. Yang Dingtian suddenly said, Sister Ningning, we just met. Why are you so good to me? Shi Ningning was stunned and then fell silent, as if it was difficult for her to answer. Yang Dingtian hurriedly said, Sister Ningning, it's okay if you don't want to say it. After asking, Yang Dingtian felt that it was inappropriate to ask a girl like this. Although he really didn't know why such an excellent Shi Ningning would have such a good impression of him. At this time, Shi Ningning suddenly raised her head and said, Xiao Tian, of course there's a reason why I'm good to you, but I really can't tell you now. If I have to use a word to describe it, it should be fate. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Wasn't this word a little too heavy? Using fate was a little too much, but she actually used fate. It's very strange. Sister, why do you use such a heavy word like fate? Shi Ningning said, but it's true. As soon as you appeared by my side, I immediately knew that it was fate with that unique smell. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was even more confused. Ningning was Shi Wuya's adopted daughter. She shouldn't have anything to do with him. Shi Ningning said softly, well, this is sister's secret, a secret that Yan Yan doesn't know. It's a very deep secret. I can't tell you now, but if fate allows it in the future, I'll tell you, okay? Now, it's time for us to go. Half an hour later. Shi Ningning had finished bathing, put on her clothes, and dressed up in front of the mirror. We should go. Ningning said, take a bath, change your clothes, and buy 2 horses. We'll cross the border and go to the abandoned mine. Yang Dingtian said, Shi Minju shouldn't suspect us, right? I don't think so. Ximen Ningning blushed and whispered. Yang Dingtian went to buy a carriage and a horse. Ximen Ningning sat in the carriage while he rode the horse to the border post. After leaving the Iron Sword Market, the road was mostly filled with fields, mountains, mines, and forests. These were all properties of the Metal Sword Fort, but they had to pay taxes in Cloud Sky City. Along the way, there was a castle every few miles. Some were big and some were small. There were different numbers of swordsmen living in them, guarding and maintaining the order of the area. There were many carriages and horses along the way, so Yang Dingtian didn't talk much with Ningning. After what happened last night, even if he treated it as a dream, he still felt embarrassed. However, Ningning gave Yang Dingtian water and fruits several times along the way. Nothing happened along the way. In less than half a day, they finished the last 100 miles, which was the famous border line. On the map, it was only a red line, but when he saw it in person, Yang Dingtian still felt shocked. In the bottomless magma abyss, the entire ground was violently torn apart. The abyss was 4 to 5 miles wide. The blood-red magma was rolling and surging, and the bottom couldn't be seen. This was indeed a natural borderline. Yang Dingtian knew that this magma abyss was more than 2,000 miles long. It even exceeded the territory of Cloud Sky City and the Northwest Qin family. A 5-meter-wide and 3,000-meter-long drawbridge spanned across the two sides of the abyss, becoming the only passage between the two places. 2 huge castles guarded the two ends of the drawbridge. The eastern end was Cloud Sky City's castle, and the western end was the Northwest Qin family's castle. Along the magma abyss, there was a tall sentry post every 5 miles to monitor any mounts that might fly over the abyss. Mounts were not allowed to fly here. Once they were discovered, they were immediately shot to death. Yang Dingtian was currently queuing at the square in front of the castle, waiting to cross the bridge. Although this was the territory of the Metal Sword Fort, the castle in front of him was hung with the flag of Cloud Sky City. This was the frontier of Cloud Sky City, so the military was very strict. Dense crossbows could be seen everywhere. There were also giant crossbows and even more than 10 catapults. The one guarding this abyss castle is Ximen Nu. He is also foster father's most valued foster son. We call him second brother. His cultivation is not inferior to Ximen Lai's. He has 800 warriors under him, and his power is only weaker than Ximen Ju and Ximen Lai. Ningning explained softly, he is very loyal to foster father. Yan Yan sent him a messenger crow on the way back to Cloud Sky City, asking him to pledge his loyalty to you, but he did not respond. Ximen Ju, Ximen Lai, and Ximen Nu were Ximen Wuya's 3 most outstanding foster sons. Ximen Wuya controlled the greatest power in Cloud Sky City, and they were known as the Iron Triangle. Ximen Wuya relied on these 3 to completely take over the Elders Guild. But now, it seemed that the Iron Triangle had already fallen apart. Yang Dingtian looked at the elite swordsmen and knights in the square. Every one of them was serious and sharp. They did not relax at all because of the huge change in Cloud Sky City. He could imagine how powerful the owner of this castle, Ximen Nu, was. After checking the passing butterflies, because Yang Dingtian and the coachman had 3 people, 2 horses, and 1 carriage, they paid 2 gold coins to cross the bridge. Yang Dingtian and Ximen Ningning were allowed to walk on this huge and famous suspension bridge. Although it was a suspension bridge, it was different from what Yang Dingtian had imagined. Many carriages and horses walked on it, but the bridge did not shake much. The suspension bridge was 5 meters wide and could allow 2 carriages to walk side by side. More than 10 special iron chains as thick as an arm formed the main body of the suspension bridge. The bridge was covered with sturdy planks without any gaps. On both sides of the bridge, there were railings that were as tall as a person. It was hard to imagine how Cloud Sky City and the Northwest Qin family built this magnificent suspension bridge a few hundred years ago. Even on Earth with its advanced technology, it was very difficult to build such a suspension bridge because there was no support under the bridge. The 5-meter-wide bridge was divided into 2 passageways. One came from the east and the other went from the west. One went back and the other went back and forth. There were many people on the bridge because this was the only passageway for thousands of miles. After walking across the 5 miles long suspension bridge, Yang Dingtian was once again checked by the wind butterfly. He had to pay a fee of 3 gold coins before he could truly step into the territory of the Northwest Qin family. Compared to the Bridgehead Castle in Cloud Sky City, the Northwest Qin family's castle was bigger. There was even a small town outside the castle. This is called Abyss Border Town. The commander is the 7th younger brother of the Qin family's master. He is also Qin Hongmian's uncle. He is very familiar with Qin Hongmian, so we have to leave here quickly to prevent him from finding out, Shimin Ningning said. The two of them sped up and left the crowded town. Then, they gave the coachman a sum of money and sent him away. After unloading the carriage, the two of them rode their horses towards the abandoned mine. The abandoned demonic silver mine was in the southwest. It was about 200 miles away from here and was in the wilderness. Yang Dingtian and Shimin Ningning tried their best not to take the main road and rode on the remote mountain roads. After walking for dozens of miles, they were safe and sound. At this time, they were already in the wilderness and there was almost no one around. The two of them continued to head in the southwest direction at full speed. Suddenly, the ground in front of them shook and dust filled the air. It was obvious that there was a large cavalry. This should be Qin Xiaobai's team returning to Cloud Sky City. Let's go. Ningning's face changed and she wanted to quickly escape. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Whistling sounds could be heard in the air as dozens of sharp arrows suddenly shot towards the two of them. One of them flew past Yang Dingtian's ear and nailed into the ground dozens of meters behind him. This was an empty wilderness, and it was difficult to find a place to hide. Then, a team of more than a dozen knights quickly moved forward and surrounded Yang Dingtian and Shimin Ningning. More than a dozen iron spears and sharp blades locked their throats. Who are you two? Why aren't you taking the main road? Why are you riding stealthily in the wilderness? What are you trying to do? A knight asked coldly. At this moment, the cavalry troops in the distance were getting closer and closer. There were hundreds of them and more than a dozen magnificent carriages. However, this troop was actually holding the flag of Cloud Sky City. Who are you? Shimin Ningning asked coldly, since when can Cloud Sky City's troops appear on the Northwest Qin family's land so openly? Although she was surrounded in the middle, Shimin Ningning's attitude was very arrogant. Tell me your name or die, the knight said coldly. Qin Hongmian, daughter of the Crimson Stone Fort master of the Northwest Qin family, Shimin Ningning said coldly. That person's expression changed slightly. He asked, what proof do you have? Shimin Ningning immediately took out a jade pendant and flashed it in front of the knight. This was Qin Hongmian's identity card. Greetings, Miss Qin. The horseman sheathed his sword and saluted on his horse. Then, the dozen or so cavalry withdrew their sharp spears and spread out. Can we go now? Shimin Ningning asked coldly. Of course, the knight replied. Immediately, Yang Dingtian and Shimin Ningning galloped hundreds of meters away. Wait. Suddenly, there was a clear shout in the air. It was the voice of a young man in the distance. It was just a soft shout, but it could be heard hundreds of meters away. Then, a man in a brocade robe rode out of the group. He looked greedily at Ningning's beautiful back and said indifferently, which young lady is in front? Turn around and let me have a look. His words were arrogant and frivolous. Shimin Ningning and Yang Dingtian stopped their horses and turned around. It's you? The man in embroidered robes was slightly stunned when he saw Ningning, and then an evil smile appeared on the corners of his handsome mouth. He said, Big Sister Hongmian, instead of taking the main road, you chose to take the side roads. Could it be that there's something shameful going on? Qin Xiaobai, what does this have to do with you? Qin Hongmian, who was played by Shimin Ningning, said with hostility. He was Qin Xiaobai? She was not even 17 years old, but she was already so tall. She had a beautiful face, and the corners of her mouth seemed to be constantly smiling frivolously. From her clothes to her hair, every inch of her hair was meticulous, and she was full of nobility. However, his entire face revealed a kind of wanton and unrestrained look at all times. A knight as husband and wife means endless devotion for the rest of your life. You and I have at least had a few nights of affection. Why are you so cold towards me? Qin Xiaobai teasingly glanced up and down at every part of Ningning's body. His gaze seemed to want to peel her apart. Yang Dingtian immediately said coldly, Please show some respect. Qin Xiaobai immediately glanced at Yang Dingtian and raised his chin slightly. His attitude was incomparably arrogant, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. He teased, "Big sister Hongmian, is this your new lover?" Then, Qin Xiaobai stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. "Haven't you heard that even if I don't want the woman I've slept with, no one else can touch her?" "Shut up," Shimin Ningning scolded. "You're no longer the young master of the Qin family. You've been expelled. What right do you have to say such words to me? If you have the ability, kill me here. Otherwise, I don't have the time to talk nonsense with you." Qin Xiaobai's eyes turned cold, but the smile on the corners of his mouth became more intense. "Ning Lang, let's go," Shimin Ningning shouted. Then, Yang Dingtian and Shimin Ningning galloped wildly towards the south. Qin Xiaobai looked at their backs and only smiled coldly. He didn't give the order to chase after them. "Xiaobai, if you like that woman, just take her and kill the man." A delicate voice sounded softly. "You're my son, the future master of Cloud Sky City. If you want something, just take it. Moreover, this woman was used by you. You can't let other men touch her. After I abandoned Qin Hongmian, she became promiscuous. I don't know how many men she has. I'm a clean freak. I don't want to touch her anymore." Qin Xiaobai smiled evilly. "I just didn't expect her body to be so enchanting. I didn't notice it before." "Enchanting? Is she as enchanting as my mother?" the woman asked. After galloping for 20 miles into the mountains, Yang Dingtian and Shimin Ningning finally slowed down when they couldn't see Qin Xiaobai's team anymore. "This Qin Xiaobai is very dangerous," Yang Dingtian said. "He's not just dangerous. He's a lunatic. A rational and sinister lunatic," Ningning said. "This person's greed, evil, and jealousy are almost unparalleled. He can't bear to see anyone better than him. He wants to take all the treasures and beauties he sees for himself. But he likes the new and hates the old. No matter how beautiful a woman is, he'll play with her for at most a month before abandoning her. But he won't let any man touch the woman he abandoned." "Can the Northwest Qin family tolerate him? Can Qin Huayu tolerate him?" Yang Dingtian asked. Ningning said, "He's very smart and has great talent. The Qin family lord loves and dotes on him. Okay, let's not talk about it. He's an opponent you're destined to defeat. There will be a lot of time to deal with him in the future." Ningning said, "Let's hurry to the abandoned mine and try to get the ice and metal demon cores before sunset. The wilderness at night is still very dangerous." Then, the two sped up and rushed along the mountain road to the demonic silver mine deep in the mountains. Although it was deep in the mountains and wilderness, a flat road had been corrected in order to transport the demonic silver mine out. However, the mine had been abandoned for decades and the road was covered with tall weeds. 2 hours later, the two arrived at the abandoned demonic silver mine. This was a huge mountain field. A huge open space had been carved out of the mountain. There were many wooden houses, outposts, and even a small castle. However, these houses had long been abandoned. Weeds grew everywhere. Every place was filled with a desolate and dilapidated aura and the smell of rotten wood. Not far away, there was a dark entrance to the mine. It was like the mouth of a demon, bottomless. Inside was the abandoned demonic silver mine. Ningning began to gently instruct. "This is a spiritual cheap hill. This mine has been abandoned for a long time, so there shouldn't be much air in the depths. This spiritual chi pill can provide enough air nutrients for your body for half a day. Xiao Tian, you must take this wonder spirit pill and life essence pill whenever you are injured. Even if you are tired, you must take it no matter how precious it is. There is also the beast soul spirit pill. As long as you encounter danger, you must take it. Do you hear me?" Ningning passed the pills to Yang Dingtian. The upper body of the deep sea Xian clothes was already on Yang Dingtian's body this morning. Ningning tried many times to take off the deep sea Xian clothes for the lower body, but she couldn't. It was as if it was growing on her delicate body. Finally, Ningning took out a box. After opening it, a scorching energy suddenly rushed to his face. It was a 2-foot-long sharp blade. It was a fiery red blade that bloomed with dazzling light. This is the feather of the dark sky magic phoenix. It's very sharp and is filled with fiery energy. Your Xianxia is too weak. It's difficult to kill monsters with other weapons. You can kill them with this flame feather. Ningning said, you're not fast enough, but your swordsmanship is very exquisite. You must make full use of the subtlety of the pig-slaying swordsmanship and hit the monster's vital points in advance. Don't let them hit you. Also, the energy in this flame feather is limited. It can probably kill more than 10 demonic beasts, so you have to make sure that you can kill all the way to the unfreezing pool in the deepest part of the mine and still have enough energy to kill the ice-type demonic beast. Ningning said, once the energy of the flame feather is exhausted, you must leave the mine. Although there are few monsters here, and they're all low-level monsters, if there's a powerful monster, you'll be in danger. Big Sister will wait for you outside. But remember, if you don't come out before sunset, Big Sister will go in to find you. Ningning said. Yang Dingtian nodded and asked, is it safe for you to be alone outside? There's no one in a 100-mile radius, only beasts and monsters. Ningning said, as long as there's no one, no matter how strong the monsters are, I'll be safe. Ningning was full of confidence because she was a talented beast whisperer. Then I'll go in. Yang Dingtian said, as long as I get 2 monster cores, I'll come out. Well, you must use what you need. Don't make Big Sister worry. Ningning stroked Yang Dingtian's face and smiled gently, go, Big Sister will wait for you outside. Yang Dingtian held the dark sky magic phoenix's flame feather. He took a deep breath and slowly walked into the mine. P.S. Brothers, please give me a few recommendation votes. Don't make it look so bad. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There were traces of excavation everywhere in the mine. There were rocks everywhere and only a small amount of soil. It was about 2 meters high and 2 meters wide. It was very spacious for a person to walk in. There was no more magic silver inside. Everywhere was filled with a grayish-white aura. It was silent, except for the occasional sound of insects. Yang Dingtian held the flame feather and walked forward. Although there was no light in the mine, the flame feather's light was enough to illuminate a dozen meters around him. Yang Dingtian held his breath and carefully walked inside. Although there weren't many demon beasts here, it was still more dangerous than the periphery of the Red Wasteland. This was because it was inside a cave and not on a wide flat surface. After several hundred meters, he didn't encounter any demon beasts. After 1,000 meters, he didn't encounter any demon beasts. After 2,000 meters, he still didn't encounter any demon beasts. How can this be? How can there not be any demon beasts? Yang Dingtian was disappointed. Ningning said that although there were very few demon beasts in the abandoned mine, there should be at least a few dozen. How come he didn't encounter any? Next, Yang Dingtian had to take out the bloody black gold from the box to attract the gold-eating beasts. The bloody black gold was extremely attractive to gold-type demon beasts. As long as there was a gold-eating beast within a few hundred meters, it would definitely be attracted. However, Yang Dingtian was disappointed. Still, no demon beasts appeared. At this time, Yang Dingtian was already 4,000 meters deep into the mine. There was only 1,000 meters left before he reached the bottom. The entire mine was winding and extended in all directions. Yang Dingtian kept going deeper and deeper. He even walked past every fork. He didn't know how many turns he had taken and how many forks he had passed. The mine was still silent. At first, there were still the sounds of insects, but later, there were no more insects. He was still 500 meters away from the deepest part of the mine, but there were still no demon beasts. How can this be? What the hell happened? Why are all the demon beasts gone? Yang Dingtian was shocked. Was he going to return empty-handed today? At this time, the surrounding temperature was getting lower and lower. The deeper they went into the mine, the thicker the frost on the ground. In the end, it completely turned into frost. Yang Dingtian knew that this was because of the unfreezing pool. Ningning had said that there had been an earthquake here a few months ago. Unfreezing water gushed out from the depths of the mine and condensed into a pool, causing the surrounding temperature to drop sharply. Yang Dingtian continued to walk forward. The ground was no longer covered in frost, but a thick layer of ice. Moreover, there was already a faint light in front. Unfreezing water emitted light. Yang Dingtian knew that he was not far from the deepest part of the mine. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian placed all his hopes on the unfreezing pond, hoping that there would be ice-type demon beasts there. After all, today's main goal was the ice-type demonic beast. There were other gold-eating beasts in other places, but ice-type demonic beasts could only be found in the northern continent, which was thousands of miles away. The deeper they went, the colder it became. In the end, the entire mine was crystal clear, completely covered by a layer of ice. After turning a corner, the mouth of the cave in front emitted a snow-white light. Yang Dingtian knew that he would soon reach the deepest part of the mine. The unfreezing pond was right in front of him. Whether or not there would be ice-type demonic beasts would depend on this moment. Holding his breath, Yang Dingtian slowly walked forward to the end of the tunnel. Below, there was an incomparably huge cave. The area was the size of a football field, but it was hundreds of meters deep. This cave was formed by the collapse of the earthquake. Every part of the cave was covered in ice. It was as beautiful as a crystal palace, with sharp icicles everywhere. In the center of the cave, there was a transparent pool of water about 200 meters in area. The pool emitted a snow-white light, illuminating the entire huge cave. This was the unfreezing pond. There were also the demonic beasts that Yang Dingtian was concerned about. There were dozens of gold-eating beasts of all kinds, using their sharp claws to dig through the ice, looking for all kinds of metals to eat. Yang Dingtian finally knew why there was not a single demonic beast in the entire mine. It was because all the demonic beasts were gathered here because there were metals to eat. The earthquake had caused some of the metals in the depths of the ground to be overturned. There were also ice-type demonic beasts, which were leisurely swimming in the unfreezing pond. It was really a case of being at the end of the road, but there was always a glimmer of hope. However, there were too many gold-eating beasts in front of him. There were dozens of them here, and one of them was a second-grade demonic beast. Although he had the flame feather, if dozens of demonic beasts besieged him, it would be extremely dangerous, even a dead end. However, it was not that there was no way. Yang Dingtian took out the bloody black gold and shook it in the air, then immediately put it into a jade box. It could not be exposed to the air for too long, or the dozens of gold-eating beasts would rush over. Sure enough, the gold-eating beasts below seemed to have smelled an incomparably delicious smell. They immediately raised their heads to look at Yang Dingtian's hiding place, but found nothing. Most of the demonic beasts were still digging through the ice, looking for food. The demonic beast closest to Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment, then quickly ran towards Yang Dingtian's location. Yang Dingtian immediately retreated a few hundred meters. He could not kill the gold-eating beasts here, otherwise, he would attract the attention of the group of gold-eating beasts below. After retreating to a corner 100 meters away, Yang Dingtian took the most advantageous position, then waited for the gold-eating beast to arrive. Sure enough, a minute later, a gold-eating beast sneakily came. Yang Dingtian hid the flame feather behind his back, covering the light. Suddenly, the entire mine was pitch black, so only the small fiery red eyes of the gold-eating beast could be seen. This was a gold-eating demonic rat, about the size of a rabbit. Its attack power was not strong, but it was extremely agile. Its teeth were very sharp, and it specialized in attacking people's crotch. Therefore, to Yang Dingtian, this was a very dangerous demonic beast. He must not let it get close to him, otherwise, it would be very dangerous. Yang Dingtian held his breath and locked all the pores on his body. But even so, he was still discovered by the gold-eating demonic rat. It immediately stopped, sniffed with its small nose, and quickly locked onto Yang Dingtian's position. Its two fiery red eyes suddenly stared at Yang Dingtian. Swoosh! Suddenly, like a bolt of lightning, the gold-eating demonic rat rushed over. Its speed was shockingly fast, completely exceeding Yang Dingtian's imagination. The most frightening thing was that when it rushed over, it actually closed its eyes. Suddenly, the entire mine was pitch black, and the gold-eating demonic rat could no longer be seen. What a cunning demonic beast! Yang Dingtian suddenly felt a huge sense of danger. He immediately waved the flame feather on his back, and the pitch-black mine was instantly filled with a dazzling light. At this moment, Yang Dingtian shockingly realized that the gold-eating demonic rat was less than a foot away from his crotch. Its mouth was already open, revealing its sharp fangs. In less than 0.01 seconds, it would bite his crotch. However, when the flame feather flashed with a dazzling light, the gold-eating demonic rat was slightly stunned. It paused for a moment, and then rushed over according to inertia. Pig-slaying sword art, split in two. Yang Dingtian waved the flame feather in his hand towards the gold-eating demonic rat's direction. Swish! Swish! Suddenly, the gold-eating demonic rat was split into two halves in the air. There was no sound, and it did not even let out a scream. What a good treasure! Yang Dingtian stared at the flame feather in a daze. The gold-eating demonic rat ate gold all year round. Not only its skin, even its hair was harder than steel. It was much harder to kill compared to the fire-eyed demonic wolf and the wind snake. If one did not have strong Xianxia, even the best steel sword would not be able to harm them. However, this flame feather cut through the gold-eating demonic rat's steel body as easily as cutting through tofu. Yang Dingtian squatted down and looked at the gold-eating demonic rat's corpse. The cut wound was actually black, and it was directly burnt. Not even a drop of blood flowed out. This flame feather was really too awesome. He easily dug out the demon core from the gold-eating fiend rat's brain. It was still boiling hot and looked like a fiery red metal walnut. It was covered with complicated patterns. He placed the gold-eating fiend rat's demon core into the box. The third gold-type demonic core was in his hands. Next, it was time to get the fourth ice-type demonic core. In the unfreezing pool below, there were at least 3 ice-type demonic beasts swimming around. Next to the pool, there were dozens of gold-eating demonic beasts. First, he had to deal with these dozens of gold-eating demonic beasts. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to get the ice-type demonic core, he would also lose his life. Yang Dingtian had 2 plans. The first plan was to throw the bloody black gold far away. The dozens of gold-eating demonic beasts would definitely pounce on it and fight with each other. In the end, the only demonic beast left would be the rank 2. Gold-eating demonic beast. After Yang Dingtian went down to kill the rank 2 gold-eating demonic beast, he would go to the unfreezing pool to kill the ice-type demonic beast. The second plan was to put the bloody black gold in the mine 1,000 meters away and attract all the gold-eating demonic beasts there. Then, he would go to the unfreezing pool to kill the ice-type demonic beast. Both plans had their flaws and uncertainties, but Yang Dingtian still chose the first plan. However, Yang Dingtian did not know if things would go as he expected. Even so, in the end, Yang Dingtian would have to kill the rank 2 gold-eating demonic beast alone, which was many times stronger than the rank 1 gold-eating demonic beast. Holding his breath, Yang Dingtian grabbed the bloody black gold in his hand and threw it towards the group of gold-eating demonic beasts. Whoosh! The bloody black gold weighing more than 10 kilograms was thrown dozens of meters away. The gold-eating demonic beasts that were shaving ice were stunned. They sniffed with their noses and then crazily rushed towards the bloody black gold. The attraction of the bloody black gold to the gold-eating demonic beasts was fatal. The dozens of gold-eating demonic beasts had already begun to crazily kill each other, desperately biting and tearing at each other. Suddenly, beasts' blood splattered everywhere, and miserable cries rang out. When this group of low-level gold-eating demonic beasts saw the bloody black gold, it was as if they had gone completely crazy, rushing forward to fight for it. P.S. Brothers, have a good weekend. 10 minutes passed, the 4 cold snakes glanced at it a few times, but they never swam to the land. How could this be? The condensing ice pearl had a fatal attraction to ice-type beasts. It was almost as attractive as the bloody black gold to metal-eating beasts. Why did these 4 snakes not seem to care? However, Yang Dingtian soon found out. For these 4 snakes, this unfreezing pool had enough ice-type Xianxia, enough for them to absorb for countless years. Although this condensing ice pearl had a very dense ice-type Xianxia, it was not very useful for low-level ice-type beasts. This way was not going to work. Yang Dingtian put away the condensing ice pearl and thought of another way, which was to anger one of the snakes. Thus, Yang Dingtian dug out a lot of stones, picked one of the 4-legged cold snakes and threw it at it. That snake dodged Yang Dingtian's stones, and then stared at Yang Dingtian with anger, hissing in protest. Yang Dingtian ignored it and threw another stone. That snake dodged again. Its small eyes stared at Yang Dingtian, completely enraged. Yang Dingtian threw another stone. Whoosh! That snake suddenly spat out an ice blade, directly cutting that stone in the air. Yang Dingtian threw another stone, and that snake furiously spat out an ice blade at Yang Dingtian. He waved the flame feather in his hand, and that ice blade turned into water before it could reach him. Next, Yang Dingtian threw an unknown number of stones, angering the 4 cold snakes one by one. They spat out ice blades at Yang Dingtian, and then they were all melted by his flame feather. In the end, the 4 snakes used up all their ice-type Xianxia, but they still did not go ashore. Yang Dingtian threw stones again, and they simply drilled into the water. Yang Dingtian was suddenly at his wits' end. Did he really have to go into the water? Yang Dingtian was puzzled. He couldn't have come here for nothing, right? So what if he went into the water? Moreover, the ice-cold Xianxia of the 4 snakes had been exhausted. Yang Dingtian clenched his teeth and looked at the unfreezing pool. He held his breath and jumped in. Plop! Yang Dingtian's body fell into the tranquil unfreezing water. Hiss! It was truly bone-piercing cold. Yang Dingtian's body suddenly shuddered, and the heat in his body quickly dissipated. He had imagined the coldness of the unfreezing water, but when he actually jumped in, he found that the coldness was far beyond his imagination. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt his body stiffen. At this time, when the 4 snakes saw Yang Dingtian jump into the unfreezing pool, their eyes suddenly became fierce. Their 3 to 4 meter long bodies madly rushed towards Yang Dingtian, opening their mouths to reveal their ferocious fangs. Before, when Yang Dingtian teased them, they were not so angry. At this time, their eyes were completely fierce. Because they completely regarded this unfreezing pool as their territory. Now that there was an enemy intruding into their territory, they naturally wanted to kill Yang Dingtian. The 4 snakes arrived in an instant. Yang Dingtian waved the flame feather in his hand, ready to fight. What was worse was that at this time, his body was stiff, and in the water, his speed was many times slower than before. Hiss hiss hiss. 2 of the snakes suddenly shot out of the water and opened their mouths to bite Yang Dingtian's head. Swoosh swoosh. Yang Dingtian's flame feather rushed out of the water and shook wildly. Although the speed was much slower, the moves were still incomparably mysterious. Puff puff puff. Suddenly, the 2 snakes in the air were cut into more than a dozen pieces by Yang Dingtian. Then, his legs suddenly became numb and cold. They were bitten by the other 2 cold snakes. The cold poison quickly spread. In an instant, his legs were completely numb and stiff, as if they were not his own. And the 2 cold snakes were still biting Yang Dingtian's ankles. Their long bodies wrapped around Yang Dingtian's legs and crazily dragged them down. He must leave the pool, otherwise it would be dangerous. Yang Dingtian did not have time to take the demon nucleus of the cold snakes in the water. The flame feather in his hand suddenly pierced into the hard rock on the shore. His hand suddenly exerted force, and with a loud shout, he rushed out of the water. Bang! Yang Dingtian used all his strength to grab the flame feather with both hands. His whole body rolled, somersaulted, jumped out of the water and fell on the shore beside the pool. The water snake wrapped around his legs quickly loosened, and his body suddenly bounced, trying to escape back into the pool. The flame feather in Yang Dingtian's hand suddenly flung out, and a flame shot out. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Suddenly, one of the snakes in the air was cut into 2 by the flame feather and fell to the ground. The flame feather turned in an arc in the air and flew back to Yang Dingtian's hand. Yang Dingtian quickly looked at the wound on his ankle. There were 2 deep holes on it, but it had completely frozen. His whole leg was blue and frozen stiff. However, Yang Dingtian had the powerful 9 Yang mystic meridians after all. After leaving the unfreezing pool, the cold poison that was rising up in his legs actually gradually went back. A warm energy gradually returned to his legs, and his legs regained their temperature and mobility inch by inch. Only 5 minutes later, a blue cold poison was forced out of his body by his profound veins. It flowed out from the wound, and Yang Dingtian's legs recovered to their original state. Yang Dingtian walked to the side of the 4-legged cold snake's corpse and dug out the demon nucleus. It was a very beautiful demon nucleus. It was sparkling and translucent like an ice crystal. There were different lines drawn on it, and it looked very beautiful. The fourth demon nucleus is in my hands. There is only one left. Yang Dingtian placed the ice demon nucleus in front of his eyes, and his heart was filled with satisfaction. Although there were some unforeseen events, and even life-threatening situations, he still successfully obtained the metal and ice demon nuclei. It's time to leave. Perhaps Sister Ningning is waiting anxiously. Yang Dingtian reluctantly looked at the unfreezing pool. Because there might be treasures under the pool. Right now, the most important thing is the yin-yang five-element formation. Everything else has to be put aside. I must not cause any unnecessary trouble, Yang Dingtian said to himself. Then, he placed the ice-type demon core in the box and prepared to leave the mine. At this time, an old man's voice suddenly sounded in the cave. His throat seemed to be burned, and his voice was very harsh and uncomfortable. Little brother, I have been watching for a long time. There are a few things that are very strange. Can you help me answer them? Yang Dingtian was suddenly surprised. There was someone inside? Who? Obviously, he had been here for a long time, but Yang Dingtian never found him. Will Sister Ningning be in danger? Yang Dingtian suddenly thought of another important thing. Senior, who are you? Why don't you show yourself? Yang Dingtian tried to calm his rapid breathing and slowly asked, but the hair all over his body suddenly stood up. You are a treasure from head to toe, but you are just a martial arts beginner. When you were injured, you took a 5th grade wonder pill. Moreover, he actually used the bloody black gold to attract low-level gold-eating beasts, the ice-condensing pearl to attract low-level ice-type demonic beasts, and finally, he even used his own body to attract the cold snake, all for a mere 1st-grade demonic nucleus. The old man said, "This is too strange. Any one of your things can be exchanged for tens of thousands of demon nuclei. Why would you risk your life to get these demon nuclei? Only those that are hunted by oneself are truly yours." Yang Dingtian said. Well said. The old man said, but you are lying. I think you want to use these demon nuclei to form some kind of formation and then break through Xianxia, right? Yang Dingtian was shocked. The pig-slaying swordsmanship was absolutely top secret. How did he know? This is not difficult to guess. There are many formations in this world that need demon nuclei, and they are the ones hunted by the caster. You are just a beginner. You can't use formations to refine souls, nor can you refine puppets. You can only break through Xianxia on your own. The old man said, every Xianxia devouring formation is extremely mysterious. Can you tell me? The yin-yang 5-element formation required 5 demon nuclei and a pentagram formation. These two things were not rare. What was rare was the Xianxia circulation chant of this formation and the yin-yang festival when the 2 moons covered the 2 suns. The yin-yang festival was the creation of heaven and earth, the opportunity of the universe. Of course, it could only be encountered and not sought. Therefore, the most important thing in the yin-yang 5-element formation was the Xianxia cultivation chant. Without the chant, this formation was useless. Senior, this is just a method that I, a beginner, am trying to break through. It is useless for an expert like you. Yang Dingtian said. I also have juniors. This kind of formation is rare, so I must know. The old man said slowly. Whoosh! Suddenly, an extremely powerful force sucked away the box in Yang Dingtian's arms. There were 3 demon nuclei in the box. 2 of them were of the gold element, and 1 was of the ice element. This was a top expert. Yang Dingtian did not have the slightest resistance when he took things from such a distance. You went through so much trouble to get these 3 demon nuclei. You even risked your life. Therefore, these 3 demon nuclei must be very important to you. The old man said slowly, so tell me the formation and chant. Otherwise, I will destroy these 3 demon nuclei. Yang Dingtian suppressed his anger and said coldly, you are a senior expert. How can you be so ungentlemanly and rob a junior? Gentlemanly? I have never been gentlemanly. The old man said slowly. Bang! Then, there was a sudden explosion on the cave wall. The thick layer of ice burst open. Then, an old man with gray hair and sloppy clothes walked out of the hole. He was a very thin old man with deep eye sockets and a crooked nose. He looked very extreme and sinister. The old man took out the ice element demon nucleus and said slowly, "Speak, or I will destroy it." Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and looked at him coldly without saying a word. Puff. The old man squeezed his hand and the ice element demon nucleus suddenly burst open. Yang Dingtian's heart twitched. Then, the old man held the remaining 2 gold element demon nuclei in his hand and looked at Yang Dingtian coldly. "Speak, or I will destroy these 2 demon nuclei too." "Senior, don't play this kind of trick," Yang Dingtian said slowly. "If I don't tell you, I can still live. If I tell you, I'll die." The old man sneered, "You're not stupid." Bang! Suddenly, the old man crushed the remaining 2 gold-type demon nuclei. Yang Dingtian spent a lot of effort to sneak into the territory of the Northwest Qin family and risked his life to get these 3 demon nuclei. Now, they were all destroyed by the old man. Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with endless anger. "Actually, whether you tell me or not, I'll destroy your demon nuclei." The old man said, "I've failed countless times in my life, so I really like to see others fail." Haha, the old man let out a strange and twisted smile. Whoosh! Then, like a ghost, the old man straightened his body and appeared in front of Yang Dingtian from 100 meters away. Flame feather? The black sky magic phoenix's feather? The old man looked at the flame feather in Yang Dingtian's hand. His eyes brightened. "You actually used the feather of a divine beast of the same level as the demonic flood dragon to kill low-level demon beasts. What a waste. This treasure belongs to me. I can use it to forge my divine sword." Then, the old man took the flame feather from Yang Dingtian's hand. He held it in his hand and didn't want to put it down. He didn't have the slightest bit of shame for snatching something from a junior. "Now, tell me the formula of the Qi-devouring formation." The old man said, "If you don't tell me, I'll kill you." "Oh, wait a moment." The old man suddenly said, "There are 2 ice-type demon nuclei here. You've killed 3 cold snakes in total." Then, the old man suddenly opened his palm. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, the bodies of the 2 cold snakes were sucked into his hand. There are probably only 3 ice-type demon beasts in the surrounding 10,000 miles. If I destroy them, you won't be able to get the ice-type demon nuclei. The old man laughed. "You must think that I'll use these 2 ice-type demon nuclei to threaten you to tell me the formula, right?" Yang Dingtian ignored him. "Haha, I won't do that. I'll destroy your last hope right now." Then, the old man clenched his fist, and the 2 cold snakes in his hand turned into ashes along with their demon cores. "It feels so good to be in despair." The old man closed his eyes and said, "Why am I the only one who keeps failing? When I'm disappointed, I want others to be in despair." Haha. Then, the old man laughed maniacally. After laughing, he directly took Yang Dingtian's bloody black gold. He weighed it in his hand and said, "Although there is only 1 piece, it is better than nothing. I am 1 step closer to my sword soul. Alright, tell me the incantation and the formation. Otherwise, you will die without a doubt," the old man said calmly. Yang Dingtian, "Will I not die if I tell you the incantation and the formation?" "You'll die too, but you'll die more comfortably." The old man said, "If you don't say it, you will die very miserably. For example, I will castrate you first so that you can't be a man. How about it? Suffer." Yang Dingtian didn't doubt that he would do that. The old man in front of him was a pervert, a twisted pervert. Seeing that Yang Dingtian didn't say anything, the flaming feather in the old man's hand slowly approached Yang Dingtian's crotch. He let out a sinister smile. "If I'm not wrong, you are Horror Mountain Village's Zhao Wuji," Yang Dingtian suddenly said. The old man was slightly stunned and said coldly, "How did you know? I haven't been in this world for many years." How did Yang Dingtian know? Of course, it was Dongfang Minmi who told him in his mind. The Horror Mountain Village was once considered an overlord. It was both good and evil. Wasn't it among the famous sects in the world? Its power wasn't small, but when it came to Zhao Wuji's generation, in order to fight for the position of the village head, Zhao Wuji seduced outside enemies and killed all the experts in the village who opposed him. Later on, when faced with Cloud Sky City's suppression, he had no choice but to sell himself to the Northwest Qin family, causing the Horror Mountain village to become a vassal of the Northwest Qin family. However, since he failed to cultivate the sword soul more than 10 years ago, he had almost disappeared from this world. He didn't expect to appear here. You're actually not interested in my formation and incantation because it's not very useful to you. You forced me to say it just to torture me, Yang Dingtian said. Even if I tell you the incantation and formation, you will still castrate me and torture me. The old man was slightly stunned, then he laughed and said, "It seems like you know me very well, so just accept your fate." "Who asked you to meet me here?" Yang Dingtian continued, "The reason why you're so abnormal is because you've failed to cultivate the sword soul countless times. Many of your sword soul treasured swords have been destroyed, and one of them even had flame vein essence." The old man's expression changed, then he laughed coldly, revealing his dense teeth and said, "What else do you know? Speak." "The reason why you're here is because under the unfreezing pool, there might be a bloody black gold mine. There might be dozens of pieces of bloody black gold. You want to obtain these bloody black gold to refine your sword soul treasured swords," Yang Dingtian said. The old man began to look at Yang Dingtian. "How do you know that there might be a bloody black gold mine here? Which beast speaker told you?" "That's not important, Mr. Zhao Wuji," Yang Dingtian said. "The key is that you can't find the entrance to the mine. You know that the entrance is under the unfreezing pool, but even if you're an 8-star revered martial artist, you won't be able to stay in there for long. Although your cultivation is very strong, your young profound veins haven't reached the 8th grade, so it's very difficult for you to resist the cold of the unfreezing pool." Zhao Wuji stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. "Are you saying this to anger me and make me torture you even more cruelly?" "Of course not," Yang Dingtian said. "I'm doing this to survive. You can't find the entrance to the mine, but I might be able to help you find it." "You? An enlightener?" Zhao Wuji said disdainfully. "That's right, I'm an enlightener," Yang Dingtian said, "because my yang profound veins are at least 5 or 6 levels higher than yours." "Ridiculous." Zhao Wuji laughed. "This world hasn't had a 9th grade profound veins cultivator for hundreds of years. Who do you think you are?" Yang Dingtian laughed disdainfully and directly jumped into the unfreezing pool. He resisted the cold and said, "Facts speak louder than words. The power of talent sometimes surpasses dozens of years of bitter training. I have the most outstanding talent in this world." Looking at Yang Dingtian swimming in the unfreezing pool, Zhao Wuji's eyes flashed with incomparable shock and jealousy. He laughed coldly and said, "So what? You'll be so kind as to help me find the bloody black gold. You clearly know that once I find it, I'll definitely kill you. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Every moment counts." Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "I'm going to find the entrance. Are you coming?" After saying this, Yang Dingtian swam towards the depths of the unfreezing pool. Zhao Wuji's expression changed a few times, and he also jumped into the unfreezing pool. Yang Dingtian endured the extreme cold and continued to swim towards the bottom. The deeper he swam, the deeper he got. The deeper he went, the colder the temperature became. Originally, Yang Dingtian could hold on for about a quarter of an hour on the surface of the water. However, at this time, Yang Dingtian really couldn't withstand the cold here. His 9 yang profound veins desperately released energy to resist the cold, but the heat was getting weaker and weaker. Yang Dingtian's body was getting colder and colder, and his body was getting weaker and weaker. Zhao Wuji followed closely behind Yang Dingtian. He had almost reached his limit. Although his profound qi cultivation was countless times higher than Yang Dingtian, his profound veins were much weaker than Yang Dingtian. Therefore, his resistance to the cold in the unfreezing pool was about the same as Yang Dingtian. He had already dived 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters, 50 meters, 80 meters. Here, it should be more than 100 degrees below zero. It was a low temperature that Yang Dingtian had never experienced before. Yang Dingtian really couldn't withstand it. His whole body was completely stiff and numb. He could no longer feel his limbs. Even his heartbeat was getting slower and slower. At this time, his life was in danger, but he still couldn't see the bottom of the unfreezing pool. At this time, Yang Dingtian should return to the surface of the water. Otherwise, he would really freeze to death here. However, if he returned to the surface, Zhao Wuji would feel that Yang Dingtian was useless and would torture him to death. I'll fight to the end. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and dived down crazily. Zhao Wuji had already reached his limit. When he saw Yang Dingtian diving down crazily, he was shocked. Did this unlucky enlightener not want to live anymore? He was afraid that Yang Dingtian would escape, so he wanted to chase after him. However, he had already reached his limit. At this time, the cold pool water had completely sealed his profound qi. His limbs were already numb, and his heartbeat had slowed down. If he didn't return to the surface, he would die in the water. Zhao Wuji had been cultivating his sword soul for decades. He had failed repeatedly, causing him to be completely crazy and twisted. He had abandoned martial arts for more than 10 years and devoted himself to the cultivation of his sword soul. Ever since he heard from a beast speaker about the unfreezing water gushing out of the abandoned mine, he had been here for a month to find the possible bloody black gold vein under the unfreezing pool. During this month, he had already dived more than 10 times. It wasn't that he couldn't find the entrance, because there was only one entrance. He just had to keep diving down. The deeper he went, the narrower it became. The entire unfreezing pool was in the shape of a funnel. The reason why he had failed repeatedly was that he could only dive about 80 meters at most. If he went any deeper, he would probably die in the water. He had thought of countless methods, consumed countless pills, and wore countless pieces of equipment, but the deepest he could go was 80 meters. According to his estimation, the unfreezing pool was about 200 meters deep. He hadn't even dived half of the way. Looking at Yang Dingtian, who was diving deeper and deeper, and seeing that the surface of his body had already turned blue, Zhao Wuji gave up the idea of chasing after him. He had a lot of time, and he didn't want to be forced to freeze to death in the unfreezing water. Go, you're lucky. Being frozen to death is much better than being tortured to death by me. At least you'll have a whole corpse. Zhao Wuji thought to himself. Then, he turned around and desperately floated up. Yang Dingtian dived deeper and deeper. 85 meters, 90 meters, he couldn't feel his body anymore. Even if he wanted to give up, there was no chance for him to float up. At this time, the surrounding area of the pool was only half of the top. The lower he went, the narrower it became. Therefore, he estimated that the entire pool was about 200 meters deep. At this time it was less than half, but Yang Dingtian could only hold on for a dozen more meters at most. 95 meters, Yang Dingtian's soul had been frozen. He didn't even know what the temperature was here. Was it below 150 degrees Celsius? 99 meters, Yang Dingtian had already lost all of his consciousness. Bang, using the last of his willpower, the last of his spirit, he slammed forward as if he had broken something. Then, Yang Dingtian's body flipped over in the water and quickly floated up. His body, which had been completely frozen, gradually regained its warmth. Without any paddling, his body continued to float up. The surrounding water temperature was getting higher and higher. In the end, Yang Dingtian completely regained consciousness. He felt that the area of the surrounding water was getting bigger and bigger. He was getting closer and closer to the surface, and the light was getting brighter and brighter. Pooh! Yang Dingtian suddenly rushed out of the water. P.S. Brothers, looking for members to click, looking for recommendation tickets. Puff! Yang Dingtian suddenly rushed out of the water. So warm, the water here. Of course, this was only Yang Dingtian's feeling. The water here was actually still around -10 degrees, but this temperature was already enough to make Yang Dingtian feel warm. The moment he rushed out of the water, Yang Dingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. He was deep in a pool. The area was the same as the unfreezing pool in the abandoned mine. The pool was also in a huge cave, covered with a layer of ice, crystal clear like a crystal palace. There was a hole in the wall of the cave, and behind the hole was a passage. The passage was covered with all kinds of crystals, red, purple, and dazzling, bright and beautiful. The structure here was almost exactly the same as the big cave in the depths of the abandoned mine. Yang Dingtian was relaxed and happy, but he suddenly felt a strange feeling, but he did not know where this strange feeling came from. Climbing out of the water and walking on the ice, Yang Dingtian knew why he felt so strange. He jumped into the unfreezing pool and dived down, but after diving 100 meters, the temperature of the water rose, and he quickly floated up. He should have fallen down. When Yang Dingtian looked at the tranquil surface of the pool and this giant cave, he understood something. This place was actually anti-gravity. This was under the abandoned mine. Yang Dingtian dived 200 meters into the unfreezing pool and rushed out of the water to reach this place. According to the position, the water was actually upside down in the air, and Yang Dingtian was standing on the top of the cave, but he did not fall down. It turned out that the unfreezing pool was not in the shape of a hole, but in the shape of an hourglass. As long as one dived 100 meters into the middle, one would enter the anti-gravity field, and then quickly float up. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and fought with his life. Not only did he survive, but he also came to this wonderful place. Bloody black gold. Yang Dingtian immediately thought of this thing. Where there was unfreezing water, there would be a large number of fire-type mineral veins. Zhao Wuji came here for the bloody black gold. Yang Dingtian immediately searched everywhere for bloody black gold. Soon, Yang Dingtian found the first piece of bloody black gold. It was at the entrance of the cave. There was a fiery red bloody black gold in a pile of crystals. Yang Dingtian climbed up the wall of the cave, entered the cave, and walked into the 2-meter-high tunnel. Master, this piece of bloody black gold is different from the one we got in the red wilderness. Yang Dingtian said, the bloody black gold here is redder, as red as blood. Dongfang Minmi seemed to be a little stunned. After a long time, he sighed and said, it's really a blessing in disguise. This is the best bloody black gold. It has been condensed for at least 10,000 years. It's 10 times purer than the bloody black gold I used to forge the sword. Child, were you really sent by the heavens? Dongfang Minmi sighed, otherwise, why would this bloody black gold that has been condensed for 10,000 years appear in front of you? Yang Dingtian also trembled with excitement, Master, should I dig it out? Well, dig carefully. Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian took out a dagger and grabbed the bloody black gold with one hand. Regardless of the heat, he carefully dug out the whole bloody black gold. He clearly felt that when the bloody black gold left the crystal wall, there was something like a soul trembling, as if it was reluctant to part with it, but also cheering. Reluctant because the crystal wall bred them, cheering because they could finally leave and explore the world. Master, it's strange. I feel that this bloody black gold seems to have a life. Yang Dingtian said. It's not life, it's spirituality. Dongfang Minmi said, treasures that have been around for 10,000 years must have spirituality. Forging a sword with this kind of bloody black gold is really good for the cultivation of the sword soul. I really can't imagine how amazing your sword will be. Yang Dingtian reluctantly put the bloody black gold into a special bag and continued to move forward. Master, I hope that there is more than one bloody black gold in this vein. Yang Dingtian said. No, since it created an anti-gravity field and an unfreezing pool, there will be more than one. It will be a very large vein, maybe dozens of them. Dongfang Minmi said, you continue to go inside. Yang Dingtian continued to walk inside. This place was filled with red and purple crystals. The passageway wasn't artificially excavated but was formed by natural cracks. Master, are these crystals useful? Yang Dingtian asked. This is the best quality fire crystal. One crystal is worth at least a few thousand gold coins. Dongfang Minmi said, but it's not very useful to you. When you leave, you can pick 1 or 2 and make an accessory for Yin Yin. Yang Dingtian walked more than 10 meters, searching for the next bloody black gold. Sure enough, there were 2 more, one on the left and one on the right of the cave wall. Yang Dingtian was excited. He stepped forward and dug out the 2 pieces of 10,000 years old bloody black gold and put them in a special bag. Next, Yang Dingtian walked dozens of meters forward. At a corner, there were 5 pieces of bloody black gold. Yang Dingtian continued to walk in. The deeper he went, the higher the temperature, and finally, it was like being roasted by a fire. This natural mine was really deep. Yang Dingtian had walked more than 2,000 meters and had dug out 32 pieces of bloody black gold. Although he could still carry the weight of a few hundred kilograms, his speed had slowed down. But gradually, the number of bloody black gold became less and less. From 1 for dozens of meters, to 1 for hundreds of meters, and finally 1 for thousands of meters. At this time, Yang Dingtian had gone more than 5,000 meters and dug out 45 pieces of bloody black gold. Yang Dingtian had to drag it forward. In the last 1,500 meters, there was not a single piece of bloody black gold. The temperature in the cave was more than 100 degrees. If Yang Dingtian had not gone through 3 layers of marrow cleansing, he would have died. Master, it seems that the end is in front. There should be no more bloody black gold. Yang Dingtian said. Dongfang Minmi said, maybe there is no more. Generally, the number of bloody black gold in a mine is a multiple of 9. 45 pieces of 10,000 years old bloody black gold is already an extremely huge mine. Then I'll go back? Yang Dingtian said, it's a pity that there are no gold-eating beasts or ice-type beasts here. Otherwise, the 2 demon cores destroyed by Zhao Wuji could be replenished. Thinking of this, Yang Dingtian's excitement suddenly lessened a lot. Getting 45 pieces of 10,000 years old bloody black gold was exciting, but the main purpose of these years was to hunt for demon cores. Now that there were no demon cores, especially ice-type demon cores, he could not carry out the yin-yang 5-element formation 7 days later, and his Xianxia could not break through. There was also a huge problem. How should he go back? Of course, he could go back along the unfreezing pool, but how could he bring back 900 kilograms of bloody black gold? And Zhao Wuji was guarding there, so he could not get out of the mine. Also, it had been about 5 hours since he entered the abandoned mine. The sun outside was about to set, and it was almost time for Ningning's appointment. If he did not go out to meet her soon, he was afraid that she would enter the mine to find him. That would not be good. It was likely that she would fall into the hands of Zhao Wuji. What is at the end of this crystal mine? Is there another exit? Yang Dingtian looked at the end of the crystal mine in front of him and thought. Yang Dingtian hesitated whether to continue walking until he reached the end of the crystal mine, but the temperature in front of him was getting higher and higher, to the point where it was completely unbearable. Let's try it. If there is another exit, I can avoid Zhao Wuji, and I can also prevent Ningning from entering the mine and meeting Zhao Wuji. Yang Dingtian thought in his heart, and then suddenly gritted his teeth and continued to walk, even though there was no more bloody black gold in front of him. Every meter that followed was extremely unbearable, as if he was walking in a furnace. If Ningning had not applied a layer of potion to Yang Dingtian's hair in advance, his hair would have been burnt. 10 meters. 20 meters. 30 meters. Finally, Yang Dingtian walked to the end of the crystal mine. After walking past the corner in front, it was the end, because there was an incomparably bright light and an incomparably hot breath. Yang Dingtian's whole body was almost dehydrated at this time, and his lips were dry like firewood. He gritted his teeth and walked the last few meters. After passing the corner and walking to the end of the crystal mine, he was completely stunned. There was no exit here, only an incomparably huge cave, and the bottom of the cave was boiling magma. However, this wasn't what shocked Yang Dingtian. What shocked him was that the surrounding cave walls were filled with bloody black gold. They were densely packed and looked like countless gorgeous fireballs growing on the black stone walls. It was a spectacular and beautiful sight. Yang Dingtian was stunned, and so was Dongfang Minmi. Oh my god! Dongfang Minmi muttered to himself, there is actually such a large bloody black gold vein in the world. The largest vein I have seen in my life was only a little more than 100. In the history of this world, the largest bloody black gold vein was only 198. How many are there here? Yang Dingtian was also completely stunned. After being shocked for more than 10 minutes, Yang Dingtian began to count the number of bloody black gold here. There were simply too many of them, and it was extremely dazzling. Yang Dingtian looked at them over and over again. In the end, the number was 954 here, plus the one in Yang Dingtian's hand, a total of 999, which was the largest bloody black gold vein in recorded history. Yang Dingtian was instantly shocked by incomparable happiness. He wanted to forge a peerless treasure sword, which required 999 pieces of bloody black gold. Dongfang Minmi planned to spend a few years to find 999 pieces of bloody black gold, and now there were 999 pieces, which meant that he had the materials for a peerless treasure sword, and the only thing left was to forge it himself. Moreover, 999 pieces of 10,000 years old bloody black gold were 10 times more than ordinary bloody black gold. Therefore, the sword forged with 999 pieces of 10,000 years old bloody black gold would not only be a peerless treasure sword, but also an emperor treasure sword that had never been seen before in history. P.S. Bosses, please give me a recommendation vote. Let me know that it's better. In addition, I recommend my friend Xianxia Hondo's new book, Hero's Creed. It's a very interesting and good book. However, after the happiness, he had to start thinking about reality. It was not an easy task to pick these 900 pieces of bloody black gold. They were all growing on the walls of the cave. The walls were high and steep, and there was no place to stand on. Moreover, there was terrifying lava below. If one fell into it, they would die without a doubt. Moreover, it would take at least a few days and nights to pick these 900 pieces of bloody black gold. At that time, Ningning might not be able to wait and go to the mine to find Yang Dingtian. Then, it would fall into Zhao Wuji's hands. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian calmed down. At this time, the closest piece of bloody black gold was only 2 feet high. Yang Dingtian could not help but reach out to touch it. "Be careful, don't touch it," Dongfang Minmi suddenly shouted. Yang Dingtian's movement suddenly stopped. Dongfang Minmi said, "Look below, inside the magma." Yang Dingtian immediately looked down and only saw a pair of eyes floating in the hot magma, looking at Yang Dingtian indifferently. An incomparably huge monster was swimming in the magma. It was not clear how big it was, but the terrifying head was as big as a table. It was obvious how big its body was. "Don't touch these pieces of bloody black gold. This is its territory. It treats the bloody black gold as its own property. If you touch it, you will be killed immediately," Dongfang Minmi said. "Master, what monster is this?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Lord of the Abyss." Dongfang Minmi said, "I should have thought of it. 999 pieces of bloody black gold are the most precious treasures in the world. How can there not be a powerful monster guarding it? Is it very strong?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Extremely strong," Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian looked at the bloody black gold unwillingly and glanced at the Lord of the Abyss in the magma. "It's only a matter of time before the child is yours." Dongfang Minmi said, "Even if you take away all 999 pieces of bloody black gold, it's useless because you can't forge without the heaven and earth obsidian flame. Not only is this bloody black gold useless to you, but it will also bring you a fatal disaster. This is a true treasure of heaven and earth. Anyone who knows about it will be greedy." "Master, when can I have the heaven and earth obsidian flame?" Yang Dingtian asked. "At least wait until you become a martial profound realm expert. At that time, you can go find a profound flame and refine it into the heart flame of your qi. Once you refine the heart flame, your profound qi will have a qualitative leap." Dongfang Minmi said, "Every expert has to refine the heart fire. Not only does it have to be used to forge weapons, it also has to be used to refine medicine. More importantly, all profound skills have to be activated by the heart fire. Even every time you cleanse your marrow and meridians, you have to use the heart fire." "The heart fire is so important?" Yang Dingtian said. "Of course, the heart fire is as important as the martial skill. Without the heart fire, there is no profound skill. For a martial artist, the presence of the heart fire is a sign to judge whether a martial artist is strong or weak." Dongfang Minmi said, "There are 2 times when a martial artist can level up quickly. The first time is when they first cultivate a secret manual. They can instantly level up by 2 or 3 levels. The second time is to refine the heart fire. Once they refine the heart fire, their profound qi level will also have a strong breakthrough and upgrade. Even if it's for the 10,000-year-old bloody black gold in front of me, I have to use the fastest speed to cultivate to the martial profound realm." Yang Dingtian said. "Master believes that you can do it." Dongfang Minmi said, "And for others, only a good profound flame is enough. But for you, you have to find a heaven and earth profound flame. Because if you want to completely melt the 10,000-year-old bloody black gold, you have to use a heaven and earth profound flame. So before you have a heaven and earth profound flame, even if you have 10,000-year-old bloody black gold, you can't forge a peerless soul sword." Dongfang Minmi said, so, leaving the bloody black gold here is the best choice for you. Won't the bloody black gold be eaten by the Lord of the Abyss? Yang Dingtian asked. No, the Lord of the Abyss is not a gold-eating beast. It lives by absorbing the energy of the magma. Dongfang Minmi said, it's still the same words. What is yours will always be yours. Before you refine the heaven and earth profound flame, leave the bloody black gold here. Then, what level do I have to reach before I can kill this Lord of the Abyss and take the bloody black gold? Yang Dingtian asked. Within 2 years, you have to break through to the 9-star martial mystic level expert and have a heaven and earth profound flame. Then, I will have a way for you to kill this Lord of the Abyss. Dongfang Minmi said, the key is to have a heaven and earth profound flame. Otherwise, even if you reach the supreme power realm, you may not be able to kill this Lord of the Abyss. This demonic beast should be the overlord within 1,000 miles. I understand, Master. Yang Dingtian turned around resolutely and said, moreover, the most important thing for me now is the yin-yang 5-element formation in 4 days. If I miss the yin-yang day that occurs once every 300 years, my chi will have no hope of breaking through. Even if I get 999 bloody black gold, it will be meaningless. So, what I need most now is the remaining 3 demonic nuclei. That's right. Dongfang Minmi said, I'm very happy that you have such a clear mind. Yang Dingtian immediately decided to leave here. When he became a martial mystic level expert and had a heaven and earth profound flame, he would come here to collect the bloody black gold that belonged to him. The most important thing now was to hunt for the gold type, ice type, and electric type demonic nuclei. All the ice type demonic nuclei here were destroyed by Zhao Wuji. Even the corpses of the 2 cold snakes were destroyed. However, there was still 1 cold snake left. It escaped from Yang Dingtian's massacre and fled to the depths of the unfreezing pool. As long as he could find it and get its demonic nucleus, Yang Dingtian's mission for today would be completed. After all, there were many gold-eating beasts on this continent. There were some in the Red Wilderness, but they were a little dangerous. The key was the ice-type demonic nucleus. Whether it was hunting for the remaining ice-type demonic nucleus, wanting to leave here, or preventing Ningning from falling into danger, there was one person that he could not avoid. That was the abnormal and bloodthirsty Zhao Wuji. He guarded by the unfreezing pool, so Yang Dingtian could not hide from him. He was a martial venerable level expert. Even if he and Ningning worked together, they would not be able to defeat one of his fingers. This twisted and abnormal Zhao Wuji snatched all of Yang Dingtian's things and destroyed the demonic nuclei that he risked his life to obtain. He wanted to torture and kill him. And the key was that he knew that there was bloody black gold here. 999 pieces of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold represented Yang Dingtian's peerless treasure sword in the future. It was the biggest guarantee that Yang Dingtian could cultivate a powerful sword soul. It was the biggest guarantee that Yang Dingtian would defeat Dongfang Bingling 5 years later. This secret could not be known by a second person. Therefore, Zhao Wuji had to die. No matter what, he had to die. If he did not die, Yang Dingtian and Ningning would die. Moreover, they would die very miserably. Master, I want to kill Zhao Wuji, but it will be very risky. Yang Dingtian said. Dongfang Minmi said slowly, do it. Today, either he dies or you die. Yang Dingtian clenched his fists and left the crystal mine with 49 pieces of bloody black gold on his back. He quickly ran a few thousand meters and came to the other side of the unfreezing pool covered by ice. Hiding the bag of bloody black gold, Yang Dingtian took out 3 pieces of bloody black gold and jumped into the unfreezing pool. He kept diving down. This time, his diving speed was faster because he had 3 pieces of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold, which weighed more than 50 kilograms. Moreover, this time it was not as cold as last time because the bloody black gold was constantly releasing strong heat. He dived down 80 meters. He dived down 90 meters. 98 meters, Yang Dingtian's whole body was still frozen, but at least he still had divine sense. It was not like last time when even his soul seemed to be frozen. Before he fainted, he rushed forward one last time and rushed through the middle of 100 meters. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian turned over in the water and entered another gravitational field, and then began to float up. However, with 3 pieces of bloody black gold, he floated up slowly and he still needed to desperately paddle up. However, the water was getting hotter and hotter, so he would not be frozen to death. Poof! Yang Dingtian rushed out of the water. Then, his whole body was completely out of control and was sucked in by an incomparably powerful force. It was Zhao Wuji who directly sucked him in with his qi. Zhao Wuji on the shore grabbed Yang Dingtian's neck tightly and looked at him in disbelief. "You're not dead? You're not dead? How can you not be dead?" Yang Dingtian said, "Senior, I'm not dead. There is really bloody black gold below. I found the entrance. As long as you dive down 100 meters, you will find the entrance. There is really a bloody black gold vein below." Zhao Wuji's palm tightened, and Yang Dingtian's neck felt a sharp pain and was about to be broken. "There really is bloody black gold?" Zhao Wuji trembled and said, "If you dare to lie to me, do you know how miserable the consequences will be? Senior, let me go. I'll show it to you," Yang Dingtian said. Zhao Wuji immediately threw Yang Dingtian to the ground. Yang Dingtian took out a piece of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold from his bosom and handed it to Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji was stunned. His whole face seemed to have been struck by lightning as he looked at this piece of bloody black gold in disbelief. 10,000-year-old bloody black gold? 10,000-year-old bloody black gold? Zhao Wuji trembled and said, "The best I've seen before was only 100-year-old bloody black gold. God, you made me fail 9 times before because those bloody black gold were too weak. Is it so that I can get this 10,000-year-old bloody black gold today? I understand, I understand. Haha." Zhao Wuji laughed and waved his hands. Incomparably powerful Xianxia energy burst out. And the entire cave shook. The walls of the cave cracked and huge rocks fell one after another, ruthlessly smashing into the ground. The entire huge cave seemed to be about to collapse. A martial saint-level expert was really incomparably powerful. Yang Dingtian stared at Zhao Wuji, who was about to go crazy. Today, Zhao Wuji must die. Otherwise, he, Yang Dingtian, will die. That's right, this idea was very crazy. Yang Dingtian was only an initiate and Zhao Wuji was a martial saint-level expert. In terms of strength, 10,000 Yang Dingtian were not his match. "Senior, I have an idea," Yang Dingtian said to Zhao Wuji with a gentle smile on his face. "How many pieces of bloody black gold are there?" Zhao Wuji asked. "Are there 99 of them?" 108. "I've counted them many, many times," Yang Dingtian said, "but most of them grow on the cliffs and there's boiling magma below. I spent a lot of effort and only got 3. I almost fell down and burned to death." Yang Dingtian took out the remaining 2 pieces of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold. Zhao Wuji didn't have any doubts and said, "What do you think? Tell me." "Senior, this is 10,000-year-old bloody black gold. One is more than 10 other pieces. Therefore, 99 pieces of bloody black gold is enough to forge the most powerful sword." Yang Dingtian looked at Zhao Wuji and said, "Then, the remaining 9 are useless to you. Can you give them to me? Only I know the way. I'll take you there. 108 pieces of bloody black gold. You get 99 and I'll take 9, okay?" Zhao Wuji looked at him coldly and said, "Do you think you have the right to bargain? You said to dive 100 meters. Do you think I don't know how to get there? Without me leading the way, you won't be able to find the bloody black gold. If you don't believe me, you can try." Yang Dingtian said, "I only want 9. Anyway, these 9 are useless to you. Either you agree or you kill me." Zhao Wuji slowly raised his palm. His eyes were cruel. He wanted to kill Yang Dingtian with one palm. Treasures are really tempting. "You're not even afraid of death," Zhao Wuji sneered. Then he put down his palm and said, "You lead the way. I'll give you 9. It's a deal." "Make an oath," Yang Dingtian said. Zhao Wuji was furious. He gritted his teeth and said, "In a while, I'll give this little brother 9 pieces of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold. Otherwise, I'll be destroyed by the heavens." "Okay, I'll take you there," Yang Dingtian said excitedly. Then he jumped into the unfreezing pool and dived down. Idiot, as long as I find the bloody black gold mine, I will immediately tear you to pieces. Zhao Wuji looked at Yang Dingtian's back and said coldly. Then, he jumped into the unfreezing pool. He dived down to 80 meters, 90 meters, 95 meters, this was a depth that Zhao Wuji had never reached before. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's entire body was stiff, while Zhao Wuji's limbs were stiff. After all, he was a martial venerable. His ability to withstand the cold was stronger than Yang Dingtian's. However, he cherished his life more. He had always thought that the pool was 200 meters deep. 80 meters was not even half of it. If he went any deeper, he would not be able to reach the bottom even if he froze to death. This brat can't be trying to freeze me to death here, right? Zhao Wuji was shocked. He immediately wanted to kill Yang Dingtian in the water with a palm strike. Yang Dingtian, who was in front, suddenly rushed forward. He rushed over 100 meters, then rolled in the water and began to float up. Zhao Wuji also suddenly rushed forward, and then strangely found that he had turned around, and then began to float up. This place was actually an anti-gravity field? Zhao Wuji was surprised and happy. An anti-gravity field could only be formed between two huge forces that completely repelled each other. This meant that there really was a huge bloody black gold vein under the pool. This meant that Yang Dingtian did not lie to him. Pooh! Suddenly, the two of them floated up to the surface. On the other side of the unfreezing pool. Looking at the huge cave and feeling the anti-gravity field, Zhao Wuji was really amazed. Then, he said to Yang Dingtian, lead the way. Okay, follow me. Yang Dingtian went ashore, then climbed up the crystal cave on the wall and walked inside. Zhao Wuji followed closely behind. Following the crystal tunnel, Yang Dingtian went deeper and deeper. The deeper he went, the higher the temperature around him became. The ice in Yang Dingtian's hand had completely melted. This time, he learned his lesson and ate a stomach full of ice water. Otherwise, he would be dehydrated. After walking for 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 4,000 meters, Zhao Wuji became more and more impatient. Why aren't we there yet? How far is it? Almost there, almost there. Yang Dingtian continued to walk inside. If you dare to lie to me, I promise to let you taste all the pain in this world before you die. Zhao Wuji said coldly. There is still 1 kilometer left. Yang Dingtian spoke resolutely and decisively before continuing to walk forward. The further they went, the higher the temperature became. Zhao Wuji's hair and eyebrows started to curl. He rubbed his palms and immediately shaved his hair and eyebrows clean, leaving behind a bald head. Kid, I'll let you live a little longer. As long as I find the bloody black gold, I'll definitely let you die. Zhao Wuji said angrily in his heart. After walking for another 1,000 meters, the heat was almost unbearable. Yang Dingtian stood at the last corner and said, Senior, it's here. I can't go any further, or I'll be burned alive. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's voice was completely hoarse and his throat was completely dry. This was the end of the crystal mine, and they could already see the extremely bright light. Zhao Wuji's eyes lit up, and his heart was beating wildly. He walked forward step by step, but his footsteps slowed down because he was really worried that Yang Dingtian was lying to him. He couldn't take another setback. Zhao Wuji walked past the last corner, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He was stunned, he was shocked, he was so ecstatic that he almost went crazy. He was stunned by everything in front of him. The huge cave was inlaid with countless pieces of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold. Although he didn't know how many there were, it was definitely more than the 108 that Yang Dingtian said. But at this moment, he couldn't care less. Who would care about too many treasures? It's all mine, all mine. Zhao Wuji muttered to himself, this bloody black gold is all mine, my peerless soul sword, my emperor soul sword. The number 1 in the world is mine. Cloud Heaven City, I will kill every single one of you. Northwest Qin clan, I'm going to wipe you all out. Yang Peipei, I'll make you my female slave. I'll become the overlord of this world. Ha ha ha, idiot, your mission is complete. You can die now, Zhao Wuji sneered. Zhao Wuji laughed coldly. Then, he raised his hand to kill Yang Dingtian. However, he found that Yang Dingtian was no longer by his side. Yang Dingtian had sneaked away while he was in ecstasy. Where can a piece of trash at the enlightenment level escape to? Zhao Wuji turned around to chase after Yang Dingtian. He was still very cunning. He didn't want to collect the bloody black gold, but he wanted to kill Yang Dingtian first. However, he saw a beautiful piece of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold about a foot to his left. Don't you want the bloody black gold? I'll stuff this piece of bloody black gold into your stomach and let you eat until you die. Zhao Wuji sneered, then reached out to grab the piece of bloody black gold and wanted to break it off. As soon as his hand touched the bloody black gold, suddenly, the entire cave surged with an incomparably powerful energy. Roar. In the depths of the magma, there was a sudden roar. An incomparably huge monster suddenly stood up from the abyss. The 8-headed, 16-armed Lord of the Abyss was 100 meters tall when it stood up. Zhao Wuji was stunned. He was completely stunned. Little bastard, you set me up. Zhao Wuji roared, then fled frantically. Bang! The Lord of the Abyss's flame whip suddenly lashed out. The 100-meter-long flame whip was like lightning, slamming into Zhao Wuji's back. With a scream, blood spurted out. Zhao Wuji was sent flying dozens of meters away. His entire body was directly split into two. Below his chest, he was cut open by the flame whip. Boom! The hard crystal cave suddenly collapsed dozens of meters. A huge crystal boulder slammed into Zhao Wuji's body, burying both parts of his body. The Lord of the Abyss snorted disdainfully. Its incomparably huge body dived back into the magma of the abyss, leaving only two eyes floating above the magma. Yang Dingtian, who was hiding in the distance, was completely stunned. A martial venerable expert was very powerful in the entire world. However, in front of the Lord of the Abyss, he had no power to fight back. A whip cut him in two. How powerful was this Lord of the Abyss? Master, this Lord of the Abyss is so powerful? When I reach the martial mystic realm, can I kill it? Yang Dingtian asked in disbelief. As long as I have the heaven and earth obsidian flame, I have a way to kill it and refine it. It will be used as a spirit to feed your soul sword, allowing your sword's soul to progress quickly, Dongfang Minmi said. At this moment, Zhao Wuji was still alive. His eyes were filled with endless hatred and unwillingness. He looked at Yang Dingtian and said coldly, "You tricked me?" Yang Dingtian looked at him and said coldly, "That's right. You must die. I'll kill you. I'll tear you into pieces." Zhao Wuji roared. His hands danced wildly, wanting to rush out like a malicious spirit. However, as long as he moved, he would vomit blood. His chest had been cut in half, and he had long lost his qi. He was completely powerless and would not live for more than 5 minutes. Yang Dingtian only looked at him coldly while the corner of his mouth was filled with ridicule. "I never thought that a hero like me would die in your hands." After Zhao Wuji danced wildly for a while, he could not even vomit blood. His time was up. "You want to take all of the bloody black gold. This secret cannot be known by a second person, so you want to kill me?" Zhao Wuji said. "That's right. I want all of the 999 bloody black gold." Yang Dingtian said, "Today, either you die or I die. Heaven's will, everything is heaven's will." Zhao Wuji said dejectedly. Then, he calmed down. The entire space was filled with the sound of blood flowing out. Zhao Wuji's life force slowly disappeared. "I have killed many people in my life. I am vicious and despicable. It is only right that I end up like this." Suddenly, Zhao Wuji said slowly. His voice became really weak. "A person's words are kind when he is about to die. Kid, you and I are fated. Can you tell me your name?" Yang Dingtian. "Cloud Heaven City's new city lord? Dongfang Minmi's disciple? So it is you. No wonder. Zhao Wuji was shocked. Following which, Zhao Wuji said, "Yang Dingtian, can you help me?" "Speak." Yang Dingtian said. 300 miles southwest of here is my horror mountain village. Zhao Wuji said, "I have an only son. 4 years ago, he was injured by someone and was poisoned. His cultivation was crippled and he was unable to recover. If I am not in this world, he will not be able to protect himself. Help me send a message. Tell him to leave the mountain village immediately and go to an ordinary mountain village to live a normal life. Let others fight for the position of the village lord. Also, in 4 days, the calamity will come. When that time comes, the entire mountain village will be destroyed. In 4 days, won't the 2 moons cover the 2 suns? Although some things will happen, there might not be a calamity, right? Yang Dingtian said. Zhao Wuji said, for other families, there might not be a calamity. However, in the depths of my horror mountain village's prison, there is a millennium owl. During the Yin Yang festival, its energy will explode and break the seal. When that time comes, the area within 100 miles of the horror mountain village will be completely destroyed by it. Before Zhao Wuji could finish, Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. He trembled as he asked, Master, is the millennium owl a lightning-type beast? Is it a rare lightning-type beast? That's right. It's a monster that was born at the intersection of the dark crevice and the abyss magma after being struck by thousands of lightning bolts. It's an extremely rare lightning-type monster in this world. I've only heard of it, but I've never seen it before, Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian's heart was instantly shocked. The Yin-Yang 5-element formation required a lightning-type monster core. Whether it was Dongfang Minmi or Shimin Ningning, they didn't know where to find a lightning-type monster. They didn't expect that there would be one under Horror Mountain Village. Lightning-type monsters were extremely rare in the entire world. The environment in which they grew was too special and unique. At least 3 things were needed: flame, dark energy, and lightning. Therefore, every lightning-type monster was an absolute treasure and would attract countless people to hunt it down. However, they didn't expect that Zhao Wuji's Horror Mountain Village would have a lightning-type owl. Zhao Wuji continued, this millennium owl was captured by the top 10 experts during the Yin-Yang festival 300 years ago when it was weak and then sealed in the magma abyss. Zhao Wuji continued, then, my ancestors built Horror Mountain Village on this piece of land in an attempt to subdue the owl as a martial spirit. However, no one succeeded in 300 years. 4 days later, the 2 moons will cover the 2 suns and the world will be dark. All the dark creatures will become stronger in an instant. The owl is the overlord of the dark creatures. Although the seal can usually trap it, on the day of the Yin-Yang festival, its energy will increase tenfold. Although it can only last for a while, it will be very weak for the next 6 months. However, this short time is enough for it to destroy the entire Horror Mountain Village. Even all the forces within a few hundred miles will suffer from its destructive attack. Yang Dingtian, can you agree to a father's last request and go to Horror Mountain Village to pass this message to my son? Tell him to leave Horror Mountain Village immediately, Zhao Wuji said. I'll return the flame feather and these 2 pieces of bloody black gold to you. After saying that, Zhao Wuji used the last of his strength to throw the flame feather and bloody black gold over. Then, Zhao Wuji said, I'm sorry for destroying your monster core. Please forgive my previous offense. You must go to Horror Mountain Village and tell my son to leave. Let me try, Yang Dingtian said. Okay, thank you, thank you. Zhao Wuji trembled as he took out a jade pendant and said, give this jade pendant to my son and he will believe you. Yang Dingtian slowly walked over and was about to pick up the jade pendant in his hand. Suddenly, his footsteps stopped, and he said, Zhao Wuji, what's that in your other hand? Was it a poison needle? You don't have any profound qi, but you still want to kill me. Zhao Wuji's complexion abruptly changed, becoming incomparably ferocious. He suddenly threw the poisonous needle in his hand towards Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian easily dodged. I'll kill you, come and be buried with me, I'm going to die with you. Come here, Zhao. Wuji roared crazily and waved his hands like a devil. Then, all of his movements suddenly froze. Rapid breathing sounds came from his throat as his body slammed onto the ground, completely dead. Yang Dingtian did not immediately go over. After waiting for a few minutes to make sure that Zhao Wuji was completely dead, he walked over and used a bag as a cushion to take the jade pendant in his hand. Yang Dingtian looked at Zhao Wuji's body and was in a daze for a while. He secretly said, was the owl beast that he spoke of real or fake? But now was not the time to think about this. It was more important to quickly leave this place. Immediately, Yang Dingtian turned and left the crystal mine. After passing by the place where more than 40 pieces of bloody black gold were buried, Yang Dingtian hesitated for a while and did not dig out the bloody black gold to take away. Because there was no heaven and earth obsidian flame, and he could not forge a treasure sword, the bloody black gold was useless to take out. "Child, take these dozens of pieces of bloody black gold out," Dongfang Minmi suddenly said. Yang Dingtian doubtfully said, "Isn't it useless to take the bloody black gold out now?" Dongfang Minmi said, "Before forging a soul sword, you need to use a small amount of bloody black gold to forge a fledgling sword. Then, take this fledgling sword to fight, and let your person and the sword's aura merge. In the future, when you obtain the heaven and earth obsidian flame, use this fledgling sword as a seed. Together with the remaining 900 pieces of bloody black gold, use the heaven and earth obsidian flame to forge a perfect soul sword." Yang Dingtian said, "Didn't you say that only the heaven and earth obsidian flame can forge the bloody black gold?" "Only the heaven and earth obsidian flame can completely melt the bloody black gold, remove the impurities inside, and leave only the most essential part to forge a true perfect soul sword." Dongfang Minmi said, "For example, to forge a perfect soul sword, you need 999 pieces of bloody black gold, which adds up to nearly 20,000 pounds. But after using the heaven and earth obsidian flame, there is less than 50 pounds left, and the remaining 99.5% of the weight is all evaporated. This kind of sword is incomparably powerful, and can nurture an incomparably powerful soul sword." Yang Dingtian suddenly clicked his tongue. He looked at the 10,000-year-old bloody black gold in his hand. It was all metal, and there seemed to be no impurities. He did not expect that after being refined by the heaven and earth obsidian flame, only 5% of the essence was left. Yang Dingtian couldn't imagine how astonishing it would be when such peerless and emperor-grade artifact swords were forged in the future. "You don't have to be so particular about the fledgling sword. You don't need the heaven and earth obsidian flame. As long as you find a strong earth fire, you can melt the bloody black gold, and then condense it into a fledgling sword," Dongfang Minmi said, "but the fledgling swords forged by the earth fire are very rough and very heavy. 45 pieces of bloody black gold forged by the strong earth fire will be about 200 pounds. If you can't find the strongest earth fire, it is possible to forge a fledgling sword of 700 to 800 pounds. Master, with the same amount of bloody black gold, the lighter the sword forged, the more powerful it is?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Of course," Dongfang Minmi said, "the lighter the sword, the more impurities are removed. The purer the quality of the sword, the stronger the fiery energy contained in it. However, without the heaven and earth obsidian flame, 45 pieces of bloody black gold weigh 900 pounds, and the limit of forging can only be a fledgling sword of 100 pounds. Does the fledgling sword have a Xianxia bonus?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Of course, with the power of 45 pieces of bloody black gold, the top fledgling sword of 200 pounds will have a 10% Xianxia bonus, and the top fledgling sword of 100 pounds will have a 20% bonus." Dongfang Minmi said, "But that is the ordinary bloody black gold. Yours is 10,000-year-old bloody black gold, and it will even be doubled. So it is about 30 to 40%? Yang Dingtian exclaimed. "Yanyan's sword was obtained by Uncle Shiman from the secret realm. It is already a top magic weapon. The Xianxia attack bonus is only 30%. A rough fledgling sword made of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold can add 30 to 40%. Of course, this is 10,000-year-old bloody black gold, a treasure of heaven and earth." Dongfang Minmi said, "It is just a fledgling sword, but it is already a famous sword in the world." Yang Dingtian could not help but ask, "Master, what if it is a top-grade soul sword made of bloody black gold? How much can the Xianxia attack bonus be? What about the emperor grade?" "The Xianxia attack bonus of a top-grade soul sword can reach 99%. As for the emperor grade, no one knows," Dongfang Minmi said, "but at that time, the Xianxia attack bonus is not the most important. The Xian skill and sword soul are the most important. For you, the most important thing for this fledgling sword is to be a seed for forging a top-grade sword in the future. The Xianxia bonus is secondary," Dongfang Minmi said, "as long as it is not heavy enough to affect the use of it." "Master, where do I need to find earth fire to forge the fledgling sword?" Yang Dingtian asked, "Is there any nearby?" "Of course not. To melt 10,000-year-old bloody black gold, you need a very powerful earth fire, at least an 8th or 9th grade earth fire. Dongfang Minmi said, it is equivalent to the heat of a magma as big as a mountain condensing into a flame as big as a wash basin. Yang Dingtian was shocked and said, it sounds like earth fire is also very powerful. Then what is the difference between earth fire and Xian fire? Dongfang Minmi said, earth fire is dead. It cannot be refined into heart fire. Xian fire is alive and can be refined into heart fire. It is the most important thing for a high-level martial artist. It is not inferior to Xianqi. Although 8th or 9th grade earth fire is extremely powerful, compared to heaven and earth Xian fire, the energy of earth fire is not even 1%. For example, a 9th grade earth fire can only be brewed within 3,000 miles of land. However, a heaven and earth Xian fire may not even be brewed within 10,000 miles of land. Therefore, almost all martial artists can only refine fire-type demonic beasts into their own heart fire. Very few top martial artists have the opportunity to refine earth Xian fire into their heart fire. As for heaven and earth Xian fire, it is completely fate. Dongfang Minmi continued. Yang Dingtian was speechless. It seemed like the path of his peerless soul sword was incomparably difficult. Now, even forging a youngling sword was so difficult. Master does not know where there is an unrefined heaven and earth Xian fire. I only have some clues. However, I know of a top-grade earth fire that can help you forge a youngling sword. On the West Arrival Island, 8,000 miles away, there is a fire cloud devil cave. There is a top-grade earth fire there. That earth fire blooms once every 10 years. It blooms for less than 2 hours each time. The next blooming should be in 4 months. Dongfang Minmi said, when you become a 5-star Xian martial warrior, Master will take you to that earth fire and forge a top-notch youngling sword. 5-star Xian martial warrior in 4 months. That will depend on the breakthrough during the Yin Yang festival. If I can successfully break through to 6-star Xian martial warrior this time, I am confident that I can become a 5-star Xian martial warrior in 4 months. Yang Dingtian said. Because he needed to forge a youngling sword, Yang Dingtian needed to bring these 45 pieces of bloody black gold out. However, he could not bring them out in one go. 45 pieces of bloody black gold weighed a total of 900 kilograms. It was impossible to bring them out through the unfreezing pool of 200 meters in one go. Therefore, Yang Dingtian brought 9 pieces of bloody black gold each time. It took him 5 trips to bring all 45 pieces of bloody black gold out. This back and forth took almost an hour. At this time, the sun should be setting outside. Ningning was probably waiting anxiously. After bringing out all the 10,000-year-old bloody black gold, Yang Dingtian still had one more thing to do. That was to find the last 4-legged cold snake that was hiding and kill its demonic core. This was because the ice-type and metal-type demonic cores that he had obtained before were all destroyed by Zhao Wuji. With 3 pieces of bloody black gold in his arms, he jumped into the unfreezing pool again. This was the only way to resist the cold inside. However, after jumping into the unfreezing pool several times, the 4-legged cold snake was nowhere to be found. He did not know where it was hiding. Yang Dingtian even went to the deepest part of the pool to search. He was completely frozen, but he still did not see the figure of the cold snake. Obviously, it could not have run anywhere. It must have found a crack to hide. This unfreezing pool was not small. Moreover, Yang Dingtian could only hold on for 10 minutes at most. He had to find it as soon as possible and get the ice-type demonic core. Therefore, Yang Dingtian thought of a way. Play dead. He believed that the cold snake must have found him. Maybe it was staring at him right now. After deciding to play dead, Yang Dingtian suddenly trembled in the water. Then, his 4 limbs twitched. He stopped moving in the water and slowly floated up, as if he was dead. 3 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. That cold snake still did not appear. 10 minutes passed, and the cold snake still did not find him. Yang Dingtian, who was floating on the water, was very anxious. Did the cold snake not find him, or was the cold snake too cunning? Play dead for another 10 minutes. If the cold snake still did not appear, he would think of another way. At this moment, there was a sudden movement in the water. An ice blue snake like a slingshot suddenly shot out from somewhere. It opened its mouth and bit at Yang Dingtian. Although it was only a low-level demonic beast, it was still very cunning. At first, it was afraid that Yang Dingtian was playing dead. After 10 minutes, it rushed out to bite Yang Dingtian. Its hatred for Yang Dingtian was very strong. When it rushed over, it opened its mouth to the maximum, showing its sharp fangs. Just as the cold snake was about to bite Yang Dingtian, his body suddenly jumped. The flame feather in his hand stabbed out like lightning, directly piercing into the cold snake's mouth. He suddenly lifted and chopped off the cold snake's head. Then, he directly dug out its demonic core in the water and jumped to the shore. Fortunately, there is still a cold snake. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do with this ice-type demonic core. Yang Dingtian looked at the ice-type demonic core in front of his eyes. The feeling of losing it again was really good. I have to get out quickly. Ning Ning must be waiting anxiously. Yang Dingtian put the ice-type demonic core into his arms. Then, he dragged the bag full of bloody black gold and climbed out of the mine. Although he had passed the enlightenment period, and had washed his marrow and meridians to the 3rd level. But nearly 1,000 pounds of bloody black gold was still difficult for him to carry. Fortunately, this place was covered with ice, so he could drag it. Kacha! Suddenly, the ground where the bloody black gold passed by made a crisp cracking sound. Looking carefully, the thick ice cracked open a deep hole. Yang Dingtian thought that the bloody black gold had cracked the ice, so he didn't care too much. But then, the crisp cracking sound continued, and the crack became bigger and bigger. Not only did the ice crack open, but even the hard stone ground below began to crack. Kacha kacha. The surrounding ground also began to crack fiercely. Not good, Yang Dingtian dragged the bloody black gold and ran forward, but it was too late. Bang! With a loud noise, a thick monster rushed out of the cracked ground, blocking Yang Dingtian's path. This monster was 4 or 5 meters long, as thick as a thigh, and had a fiery red body. Its body was covered with spiky fur, and it had countless feet. Yang Dingtian knew this monster beast, the fiery earth dragon. Of course, it had nothing to do with the dragon clan, and it did not have any dragon bloodline. This monster beast usually liked to live in the depths of the soil, devouring metal and mineral residues. Under normal circumstances, it would not leave the soil layer. But the bag of bloody black gold that Yang Dingtian dragged was too tempting, and it attracted the fiery earth dragon that was more than 10 meters underground. Although this monster beast's name had the word fire, in fact, it was also a metal-eating monster. Hiss! The fiery earth dragon suddenly stood up with its 4 or 5 meter long body, and opened its mouth toward Yang Dingtian. What a disgusting and ugly face, with only one green eye, the whole face was completely occupied by a mouth. When its mouth was closed, there was only a small hole the size of a finger. However, when it opened its mouth, it was as big as a basketball. Its entire mouth was filled with countless teeth. It could be said that its entire mouth was filled with teeth. Drops of red saliva dripped onto the ground, directly melting a large hole in the ice. Yang Dingtian's hair instantly stood on end. This was also a grade 2 Yao beast. However, compared to the grade 2 demonic lizard from before, this one was much more powerful. Not only was it a high-grade grade 2 Yao beast, but its entire body was also a lethal weapon. No matter which part of its body it touched, it would be fatal. If one was licked by its mouth, half of one's head would be gone. If one was touched by its body, at least tens of thousands of poisonous thorns would drill into one's body. Once these thorns entered one's body, they would come alive and crazily suck blood, crazily drilling into one's body. Within a few hours, countless bloodthirsty insects would break out of his body. What was even worse was that its blood was extremely corrosive. Just a little bit of it would corrode a deep hole in one's body. Even if a treasure sword pierced into its body, only the hilt would be left after being pulled out. This was because the hilt would be completely corroded by its blood. Therefore, even a very strong expert wouldn't be willing to encounter this thing because it was too abnormal. Although Yang Dingtian needed a gold Yao core, he was unwilling to encounter such a powerful Yao beast. Yang Dingtian felt bitter in his heart. This was really a narrow escape. Hiss! After the fiery earth dragon gave a long hiss, it swam its huge body and quickly rushed over. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Yang Dingtian quickly slashed out the flamed feather in his hand, and then his figure quickly retreated. Pung pung pung. Suddenly, the fiery earth dragon was cut into 4 pieces. Although Yang Dingtian retreated quickly, a few drops of blood still splashed onto his body. His clothes were directly corroded into a few holes. Fortunately, he had the deep sea Xian clothes. Otherwise, Yang Dingtian's heart would have been corroded into a pile of mud. The flame feather was indeed a treasure. It was not damaged at all, and not even a drop of blood was left behind. It seemed like it was over. The fiery earth dragon was directly cut into 4 pieces. This Xiao beast didn't seem to be that terrifying. It was also a gold Xiao beast. It just so happened that Yang Dingtian could go forward and cut out its Xiao core. However, not only did Yang Dingtian not do that, he quickly ran in the direction of the unfreezing pool. Because the fiery earth dragon was crazily screaming, the 4 pieces of its 1-meter-long body crazily slammed on the ground. Then, it actually fought on its own and crazily chased after Yang Dingtian. That's right, after being cut into 4 pieces, not only did it not die, it turned into 4 and continued to chase. However, only one of the pieces had a head. The other 3 pieces didn't have a head, but they still chased after him at a very fast speed. At least, it was faster than Yang Dingtian because it had too many legs. What a freak! This was the reason why even the strongest experts didn't want to encounter this thing, because it simply couldn't be killed. Even if it was cut into dozens of pieces, it could still live. This was nothing. In a while, the 4 pieces would stick together and become a complete fiery earth dragon. Yang Dingtian used all his speed to run in the direction of the unfreezing pool. He didn't care so much about the bag of bloody black gold. He had to take advantage of the fact that the fiery earth dragon had yet to stick together and run as fast as possible. Otherwise, it would be too late. Sure enough, the 4 pieces of the fiery earth dragon were running and sticking together. Half a minute later, they formed a complete fiery earth dragon. Suddenly, its speed was incomparably fast. Yang Dingtian was only 20 meters ahead and was about to be caught up in an instant. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and crazily ran forward. When he ran to the end of the mine, he suddenly jumped forward and jumped down a dozen meters into the big cave. He somersaulted and crazily rushed forward to the unfreezing pool. The fiery earth dragon quickly swam down from the top of the mine. When it was only 2 to 3 meters away from Yang Dingtian, it opened its mouth and fiercely shot forward. Plop! Yang Dingtian felt a chill on his back and directly jumped into the unfreezing pool. The fiery earth dragon's body suddenly twisted and stopped. It didn't dare to take half a step into the pool. It crazily roared on the shore and crazily slammed the ground. Suddenly, ice shards and gravel flew everywhere. Its one eye angrily and unwillingly stared at Yang Dingtian in the water. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally escaped from the monster's mouth. Looking at the crazy fiery earth dragon on the shore, Yang Dingtian sneered, "Next, the one to die is you." He slammed his palm on the water surface and suddenly a splash of water rushed toward the fiery earth dragon. The fiery earth dragon quickly dodged, but it was still hit by the unfreezing water. Hiss! With a strange sound, the place where the fiery earth dragon was splashed by the unfreezing water was directly petrified. The fiery earth dragon let out a miserable cry. Its eyes were filled with incomparable fear. Then, it crazily drilled its head into the ground and quickly drilled a hole. It wanted to escape. It wanted to drill a hole and escape. Yang Dingtian kept splashing water and the fiery earth dragon crazily drilled into the ground. After 10 seconds, a huge hole was drilled. The fiery earth dragon crazily drilled into it. However, the foot of its tail outside was hit by the unfreezing water and was completely petrified. The fiery earth dragon fiercely twisted and broke the foot of its tail. Then, it crazily escaped into the ground. How could Yang Dingtian let it escape so easily? He quickly jumped out of the sleeping chamber and then picked up a special bag filled with unfreezing water. It was a few dozen kilograms. He walked to the hole that the fiery earth dragon drilled out and poured the unfreezing water in. Hiss! Suddenly, there was a crazy scream and frantic struggle from the hole. Yang Dingtian filled another bag with water and poured it into the hole. Bang, bang, bang. The fiery earth dragon crazily rolled around in incomparable pain. The whole ground cracked. Just as Yang Dingtian was about to fill the bag with water again, the ground suddenly cracked open. The fiery earth dragon rushed out of the ground and opened its mouth to the maximum. It crazily rushed towards Yang Dingtian. However, the fiery earth dragon that rushed over was only about 2 meters long. The rest of its body was completely frozen and was abandoned by it. However, the fiery earth dragon that was only 2 meters long was even more ferocious and terrifying. It wanted to perish together with Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's body suddenly tensed up. He did not run away because it was too late. The fiery earth dragon was too fast. Whoosh! The flame feather suddenly slashed. Suddenly, the fiery earth dragon's head was directly cut off. However, it still rushed forward and shot towards the unfreezing pool. Yang Dingtian's body suddenly flashed and dodged to the side. Bang, bang. The fiery earth dragon's head wanted to change direction and escape from the unfreezing pool. However, it only had one head and could not change direction. It could only watch as it fell into the unfreezing pool. The remaining 2 meters of its body frantically struggled to escape. However, it still swayed and fell into the unfreezing pool. Then, the fiery earth dragon's head and body quickly solidified and petrified at a speed visible to the naked eye. It completely died. Yang Dingtian jumped into the unfreezing pool and used the flame feather to directly dig out the fiery earth dragon's head. The solidified head was harder than a rock. Fortunately, the flame feather was strong enough to easily cut open the demon core inside. After washing the demon core in the unfreezing water, Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. Xianxia Ningning's information did not know that there was an abnormal demon beast like the fiery earth dragon in this mine. Otherwise, she would definitely not let Yang Dingtian come. However, fortunately, there was also this abnormal demon beast. Although Yang Dingtian narrowly escaped death, it allowed Yang Dingtian to obtain the gold demon core. Today's mission was finally completed. He put the gold demon core into a small bag and put it together with the ice demon core. As for the remaining 2 fire and wind demon cores, they were in another bag in Yang Dingtian's arms. Now, he had obtained 4 demon cores. Only the last electric demon core was left. He also had a clue. It was in Horror Mountain Village. Climbing out of the pool, Yang Dingtian climbed out of the mine and continued to walk forward with the bloody black gold. Kacha, kacha. Suddenly, the ground cracked. It was very dense. No way, there is also a fiery earth dragon? It shouldn't be. This kind of abnormal demon basically lives alone. Yang Dingtian was horrified in his heart, but he still dragged the bloody black gold and ran forward crazily. Rumble. Suddenly, the cracked section of the mine began to collapse, and the boulders on the top fell crazily. It was not the fiery earth dragon, but the mine was empty. After being tossed around by the fiery earth dragon, it completely collapsed. Yang Dingtian surged all the strength in his body, dragging the bloody black gold and running crazily. Rumble. The mine continued to collapse, and it collapsed for hundreds of meters before it stopped. Confirming that it was no longer collapsing, Yang Dingtian stopped and gasped for breath. Looking at the mine that had been completely blocked, he secretly rejoiced. It was good that it collapsed. Even if someone came to this abandoned mine and saw that it was blocked, they would go back. The secret of the bloody black gold vein would not be discovered. Moreover, all the demon beasts here had been killed, and no demon beasts would tell the beast speaker that there was unfreezing water here. As for the beast speaker who told Zhao Wuji about the unfreezing water, with Zhao Wuji's character, after getting this kind of secret, he would definitely kill the beast speaker as soon as possible. I'm afraid it's getting dark outside. Ningning is probably worried to death. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment, found a place to bury the bag of bloody black gold, and then quickly ran out. In one breath, he ran out of the mine that was thousands of meters long and came to the huge mine outside. Sister Ningning. Yang Dingtian shouted. It was almost dark outside, and only the last ray of light was left. It had been more than 2 hours since the sun set. But Ningning had disappeared. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt a chill all over his body. Did she leave? Impossible, she would never leave. And the most important thing was that with Ningning's character, if Yang Dingtian didn't come out before sunset, she would definitely go into the mine to find Yang Dingtian. Ningning, Ningning. Yang Dingtian shouted loudly, but there was only an echo. There was no response. Did something happen? Could it be that she was taken away? Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was burning with anxiety. He hated himself for not coming out immediately after killing Zhao Wuji and ignoring the bloody black gold. Sister Ningning, Sister Ningning. Yang Dingtian shouted loudly and looked around frantically. After running to every place in the mine, Yang Dingtian's voice was hoarse from shouting. I should have come out long ago. I should have come out long ago. Yang Dingtian blamed himself. Sister Ningning. Yang Dingtian shouted again unwillingly. Xiaotian, go, run. Suddenly, a weak voice came from the forest not far away. It was Shimin Ningning's voice. Sister Ningning. Yang Dingtian ran over in surprise and then asked worriedly, are you hurt? Don't come over. Run, run. Ningning's voice was still weak and anxious. Yang Dingtian immediately rushed over. In the woods, he saw Shimin Ningning. She was very haggard with blood on her body. Her lips were pale and bloodless. She was sitting on the ground with her legs crossed and was about to fall. Around her, there were 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. They were holding weapons and were about to kill Shimin Ningning, but they seemed to be frozen and didn't move. Yang Dingtian was surprised to find that it was Shimin Ningning who had frozen the 4 of them. She seemed to have used a special secret method to freeze the 4 of them. Yang Dingtian knew that Ningning Xianxia did not possess any attack power, but he did not expect her to have such a mysterious method. Hurry up, I can't hold on any longer. They will kill you. Shimin Ningning whispered, and then suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face suddenly became even more frightening. At the moment when Shimin Ningning spat out blood, one of the women seemed to have been released. Her eyes turned cold, and she rushed at Shimin Ningning with a sharp sword in her hand. She shouted, go to hell, bitch. When Yang Dingtian saw this, his eye sockets were about to burst open. He released all of his strength and rushed over like a madman. I'll kill you. Yang Dingtian held the flame feather in his hand and pounced forward, directly pouncing on the black-clothed woman in the air. You're courting death. The woman in black temporarily let go of Ningning. She turned around and slashed at Yang Dingtian. No. Shimin Ningning screamed. Go to hell. Yang Dingtian stabbed at the woman's face with his sword, letting the woman cut his chest. The woman's figure suddenly flashed, trying to avoid Yang Dingtian's flame feather. Freeze! Ningning shouted. Instantly, the woman in black froze in place. Puff! Yang Dingtian's flame feather directly pierced the woman in black's head in disbelief, and she died in an instant. Bang! At the same time, her sword hit Yang Dingtian's chest. It was like being hit by a 1,000-pound hammer. With a sharp pain, Yang Dingtian's vision suddenly turned black, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The moment Ningning froze the woman in black, the other 3 men suddenly recovered their movements. 2 of them rushed at Shimin Ningning, and the other one suddenly chopped at Yang Dingtian's head with his palm. Freeze! Ningning shouted, and the man who attacked Yang Dingtian was frozen. Kill! Yang Dingtian's flame feather cut off the man's head directly. At the same time, the other 2 men had rushed to Ningning's side. One was wearing a yellow robe, and the other had a hideous scar on his face. Puff! The yellow-robed man suddenly hit Ningning's back with his palm, and her delicate body was directly sent flying more than 10 meters away. She spat out a mouthful of blood in the air and hit the trunk hard. The other scarred man condensed a cold poisonous blade in his palm and shot it at Ningning's lower abdomen. Yang Dingtian was furious and rushed madly at the scarred man who shot the hidden weapon at Ningning. You're courting death. The scarred man sneered. He gently waved the sword in his hand, poured qi into it, and suddenly stabbed at Yang Dingtian's chest. The third move of the pig-killing swordsmanship cut off the head. Yang Dingtian's flame feather chopped down, but it was not the opponent's head that was chopped, but his sword. The scarred man sneered. His sword was filled with qi, so how could it be cut off by a person who had almost no qi? Bang! But the result made him speechless. His sword that was filled with qi was directly cut off by Yang Dingtian's flamed feather. Suddenly, he was shocked and angry. He kicked at Yang Dingtian's crotch. The sixth move of the pig-killing swordsmanship, cut off the limbs. Yang Dingtian waved the flamed feather and suddenly chopped at the man's right leg. The scarred man was shocked and wanted to retreat quickly. The other cold poisonous blade in his hand was shot at Yang Dingtian. Freeze! Ningning, who had just woken up, ignored the other man's pursuit and shouted. She used all her strength to freeze the scarred man. Suddenly, the scarred man was frozen again. Yang Dingtian's flame feather chopped down and instantly cut off his right leg, followed by the seventh move of the pig-killing swordsmanship, cut in two. The flame feather slanted upward and suddenly chopped down. The scarred man was cut into two pieces. Blood spurted out, and he died instantly. At the same time, his cold poisonous blade shot at Yang Dingtian's thigh. Yang Dingtian only felt his leg go numb, and instantly half of his body was almost unable to move. Of the four enemies, 3 were killed by Yang Dingtian. The last one was the yellow-robed man. Just when Yang Dingtian killed the scarred man, the sinister yellow-robed man flashed behind Ningning and suddenly chopped down with his palm. Ah! Ningning, who was caught off guard, cried out. Her delicate body flew out and collided with Yang Dingtian. A mouthful of blood sprayed on Yang Dingtian's face. Yang Dingtian hurriedly hugged Ningning and threw the flamed feather in his hand at the last enemy. The yellow-robed man should be the leader of the 4-man team, and also the strongest one. He directly caught Yang Dingtian's flamed feather in the air. His eyes lit up, and he said, "The flamed feather of the Black Sky Magic Phoenix is really a treasure. I just destroyed my weapon, thank you." Yang Dingtian hugged Ningning's delicate body and rolled on the ground. At this time, Ningning was already unconscious. Her face was like gold paper, and her eyes were like gold coins. Yang Dingtian used the last of his strength to take out a restoration pill and stuffed it into Ningning's mouth. The yellow-robed man slowly walked over with the flame feather in his hand. Looking at Ningning's graceful and seductive body, he revealed an evil light and said, "What an enchanting body. I can enjoy it before I kill you." Subsequently, he looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "However, I will have to kill you first." Yang Dingtian's whole body had been poisoned. His whole body was paralyzed, and he could not move. The yellow-robed man held the flame feather and approached step by step. Finally, he stood in front of Yang Dingtian and stabbed the flame feather in his hand at Yang Dingtian's head. "Wait." Yang Dingtian said, "I have a 6th-grade beast soul spiritual pill." The yellow-robed man paused and said, "Thank you for telling me. But I can still get it after I kill you." Then he stabbed the flame feather at Ning Quebec. "Wait." Yang Dingtian said, "I have 45 pieces of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold buried in a place. I can give them to you." The yellow-robed man's eyes suddenly lit up with incomparable greed. He looked at Shiman Ningning and immediately reached out to grab her clothes. "Well, tell me where the bloody black gold is, or she will beg for death." If she told him, she would die. If he did not tell him, Yang Dingtian did not want his dirty hands to touch Shiman Ningning. "It's in an abandoned mine." Yang Dingtian said, "However, 45 is only a small part of it. There are more inside, and only I know the way." "Really?" The yellow-robed man said, "Thank you so much. I can enjoy this woman first without killing her." Suddenly, the yellow-robed man's big hand directly grabbed at Ningning. Yang Dingtian's eyes were about to burst. A rush of blood rushed to the top of his head. Suddenly, the paralyzing cold poison in his body disappeared without a trace. "Ah!" Yang Dingtian roared, stretched out his limbs, and rushed at the scarred man. The man was not prepared and was directly pounced on by Yang Dingtian. Then, Yang Dingtian clenched his fist and hit the man's temple. "You're courting death." The scarred man was furious and hit Yang Dingtian's head with his fist. Freeze. At this critical moment, there seemed to be a force that woke Ningning up. She used the last of her qi to perform the freeze spell. Suddenly, the yellow-robed man's body was frozen and he could not move. Bang! Yang Dingtian hit the man's head with his fist. Then, he directly snatched the flame feather from the man's hand. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Yang Dingtian quickly cut off the man's limbs and tendons. Finally, the flame feather aimed at the man's lower abdomen and stabbed down. Ah! The yellow-robed man screamed. His whole body trembled crazily. The chi in his chi leaked out crazily. Suddenly, the yellow-robed man aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the muscles in his body quickly dried up. Humph! At this time, Ningning, who was almost out of oil, whispered and fainted again. Say, who sent you to kill us? Yang Dingtian asked sternly. Go to hell. The yellow-robed man suddenly straightened his body and opened his mouth to bite Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian grabbed a fallen dagger and stabbed it into the yellow-robed man's eyes. Ah! The yellow-robed man let out an earth-shattering scream. Say, who sent you to kill us? Yang Dingtian asked again. Go to hell. The yellow-robed man roared. Yang Dingtian stabbed the man's abdomen with the dagger. Ah! The other party screamed miserably. Say, who sent you to kill us? Yang Dingtian asked coldly, tell me, and I will give you a clean end. Young Master Qin, young Master Qin. The yellow-robed man trembled and said weakly. Qin Xiaobai? I will tear you to pieces. Yang Dingtian shouted the name coldly, and then stabbed the yellow-robed man's throat. Blood spurted. The yellow-robed man's body twitched a few times and died directly. After killing the yellow-robed man, Yang Dingtian hurriedly picked up Shiman Ningning and checked her breath. It was very weak and completely unconscious. Master, help me. How can I save Sister Ningning? Yang Dingtian quickly woke up Dongfang Minmi. Dongfang Minmi said, Child, don't be anxious. She has been poisoned by a type of cold poison. Others might be helpless against it, but it's different for you. You have 9 Yangxian veins, so your blood can cure almost any cold poison in the world, so you only need a few drops of your blood. After listening, Yang Dingtian immediately cut his wrist. Blood gushed out and he directly pressed it on Shiman Ningning's small mouth. The hot blood flowed into Ningning's small mouth, poured into her stomach, and then spread to the meridians in her body. 3 minutes later, Ningning's delicate body gradually recovered its temperature. She slowly opened her eyes and woke up. She was stunned at first, then suddenly pushed away Yang Dingtian's hand and said in shock, Little Tian, what are you doing? How can you bleed yourself? Thank God, I finally managed to save you. Yang Dingtian hugged Shiman Ningning in surprise. Ningning was hugged by him for a while, then gently broke free. She took out a kind of medicine bead from her bosom and gently rubbed it on the wound on Yang Dingtian's wrist. Suddenly, the cut on Yang Dingtian's wrist gradually coagulated and the bleeding stopped. Then, Ningning took out a 5th-grade wonder spirit pill from Yang Dingtian's bosom and fed it to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's whole body heated up, and the several internal injuries that were hit by the enemy were dissolved little by little. Does it still hurt? Where else do you feel uncomfortable? Although Ningning was still very weak, she looked at Yang Dingtian with concern and asked worriedly. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said with lingering fear, I was scared to death just now. What happened? When did they come? Ningning said, they came about an hour after you entered the abandoned mine. You know that my profound chi cultivation is very fast, almost faster than everyone, but my profound chi doesn't have any attack power. But I learned a kind of spirit-type profound skill. Although it can't attack the opponent, it can imprison the opponent and make them unable to move. Yang Dingtian was stunned. This kind of profound skill was really very powerful. Before Yang Dingtian arrived, Shiman Ningning was fighting against 4 people by herself. All 4 of them were immobilized, and they were immobilized for a few hours. I immobilized them for more than 6 hours. When you came, my profound chi was almost completely exhausted. Ningning said, if you came a little later, I would have died in their hands. But I told you to run, why didn't you run? Each of them is many times stronger than you. You are in danger, how can I run? I won't run even if I die. Yang Dingtian, what do you think now? The cold poison has been completely expelled, but there are still some internal injuries left. I'll be fine after taking the Wonder Panacea and adjusting my breathing, Ningning said. Your blood is really domineering. It directly suppressed and dissolved the cold poison in my body. However, if it wasn't for the fact that my profound chi had been exhausted, this kind of cold poison wouldn't have been able to do anything to me. Yang Dingtian asked, Sister Ningning, do you think Qin Xiaobai has discovered our identities and sent people to kill us? No. Ningning said if he had discovered our identities, he wouldn't have sent these 4 people. He would have sent even more powerful assassins. He just casually sent people to kill us because Qin Hongmian was once his prey and he abandoned her after he got tired of her. But if he didn't want a woman, no one else could touch her. Today, the 2 of us were together. He thought that Qin Hongmian had a new lover, so he sent people to kill us to completely satisfy his sick possessiveness. This person is really crazy. Yang Dingtian thought that if he came to Cloud Sky City, he would definitely bring a huge disaster. Ningning said, so, little Tian, you have to quickly become stronger. Don't let Cloud Sky City fall into the hands of this bastard. Alright, let's not talk about this disgusting person. Little Tian, what happened to you in the mine? Why did you come out so late? You made me worried. The 4 of them surrounded me. At that time, I hoped that you would come out, but I also hoped that you wouldn't. A lot of things happened in the mine. Immediately, Yang Dingtian told her everything that had happened, including the 10,000-year-old bloody black gold mine, the Lord of the Deep Abyss, Zhao Wuji's death, and the fiery earth dragon. There really is 10,000-year-old bloody black gold? That's a treasure of heaven and earth. Ningning said in surprise. Then, she looked at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes. But, why did you tell me this secret? You should know that the 10,000-year-old bloody black gold will make the whole world go crazy. No matter which sect it is, they will want it. You shouldn't have told me. Yang Dingtian looked at her and said, if I can't even trust the people closest to me, then what's the point of a treasure of heaven and earth? Ningning's face turned red, and her expression suddenly became gentle. Then, the 2 of them were immersed in a strange atmosphere, and they were silent. After a few minutes, Yang Dingtian broke the silence and said, Sister Ningning, is what Zhao Wuji said true? Is there really a Millennium Owl sealed in the depths of Horror Mountain Village's dungeon? I don't know. Ningning shook her head and said, no one has ever heard of a Millennium Owl in Horror Mountain Village. However, no one will say anything when they catch a Millennium Owl, because it will cause countless people to fight over it. The sealed Millennium Owl is completely a top-grade demonic beast with a martial soul. Shiman Ningning continued, however, I did hear that many experts from the Zhao family died 300 years ago. Their previous castle was in the extreme south, and it was a very comfortable and rich area. 300 years ago, they moved to the Black Fire Mountain Range and built Horror Mountain Village there. The environment there is very bad, and many people don't understand why. If it's because there's a Millennium Owl sealed there, then it makes sense. Hearing Ningning's words, there might really be an Millennium Owl in Horror Mountain Village. Sister Ningning, how much do you know about Horror Mountain Village? Yang Dingtian asked. Ningning thought for a while and said, more than 20 years ago, Horror Mountain Village was a very powerful force. It had a territory of 300 miles and thousands of warriors. They even fought with Cloud Sky City many times. The village master, Zhao Xingyang, was only 1 step away from becoming a master. His eldest son, Zhao Wuji, was a martial arts genius. It was very likely that he would become a master before the age of 45. The Northwest Qin family was worried that Horror Mountain Village would rise in Zhao Wuji's hands and threaten the Qin family's position, so they supported the ambitious Zhao Wuji. They murdered Zhao Xingyang and Zhao Wuji and made Zhao Wuji the village master of Horror Mountain Village. After Zhao Wuji took over, his brothers, cousins, and uncles were not convinced. With the help of the Northwest Qin clan, Zhao Wuji killed all those who opposed him. In this way, Zhao Wuji was able to secure the position of village master, but the strength of the village also plummeted. It went from being a first-rate force in the western mainland to a third-rate force. It completely became a vassal of the Northwest Qin family. Yang Dingtian asked, what about Zhao Wuji's son? Shiman Ningning said, his name is Zhao Mu. He's very talented in martial arts, even surpassing his father. However, he's licentious and lecherous. For years ago, when he was traveling outside, he met a beautiful woman. Because of that, he had an evil intention and flirted with her. In the end, he was severely injured by that woman. The yin qi in his body surrounded him, and his cultivation was destroyed. He became a useless person. Oh right, do you know who that woman is? Seeing Ningning's slightly mischievous gaze, Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat, but he shook his head and said that he didn't know. It's your fiancé, Dongfang Bingling. Shimin Ningning smiled. Dongfang Bingling? Yang Dingtian was surprised. He didn't expect that this was related to Dongfang Bingling. Ningning smiled and said, your fiancé is really an extremely domineering person. After making the young master of Horror Mountain Village a useless person, Lord Qin even took Zhao Wuji to the immeasurable mountain to ask for forgiveness. Zhao Wuji knelt in front of the Yinyang school for 3 days and 3 nights. Yang Dingtian clicked his tongue again. Although he felt that the Yinyang school was supreme before, he didn't really experience it. However, after coming to the Western continent, he deeply felt the domineering dominance of the Northwest Qin family. However, such a domineering Northwest Qin family was so respectful in front of the Yinyang school. From this, it could be seen how high the Yinyang school's status was. For years ago, Dongfang Bingling was only 16 years old, but she was able to make Zhao Mu a useless person with one palm. What was Zhao Mu's cultivation then? Yang Dingtian asked. Shimin Ningning said, the same as Shimin Yan now. Yang Dingtian gasped. Dongfang Bingling 4 years ago was already so powerful. How powerful would Dongfang Bingling be 5 years later? Now you know how powerful your fiancé is, right? Shimin Ningning smiled and said, she is known as the #1 genius in 400 years, the person who is most likely to reach the peak of the martial saint realm in 400 years. However, thinking about Dongfang Bingling now was a bit too far away. The most important thing now was to get the electric-type demon core. Even if Horror Mountain Village had the Millennium Owl was too powerful. Even if Horror Mountain Village was reduced to a third-rate force, it was still a dangerous place for Yang Dingtian. Sister Ningning, other than Horror Mountain Village, is there any other place where there might be an electric-type demon beast? Yang Dingtian asked. Shimin Ningning shook her head and said, electric-type demon beasts are too rare. In these few thousand miles, I definitely know the most about demon beasts, but I don't know where there are electric-type demon beasts. The most likely place to have an electric-type demon beast is in the deep sea, tens of thousands of miles away. However, that place is impossible to set foot in unless one is a top-notch expert. It is many times more dangerous than Horror Mountain Village. So you're saying that if we want to get the electric-type demon core, we have to go to Horror Mountain Village and take the risk? Yang Dingtian asked. Ningning frowned and said, Little Tian, do you have to get the electric-type demon core? I have to get it, and I have to get it within 4 days. Otherwise, I will be expelled from Cloud Sky City in 5 days, Yang Dingtian said. Ningning said awkwardly, but even if Zhao Wuji is telling the truth and there is a Millennium Owl in Horror Mountain Village, it will be difficult for us to get its demon core. Not to mention that Horror Mountain Village itself is a gloomy and terrifying place. Why would they give the Millennium Owl to us? Even if they gave it to us, it is a Millennium Owl. Even a Master Realm expert might not be able to kill it. Yes, this seemed like an impossible mission. Of course, I'm just saying what I think. The decision is still up to you, Ningning said softly. No matter what decision you make, I will support you. No matter how dangerous it is, I will go with you. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly softened and warmed. He asked, Sister Ningning, what is Horror Mountain Village's attitude towards the Qin family? They respect and fear them, Shimin Ningning said. Right now, Horror Mountain Village is completely a lackey of the Northwest Qin family. Although Qin Hongmian is only a distant relative of the Qin family, Horror Mountain Village doesn't dare to offend her. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and thought for 10 minutes before opening them. He took a deep breath and said, let's go to Horror Mountain Village. Even if it is a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, we have to go. For the electric-type demon nucleus, for the breakthrough, and for the elimination battle in 5 days. Yang Dingtian had to go. The Millennium Owl in the Horror Mountain Village was his only chance. Even though the Millennium Owl was too powerful to be described with words. Ningning smiled gently. Okay, I'll go with you. But we have to wait for a few hours. I need to adjust my breathing and recover my qi. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be curious. He asked, Sister Ningning, what's your qi level now? It's stronger than Shimen Yan, but not as strong as your 2 talented wives. Ningning said, and when it comes to fighting, I can't even beat an apprentice warrior. The 2 talented wives she was talking about were naturally Shimen Yan and Dongfang Bingling. Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly. In the next few hours, Ningning closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing. Yang Dingtian also adjusted his breathing and took a full recovery pill. His injuries were completely healed. During this period of time, not a single person appeared in the vicinity of the mine, not even a single demonic beast. When it was almost dawn, Ningning finished adjusting her breathing. Her injuries were almost healed, and her qi was partially recovered. She was very clean, and the first thing she wanted to do after adjusting her breathing was to take a bath. So she looked around for a spring or a pond where she could take a bath. She was very lucky to find a hot spring on the mountain. She immediately cheered. Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. He turned around and heard a splash behind him. Ningning jumped into the hot spring. They took a bath one after another, washed their clothes, dried them with fire, and put them on. Yang Dingtian put on his mask again and put on his snow-white robe, turning back into the handsome Ning Quebec Shimen. Ningning also dressed up as Qin Hongmian again. At this time, the sky was slightly bright. It was almost dawn. They went down the mountain and rode to the Horror Mountain village. Sister Ningning, I still have 45 pieces of bloody black gold buried in the mine. Is it safe? Yang Dingtian suddenly asked before getting on the horse. Ningning frowned and said, it's not safe. Bloody black gold is too attractive to metal-eating beasts. As time passes, even gold-eating beasts from far away might be attracted here. But it's even more impossible to bring it to Horror Mountain village. Not to mention that it weighs nearly 500 kilograms, it's a treasure of heaven and earth. It will attract the greed of others. Yang Dingtian said, we can't send them back to Cloud Sky City before going to Horror Mountain village. I'm afraid we won't make it in time. Ningning seemed to be struggling and hesitating. She then looked at Yang Dingtian and said softly, Little Tian, big sister has a secret that I can't tell you right now, so I'll give you something. Don't be surprised. Next, Ningning gently pinched her index finger and gently inserted profound qi. Suddenly, a simple and unadorned ring appeared on her white and slender jade finger. She gently handed the ring to Yang Dingtian and gently said, put the bloody black gold into this ring. Yang Dingtian was shocked. He took the ring and immediately felt a strong and mysterious power. How could 500 kilograms of bloody black gold be put into this small ring? There was no space ring in this world. Whether it was from Dongfang Minmi or many books, there was no mention of space rings. This is a space storage ring. It's about 1 meter square and can hold your 45 pieces of bloody black gold, Ningning said softly. It really was a space ring. Yang Dingtian said with a face full of surprise, Big sister Ningning, I thought there was no space ring in this world? Ningning directly put the ring on Yang Dingtian's finger and said softly, Big sister has a secret. When the time comes, Big sister will definitely tell you. But I can't tell you now, so you can just take it and use it. Yang Dingtian said, but this thing is so precious. How can you give it to me? I'll leave the 45 pieces of bloody black gold with Big sister for now. Big sister is lending it to you. You can return it to Big sister in the future, Ningning said softly. Yang Dingtian gently stroked the ring and couldn't help but ask, do Uncle Shimen and Yan Yan know about this ring? Ningning shook her head softly. Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. If that was the case, Ningning's identity would be a huge secret. She was definitely not an orphan adopted by Shimen Wuya. She must have a special purpose for coming to Cloud Sky City. Big sister Ningning, I don't care what your real identity is. I only know that you won't harm me. You're the person closest to me, and that's enough, Yang Dingtian said. Good boy. Ningning said softly. Then, she gently touched Yang Dingtian's cheek with her small hand. Then, Yang Dingtian brought Ningning into the mine and dug out the bag of bloody black gold. Then, to his surprise, he watched as Ningning put the pieces of bloody black gold into the ring and disappeared. He didn't expect there to be space rings in this world. This really didn't make any sense. Actually, the bloody black gold isn't in the ring. It's in a special space, Ningning said softly. Ningning explained softly, it's just that this ring is a medium to go to that special space. Then, this ring is a small time portal, Yang Dingtian said in surprise. Suddenly, he was even more curious about the secret behind this world. Big sister Ningning, is there a second space ring in this world? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask. Ningning shook her head and said, I don't know, but I don't think so. After storing the 45 pieces of bloody black gold, Ningning gently touched the ring and it disappeared from Yang Dingtian's finger. If you want to summon the ring, you just have to touch its position and inject some celestial qi, then you can feel it with your heart, Ningning said. Yang Dingtian tried and summoned the space ring easily. He looked at Ningning and said, when we return to Cloud Sky City, I'll return it to big sister Ningning. What's the rush? Ningning said softly, wear it until you don't need it anymore. Although big sister doesn't have the right to give it to you, I can lend it to you indefinitely. Yang Dingtian's heart warmed. He wanted to say something, but he found that he couldn't say anything. In this world, there were two women who had deep entanglements with him. One was Dongfang Bingling, and the other was Shimin Yanyan. Both of them were peerless beauties, the world's peerless twins. Dongfang Bingling was his master's choice, and Shimin Yanyan was Shimin Wuya's choice. Although as a man, Yang Dingtian had been attracted to them before, these two peerless twins were not his choice. Shimin Ningning, who was in front of him, was not as beautiful as Yan Yan and Dongfang Bingling. But her shyness, gentleness, naivety, tolerance, wisdom, and selflessness deeply touched Yang Dingtian. So it could be said that if he could choose, Shimin Ningning would be the best match. However, Yang Dingtian was really not qualified to say this, so he didn't say it. Yang Dingtian and Shimin Ningning rode horses to the Horror Mountain village in the south as Ning Ke and Qin Hongmian. They set off in the morning and trekked for a whole day. When it was dark, they arrived at the notorious Horror Mountain village. The Horror Mountain village was built in the depths of the Black Valley. The whole village was surrounded by an arc-shaped magma abyss, which was thousands of meters wide. There was only a 3-meter-wide stone path leading to the village. One man could hold back 10,000 men. At this time, Yang Dingtian and Ningning were at the entrance of the 3-meter-wide stone path. They looked at the entire Horror Mountain village, which was shrouded in a layer of black fog, which looked even more gloomy. Who are you? Two warriors hidden in black cloaks shouted coldly. The black crossbows in their hands were aimed at Yang Dingtian and Shimin Ningning. Qin Hongmian, daughter of the Crimson Stone Fort Master from the Northwest Qin family, Ningning said arrogantly. The two warriors quickly put away the black crossbows and bowed. They said, Miss Qin, please wait a moment. I will report to the village. Then, one of the warriors whistled. A crow flew from not far away and landed in the warrior's hand. The warrior said a few words to the crow that Yang Dingtian couldn't understand. Then the crow flapped its wings and flew toward the Horror Mountain village. More than 10 minutes later, a group of warriors in black walked out of the village with a man in a red robe. They walked toward Yang Dingtian and Shimin Ningning, together with a luxurious carriage without a roof. Jiaomu of the Horror Mountain village welcomes Miss Qin. The man in the red robe bowed and said, Your presence brings light to the Horror Mountain village. Please get in the carriage. He was Jiaomu, the young master of the Horror Mountain village. He was really handsome. His eyebrows were frivolous, which showed that he had drunk too much. Ningning nodded at Jiaomu and arrogantly stepped into the luxurious carriage. Let's go in, Jiaomu ordered and immediately led Yang Dingtian and Ningning into the Horror Mountain village. At night, Jiaomu hosted a banquet and personally accompanied them. Horror Mountain village was indeed a vassal of the Northwest Qin family. Although Qin Hongmian was a distant branch of the Qin family, Jiaomu still tried to please her. He was a lecherous man. Other than occasionally glancing at Ningning's enchanting body, he spent most of the time sitting upright. However, the strange thing was that Yang Dingtian and Ningning didn't see any other important members of the Horror Mountain village during the entire process. From the beginning to the end, only Jiaomu accompanied them. It was as if he didn't want Yang Dingtian and Shimin Ningning to see other people in the village, or he didn't want other people to know about Yang Dingtian and Shimin Ningning. However, Jiaomu's behavior toward them was indeed very flattering. Throughout the whole banquet, he flattered the two almost all the time. First, he talked about how Qin Hongmian was a lofty mountain, Then he talked about how beautiful and noble Qin Hongmian was, and then he talked about how Ning Ke was a dragon and phoenix among men. Even if Yang Dingtian and Shiman Ningning were indifferent and didn't respond, he was still very attentive. At the end of the banquet, Zhao Mu asked, "Mr. Ning, Miss Qin, is there anything that I can do for you this time?" "As long as I can do it, I won't refuse." "Nothing much. I brought Ning Lang home to meet my father and Uncle Lord. We traveled around and happened to pass by your place. I heard that the architecture of Horror Mountain Village is amazing, so I came to take a look," Ningning said. Ningning said. This was their plan. First, they would use Qin Hongmian's identity to request a tour of Horror Mountain Village. They would use Ningning's beast speaker talent to confirm if there were any night owls. If there were, where exactly were they sealed? Logically, the Millennium Owl should be sealed in the depths of the dungeon, just like Yarao in Cloud Sky City. Therefore, without arousing Zhao Mu's suspicion, they would find a way to let Ningning enter the dungeon of Horror Mountain Village tomorrow. "No problem. I will personally bring the two of you around the entire village tomorrow," Zhao Mu said. "However, my village is simple and can't be compared to Qin City. I hope the two of you won't be disappointed." "I'm just looking around," Ningning said. Ningning said, "Alright, I'm a little tired after a day of traveling. Prepare a room for us to rest in." "Yes." Zhao Mu quickly stood up and said, "I will immediately ask my wife to prepare the best room for the two of you. However, our village is simple and crude. Please forgive us for any neglect." Then, Zhao Mu said, "Wanru, bring Miss Qin and Mr. Ning to the best guest room to rest." "Yes." A gentle female voice was heard. Then, a plump and beautiful young woman walked in. "Esteemed guests, please follow me," the young woman said to Yang Dingtian and Ning Lang. Zhao Mu said, "Have a good rest. I will come and greet you tomorrow morning." "Thank you," Yang Dingtian said. Then, he and Ningning followed the young woman to the Phoenix Perch restaurant to rest. They passed through a garden, went around a long corridor, and walked through a deep alley. "Little sister Hongmian, why don't you recognize me?" the young woman in front suddenly said with a strange tone. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Could it be that Zhao Mu's wife knew Qin Hongmian? That would be bad. "It's you who doesn't recognize me," Ningning said evasively. "Are you still blaming me for stealing third young master?" The young woman said. "After that heartless man got my body, he abandoned me after half a month. Then, he sent me to Horror Mountain Village to marry Zhao Mu, that useless person." "Don't mention Qin Xiaobai to me," Qin Hongmian said coldly. The young woman in front giggled and said, "What's wrong? You were very infatuated with that heartless man back then." Along the way, Yang Dingtian was on guard. Fortunately, the young woman didn't say anything else. The Phoenix Perch restaurant was an independent attic in a small courtyard. Inside, there were clusters of flowers and brocade. It was indeed the best place in the entire Horror Mountain Villa. This used to be Zhao Wuji's daughter, Zhao Shouer's bedroom. "It is the best place to stay in Horror Mountain Village. I tried to stay here several times, but I wasn't allowed," the young woman said. "This place is very quiet. You can do whatever you want at night. However, I heard that this embroidery building is haunted. Little sister Hongmian, be careful that the female ghost seduces your beautiful husband," the plump young woman said coquettishly. "Alright, you can go now," Ningning said impatiently. "Are you that impatient?" The young woman laughed. When she passed by Yang Dingtian, she cast a coquettish glance and said coquettishly, "Little sister, you have such good taste. Where did you find such a beautiful husband? It really makes my heart itch." "Qin Wanru, don't behave atrociously here," Ningning said. "Hee hee." The young woman laughed coquettishly. She walked out and said, "Don't worry, I won't steal your man again." When she walked to the door, the young woman suddenly turned around and said, "Little sister Hongmian, how did your teeth become so beautiful? Each one of them is like a pearl. They weren't so beautiful before." After she finished speaking, the young woman left immediately. "What does she mean?" Yang Dingtian said. Because he was worried that someone was eavesdropping outside, he didn't say it directly. It seemed like Madame Zhao, Qin Wanru, knew Qin Hongmian, but he didn't know how close their relationship was. If they were very close, she might be able to see through Ningning's flaws. I don't know, Ningning said, but even if I have suspicions, I can't confirm it. Seeing Yang Dingtian looking outside vigilantly, Ningning said, don't worry, there's no one eavesdropping outside now. Ningning's divine sense was very sharp. When she was in Cloud Sky City, as long as someone just walked into her valley, she would immediately know. Do you know this Qin Wanru? Yang Dingtian asked. I know this person, but I've never seen her before, Ningning said. She's a close relative of the Northwest Qin family. Compared to Qin Hongmian, her bloodline is closer to the Northwest Qin family. However, I didn't know that she married into Horror Mountain Village. Yang Dingtian asked, then is this Qin Wanru familiar with Qin Hongmian? I don't know, Ningning said. The two definitely know each other, but I don't know how close their relationship is. Qin Wanru's parents hold mid-level positions in Qin City, but Qin Hongmian is in Crimson Stone Castle, which is thousands of miles away. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, since it's here, let's take it as it comes. No matter what, we'll follow the original plan tomorrow and confirm if there are any night owls. Ningning said, we'll deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. When necessary, we'll act according to the situation. Tonight, take a bath and have a good sleep. After taking a bath, Ningning went straight to bed and crawled into bed. Let's sleep. We still have to fight a battle of wits and courage with that fox Xiaomu tomorrow. I'll sleep on the floor, Yang Dingtian said. Qin Hongmian isn't a pure girl. How can she not sleep in the same bed as her lover? Ningning said. Yang Dingtian immediately climbed onto the bed as well. Sister Ningning, let's sleep with our clothes on, Yang Dingtian said. This way, if anything happens at night, we can take action in time. Qin Wanru said that this small building is haunted, and there aren't any maids around the entire small building. This isn't normal. This will make you look guilty and arouse suspicion, Ningning said. Although Yang Dingtian's eyes were closed, it was obvious he wasn't asleep and was full of vigilance. She immediately said softly, Xiao Tian, don't worry and sleep. Sister will know if there's even the slightest sign of trouble. Yang Dingtian absolutely believed this, but no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't sleep. Your heart is in a mess. Can't sleep? Ningning asked in the darkness. The men, Yang Dingtian said. Ningning sat up and hugged Yang Dingtian's head in her arms, letting the back of his head rest on her body. Her lily-white hands gently massaged his temples and head. As she massaged, she softly hummed a moving tune. Her small hands seemed to have a magical power. Soon, Yang Dingtian fell into a deep sleep and didn't even dream. I died so miserably I died so miserably Yang Dingtian was immersed in the sweetest sleep in the past 2 years when he was suddenly awakened by a mournful cry. Yang Dingtian suddenly opened his eyes. Suddenly, he saw a floating woman's face. It was deathly pale, her eyes were green, and she was bleeding from her 7 orifices. There was only a face and long hair. There was no body. She just floated on Yang Dingtian's bed. The cry was miserable and gloomy. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt his hair stand on end and the hair on his back stood up. Sister Ningning. Yang Dingtian reached out to grab Ningning, but what he grabbed was a cold little hand, as if she was dead. Yang Dingtian was shocked. He stared at the female ghost and asked, Who are you? What did you do to Sister Ningning? I am Zhao Shou'er. I died so miserably. The shadowless female ghost said mournfully, Say your name. Are you my enemy? Say your name. My name is Ning Quebec, Yang Dingtian said. No, you are lying. You are not Ning K. The female ghost said sternly, You are lying. You must be the one who killed me. I will kill you, I will kill you. Suddenly, 2 black smoke ropes rushed out from the darkness and wrapped around Yang Dingtian's neck. He suddenly felt suffocated. I died so miserably. I will kill you. You are my enemy. Suddenly, the suffocation grew stronger. He wanted to break free from the ropes around his neck and desperately grabbed with his hands. However, he couldn't grab anything. It was an invisible rope. Dead, dead. You are lying. I will kill you. The woman laughed shrilly. Her voice made people shudder. Stop. Suddenly, Ningning's clear voice sounded. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's suffocation disappeared completely. How dare you show off in front of an expert with such a weak spiritual skill? You are asking for death. Ningning said coldly. Then, she stared at a foot away from the head of the bed and grabbed at the air. Ah! Suddenly, the headless female ghost let out a blood-curdling scream. Then, the scene in front of her changed. The female ghost with only a face suddenly turned into a strange little demon beast. At this moment, it was grabbed by Ningning's small hand. It struggled with all its might and screamed. This demon beast was very strange. It had the wings of a bat and the body of a snake. However, it had a face very similar to a human's. This is a spiritual demon beast. It is called a human-faced demon. Ningning said, it is very, very rare. It is one of the rarest demon beasts in the world. I didn't expect Horror Mountain Village to have it. Yang Dingtian looked at the human-faced demon and said, this little thing is so powerful. Spiritual attacks can cause people to hallucinate. It is completely impossible to guard against, especially when one's spiritual defense is at its weakest during sleep. Ningning said, it seems that the so-called ghost legend was created by this little thing. It must have been sent to test our identities. Do you want to live? Ningning stared at the human-faced demon and asked. The little beast desperately nodded, but it could not speak. The female ghost's words were just an illusion created by the human brain. The demon beast itself could not speak. I added 3 spiritual shackles in your brain. If you want to live, do you know how to report it? Ningning asked. Just say that you scared us so much that we fainted. The human-faced demon quickly nodded. Then, it opened its eyes wide and looked at Ningning pitifully, begging for mercy. Also, I want to ask you something. Is there a Millennium Owl in Horror Mountain Village? Ningning asked. The human-faced demon suddenly opened its eyes wide. After a pause, it quickly shook its head. Ningning's beautiful eyes focused. A wave of spiritual power surged out. Suddenly, the human-faced demon's body twisted in the air and let out a painful scream. Is there a Millennium Owl? Ningning continued to ask. The human-faced demon quickly nodded. There really was a Millennium Owl. Is it locked in the depths of the cave? Ningning asked. The human-faced demon quickly nodded. Where is the entrance to the cave? Ningning asked. The human-faced demon waved its claws and made a strange squeaking sound. Got it. Go report it. Ningning let go of her hand. The human-faced demon flapped its wings and escaped. It said that the entrance to the cave is in the center tower of Horror Mountain Village, Ningning said. P.S. Brothers, bosses, do you dare to give me a few recommendation votes? It said that the entrance to the crypt is in the central tower of the entire Horror Mountain Village, Ningning said. Horror Mountain Village was very big, at least 2,000 to 3,000 acres. The entire village was uneven, and the center was too difficult to find. There were countless towers in the entire Horror Mountain Village. Yang Dingtian had seen at least a dozen of them along the way. Which one was the entrance to the crypt of the Millennium Owl? We need a map of Horror Mountain Village. Yang Dingtian said, only then can we find the absolute center of the village. But this will definitely arouse Zhao Mu's suspicion. Don't worry, I have a way, Ningning said. Then she got up from the bed and walked barefoot to the window. She opened the 2 windows and looked up at the night sky. Yang Dingtian walked forward and put his clothes on her delicate body. Ningning closed her eyes and gently stretched her hand out of the window. She was softly chanting a beautiful spiritual language. About 5 minutes later, a night-eye bird flew out of the darkness and landed on Ningning's palm. Ningning opened her beautiful eyes and gently stroked the bird. She said, next, this night-eye bird will become my eyes and watch the entire Horror Mountain Village from the sky. This way, I will be able to find the center. But during this time, all my energy will be focused on this night-eye bird. Don't let anything disturb me or touch me. Otherwise, my energy will be destroyed. Yang Dingtian was shocked. He pulled out the flame feather with a solemn expression and guarded beside Ningning. He said, I will guard beside you. I won't let anyone disturb you unless I die. Ningning smiled gently and then held the night-eye bird in front of her eyes. She stared at it quietly, as if she wanted to pour all her energy into this small night-eye bird. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. The night-eye bird's eyes became brighter and brighter, and Ningning's eyes became more and more blurred and mysterious. Then, Ningning suddenly let go of her hands. The night-eye bird spread its wings and flew out. It broke through the darkness and flew into the sky, circling above the mountain village. The beast speaker was actually so powerful and mysterious. Yang Dingtian held the flame feather in his hand and looked at the darkness outside, as if he was facing a great enemy. Every day felt like a year, and he was afraid that something would happen. Creak, a few minutes later, with a bird cry, the night-eye bird rushed out of the darkness again and flew back to Ningning's little hand. Nothing happened in the end. Ningning's beautiful eyes gradually regained their luster. Then, she took out a small pill and put it into the bird's mouth as its reward. The night bird ate the pill happily and then pecked Ningning's palm affectionately. Go. Ningning said gently. The night bird flapped its wings and flew away from her palm, disappearing into the darkness. Ningning quickly took a pen and paper and drew the general shape of Horror Mountain Village. Horror Mountain Village is round. Half of it is fiery red soil, and the other half is a green pond. There were countless towers in the villa, but there were 6 tallest ones. 5 of them were distributed at the 5 corners of the villa, forming the shape of a pentagram. In the center is the tallest tower, called the tomb. It is where the Zhao family's bones are buried. Ningning pointed to the center of the image and said, the crypt where the Millennium Owl is imprisoned is under the tomb tower. It is very heavily guarded. Unless Zhao Mu takes us there, we can't enter at all. Yang Dingtian looked at the shape of the Horror Mountain Village on the map. Most of it was fiery land, and most of it was pond water. This was the Hafing and Hafyang land that Shiwu Piaoyan had mentioned. Looking at the 5 towers in the picture, they were in the shape of a pentagram. Hafing and Hafyang, similar to the Tai Chi on Earth. Together with the pentagonal towers, they formed a natural yin-yang 5-element formation. The tomb tower in the center was the center of the yin-yang 5-element formation. Yang Dingtian was ecstatic. This was a natural, perfect yin-yang 5-element formation. Originally, he had been hunting for demon nuclei during this time and had not had time to find a place to set up the formation. However, a place to set up the formation was very necessary. Without a place where yin and yang intersected, there was no way to set up the yin-yang 5-element formation. Even if there was a place where yin and yang intersected, it still depended on the size of the formation and whether it was strong or not. If the formation was not big enough and strong enough, the amount of heaven and earth mystic qi that could be condensed would be very little. It would not be enough for Yang Dingtian to break through to become a 6-star mystic martial artist. Now, a yin-yang 5-element formation was in front of him. He had searched high and low for it, only to find it without any effort. How could Yang Dingtian not be surprised? Perhaps the Horror Mountain Village itself was a large formation built to seal the Millennium Owl. However, at this time it had become the best place for Yang Dingtian to set up the formation. At this time, he had 4 demon nuclei and the yin-yang 5-element formation. All that was left was an electric demon nucleus. In the brain of the Millennium Owl, there was an electric demon nucleus. Perhaps it was the only electric demon nucleus within 10,000 miles. Even if the Millennium Owl is sealed, it is still very powerful. Logically speaking, as long as we enter the Horror Mountain Village, we should be able to smell its aura. However, I can't smell it now because of this tomb tower. This tower is the burial place of the strong warriors of the Horror Mountain Village. The yin qi is very strong and completely covers the aura of the Millennium Owl. Ningning said, okay, go back to sleep. Tomorrow, we will enter the tomb tower and find a way to find the entrance to the crypt to find the Millennium Owl. Then, Ningning took off the clothes on her body and crawled under the blanket. Oh right, Sister Ning, when this little thing returns to its master, will it betray us? Yang Dingtian asked. No, all spiritual beasts are not loyal. They will listen to whoever is stronger. I believe that within a few thousand miles of this place, there won't be a spiritual beast speaker stronger than me. Ningning said, go to sleep. We have big things to do tomorrow. At this time, there were still 2.5 days to the Yin Yang festival. The next morning, Zhao Mu came to greet Yang Dingtian. After breakfast, he accompanied Yang Dingtian and Ningning to tour the entire Horror Mountain village. Ningning did not look happy the whole time, as if she was still afraid of the nightmare last night. As they toured the entire Horror Mountain village, she showed a disdainful expression. However, Zhao Mu was not unhappy at all. Instead, he explained even more attentively. Along the way, Yang Dingtian saw many tall towers. However, there were 5 that were especially tall and had different colors. They were fiery red, ice blue, wind gray, gold, and transparent and colorless. The 5 towers were placed in the corners of the Horror Mountain village and formed a 5-pointed star, representing the 5 elements. God, this was really a natural yin-yang 5 elements formation. It was thousands of acres large. However, 300 years ago, the owner of the Horror Mountain village built this formation to cooperate with the Yin Tomb Tower to seal and suppress the Millennium L. Now, it was the best place for Yang Dingtian to break through. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was even more eager to get the Millennium L's electric demon nucleus. After touring for more than 2 hours, they finally walked to the center of the Horror Mountain village according to the original plan. Yang Dingtian could not help but ask the 100-meter-tall tower not far away, "Young master, this tower is probably the tallest building in the Horror Mountain village. What is it used for?" Zhao Mu said respectfully, "This is the Tomb Tower. It is the burial place of our ancestors." The Tomb Tower. The entrance to the crypt where the Millennium Owl was imprisoned was inside. They had to find a way to enter. Yang Dingtian immediately revealed a respectful expression and said, "So this is the residence of young Manor Lord's ancestor. The 2 of us have disturbed you during your visit to the manor. We must go in and pay our respects. Young Manor Lord, please lead the way." Zhao Mu hurriedly said, "We don't dare. You 2 are of noble status. How can you do this? Horror Mountain Village cannot be so disrespectful to you 2 distinguished guests." "Ning Lang, what's so good about that place?" Ningning said softly, "I'm not going." Yang Dingtian, who was playing the role of Ning Ke, glared at her. Ningning, who was playing the role of Qin Hongmian, quickly said, "Okay, let's go." "Zhao Mu, lead the way." But Zhao Mu was in a dilemma. "Just lead the way. What are you waiting for?" Ningning scolded, "Is there something shameful inside? Do you 2 really want to go?" Zhao Mu asked. Ningning was about to get angry again. Yang Dingtian hurriedly said, "If we don't go, the elders will say that we have no manners." "Okay then, please," Zhao Mu said. Then, he led Yang Dingtian and Ningning to the 100-meter-tall tomb tower. The 100-meter-tall tomb tower looked even more majestic up close. At this time, the door was closed, but there was still a cold aura faintly passing through. In the surrounding square, hundreds of guards were on alert. There were also countless giant poisonous arrows hidden in various places. It could be said that the tomb tower was definitely the most heavily guarded place in the entire Horror Mountain village. Zhao Mu went forward and knocked on the door gently. "Who is it?" An indifferent and old voice came from inside. The owner of the voice was definitely a master. "It's me," Zhao Mu said. With a creak, the huge wooden door slowly opened. Suddenly, a cold aura surged out, causing people to feel cold all over and their vision to turn slightly dark. As for the wide-open door, it was as dark as the mouth of a demon. "Both of you, please," Zhao Mu bowed and said. Yang Dingtian and Ningning took a deep breath, then stepped into the huge tomb tower. The moment they stepped in, the surrounding air became cold. The temperature inside was at least 10 degrees colder than outside. Ningning's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. After entering, Yang Dingtian and Ningning couldn't help but exclaim when they looked up. This 100-meter-tall tower didn't have floors. There was only one floor, and it was 100 meters tall from top to bottom. That wasn't all. The entire tower's walls were densely packed with coffins. This was a pentagonal tower. On the 5 walls, there was a huge black coffin 5 meters apart. Half of it was exposed outside, and the other half was buried in the tower's walls. Hundreds of huge black coffins were suspended on the 5 walls, layer by layer. Each coffin contained a corpse. After stepping into the ceremony, they were completely surrounded by coffins and corpses. They couldn't help but tremble all over. Their limbs were cold, and they were suppressed to the point where they couldn't breathe. Ningning slowly closed her beautiful eyes and released her mental strength to search for the Millennium L's aura. The yin qi here was extremely dense. Hundreds of powerhouses' corpses were needed to suppress the Millennium L's aura. However, there was definitely a trace of its aura. If she knew where to feel the Millennium L's aura, then the crypt's entrance must be there. Ningning pretended to be suppressed and afraid. She walked around the 1,000-square-meter tower in surprise. She looked up at the hundreds of hanging coffins and exclaimed. However, all her mental strength was searching for the Millennium L's aura. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, although Ningning's actions were somewhat disrespectful, Xiaomu didn't stop her. Instead, he bowed and stood aside. When she passed by a brick, Ningning's footsteps paused slightly. Her expression changed slightly. Found it. It was here. It was the brick under her feet. Shima Ningning had already felt a strong surge of energy. Even the dancing qi in the tower couldn't suppress it. There was no doubt that this was the aura of the Millennium L. Moreover, this was also the center of the entire tomb tower. The Millennium L was right below. P.S. Have a good weekend, please recommend me, bosses, *************. The Millennium L was right below them. At that moment, Xiaomu noticed the strange look on Ningning's face. His expression changed slightly and a chill flashed across his face. Yang Dingtian quickly said, Hongmian, don't be so disrespectful. Quickly kneel down and pay your respects. He must not arouse Xiaomu's suspicion. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to get the electric-type demon core, but he would also die here. Oh. Ningning reluctantly knelt down with Yang Dingtian and kowtowed 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Then, Yang Dingtian and Ningning stood up and wanted to leave first. They would think of a way to sneak into the tower at night and open the entrance to the dungeon to find the Millennium L. However, at that moment, the stone slab under their feet suddenly cracked open and a hole appeared. Yang Dingtian and Ningning suddenly fell. Then, an extremely hot aura hit them in the face. Yang Dingtian and Ningning kept falling and the surroundings became hotter and hotter. It was an extremely huge cave abyss with a diameter of a few thousand meters. Thick and solid rocks formed a dome that supported the entire Horror Mountain village below. In other words, the bottom of the Horror Mountain village was empty. 10,000 meters below was a bottomless magma sea that was a few million square meters wide. The blood-red magma emitted terrifying heat. Once one fell in, even a powerhouse would not be left with a corpse. Bang! Yang Dingtian and Ningning did not fall into the magma sea. Instead, they were caught by a huge stone slab that was suspended in midair and slammed onto the slab. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 black-robed powerhouses landed from the huge entrance and floated around Yang Dingtian. Finally, an old man with a broken face carried Zhao Mu and landed slowly on the other side of the floating slab. The entire floating slab was about 100 square meters. Both of you have gone through so much trouble to come here for the Millennium L, Zhao Mu said slowly. Ningning helped Yang Dingtian up and scolded coldly, Zhao Mu, how dare you? The Crimson Stone Fort will not let you go. The Qin family will not let you go. You're not Qin Hongmian at all, Zhao Mu said indifferently. I found out last night. Yang Dingtian and Li Wuyo were shocked, but they didn't say anything. Zhao Mu smiled faintly, because the woman who brought you to Chiefing Pavilion last night was not my wife, Qin Wanru, and you did not recognize her at all. From that moment on, I knew you were not Qin Hongmian. Yang Dingtian and Ningning looked at each other. They did not expect this to be the flaw. This Zhao Mu was really cunning. The reason why I pretended to be humble and played along with you was because I wanted to know why you came to my Horror Mountain village, Zhao Mu said. My guess was right. You really came for the Millennium L. Yang Dingtian looked at Zhao Mu's pale and handsome face, and his heart suddenly felt a chill. This person was indeed a fox. He was much more cunning than his father. Perhaps after being beaten into a useless person by Dongfang Bingling, he used all his talents on deep scheming. Of course, even if you're the real Qin Hongmian, you still have to die. Zhao Mu said, because Qin Xiaobai has already ordered the surrounding forces to rape and kill Qin Hongmian if they meet her. As long as they behead her, they will be rewarded greatly. Zhao Mu looked at Ningning's beautiful body and said, then I'll make the best of it. After torturing you 100 times, I'll send you to Qin Xiaobai. As for your beautiful lover, Zhao Mu looked at Ning Ke, who was dressed up as Yang Dingtian, and said, don't you want the Millennium Owl? Let him be fed to the owl. Throw him down, Zhao Mu ordered coldly. Suddenly, a black-robed powerhouse swung his sleeve. Suddenly, a huge force came and pushed Yang Dingtian forward. Yang Dingtian's body flew out and fell into the magma abyss. No! Ningning screamed and jumped off the stone slab. She desperately reached out to grab Yang Dingtian. Unexpectedly, she jumped down with Yang Dingtian. At the same time, there was a loud noise in the magma sea 10,000 meters below. Countless blood-red magma gushed out. A huge monster jumped out of the magma sea, revealing half of its ferocious and terrifying body. It opened its huge mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar. Suddenly, the entire abyss was trembling. It was the Millennium Owl, an extremely powerful and rare dark creature. Yang Dingtian and Shiman Ningning kept falling. They were about to fall into the bottomless abyss and be buried in the Millennium Owl's stomach. Zhao Mu, do you want to get rid of the cold poison? Do you want to regain your strength? Yang Dingtian grabbed Ningning's hand and shouted at Zhao Mu as they fell. At the same time, the Millennium Owl below them had already opened its mouth eagerly, ready to swallow the two of them. Wait. Zhao Mu waved his hand. Whoosh. The old man with a broken face opened his palm at Yang Dingtian. A strong suction force sucked Yang Dingtian and Ningning into the air. Zhao Mu looked at Yang Dingtian and said coldly, is what you said true? If you dare to lie to me, you will definitely suffer the most miserable torture in the world. By then, even death will be an extravagant wish. I'll prove it to you right away, Yang Dingtian said. Let me go up. Yang Dingtian nodded. The old man with a broken face suddenly retracted his palm. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian and Ningning returned to the floating rock. The Millennium Owl 10,000 meters below roared angrily. Don't talk nonsense. Prove it to me. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. Otherwise, I'll torture your woman here. Zhao Mu said coldly. Yang Dingtian said, if I were you, I definitely wouldn't say the last sentence. Because the two of us are likely to become allies, and long-term allies. Then, he took out a box and opened it. There was a hollow jade needle inside. The needle was filled with Yang Dingtian's blood. It was about 3 to 4 inches long. Stick this needle into your arm and you'll see the effect, Yang Dingtian said. Zhao Mu looked at the jade needle with anticipation and suspicion. He looked at Yang Dingtian and said, how can I guarantee that it's not some kind of poison? You can threaten me after I'm poisoned. Am I such a stupid person? Yang Dingtian said coldly. I won't trust anyone, Zhao Mu said coldly. Stick that needle into your woman first, then give it to me. Then there's only half of the medicine left, Yang Dingtian said. Do it, Zhao Mu said. No. Yang Dingtian said coldly, I can stab myself, but not my woman. Because I don't want her body to have any contact with you, even if it's indirect. Zhao Mu looked at Yang Dingtian up and down for a while, then nodded and said, okay, then I'll stick it into your body first to test it. Yang Dingtian didn't finish his words. He stabbed the needle into his arm and pulled it out. Zhao Mu waited for a while. After making sure that Yang Dingtian was fine, he said, give me the needle. The old man with a broken face grabbed the air and the jade needle was sucked into his hand. He put it in front of his nose and sniffed, then said with a hoarse voice, it's an item of extreme yang. It's not poisonous. Zhao Mu took the jade needle. His face was full of struggle, but at the same time, he was full of anticipation. He didn't want to stick it in for a long time. In this world, no one can cure the cold poison in your body except for me. Instead of living like this without the strength to truss a chicken, it's better to take a risk. It doesn't matter even if you die. Yang Dingtian said, and even if you don't take the risk, you'll only live for 3 to 5 years at most. The cold poison is gradually invading your heart. As if moved by Yang Dingtian's words, the muscles on Zhao Mu's face twisted. Then, he stabbed his arm. Yang Dingtian's extreme yang blood immediately flowed into his body. In an instant, a wave of heat drilled into his arm, inch by inch, and finally spread throughout his body. Zhao Mu's face was filled with disbelief, then ecstasy. Even though Yang Dingtian said it with absolute certainty, he didn't dare to have too much hope. This was because he had been disappointed countless times in the past few years. He was almost in despair. But he didn't expect the effect of this needle to be so amazing. It took effect almost instantly. However, after 3 minutes, the power of the heat gradually weakened and finally disappeared. This jade needle had removed about 1/5 of the cold poison in his body. What else? What else? Give it to me. Zhao Mu trembled. Young master, you can only use 1 needle at a time. About 5 needles will be enough to completely remove the cold poison in your body, Yang Dingtian said. Why? Why not remove it all at once? I can give you anything you want, Zhao Mu said excitedly. It's not that easy. Yang Dingtian said, I poured the extreme yang qi in my body into this jade needle. Once every few hours is the limit. Zhao Mu stared at Yang Dingtian for a long time, then slowly nodded and said, okay, then I'll have to trouble you, sir. Sir, you came prepared this time, right? Zhao Mu asked again. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, indeed, I'm here to make a deal with you. I'll cure your cold poison, and you'll give me the Millennium L. Haha. Zhao Mu laughed and said, sir, you've overdone it. This Millennium L is rare in the world. Even if there were 10 of me, I wouldn't be as valuable as this Millennium L. Sir, you're too greedy. This Millennium L is the foundation of my Horror Mountain village. Nothing can be exchanged for it. That's right. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, this Millennium L is probably much more valuable than the Millennium Black-tailed Demon Fox in Cloud Sky City. However, in the past 300 years, your village hasn't been able to refine it into a martial soul. It can be said that this Millennium L is now worthless to your village. It can even be said that it will become a disaster for your village. In 2.5 days, when the 2 moons cover the 2 suns, this Millennium L will become extremely powerful. It will instantly break free from this seal and completely destroy the entire Horror Mountain village. Therefore, using a completely worthless Millennium L in exchange for your life, in exchange for your strength, is very worthwhile. Yang Dingtian finally said, if you agree, then we'll make the deal. If you don't, then throw us down to feed the Millennium L. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Zhao Mu's expression changed. He asked coldly, how do you know all this? This is the top secret of the Horror Mountain village. Other than the village head, no one else knows about it. How do you know all this? In an instant, Zhao Mu's eyes turned cold and severe. If Yang Dingtian were to say something wrong, he might immediately be killed. Yang Dingtian took out a jade pendant. It was a black jade pendant with a monster carved on it. It vaguely looked like the Millennium L. Young village head, do you recognize this? Yang Dingtian asked. You've seen my father? Where is he? Zhao Mu trembled. He's already dead, Yang Dingtian said. Zhao Mu's body shook and he almost fainted. Impossible. My father's cultivation is close to the master level. There are not many people in the world who can kill him, Zhao Mu said sternly. Where did you see him? Outside a cave 8,000 miles away. Yang Dingtian said, he found a fire there and wanted to melt the bloody black gold into a sword. He was killed by the heaven fire demonic phoenix. When I met him, he only had half of his body left. He gave me the jade pendant and told you to leave the Horror Mountain village immediately. During the Yin-Yang festival, the Millennium Owl will break free from the seal and completely destroy the entire Horror Mountain village. He wanted you to live in a place where no one knows about it for the rest of your life. Most of what Yang Dingtian said was true. There was a fire cloud demonic cave 8,000 miles away. There was a top-grade fire inside and a very powerful heaven fire demonic phoenix inside. This was what Dongfang Minmi told him. Back then, Dongfang Minmi wanted to go there to make a sword, but he found the heaven fire demonic phoenix inside. Therefore, he decisively left and went to find another fire. Father! Zhao Mu cried sadly and knelt on the ground. Zhao Wuji was a cruel and merciless person with a twisted personality. However, he was an exception to his only son. Otherwise, he wouldn't have knelt in front of the Yinyang school for 3 days and 3 nights for Zhao Mu. Everyone present was silent. Only Zhao Mu was kneeling on the ground, crying in pain. His crying was heart-wrenching and soul-wrenching. After a full 10 minutes, Zhao Mu raised his head. At this moment, it was as if he had changed into a different person. His attitude towards Yang Dingtian had also become gentle. He asked, "Was my father at peace in his final moments?" Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment before saying, "I can't say it's peaceful. I'm a little unwilling, but I'm also relieved." Zhao Mu cried bitterly again. He spent his entire life cultivating the sword soul, but in the end, he died on it. The heavens are so unfair. Then, Zhao Mu wiped his tears and asked, "Then, did you bury him? So that he won't be bullied by wild beasts in the wild?" At this moment, Zhao Mu even changed the way he addressed Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's face revealed a trace of guilt as he said, "I'm sorry, young master. The situation was very dangerous at that time. The heaven-fire demonic phoenix chased me all the way out, and the entire cave collapsed. I didn't even listen to your father's last words before escaping. But don't worry, most of the fire cloud demonic cave has collapsed. Your father is buried inside and won't be bullied by wild beasts." Hearing this, Zhao Mu believed Yang Dingtian's words even more. "No matter what, thank you." Zhao Mu stood up and bowed to Yang Dingtian. I'm sorry. Yang Dingtian said. Then, Zhao Mu sighed softly and said, "Since you already know, I won't hide it anymore. Just like what Mr. said, this Millennium Owl is not a treasure to my Horror Mountain village, but a disaster instead. It's not a big deal for me to give it to you, but my Horror Mountain village's previous village leaders have been helpless against it. Mr.'s cultivation is not high, so how will you subdue it?" Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, I don't know either. However, I don't want to subdue it as a martial soul, but I need its demonic core." Zhao Mu was even more shocked and said, "Demonic core? But you want to kill this Millennium Owl? Although its demonic core is precious, compared to the Millennium Owl itself, it's worthless." That's right, hunting the Millennium Owl for its demonic core was 10,000 times more exaggerated than buying the casket and returning the pearl. The value of the Millennium Owl was at least 10,000 times higher than its demonic core. How would I not know? Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly and said, "But I really do need its demonic core." Zhao Mu said, "To be honest, although our ancestors sealed this Millennium Owl, it was at its weakest when it was at its weakest. If you want to kill this Millennium Owl now, I think you'll need City Lord Shiman, the Qing family's patriarch, sect leader Dongfeng, and other great grandmasters to work together to do it. So, if you want our Horror Mountain village to kill it and take its demonic core, we really can't do it. I can't let others kill it. I have to do it myself," Yang Dingtian said. "How is that possible?" Zhao Mu said, "Even if you're 10,000 times stronger, you can't kill this Millennium Owl. What are you going to do?" "I'll be honest with you, young master, I don't know." Yang Dingtian said, "I can only wait for God's arrangement and risk my life. If God doesn't help me, I'll definitely die." Zhao Mu was shocked and asked slowly, "Why are you doing this? Isn't this a path to death?" "Other than this, I have no other choice." Yang Dingtian said, "But don't worry. Even if I die, I'll cure the cold poison in your body before I die. If I fail and die, please help me send the woman by my side home." "I won't leave," Ningning said gently. Zhao Mu stared at Yang Dingtian. "I still don't understand. I'm thinking that if a mortal can live, they definitely don't want to die. Sir, what you're doing is a path to death. Please be honest. This Millennium Owl is already a disaster. I can give it up because all of us will leave Horror Mountain Village in 2 days. It's equivalent to giving up on this Millennium Owl completely. But I hate lying the most. If you can't convince me, I won't agree." "Convince you what?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Convince me that you'd rather die to get this Millennium Owl's demon core," Zhao Mu said. Then, he stared at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian lowered his head and sighed. After thinking for a few minutes, he raised his head and said slowly, "My name is Yang Dingtian. Is this reason enough?" Suddenly, Xiaomu was stunned and shocked. Ningning looked at Yang Dingtian worriedly. Little Tian, why are you? Of course, Ningning was worried because it was very dangerous for Yang Dingtian to reveal his identity. This was the Northwest Qin family's territory. Although Yang Dingtian was very weak now, he was very valuable. Sir, you're Yang Dingtian, that trash and lunatic. The lunatic who wants to be the new Cloud Sky City Lord, Xiaomu said. Is this reason enough? Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly. Xiaomu nodded and said, it's enough. Originally, I was already at the end of my rope, but compared to you, I'm much luckier. You really are at the end of your rope. In 3 days, I need to break through from an enlightener to a 6-star mystic martial artist. This might be the craziest thing in the world. Yang Dingtian sighed. So, even if there's only a 1% chance, I have to fight with my life. Otherwise, everything I have will be finished. My mission, my wife, my allies. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Xiaomu was silent. Suddenly, he smiled at him and said, Yang Dingtian, no wonder you said that you and I are natural allies. That's right, it's because we have a common enemy, Dongfang Bingling. My relationship with her is too complicated. We can't be considered enemies, but our grudges are deeper than that, Yang Dingtian said. Xiaomu's face revealed a mocking smile. Yang Dingtian, do you want to hear my story? I was beaten into a trash by Dongfang Bingling. I know a little, Yang Dingtian said. But I'd like to hear more. Everyone said that I was beaten into a cripple because I saw her beauty and had evil thoughts. Xiaomu's face revealed a sarcastic and pained smile as he said, I was licentious and lecherous, and my reputation was in shambles? Back then, my father seduced the enemy and killed all the uncles to take the position of the Villa Lord. However, my Horror Mountain village also became a vassal of the Northwest Qin clan. The entire Horror Mountain village was notorious. When I walked outside, I didn't dare to reveal my identity. I was afraid of being ridiculed and humiliated. The more it was like this, the more determined I became. I wanted to become strong, I wanted to be chivalrous, I wanted to take back all the reputation that Horror Mountain village had lost. I wanted to take back the strength that Horror Mountain village had lost. I wanted Horror Mountain village to return to being a first-rate power. Xiaomu's emotions gradually became agitated. He couldn't help but take a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself down. At that time, I was cultivating every day. How could I care about women? I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. That year, I was already 24 years old, but I had never tasted women. I told myself that I had to cultivate until I became a martial ancestor before I could marry and have children. Although Dongfang Bingling was a peerless fairy, how could I take liberties with her? Xiaomu said, the truth was that at that time, I and a group of Northwest Qin clan disciples went to the land of purgatory to cultivate. At that time, there was a rumor that there was a scroll of a peerless mystical skill in a secret realm. Many experts flocked there. Qin Huayu and I were considered the strongest power at that time. When we entered the land of purgatory, we met Dongfang Bingling who was alone. At that time, Qin Huayu and the others didn't know that this was Dongfang Bingling. Seeing her peerless beauty, they had evil thoughts. They wanted to bully her, destroy her cultivation, and then take her into their room. At this point, Zhao Mu's voice trembled again. He said, to be honest, Dongfang Bingling was too beautiful. She could bewitch the heart of any man. Although I didn't want to admit it, I was worried that I did have some feelings for her. So I couldn't bear to see her fall into the hands of that bastard Qin Huayu. So I took the opportunity to warn her, this is a dangerous place. Why did you, a lone woman, come here to join in the fun? Quickly leave, before you get killed. When he reached the last part of his speech, Zhao Mu had enunciated each and every word clearly. That's it. I didn't add a single word, nor did I take a single word away. Zhao Mu gnashed his teeth and said, after she heard it, her eyes flashed with disdain and contempt. Then, she suddenly struck me with her palm. I was immediately sent flying dozens of feet away. All the meridians in my body were torn apart by the cold poison and I fainted. When I woke up, I was already a cripple. Then, I found out that this woman was Dongfang Bingling. She was the daughter of the Yinyang school's headmaster. She was a direct immortal of the 9 heavens. She was the peerless genius with the highest possibility of becoming a martial saint. Zhao Mu laughed coldly and said, "Then, everyone ridiculed me. They said that I was a toad who wanted to eat swan meat. I actually tried to molest Dongfang Bingling and deserved to be beaten into a cripple. Not only was my father unable to seek justice, he even had to kneel in front of the Yinyang school for 3 days and 3 nights to beg for their forgiveness. Until now, I'd been the laughingstock of the world. What a tyrannical fairy. What a tyrannical Yinyang school. Don't tell me that I deserve to be beaten to death with a single palm and then be trampled on 10,000 feet. Ha ha, ha ha." After he finished speaking, Zhao Mu burst into laughter. However, it was even more miserable than crying. Yang Dingtian looked at Zhao Mu, who was crying and laughing. He sighed in his heart and felt endless sympathy for him. This Dongfang Bingling was indeed rude and unreasonable. She had no regard for human life at all. "Brother Zhao Mu, if I can pass this trial. 5 years later, if I can win against Dongfang Bingling, I'll definitely let her return your reputation and give you justice in front of the world." Yang Dingtian said slowly, "I can't say that I'll kill her to avenge you, nor can I say that I'll cripple her to vent your anger. Because she's my master's only daughter. However, I'll do my best to make her give you justice." Zhao Mu looked at Yang Dingtian's face for a long time. Then, he quietly bowed and said, "Thank you. Please, Brother Yang." Then, Zhao Mu said, "Normally, a man who has been humiliated should take revenge himself. However, I know my own limits. Although I have a 1 in a million talent, even if I wasn't injured before, I would never be Dongfang Bingling's opponent. The distance between us would only grow further and further. In the end, it would be like the difference between heaven and earth. If I want to rely on my own strength to get justice, it would be impossible. Dongfang Bingling is a top talent. Brother Yang, do you have the confidence to defeat her in 5 years?" Yang Dingtian said slowly, "I can only say that I'll do my best. If I can pass this trial in 5 days, then maybe I'll have a bit more confidence. My Xianbane talent is not inferior to Dongfang Bingling's. However, she's too far ahead. Therefore, I can only take a path that no one else has taken before. Only then will I have a chance of winning." Zhao Mu looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "Brother Yang, then I'll officially hand this Millennium L over to you. I hope you can succeed." "Thank you." Yang Dingtian said, "If I succeed, I'll treat Horror Mountain Village and Brother Zhao Mu as my ally. If you don't betray me, I won't betray you. It's a deal." Zhao Mu extended his hand. "It's a deal." Yang Dingtian extended his hand. Zhao Mu said, "Normally, I should let the 2 of you out and treat you as my honored guests. However, there are many spies of the Northwest Qin family in my village. Since I've captured you, if I let you out as my honored guests, it will arouse their suspicion. Therefore, I'll have to trouble the 2 of you to stay here for a few days. After I've made the necessary arrangements, I'll let the 2 of you out." His so-called arrangements were definitely to find a woman similar to Qin Hongyan. After disguising herself, he would chop off her head and secretly give it to Qin Xiaobai. "I don't need to go out. This place is perfect. I can observe this Millennium L," Yang Dingtian said. "Then I'll take my leave first. I'll settle this matter properly. If the 2 of you want to leave, just let me know. However, before I settle this, it's best not to leave the tomb tower," Zhao Mu said. "I'll send 3 meals a day and other necessities over." "Thank you," Yang Dingtian said. "Goodbye." Zhao Mu said. "Bring the young master out," the masked man suddenly said. "I have something to say to Mr. Yang Dingtian." "Yes." Immediately, a black-robed man carried Zhao Mu and floated up, leaving the tomb tower's entrance. After everyone left, the masked man said slowly, "Little brother, you lied." Hearing the masked man's words, Yang Dingtian's expression changed slightly. Village Master Zhao Wuji didn't die in the so-called demon cave. He should have died in your hands. Even if he didn't, it shouldn't be too far off. The masked man's fiery red eyes stared at Yang Dingtian and said coldly, "You can lie to others, but you can't lie to me." The entrance of the fiery cloud demon cave collapsed at least 5 years ago. Maybe even earlier. Yang Dingtian was shocked. His words were almost flawless. How did this masked man know? Shimin Ningning's beautiful eyes suddenly turned cold. She was about to circulate her qi and use the mental confinement spell. Because I went to the fire cloud demon cave 5 years ago. The old man said, your lie is flawless, but I just happen to know this flaw, so I know you're lying. That doesn't prove that I killed Zhao Wuji, Yang Dingtian said. Your talent is extremely shocking. The Manor Lord will kill anyone with such high talent the moment he sees them, so you must have fallen into the Manor Lord's hands before. But in the end you lived and he died. Then his death is definitely related to you, even though I don't know what method you used to kill him, the old man said slowly. Yang Dingtian's heart was shaken. Who was this old man? He was actually so wise. Although he had never seen him before, his guess was almost accurate. He could have exposed Yang Dingtian earlier, but he didn't. Instead, he waited until everyone had left before pointing out that Yang Dingtian was lying. Mister, what advice do you have for saying all this at this time? Yang Dingtian asked slowly. The old man slowly walked in front of Yang Dingtian. He looked at Ningning's actions from the corner of his eyes and said, Girl, your talent is extremely shocking, but your mental confinement spell is useless against someone of my level. Ningning was shocked after being exposed. Then, she smiled and withdrew her qi. She said, Old mister, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't scare us two juniors. The old man reached out and grabbed Yang Dingtian's pulse. A wave of qi suddenly drilled into his body. This wave of qi was extremely powerful and quickly spread throughout Yang Dingtian's body. Then, he suddenly revealed a shocked expression and said slowly, What a strong talent. It is indeed unfathomable. No wonder Shimin Wuya and Dongfang Minmi both took a fancy to you. There weren't many people in the world who could see through Yang Dingtian's profound vain talent, but this old man was actually able to do it. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but asked in surprise, Senior, who are you? The old man didn't answer Yang Dingtian's question, rather continued, The reason why I didn't expose you just now is because other than Zhao Wuji's matter, you didn't lie. Moreover, your conduct is not bad. When you agreed to high-five with Zhao Mu, you were even more sincere. If I didn't guess incorrectly, the thing that can cure the cold poison in Zhao Mu's body is not yang qi condensed into jade needles, but your blood. Your blood is the most yang thing. Yang Dingtian nodded his head and said, That's right, actually I can completely cure brother Zhao Mu now. No need, just divide it into 5 times. The old man said, Zhao Wuji dying in your hands is definitely his fault. He is already crazy. If he doesn't die today, he will die tomorrow. But young man, you have to remember, you have to keep your promise today, understand? I will, senior. Yang Dingtian said, If one day I become strong, I will definitely get justice for brother Zhao Mu. Not only that, you have to liberate Horror Mountain Village from the hands of the Northwest Qin clan. The old man said. Yang Dingtian was startled and said, I will do my best. Of course you have to do your best. The Northwest Qin clan won't sit by and watch you become strong. Once they find out that you will become a threat to them, they will do everything possible to get rid of you. The old man said. What he said was indeed correct. The Northwest Qin clan didn't kill Yang Dingtian now because the current Yang Dingtian was a crazy trash. He wasn't a threat to the Qin clan at all. On the contrary, he was still somewhat useful. Zhao Mu is a good child. Although you killed his father, I hope you don't have any knot in your heart. Treat him with sincerity. He won't disappoint you. The old man said. I will. Yang Dingtian said. I believe in you. The old man said, Shimin Wuya and Dongfang Minmi are both top heroes. I believe in their foresight. However, no one can help you with this Millennium L. You have to completely rely on yourself. I will wait and see. Then, the old man slowly rose up and said, Farewell. Seeing the old man fly higher and higher and about to leave the abyss, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask, Senior, may I know your name? The old man's body froze and then he slowly said, Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Wasn't this person already dead? Zhao Wuji only wanted to cripple my martial arts and imprison me when he fought for the position of Villa head. He didn't want to kill me. It was the Northwest Qin clan who killed all the experts of Horror Mountain Village and threw me into the magma, burning me to this state. That day, it was Zhao Mu who saved me. Then, he secretly hid me and found countless medicines to save me. Zhao Wuji slowly said, so, this child is not bad. Don't let him down. Yes, senior. Yang Dingtian bowed. Zhao Wuji gently waved his sleeve and the stone door above his head opened. Zhao Wuji jumped out and the stone door closed again. This person is actually Zhao Wuji. No wonder he is so strong, Ningning said. Ningning said, he's only one step away from becoming a master. If Zhao Wuji hadn't been crazy enough to lure the enemy in, I'm afraid that Horror Mountain Village would have become the third power within a few thousand miles, second only to the Northwest Qin family and Cloud Sky City. Yes, Zhao Wuji got the position of Villa head, but Horror Mountain Village has completely fallen. This person is really stupid, Yang Dingtian said. At this time, no matter which faction it was, as long as they had a grandmaster, their power would have a qualitative leap and they would immediately become the strongest power in the world. This was because the grandmasters were a very small circle. As long as one entered this circle, the strongest group of people in the world would recognize one and recognize one's position. This world is really full of talents. Yang Dingtian praised. Horror Mountain Village isn't in the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches, but they almost had a grandmaster. Ningning said, actually, the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches are just the result of the large sects monopoly. Those on the list might not be strong, and those not on the list might not be strong. Yang Dingtian said, if Zhao Wuji didn't get framed and successfully became a grandmaster, would he become an expert on the same level as Uncle Shiman? No, he is only a grandmaster, Ningning said. Foster father is a grandmaster, but he usually keeps a low profile. Before the battle at sea, the world thought he was only a grandmaster. Grandmasters are the top experts in the world. The gap between grandmasters and grandmasters is like heaven and earth. Most grandmasters can't cross it in their lifetime. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask, how many grandmasters are there in the world? In the world, there are only Foster Father, sect leader Dongfeng, Zhu Qingzhu, and the sect leader of the Yin sect. Shiman Ningning said, Foster Father's Xian Meridian talent is the weakest among the 4, but he is also the most likely to become the top expert in the world. If it wasn't for the accident, Zhu Qingzhu wouldn't be Foster Father's opponent in 5 years. Sect leader Dongfeng might not be Foster Father's opponent in 10 years. In 20 years, Foster Father could even fight with the sect leader of the Yin sect. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly twitched. Shiman Wuyao was supposed to be the top expert in the world, but he died prematurely to save him. Uncle Shiman, I will complete your unfinished mission, even if I have to give up everything. Millennium L, you are my first step. Yang Dingtian looked at the sea of magma 10,000 meters below. At this time, the Millennium L had completely dived into the magma. His eyes were fixed on the Millennium L's position as if they could penetrate the magma. Master, the Millennium L is below. How should I kill it and get its demon nucleus? Yang Dingtian asked in his heart. Dongfeng Minmi was silent for a long time, then said, God is really playing a big joke on you. You only need a low-level electric demon nucleus, but he gave you an extremely powerful Millennium L, a Lord-level demonic beast that is even more terrifying than a great Grandmaster-level demonic beast. Yes, Yang Dingtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry about this. Dongfeng Minmi continued, although its energy is completely sealed, it still has an invincible defense. Its skin has been bombarded by lightning countless times and is already harder than any metal. Almost all weapons can't penetrate its shell. Dongfeng Nimi continued, although its Xianxia has been sealed, its physical strength is extremely domineering. It has the strength of at least 1,000,000 kilograms. Even if a master stage expert approaches it, they will be killed with a single slap. Yang Dingtian suddenly cried out in shock. Even a great Grandmaster-level demonic beast couldn't do anything to the Millennium L, but he, an enlightener, wanted to kill it alone. This was more exaggerated than a fairy tale. Master, is there no way to kill this Millennium L? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask. You can kill it. Dongfeng Minmi said, but you need 2 things. Master, what are the 2 items? Yang Dingtian asked. The first item is the peerless bloody black gold sword, Dongfang Minmi said. Only the peerless bloody black gold sword can pierce through the Millennium L shell. The peerless bloody black gold sword was forged with 999 pieces of bloody black gold. Yang Dingtian let out an astonished cry. This item was way too difficult. However, he immediately remembered. Uncle Master Shimon's soul sword is a peerless bloody black gold sword. There are still 2.5 days until the Yin-Yang festival. We can still go back and get it. No. Dongfang Minmi said, it has to be your own bloody black gold sword. Your Uncle Master Shimon's sword is a peerless bloody black gold sword, but other than him, no one else can use it. As long as it's not the owner of the soul sword, no matter who uses it, the sword spirit inside will immediately attack until the user is killed. It's because of this that no one dares to touch your Uncle Master Shimon's soul sword. Otherwise, the whole world would go crazy to fight for his peerless soul sword. Yang Dingtian thought about it and felt that it was indeed so. After Shimon Wuya's incident, some people in Cloud Heaven City had been eating in an unsightly manner. However, no one had ever coveted that peerless soul sword. Then, it was too difficult. It had to be his own bloody black gold sword. Yang Dingtian's bloody black gold was still with the Lord of the Deep Abyss. Where could he get a peerless bloody black gold sword? Suddenly, Yang Dingtian thought of something and asked, Master, can an ownerless bloody black gold soul sword work? Dongfang Minmi said, yes, because it's purely physical damage. As long as the sword is hard and sharp enough, it'll work. Yang Dingtian said, Zhao Wuji has a failed bloody black gold soul sword. It's a peerless bloody black gold sword forged with 99 pieces of bloody black gold. A bloody black gold sword forged with 99 pieces of bloody black gold is indeed very difficult. Dongfang Minmi said, of course, if this night owl has been injured before, then the wound will be especially weak. The best quality bloody black gold sword might be able to pierce through, but I can't guarantee it. No matter what, I have to give it a try. Yang Dingtian said, but I don't know if Zhao Wuji's failed bloody black gold sword is still in the villa. Even if it's in the villa, now that Zhao Wuji is dead, it's impossible for Zhao Mu to contribute this sword, Dongfang Minmi said. That's right, the other party was willing to hand the Millennium L over to Yang Dingtian to deal with, which was already a great favor, but they still wanted him to hand over the blood black gold soul sword. Master, what's the second condition for killing the Millennium L? Yang Dingtian asked. Although the Millennium L's celestial chi has been sealed, it still has more than 1,000,000 pounds of strength. Even a master-level expert would be torn to pieces as soon as they get close. Dongfang Minmi said, so, you need something to completely seal the Millennium L so that it can't move. What is it? Yang Dingtian asked. We'll talk about it when you get the top-grade bloody black gold sword, Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian was stunned, then nodded. 2 hours later, Zhao Mu personally delivered fine wine and food to him. This time, he was not carried down by someone, but hung down in a large cage. Brother Yang, do you have any plans on how to kill this Millennium L? Zhao Mu asked. Ningning placed the wine and food on the table and poured wine for Yang Dingtian and Zhao Mu. Yang Dingtian drank a mouthful of wine and said, to kill this Millennium L, you need a top-grade bloody black gold sword to pierce through its shell. Zhao Mu was slightly shocked, then said, there are less than 5 bloody black gold swords in the entire world. Zunyu and your master both have top-grade bloody black gold swords, but you can't use them. Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly and said, actually, I only need a low-grade lightning-type monster, but I have to face a Millennium L. A lightning-type monster is a pure energy creature. It's too rare, Zhao Mu said. It's because it's rare. When my Zhao clan obtained it, we disregarded everything and moved here to build Horror Mountain Village in order to subdue and refine it into our martial soul. I'll take it as a test from God, Yang Dingtian said. Then, the two stopped talking about the Millennium L and started chatting about some trivial matters in the western mainland, Cloud Sky City, and the Northwest Qing clan. Yang Dingtian didn't ask for Zhao Wuji's top-grade bloody black gold sword either. After they finished eating, Zhao Mu said, the two of you can leave and rest in the tomb tower. I'll be done with everything by tomorrow morning at the latest. Then, the two of you can stay in the Horror Mountain Village. Thank you. This place is pretty good, Yang Dingtian said. Xiao Mu took the food box and was about to leave. Brother Xiao Mu, please wait. Yang Dingtian suddenly called out. He took out a jade box and opened it. He took out 4 jade needles and pierced them into his chest to absorb his blood. Then, he put the 4 jade needles into a cold jade box and handed it to Xiao Mu. I didn't know Brother Xiao Mu's character before, so I lied and said that I needed 4 times to make the needles. Actually, the needles are only filled with my blood. I'm afraid that there will be unforeseen events, so I'll give the remaining 4 needles to you. You only need to pierce them into your meridians and rest for half a year. You should be able to recover most of your previous cultivation. Xiao Mu was stunned for a moment. The muscles on his face twitched slightly, and his eyes turned red. He wanted to say something but didn't. He took the jade box from Yang Dingtian's hand and bowed deeply. Thank you, Brother Yang, for giving me a new lease of life. I'm ashamed. Yang Dingtian went forward and helped him up. Xiao Mu raised his head and hesitated for a moment. Then, he clenched his teeth and made a decision. The Han clan doesn't have a top-grade bloody black gold sword, but we do have a top-grade bloody black gold sword. Furthermore, it's an ownerless item. It was forged by my father more than 10 years ago. However, a few years ago, he failed to refine the spirit in the sword. The sword spirit went crazy and turned into a demon. It actually devoured its master and became an ownerless item. Why is it like this? Yang Dingtian asked in surprise. Xiao Mu sighed. It's all because my father was too impatient. 20 years ago, my father found a bloody black gold mine. There were exactly 99 of them. After another 5 years, my father found a flame vein essence and asked a top-grade expert to lend him his mysterious flame. However, the sea spirit crystal used to make the sea spirit sword really couldn't be found. He went to every sect and every auction house, but he still couldn't find the sea spirit crystal. After all, it's a treasure of heaven and earth. Time passed year after year. If he really didn't want to wait any longer, he thought of another method. He used the demon core of a 1,000-year-old monster as a replacement. Using a top-grade demon core to replace the sea spirit crystal, Yang Dingtian knew a little about it. There were also successful examples in history. However, most of them failed because the demon core of a top-grade demon beast was filled with the powerful energy and aura of the demon beast itself. Once it was refined into a sword, the sword spirit would most likely go crazy and attack its owner. My father found an ancient 1,000-year-old demon core in a declining sect. It was a mystical fire Kylin. It died during the Great Cataclysm. Later, its corpse was dug up and treated as an heirloom. My father wanted to use up all the wealth of the villa to buy the mystical fire Kylin's demon core, but the other party didn't agree. Xiao Mu paused for a moment and continued, so, my father used a very dishonorable method to get the demon core. He said that he would use the Millennium Owl to exchange for it, but he deliberately said that the Millennium Owl was dozens of times weaker. So, the sect invited many friends and dozens of experts to subdue the Millennium Owl. In the end, they all died under the claws of the Millennium Owl. Hearing this, Yang Dingtian felt a chill in his heart. Dozens of experts died under the claws of the sealed Millennium Owl, but Yang Dingtian was only one person. In the end, my father obtained the 1,000-year-old fire-type demon core and protected the Millennium Owl. He took the bloody black gold, flame vein essence, and the supreme-grade fire demon core to the Northwest Qin clan. He borrowed the Qin clan master's mystic fire to forge the supreme-grade bloody black gold sword. Xiao Mu sneered and said, my father was really blinded by greed. How could the Qin clan master allow my father to cultivate a sword soul? How could he allow another Grandmaster-level expert to appear in the Western mainland? So, as you can imagine, this supreme-grade bloody black gold sword was a failure the moment it was forged. Brother Yang, this ownerless supreme-grade bloody black gold sword is in the villa. I can find a way to give it to you. Xiao Mu said, but I need some time because I don't have the final say in the villa. I need to convince some people and even take some measures. After all, this is an ownerless supreme-grade bloody black gold sword. Many people in the villa have fantasies about this sword. Thank you. Yang Dingtian bowed deeply. My father has sinned a lot in his life. If he can use this sinful sword to do something, it may not be a bad thing for the Zhao clan. Zhao Mu said, however, this is all I can do for you. As for how to kill this Millennium Owl, I can't do anything about it. Brother Zhao has already done a lot. Yang Dingtian is already very grateful, Yang Dingtian said. I'm just giving myself hope that there will be a day when I get justice, Zhao Mu said. Out of the two conditions, one was finally achieved. Yang Dingtian looked at Zhao Mu's back as he left. His heart was filled with endless gratitude. You really couldn't judge a book by its cover. He really couldn't imagine that the young master of Horror Mountain Villa was such a person. Master, can you tell me what the second condition is to kill the Millennium Owl? Yang Dingtian asked, what do I need to use to completely trap the Millennium Owl? Dongfang Minmi was silent for a moment before he said, Child, you are the most hard-working person I have ever met. You are also the most strong-willed person. You have already won by coming so far. Yang Dingtian was stunned. What did his master mean? Next, I might advise you to return to Cloud Sky City and apologize to Yin Yin. Then, use the yin-yang intercourse technique to break through to become a 6-star Shin martial artist. Child, there is no shame. You have already done your best. Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian suddenly trembled and said, What does this mean? You can't kill the Millennium Owl, but I know that you will not be satisfied if you don't work hard to the limit. Now, you have already worked hard to the limit, Dongfang Minmi said, you can't kill the Millennium Owl. Even a master can't kill it. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, Master, no matter what, tell me, what is the second thing I need to kill the Millennium Owl? No matter how impossible it is, at least tell me what it is. Deep-sea black poison. Dongfang Minmi said slowly. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian fell into silence. Deep-sea black poison, the most powerful poison in the world. It was Naga's last life-saving item. It could destroy everything, including life, celestial chi, and spirit. The Naga race was the most powerful and mysterious race in the world. For thousands of years, no one had really seen it. Just one drop of the deep-sea black poison was enough to completely destroy the Millennium Owl. It could paralyze it completely and render it immobile. However, it was impossible to get the deep-sea Shin poison. There was no possibility at all. This was the Naga's last life-saving item. Who in this world had seen the Naga? Moreover, the Naga was the most powerful race in the world. Who could defeat the Naga? Therefore, Dongfang Minmi knew that it was the same whether he said the second item or not. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's complexion turned deathly pale. He had worked so hard to get to this point. He was unwilling to give up. Yang Dingtian walked to the edge of the stone slab and looked down at the gigantic Millennium Owl in the magma. Of course, he could only see one of its eyes. The terrifying magma that could melt people had no effect on it. It was as if it was soaking in a hot spring. Moreover, it looked at Yang Dingtian lazily without any reaction. It was like a human looking at an ant. As long as Yang Dingtian did not disturb it, it would definitely ignore Yang Dingtian. At this time, Yang Dingtian really had the urge to close his eyes and jump down. He would take a knife and stab the Millennium Owl's head. Even if he was torn to pieces, he would accept it. Little Tian, what's wrong? Shima Ningning, who had been paying attention to Yang Dingtian, asked. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and suddenly remembered the deep-sea Shin clothes that he was wearing. It was given to him by Shima Ningning. He wanted to ask Ningning about the deep-sea Shin poison, but before he could say anything, he swallowed it back. Needless to say, the deep-sea Shin poison and the deep-sea Shin clothes were completely different. The deep-sea Shin clothes was the skin shed by the Naga. It could fall anywhere in this world. However, the deep-sea Shin poison was the last life-saving item of the Naga. It could only be in the Naga's body. No matter how mysterious Ningning's identity was, how could she get the deep-sea Shin poison? No, you must have something to say. You must say it, Ningning said firmly. If you treat me as family, then say it. Ningning's gaze was still gentle, but it was filled with determination. In addition to the best quality bloody black gold, I also need to completely trap the Millennium Owl so that it can't move. Only then can I kill it, Yang Dingtian said. However, there is almost nothing in the world that can trap it. Ningning lowered her head slightly and looked at the Millennium Owl in the magma below. Her beautiful eyes were lost in thought. A moment later, Ningning suddenly said, "Little Tian, there is something that can completely paralyze the Millennium Owl. That is the deep-sea black poison." Yang Tian was shocked. He didn't mention the deep-sea Xian poison because he didn't want Ningning to worry about something impossible. However, he didn't expect Ningning to mention the deep-sea Xian poison herself. This is Naga's last life-saving item. It is the most difficult thing in the world to get. A mature Naga is much stronger than the Millennium Owl, Shiman Ningning said. The deep-sea Xian poison is really something that is impossible to get. Yes, the deep-sea Xian poison was almost impossible to get. At least, it was much more difficult than the demon nucleus of the Millennium Owl. However, little Tian, since God has let you go to this step, he will not give you a dead end. Ningning looked at Yang Tian with her beautiful eyes. The deep-sea Xian poison may be an impossible task for the whole world, but there is one exception, and that is, me. Yang Tian's eyes suddenly widened and looked at Ningning in disbelief. Ningning walked to Yang Tian and reached out to touch his face. She said softly, "There are still 2 days before the Yin Yang festival. In 24 hours, I will leave to get the deep-sea Xian poison. You wait here for me to come back." She was going to get the deep-sea Xian poison? Naga's last life-saving item? How was she going to get it? Where was she going to get it? Yang Tian had a lot of questions to ask, but in shock, he found that he could not even speak. "Time is really tight, but you must wait for me to come back before you make a move. Before I come back, no matter how urgent the situation is, you must not make a move. You would rather give up than make a move, understand?" Ningning said softly. Yang Tian did not answer for a while. Ningning held his face and said, "Little Tian, promise me. Otherwise, I won't be at ease even if I leave." Yang Tian, "Sister Ningning, I don't know where you are going to get the deep-sea Xian poison, nor do I know how you are going to get it. These are secrets, I won't ask. But I can't let you go alone. I want to go with you." Yang Tian's expression was also very firm. "Fool, you can't go to that place." "Only I can go," Ningning said softly. "No, I don't agree. Yang Tian, I would rather fail this breakthrough than let you take the risk. Everything I do is to save, not to destroy." Ningning said, "There won't be any danger, but the journey will be very long, tens of thousands of miles, and we will pass through some very special places. Most of the time I will be flying above the clouds, so there won't be any danger." Yang Tian, "I don't believe it. How can there be no danger in a place with the deep-sea Xian poison? There really won't be any danger. It won't even be as dangerous as the journey from the abandoned mine to the Horror Mountain village," Ningning said. "It will just be a little troublesome because I haven't finished some of my tasks yet. It's not time to go there yet." Then, Ningning stuck out her tongue and said, "Okay, I can't say any more. If I say any more, it will involve some secrets. Yang Tian, you have already revealed a lot of secrets." Ningning said softly, "Again, I have a big secret, but I can't tell you now. Otherwise, it will bring you a lot of trouble. Okay, time is tight. I have to go and come back quickly. After I finish my disguise, I will set off," Ningning said. Then, she took out a jade box and started to disguise herself again. Yang Tian suddenly hugged Ningning and sniffed her body fragrance. "No, I still don't want you to go. I don't believe that there is no price to pay for obtaining the deep-sea Xian poison. I don't want you to pay any price." Ningning reached out and caressed Yang Tian's face. "Price? I have already paid the biggest price to hide in Cloud Sky City. What other price can I pay? Don't worry. For others, even your master, Dongfang Minmi, the strongest person in the world, it is almost impossible for them to obtain the deep-sea Xian poison. But for me, it isn't that difficult. But why can't I obtain the deep-sea Xian poison myself? Why must you take the risk?" Yang Tian asked. "Oh." Ningning coquettishly laughed and said, "You are such a male chauvinist. Can't you accept a little favor from a little girl like me?" Then, Ningning said softly, "Little Tian, no one in this world can be alone. Everyone has to share with others. Sharing is not only about the fruits and happiness, but also about the worries and difficulties. Soon, Ningning finished her disguise and changed into a completely different face. This was a very delicate face, like a beautiful girl from a humble family. Then, she held Yang Dingtian's face in her hands and looked at him deeply for a while. Then, she said seriously, "Little Tian, promise me. You must wait for me to come back before you make a move. If I don't come back, no matter how urgent the situation is, you are not allowed to make a move, even if it will fail. Promise me, or else I won't be able to leave in peace." "I promise you. If you don't come back, I won't make a move," Yang Dingtian said seriously. "Good," Ningning said softly. She pouted her cherry lips and kissed Yang Dingtian's lips. Then, she shouted, "Senior Zhao Wuji, please let me go up." Suddenly, a wooden cage with iron chains hung down. Ningning walked in. Yang Dingtian wanted to follow, but Ningning gently pushed him and said, "Don't send me off. I'll be back in 2 days." Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "You said it before, there won't be any danger." Ningning giggled and said, "I won't be in any danger this time, but who knows what danger it will be to you in the future." Yang Dingtian looked at the wooden cage rising quickly and Ningning's figure getting farther and farther away. "Little Tian, I'll be back in 2 days. Wait for me," Ningning said. "I will." Ka. After the wooden cage rose to the ground, the door closed and Ningning's figure could no longer be seen. After Ningning left, Yang Dingtian did nothing. He only sat on the ground and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing, waiting for the final moment to come. A day had passed, there was still one more day before the Yin-Yang festival, which was 24 hours. Ningning said that the place she wanted to go this time was very far, at least tens of thousands of miles. Yang Dingtian didn't know what kind of flying beast could fly tens of thousands of miles in 2 days. But since Ningning said it, it must be true. In the afternoon, Zhao Mu and Zhao Wuji came in front of Yang Dingtian again. Zhao Wuji had a long box in his hand. The box was blue and emitted a cold aura. This was a box carved from Xian ice-cold jade. It had a terrifyingly cold temperature, to the point that even an expert like Zhao Wuji had to wear gloves to hold it. "Inside is my father's tyrannical top-grade bloody black gold sword. It needs to be in the Xian ice box to be able to contain its tyrannical aura." Zhao Mu said, "I let Uncle Wuji try it. After taking out the sword from the Xian ice box, I can't hold it for more than 3 breaths of time. Otherwise, the tyrannical sword spirit will awaken and destroy anyone who holds it." Of course, Zhao Mu wasn't finished. The sword spirit that wasn't refined was very strong. Once it started to backfire, with Yang Dingtian's cultivation, he wouldn't even be able to hold on for half a second and would die. Zhao Wuji opened the Xian ice box and revealed the top-grade bloody black gold sword. The entire sword was very mighty and overbearing. Its aura was very oppressive, unlike Shiman Wuya's soul sword. This sword is called Limitless. It has the same name as Zhao Wuji. The sword is 3 feet long and weighs 80 pounds. Zhao Wuji introduced, "From now on, this sword belongs to you. P.S. It's going to be on the shelf soon. This book is going to reach its climax soon. I have mixed feelings. I'm going to be on the list. Brothers, can you lend me a hand? Please help me, please recommend me. P.S. I'm trying to get onto the list. Please recommend me." Yang Dingtian realized that there was a fiery red crystal embedded in the sword hilt. This should be the 1,000-year demon nucleus. The entire sword was as black as ink, and there were tiny cracks on it. These cracks were caused by the sword spirit's violent backlash, Zhao Wuji said. So, this sword can no longer be used. Once it's held in someone's hand, the sword spirit will immediately go berserk. Not only will it bite the person holding the sword, but it will also completely destroy the sword. So, remember, you must hit the target with 1 hit. You can't hold the sword for more than 3 breaths. Otherwise, you will be killed by the berserk sword spirit. Zhao Wuji also emphasized. You also have to pay attention. Although this 1,000-year-old celestial chi is sealed, its outer shell is extremely hard. Even this top-grade bloody black gold sword may not be able to pierce through it. However, 300 years ago, its head was hit by a sword, leaving a deep wound. Although it has healed now, the defense of the wound is definitely not as good as the other parts of the shell. You must stab that wound. Then, Zhao Mu took out a picture of the 1,000-year owl. At this moment, Yang Dingtian finally saw the owl's true appearance. It had a flat and pointy ugly head, a long snake-like neck full of barbs, a body that was neither too big nor too small, with two incomparably huge wings and a long tail. The edges of the wings were as sharp as blades. The long tail was full of barbs. Its two hind legs were very thick and huge. Its two front legs were thin and long, almost out of proportion. The 4 claws on each front leg were like tens of meters of sharp blades, ferocious and terrifying. In general, the 1,000-year owl was very ugly, ferocious, and fierce. Every inch of it was filled with a murderous aura. It was indeed a dark creature that had been struck by thousands of lightning bolts, as if it had come from hell. The wound on its head is here, at the center of its head. Zhao Mu pointed at the owl in the picture. You must remember, after pulling out the sword, directly stab it. There is no second chance. Of course, everything is based on the fact that Miss Ximen Ningning can return with a treasure that can completely restrain the Millennium Owl. I believe her. Yang Dingtian then reached out to take the profound ice sword box that contained the bloody black gold sword. Put on the gloves. You won't be able to withstand this terrifying cold, Zhao Mu hurriedly said. However, Yang Dingtian had already held the entire sword case, and his arms suddenly sank. It was indeed very heavy, more than 50 kilograms. It was indeed very cold, not inferior to the depths of the unfreezing pond. Seeing that Yang Dingtian was actually safe and sound while holding the profound ice sword box, Zhao Mu sighed and said, as expected, you have the extreme yang profound veins. Truly astonishing. Yang Dingtian smiled and placed the profound ice sword case on the ground. Now that he had the bloody black gold sword for killing the Millennium Owl, all he had to do was wait for Ningning to return with the deep-sea mystic poison. It was already the last day. In another 5 hours, the 2 moons would cover the 2 suns, and the yin-yang day that occurred once in 300 years would arrive. At that time, it would also be the time for Yang Dingtian to use the 5-element yin-yang array to break through his mystic qi. However, Ningning still hadn't returned. Zhao Mu had already moved most of the people in Horror Mountain Village. If they couldn't kill the Millennium Owl, then the Millennium Owl, whose energy had skyrocketed and broke the seal, would destroy the entire Horror Mountain Village. Yang Dingtian had been waiting with his eyes closed on the suspended stone slab, occasionally lowering his head to look at the Millennium Owl below. Today's Millennium Owl was a little different from before. Previously, although its entire body was submerged in the magma, its 2 eyes were open while floating above. However, today, its eyes were still closed, as if it was brewing something. Even the magma in the entire abyss seemed particularly quiet today. There was no eruption or surging. In the silence, there seemed to be terrifying energy brewing. The 2 suns had already risen, but Ximen Ningning still hadn't returned. An hour passed, and the 2 suns shone brightly. The entire earth was bright and resplendent, but Ningning still hadn't returned. 2 hours later, the sun was setting in the east, but Ningning still hadn't returned. 3 hours later, 4 hours later, at this time, the 2 suns had already hung in the middle of the sky, baking the entire earth. The sky was clear and there were no clouds in sight. The hottest time of the day, noon, was coming. There was only half an hour left before the solar eclipse, however, Ningning still hadn't returned. Although Yang Dingtian's eyes were still closed, his body had begun to tremble slightly. His heartbeat had begun to accelerate, his breathing had begun to become uneven, and his mind was in a mess. Why isn't Sister Ningning back yet? Is she in danger? Or is she not coming back? He couldn't help but touch the mysterious ice sword case many times. If Ningning still didn't come back, it would really be too late. Not only would the yin-yang 5-element formation fail, but the Millennium Owl would also break free from the seal and directly tear Yang Dingtian into pieces. It would tear the entire Horror Mountain Village and the surrounding 100 miles into pieces. Kacha! Suddenly, the stone door above his head opened. Yang Dingtian suddenly opened his eyes in ecstasy. He stood up and was about to shout. Brother Yang, it's me. The person who came was Zhao Mu. Zhao Wuji carried him on his back and slowly descended, landing on the floating stone slab. Brother Zhao Mu, why aren't you leaving? Yang Dingtian asked. Zhao Mu came in front of Yang Dingtian and said, "We're leaving soon. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. However, you have to come with us. We have a total of 3 mounts." "I won't leave," Yang Dingtian said. "You have to go. I can't just watch you die here." Zhao Mu said, "Miss Ningning really can't make it back in time. There's less than half an hour before the solar eclipse." Yang Dingtian's lips trembled. "She said she would make it back, so she will definitely make it back. Although I said it very dryly, I really do think so." "No, you've just sacrificed too much and don't want to give up," Zhao Mu said. "A man should be able to pick up and let go. So what if you miss the Yin Yang festival this time? Is there no next chance?" "There really isn't, brother Zhao Mu." Yang Dingtian said, "The only chance I have to break through my Xianxia is this Yin Yang festival. If I miss this chance, I'll have to wait 300 years. By then, we'll all be rotten." "I don't believe it, and you shouldn't believe it either," Zhao Mu said firmly. "Didn't I once lose all hope too? I was beaten into a cripple by Dongfang Bingling. After a few years, I almost gave up all hope. But you appeared, and I recovered. If a miracle can happen to me, why can't it happen to you?" Yang Dingtian said excitedly, "Brother Zhao Mu, the only miracle that can happen is whether or not Sister Ningning can come back. If she comes back before the solar eclipse, then a miracle will happen to me. Otherwise, I'll lose this miracle completely." "Bullshit, losing this chance will only slow you down," Zhao Mu said loudly. "If I can't beat Dongfang Bingling in 5 years, then I'll wait 10 years, 20 years. I've already been a cripple for 5 years. I can still wait 1 or 2 years to recover my previous cultivation. What's the big deal about that? What you get back in 5 years is your dignity, but what you get back in 10 years isn't your dignity. It's the same for Cloud Sky City. What you get back in 10 or 20 years isn't Cloud Sky City anymore." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was silent. After a long time, Yang Dingtian said slowly, "Brother Zhao Mu, you're right. What you said is very reasonable. But I won't leave. I know that if I leave, I'll lose." Zhao Mu was so angry that he laughed. "Then let me ask you, if Shiman Ningning doesn't come back, what's the point of you staying here? Can you kill the Millennium Owl?" "No." Yang Dingtian said, "Instead, you should leave. If you don't, you won't be able to escape the Millennium Owl's killing range. Once it goes crazy, everything within 100 miles will be a graveyard." "That's right, we have to leave." Zhao Mu turned around and said, "But you have to leave too. I won't reason with you anymore. You've completely gone crazy. I can't just watch you die. Uncle, take him away by force." Yang Dingtian pulled out the dagger and placed it on his neck. He said calmly, "I don't mean to commit suicide. I just want to express my will, an incomparably resolute will." Zhao Mu gritted his teeth, and his temples suddenly bulged. He was about to order Zhao Wuji to control Yang Dingtian and take him away by force. "Forget it." Zhao Wuji suddenly said slowly, "Maybe he's destined to take this risk. If he can't pass this test, it means that he's not the chosen one. Let him be." Yang Dingtian put down the dagger and bowed deeply. "Thank you for your help, Senior." Boom. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook, and the magma sea 10,000 meters below surged. "Time's almost up. We have to leave immediately," Zhao Wuji said. Zhao Mu looked at Yang Dingtian with a complicated expression. He took a deep breath and said, "Take care." Then, he suddenly turned around and leaned on Zhao Wuji's back. The two of them rushed out of the stone door like lightning and disappeared from Yang Dingtian's sight. Yang Dingtian calmed down at this moment. He closed his eyes and calmed his breath, waiting for the final moment to arrive. Boom. Another loud sound was heard, and the magma sea began to surge. The Millennium Owl slowly opened its eyes. Its incomparably huge and deep eyes were filled with excitement and restlessness. It slowly floated up from the magma sea. At this moment, in the blue sky, 2 masses of darkness gradually invaded the bright twin suns. They invaded bit by bit and blocked the sun bit by bit. The solar eclipse was coming, and the twin moons began to block the twin suns. The entire earth darkened inch by inch. Everyone in the entire chaotic mainland looked at the twin suns in the sky with incomparable reverence. They slowly knelt on the ground, waiting for the most mysterious, most terrifying, and most sacred moment in 300 years to arrive. All the monsters in the entire chaotic mainland knelt down, curled up, and hid in the safest caves, waiting for the most terrifying moment to arrive. Only the dark creatures were restless at this moment. They were incomparably crazy and excited. This was because their most joyous moment in 300 years was coming, because their energy would soar tenfold. Although they would be weakened for a year in exchange for less than an hour of strength, they were still willing. The twin moons blocked the twin suns inch by inch, and the earth became dark. Under the magma sea, the Millennium Owl slowly stood up. It stood up from the magma sea, and its huge body was 100 meters long. It was more terrifying, more fierce, more bloodthirsty, and more ugly than in the picture. "Human, you want to kill me?" Suddenly, a deep and shocking voice sounded throughout the abyss. It came from the Millennium Owl's mouth. Yang Dingtian was slightly shocked, but he was not too surprised. A 1,000-year-old monster could transform into a human form and speak human language. Of course, a monster like the Millennium Owl that not only pursued strong Xianxia, but also strong body and strength would almost never transform into a human form. The Millennium Owl spoke again. "You are waiting for your woman to come back, waiting for her to come back with the deep-sea Xian poison." This time, Yang Dingtian was really shocked. How did it know? Its Xianxia was sealed, so it should not be able to hear the conversation between Yang Dingtian and Ningning. But how did it know? Ningning's original plan was to wrap the deep-sea Xian poison in a delicious elixir. As long as she threw it down, the Millennium Owl would definitely drool and swallow the elixir. This way, it would be poisoned and paralyzed. However, now that it knew about this, it would definitely not eat anything that Yang Dingtian threw down. What should he do? What was the use of Ningning coming back with the deep-sea Xian poison? "You should have left just now. That way, you could have escaped with your life." The Millennium Owl slowly said, "Now, you can't escape even if you want to. You have no strength and can't reach the ground. So, you can only wait for your death. You will become my first delicious meal in 300 years. You have extremely high Yang attribute Xian meridians, so I can eat you. As for those bastards from Horror Mountain Village, don't worry, I won't let any of them go. After I get out, I'll tear them into pieces one by one and trample them into meat paste. As for that woman of yours, I'll eat her tender flesh bite by bite. Just you wait, just you wait." The Millennium Owl slowly rose, and its 100-meter-long body emerged from the blood-red magma bit by bit. Just you wait, just you wait. When the 2 moons cover the 2 suns, I will become extremely strong. I will be able to swallow the heavens and destroy the earth. I will tear you to pieces and I will be free. I will be free soon, I will be free soon. The Millennium Owl emerged from the magma sea bit by bit. Its loud roar became louder and louder until it was completely deafening. Outside, the 2 suns continued to be swallowed by the darkness inch by inch. More than half of the 2 suns had been swallowed by the darkness. The final moment was about to come. It was about to come. "Despicable human, your death is coming soon, ha 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 ha." Suddenly, the gigantic abyss cave trembled from the Millennium Owl's laughter. The entire ground was shaking, and the sturdy cave walls and rocks all around were broken. A huge sea of magma surged wildly, and blood-red magma splashed hundreds of meters high. The final moment was coming. The moment of destruction was coming. Bang! At this moment, the mechanism of the stone door above his head suddenly opened, and a flying beast rushed down, with an extremely beautiful figure sitting on top of it. Ningning was back. She came back at the last moment. Her face was full of anxiety and haggard. Her gentle and watery eyes were bloodshot and sunken. "Sister Ningning." Tang Dingtian suddenly stood up. "Little Tian, Big Sister is back. Big Sister is finally back before the total solar eclipse." Shiman Ningning did not have time to stop the flying beast and jump down. However, her delicate body tilted, and she fell down. Yang Dingtian quickly went forward and hugged her. Her entire body was cold, and she was trembling as if there was no warmth at all. Big Sister is finally back. Big Sister was scared to death. I was really scared to death. I really thought I wouldn't be able to make it back in time. Ningning suddenly cried softly. After crying for a few seconds, she suddenly said anxiously, "The deep-sea black poison is in my arms. It is already wrapped in the cloud spirit pill. I don't have the strength to take it. Quickly take it out and throw it to the Millennium Owl. It will pounce on it and eat it." Yang Dingtian reached into her bosom and took out a snow-white jade box. He opened the jade box, and there was a sparkling and translucent elixir inside. This was the cloud spirit elixir, something that all demonic beasts loved the most. Looking at this pill, Yang Dingtian sighed and said, "Big sister, the Millennium Owl already knows that we are going to give it the deep-sea black poison. It won't eat it." Shima Ningning's delicate body suddenly trembled, and her beautiful eyes widened. She said, "Really? How did it know? How could I not know?" The Millennium Owl laughed loudly. "Little girl, you still came back in the end. Why did you do this? You will only die if you come back. I won't eat your deep-sea black poison pill. I will eat the two of you." Haha. After a burst of wild laughter, the Millennium Owl rushed out of the magma. Its huge body, which was more than 100 meters tall and more than 300 meters long, was completely exposed. There were also two extremely thick Xian ice-cold iron chains tied to its hind legs. So fierce, so ugly, so fierce. What a terrifying Millennium Owl beast. It was incomparably huge, bigger than a football field. "I want to be free, I want to be free. Your time of death has come," the Millennium Owl shouted over and over again. Its actions were getting crazier and crazier. It desperately slapped the stone wall and the magma sea. In an instant, the entire cave shook. Giant rocks that were a few hundred kilograms in weight shattered and fell down. Magma gushed up to a height of a few thousand meters and was about to spray onto Yang Dingtian and his companion. "Free, I want to be free." Suddenly, a ray of light began to condense on the Millennium Owl's head. It became brighter and brighter, bigger and bigger. Then, the entire ground began to tremble. Its energy is going to increase by 10 times. It is going to break free from the seal, Yang Dingtian said. Suddenly, Ningning took out the cloud spirit pill that contained the deep-sea black poison. She held it in both hands, closed her beautiful eyes, and silently chanted a mysterious spell. Suddenly, the pill cracked open and turned into ashes, leaving only the deep-sea Xian poison inside. The deep-sea black poison was a green liquid, but it was alive. It swam crazily like a snake, manic and restless, desperately trying to escape. "Sister Ningning, what are you doing?" Yang Dingtian asked. Ningning was still chanting the spell. Her speed was getting faster and faster. 10,000 meters below, the light on the Millennium Owl's head was getting brighter and brighter. Finally, it was as dazzling as the sun. The entire cave shook violently. The ground cracked inch by inch. The entire magma sea set off huge waves that were thousands of meters high. The incomparably solid cave walls began to be completely torn apart. A semicircular energy shield appeared around the Millennium Owl's body. It was a 1,000-meter purple energy shield. It was this energy shield that had completely sealed the Millennium Owl's celestial chi, making it unable to break free or break out of this range. But then, the light on the Millennium Owl's head became brighter and brighter, longer and longer. Finally, the light suddenly became pitch black and turned into an incomparably huge black sword, fiercely stabbing at the energy shield. With a loud bang, the ground suddenly cracked open, forming a crack that was a few meters wide and thousands of meters long. The entire ground shook violently. At the same time, the purple energy shield suddenly dimmed by a third. The huge pitch-black light sword only needed 3 slashes to split open the entire energy shield. Moreover, the thick mystic ice-cold iron chain on the Millennium Owl's feet began to gradually turn red and melt. It would soon break free from the seal. When the 2 moons completely covered the 2 suns, and when the total solar eclipse arrived, its energy would instantly expand to the maximum. It would completely break free from the seal and melt the entire mystic ice-cold iron chain. At that time, the timing of the yin-yang 5-element formation would be completely missed. Yang Dingtian and Shima Ningning would be completely torn apart by the Millennium Owl. At this time, Shima Ningning's jade-like hands were raised high. Her chanting voice became louder and louder. It was a language that Yang Dingtian could not understand at all. The green light on her body became brighter and brighter. The deep sea shan poison between her hands became more and more frenzied. Whoosh! The deep sea shan poison suddenly turned into a green flame. At the same time, the huge black light on the Millennium Owl's head fiercely struck the huge purple energy shield for the second time. Boom! The sky shook and the earth cracked. The sea of fire raged. Go! Ningning shouted crisply. Suddenly, the deep sea shan poison flame in her palm suddenly turned into a human figure. It was the shape of the most beautiful woman in the world. It shot toward the Millennium Owl like lightning. She was extremely beautiful and devastatingly beautiful. In a short moment, she was as graceful as a swan. Then, the green light suddenly drilled into the back of the Millennium Owl. No! The Millennium Owl let out a tragic roar. Its voice was full of unwillingness and fear. No, no, its roar almost made Yang Dingtian's eardrums bleed and the entire cave shattered. Then, the entire body of the Millennium Owl seemed to be frozen and solidified. Inch by inch, foot by foot, it quickly froze and became paralyzed. Wherever the deep sea shan poison passed, its fiery red body instantly turned green. It was a gloomy and terrifying green. This was the deep sea shan poison. It was an extremely mysterious and terrifying deep sea shan poison. Even a 1,000-year-old monster would be instantly disintegrated, paralyzed, and soon completely petrified. The terrifying green color went up from its tail, to its back, to its neck, and to its head. Quick, go and kill it. Otherwise, it will soon be killed by the deep sea shan poison, and the demon core will be useless, Ningning said. At this time, Ningning's body was emitting green smoke. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Sister Ningning, what's wrong with you? Don't worry about me. Go, I will sit down and dissolve it. Ningning pushed Yang Dingtian. The Millennium Owl below was completely paralyzed. The green color had already surged to the top of its head and was about to reach the demon core. Moreover, there were less than 5 minutes before the total solar eclipse. Yang Dingtian opened the black ice sword box, grabbed the bloody black gold sword, and jumped down toward the Millennium Owl. Holding the sword in his hand, he aimed at the wound on the Millennium Owl's head and jumped down. Kill, asterisk 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 PS, ask for a like for this chapter. Let Cake, who is writing in the middle of the night, feel your power, thank you. Thank you. Kill. While descending rapidly, Yang Dingtian let out a roar. He ignored the giant rocks that were falling crazily and the surging magma below. Falling 1,000 meters. Falling 3,000 meters. Poof. Yang Dingtian's body landed heavily on the Millennium Owl's head. Finding the wound on its head, he stabbed the bloody black gold sword in his hand into the wound. More than half of the sword's blade was buried in its head. Hiss. The Millennium Owl, which had been petrified by the black poison, suddenly let out a suppressed and sharp hiss that lingered for a long time. The Millennium Owl was in incomparable pain. It wanted to struggle desperately, but it could not move. Its huge red eyes trembled violently. It desperately did not want to close its eyes, but they still slowly closed. There were less than 5 minutes until the 2 moons covered the 2 suns, and this bloody black gold sword needed less than half a minute for the crazy demon sword spirit inside to wake up. Therefore, Yang Dingtian quickly cut the Millennium Owl's head with a sharp sword, wanting to dig out its demon core as quickly as possible. Little Tian, let's go. Don't worry about the demon core. Let's go. Suddenly, Ningning exclaimed, her voice full of panic. Yang Dingtian looked down and suddenly found that the Millennium Owl's huge eyes, which had been closed, were now wide open. There was no color in the eyeballs at all. They were all blood red, and the Millennium Owl's petrified body, which had been petrified by the deep-sea black poison, had suddenly recovered completely. Let's go. This Millennium Owl wants to die with us. It's burning its own blood vessels to forcefully destroy the poison, Ningning said. Loudly. Then, she jumped down from the floating stone slab that was a few thousand meters above the ground. Sister Ningning, don't. Yang Dingtian shouted. Boom. At the same time, the Millennium Owl's huge body suddenly cracked open, revealing black and red flesh. Then, countless flames burst out from the cracks, making the Millennium Owl look like a flaming demon from the depths of hell. Ningning's delicate body fell quickly. Yang Dingtian quickly reached out and hugged Ningning. Then, the two of them hugged tightly on the Millennium Owl's back. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The Millennium Owl, whose entire body was burning fiercely, suddenly leaped up. It had ignited its Xian veins and energy sea, and its strength instantly increased by several times. It directly broke the profound ice-cold iron chain, and then its gigantic body, which was several hundred meters long, suddenly soared into the sky. Boom! With a loud noise, the Millennium Owl smashed the solid rock wall of the cave into pieces, creating a huge hole and flying into the sky. Yang Dingtian and Ningning had no choice but to lie on the Millennium Owl's huge head. "You want to kill me? Let's die together." The Millennium Owl roared loudly. Its voice sounded as if it had been burnt by the fire. Then, it flapped its huge flaming wings and flew in the air, aiming at Horror Mountain Village below, and suddenly spat out a huge ball of lightning. Bang! The huge blue lightning struck the buildings on the ground. Instantly, the buildings within a few hundred meters were destroyed. Deep cracks appeared on the ground, and the ground was scorched. The power of the Millennium Owl was so shocking. Boom! Another huge bolt of lightning was spat out, and suddenly, the forest below, which was dozens of acres, was turned into a pile of charcoal. Boom! Another huge bolt of lightning, and suddenly, a huge pond was dried up and charred black. At the same time, the two moons had almost completely covered the two suns. The total solar eclipse was coming soon, and the last chance of the yin-yang five-element formation was about to be missed. The total solar eclipse was about to come, the world was already dark, and the stars were already shining in the sky. Although it was noon, it was as dark as the night. Only this Millennium Owl's gigantic body, which was several hundred meters long, was burning fiercely, lighting up the surrounding dozens of miles. The Millennium Owl had completely lost its mind. It was about to be destroyed, and it had completely lost its mind. It had even forgotten about Yang Dingtian and Ningning, who were on its head. It was now crazily slaughtering and spitting out lightning to destroy everything on the ground. It was crazily venting its anger and hatred from being imprisoned for 300 years. Yang Dingtian grabbed the supreme-grade bloody black gold sword and desperately cut the Millennium Owl's head, trying to extract the demon core. However, the shell of the Millennium Owl's head had become extremely hard after the mutation. Yang Dingtian used all his strength, but the supreme-grade bloody black gold sword could not move an inch. The cracks on the Millennium Owl's gigantic body were getting deeper and deeper, and the flames on its body were getting stronger and stronger. In the end, its entire body had turned into an incomparably huge flame, and the crazy flames were spreading toward the top of its head, toward Yang Dingtian and Ningning's hiding place. Boom boom boom. The Millennium Owl spat out thick bolts of lightning that struck the ground. In a moment, almost the entire Horror Mountain village was turned into fine powder, and the ground was scorched black. On the ground of a few square kilometers, the bustling and dense Horror Mountain village was turned into a pile of ruins, burning fiercely. Roar. Hiss. At the same time, the bloody black gold sword in Yang Dingtian's hand suddenly heated up, and a huge force bounced him away. The crazy demon sword spirit in the sword also began to awaken, and suddenly let out an incomparably crazy and violent roar. The entire treasure sword began to tremble crazily, and cracked inch by inch. Boom. Suddenly, the supreme-grade bloody black gold sword was also burning fiercely. Go, let's go quickly. Ningning said loudly, the mystic fire of the Millennium Owl will soon burn us, and the supreme-grade bloody black gold sword will soon explode violently. When that happens, we will be smashed into pieces. At this time, the two moons had already covered 95% of the two suns, and there was only a moment left before the total solar eclipse and the last chance of the yin-yang five-element formation. The last moment was about to be missed. Xiao Tian, let's go quickly, or we will all die. The mystic fire burning on the Millennium Owl's body had already reached its neck, and it was only a dozen meters away from Yang Dingtian, but he could already feel the terrifying temperature. What was even more terrifying was that the bloody black gold sword, which had already gone crazy, was already blooming with a terrifying light, as if it was going to devour people. The Millennium Owl had already gone completely crazy, and it was only instinctively flying above Horror Mountain Village, crazily slaughtering and destroying. The entire Horror Mountain Village had already become a ruin. "Xiao Tian, let's go, let's go!" Ningning shouted while hugging Yang Dingtian, and then suddenly wanted to jump down with Yang Dingtian. "No, Sister Ningning, this is my last chance, I can't give up, you go first." Yang Dingtian shouted loudly. "It's too late, too late." Ningning said, "The fire is coming, and the supreme-grade bloody black gold sword is about to explode. We can't take out the demon core, and the Millennium Owl is about to detonate its energy reserve, and its demon core will be smashed into pieces. It's too late, the total solar eclipse is coming, and there's no time to set up the yin-yang 5-element formation. Even if there is an electric demon core, there's no time to set it up." Yang Dingtian felt the time passing second by second, and his last chance was slipping away bit by bit. That's right, there was no time to set up the yin-yang 5-element formation, and he couldn't get the electric demon core. He couldn't touch the supreme-grade bloody black gold sword at all, as once he touched it, he would immediately die from the backlash. Suddenly, he stood up from the Millennium Owl's head and looked down at Horror Mountain Village, which had already turned into ruins. It happened to be a 5-pointed star. He suddenly shouted in surprise, "I know what to do, I know what to do." Ningning said anxiously, "Xiao Tian, what did you say?" "Heaven hasn't abandoned me," Yang Dingtian said loudly, "I'll set up the formation now." Yang Dingtian took out 4 demon cores from his chest. At this time, the Millennium Owl had been flying around Horror Mountain Village. According to the blueprint that Ningning had mentioned a few nights ago, the entire Horror Mountain Village happened to be a yin-yang 5-element formation. At this time, it just happened to pass over the metal-type corner. "Go!" Yang Dingtian shouted and threw the metal-type demon core out. Suddenly, the metal-type demon core turned into a white light and shot out, and then it accurately floated in the metal-type corner of the 5-pointed star. The Millennium Owl continued to fly around, and it continued to spit fire to destroy everything on the ground. The flames behind it were only 8 meters away from Yang Dingtian, and the supreme-grade bloody black gold sword had already shown to the extreme. At this time, there was less than a minute before the total solar eclipse. "Ice-type corner, go!" Passing over the ice-type corner, Yang Dingtian threw out the ice-type demon core in his hand. Suddenly, the ice-type demon core flew out a few dozen meters and suddenly hit the metal-type corner, floating in the air. "Fire-type corner, go!" Passing over the fire-type corner, Yang Dingtian threw out the fire-type demon core. Boom! At this time, the raging flames had already burned behind him, and the supreme-grade bloody black gold sword had already let out a burst of roar while trembling, and balls of fire burst out. There was still half a minute before the total solar eclipse. "Wind-type corner, go!" Yang Dingtian aimed at the 4th corner of the yin-yang 5-element formation and threw out the wind-type demon core. At this time, the raging mystic fire suddenly burned Yang Dingtian's clothes. Fortunately, he had the deep sea Xian clothes, otherwise, he would have been instantly smashed to pieces by the mystic fire. "Jump!" Yang Dingtian held Ningning and suddenly jumped down from the Millennium Owl's head. Squeak! A mounted beast risked its life to fly over and catch the two falling from the air. At this time, the 2 moons had already covered 99% of the twin suns, and the final moment had arrived. Roar! The Millennium Owl, which had completely turned into a fireball, burst out countless flames in the air, and was still flying around, crazily spitting out flaming lightning. Its sea of energy was about to explode, and it was about to turn into ashes. Suddenly, the Millennium Owl turned its head and looked at Yang Dingtian, and shouted, "Die, let's all die together." Then, the Millennium Owl opened its huge burning mouth and was about to brew the last bolt of lightning. At this time, the griffin that caught the two flew to the center of Horror Mountain Village, the center of the Tomb Tower. In the entire Horror Mountain Village, only the Tomb Tower was not destroyed, because the Millennium Owl hated it the most. It wanted to be the last to destroy it, along with Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian jumped down and landed on the top of the Tomb Tower. Then, he sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and formed a seal with his hands. 5 elements yin-yang great mantra. Suddenly, a wonderful and mysterious mantra came out of Yang Dingtian's mouth. It was like the sound of heaven, but also like thunder. It was like intoxication, but also like a tsunami. Whoosh! The gold-type demon core shot out a golden light. Whoosh! The ice-type demon core shot out a pure white light. Whoosh! The fire-type demon core shot out a blood-red light. Whoosh! The wind-type demon core shot out a transparent and colorless light. Die, let's die together. The Millennium Owl was about to spit out its last bolt of lightning. At the same time, it flew to the fifth corner, the lightning-type corner. Then, it was fixed in place, as if it was fixed in place by an incomparably powerful energy. Whoosh! Then, a ray of light shot out from the top of the Millennium Owl's head. It was electric blue, and it came from the lightning-type demon core in its head. Boom! The originally burning Millennium Owl suddenly exploded, and its incomparably huge body shattered into pieces in the air, turning into countless balls of flames that fell from the sky. At this time, the 2 moons completely covered the 2 suns. The Yin-Yang festival had officially begun. Thanks, God descending 123, Superki, quiet flowing water, silk cherry rain, MDGG, Yu Qiancheng, silent forward, 1311261434298887, and other brothers for their tips. Thank you to every reader. Every attention from you can warm my body and mind. Thank you. Seeing that Yang Dingtian was still meditating with his eyes closed, Zhao Wuji said, "What happened in Horror Mountain Village must have alerted everyone within a few hundred miles. Many people must have seen it and will come here soon. We must immediately move Yang Dingtian to another place." Ningning said, "Thank you, Senior Zhao, but little Tian is refining his body and transforming his qi. He can't be moved." "Don't worry, I won't let him move at all," Zhao Wuji said. Then, he walked in front of Yang Dingtian and activated his powerful celestial qi. He lifted his hands in the air. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's body floated up. He didn't sway or move at all. Zhao Wuji held Yang Dingtian in the air and the 2 of them slowly floated into the tomb tower. When they reached the center of the 100-meter-tall tower, he held Yang Dingtian in the air with one hand and raised his other hand. A huge coffin lid was gently opened, revealing an empty coffin. "Sorry for the offense," Zhao Wuji said softly. Zhao Wuji spoke softly. He then lifted his left hand and slowly placed Yang Dingtian into the coffin. The coffin was huge. After Yang Dingtian entered it, it was very spacious. Then, Zhao Wuji closed the lid with his right hand. Swoosh 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 swoosh. He pointed in the air and a few holes appeared in the huge coffin. Now, even if someone came, they wouldn't be able to discover Yang Dingtian's existence. "Senior, when will Yang Dingtian wake up?" Ningning asked anxiously. There were only a few hours left in the 10 days that he promised Shimin and Yin Yin. Even if Yang Dingtian woke up and immediately rushed to Cloud Sky City, the time would only be just right. "I don't know. He's absorbing the refined celestial qi into his Xian veins and bones so that his entire body can keep up with the level of celestial qi. It might take a few hours or even longer. After all, he broke through too much in one go." Zhao Wuji said, "Miss Shimin, your complexion doesn't look good. You should also sit down and rest." "Thank you, Senior." Ningning said, "Here, I thank Horror Mountain Village on behalf of Yang Dingtian. Thank you for your help. Not only did you give him the Millennium Owl, but you also lent him the bloody black gold sword. This is nothing. Yang Dingtian will return this favor to Horror Mountain Villa in the future." Zhao Wuji smiled, but his voice was like metal scraping against a wall. "Uncle, what's this?" Suddenly, Zhao Mu pointed at something on the ground. On the ruins that had been electrocuted by the Millennium Owl, there was a 3-foot-long object. It looked like a sword, but it was not a sword. It looked like a flying dagger, black with a mix of red and blue. It looked like a single entity. Only the tail was condensed into a red and blue crystal. It was a strange blade. Zhao Mu landed on his flying beast and walked over to pick up the item. Who knew that as soon as his fingers touched it, a powerful force would surge out and send him flying more than 10 meters away, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Don't touch it." I'll do it, Zhao Wuji said. Then, he jumped down from the tower, activated his powerful celestial qi, and bent down to hold the strange blade. His palm did not touch the strange blade but only grasped the air. Suddenly, the strange blade let out a strange roar, and a powerful force surged out. It trembled violently, desperately trying to break free from Zhao Wuji's grasp. Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth, and his ugly face was distorted. He used all his strength to control the strange blade, and suddenly, he was sweating profusely. After holding it for 3 minutes, Zhao Wuji's hand loosened. The strange blade suddenly flew more than 10 meters away and stabbed into the ground. Only the tail was left trembling. What a domineering thing, Zhao Wuji said. Zhao Mu was surprised. This strange blade is so powerful. It must be a divine weapon. But when did Horror Mountain Village have such a treasure? This thing belongs to Horror Mountain Village, but it doesn't belong to Horror Mountain Village, Zhao Wuji said. This is a combination of 4 things. The first is the supreme-grade bloody black gold sword. The body of the sword has been shattered and completely destroyed. Only the supreme-grade demon core with the tyrannical sword spirit is left. The Millennium El had also turned into ashes, but before it died, it had poured its spirit soul into its lightning-type demon core. The spirits of the 2 powerful demon beasts were like fire and water. After Yang Dingtian's formation ended, the 2 spirits crazily attacked each other to destroy each other. In the end, neither of them killed the other. Instead, the 2 demon cores melted into a ball, and the 2 spirits were violently merged together, fighting crazily. This red and blue crystal is the fusion of the mystical fire Qilin fire demon core and the Millennium El's lightning demon core? Zhao Mu asked. Zhao Wuji nodded. Then, what's with this strange blade? Zhao Mu asked. This Millennium El's entire body was burned and melted, but its right claw was bound by the mystical ice iron chain, which is an extremely cold item. Thus, the mystical fire in its body couldn't completely burn its right claw to ashes. It only melted its claw with the mystical ice iron chain, which is why it turned into this strange blade. Zhao Wuji said, as for why the crystals formed from the fusion of the 2 demon cores would condense at the end of the strange blade, it's because they needed a place to calm their auras. Otherwise, the 2 powerful spirits would fuse together and crazily tangle with each other. One day, they would perish together. Therefore, they needed to find an extremely cold place to peacefully rest. It's the same reason why the crazy sword spirit had to be sealed in the mystical ice sword box. Zhao Mu suddenly exclaimed, a mystical fire Qilin spirit is already shocking enough. Now, there's a Millennium El spirit. This strange blade is already a divine weapon in the world. Yes, Zhao Wuji said. But it has already recognized its master. It doesn't belong to Horror Mountain Village anymore. Did it recognize Brother Yang as its master? Zhao Mu asked. It should be. Zhao Wuji said, if I'm not wrong, Yang Dingtian should have used some kind of array to devour the purest celestial qi during the total solar eclipse to break through. Just now, I could feel all the surrounding celestial qi rushing to the center of Horror Mountain Village from 100 miles away. Thus, the spirits of the Millennium El and the mystical fire Qilin were not spared. A part of their energy would be mixed with celestial qi and refined into Yang Dingtian's body by the array. Thus, this strange blade should be only usable by Yang Dingtian now. If anyone else touches this strange blade, they will suffer a crazy backlash. Zhao Mu smiled and said, the treasures in the world belong to the virtuous, but at this moment, I really can't help but feel jealous. Zhao Wuji said, he risked his life to get this. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji said, someone's coming. Suddenly, dust billowed more than 10 miles away, and the ground shook slightly. There are at least hundreds of riders. They should be the cavalry of the Northwest Qin family's border castle, Zhao Wuji said. At the same time, dozens of black spots appeared in the sky. Dozens of warriors were rushing over on flying beasts. When Shimin Ningning saw this, her expression changed slightly. Zhao Wuji said, Miss Shimin, you should also enter a giant coffin in the tomb tower to rest. No matter how overbearing the people of the Northwest Qin family are, they won't dare to do anything to the coffins of our ancestors. Yes, thank you, Senior, Shimin Ningning said. Then, Zhao Wuji quickly grabbed the strange blade that was stuck in the ground and quickly entered the tomb tower. He placed the strange blade in one of the coffins and let the cold air of the coffin suppress the strange blade's aura. Then, Zhao Wuji floated back to the top of the tomb tower and slowly said, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Qin Mutang, the guardian of the abyss, saw Horror Mountain Village collapsing and fire soaring into the sky, "So I came to rescue you," the person said loudly. Even though they were nearly 10,000 meters away, their voices could still be heard clearly. "Thank you, Guardian Qin. During the solar eclipse just now, the sea of lava under my Horror Mountain village erupted and completely destroyed my village. However, the people in the village have been evacuated in advance, so everyone is safe," Zhao Wuji said. "However, the village has been destroyed, so we can't entertain guests. Please go ahead. I, Qin Mutang, am not here as a guest. Horror Mountain Village and the Northwest Qin family have a close relationship. Horror Mountain Village has encountered a disaster, so how can we not help?" Qin Mutang said loudly. The cavalry of a few hundred people was getting closer and closer. 3 hours passed. 5 hours passed. The sun set in the west and night fell. The next day, the sun rose from the east again. Yang Dingtian slowly opened his eyes. It was dark in front of him. He looked around and found that he was in a coffin. Although he couldn't see, he could still tell that he was still in Horror Mountain Village. This should be the coffin of the tomb tower. After using the yin-yang 5-element formation, he had to rest for nearly 20 hours because there were still some impurities in his Xianxia after the solar eclipse. He needed to purify them. Most importantly, he needed to let the Xianxia in his energy reserve circulate through his body multiple times, so that his muscles and bones would become stronger. Now, everything was done. Yang Dingtian's muscles and bones were much stronger than before. "Master, quickly take a look. What level did my Xianxia break through? Did I break through level 16? Yang Dingtian asked in his heart immediately. His heart was filled with endless anticipation and nervousness. Dongfang Minmi was silent for a moment. Then, even his voice changed. "Oh my god! The harder the process, the sweeter the result. Level 19, a whole 19. Child, you broke through 19 levels." Dongfang Minmi said with a trembling voice. "What level? Level 19? Yang Dingtian almost cried out in shock. To be honest, he could clearly feel that his body was filled with energy. He also knew that his Xianxia had broken through, and it wasn't a small breakthrough. However, his biggest goal was only level 16, because as long as he became a 6-star Xian martial artist, he would be able to win the elimination battle. Senior Shiwu Piaoyan once said that more than 10,000 years ago, someone used the yin-yang festival that happened once every 300 years to break through level 16 using the yin-yang 5 elements formation. Later on, that person became the best in the world. Therefore, Yang Dingtian only dared to hope that he could break through level 16 at most. He didn't expect that he would break through level 19. How could he not be surprised? You are now a 9-star Xian martial artist. You are only one step away from breaking through to Xian martial artist. Dongfang Minmi said, "It's really unbelievable. Even a top genius would need 2 years to reach this level, but you only took 10 days. If word got out, the world would be shocked." Yang Dingtian's blood seemed to be boiling. Then, he remembered something important and asked, "Master, what time is it now? How long until the elimination battle in Cloud Sky City?" Dongfang Minmi was shocked. "Quick, there are only 4 hours until the elimination battle ends. You have to rush back to Cloud Sky City as fast as you can. P.S. Next, it's time for Yang Dingtian to show his prowess and blind everyone. Brothers, please support him. Little Tian, this is from Senior Wuji and Brother Zhao Mu." On the back of the Piaoling Ray, Ningning took out a long box and handed it to Yang Dingtian. The box was cold to the touch. It was the Xian Ice Cold Jade box that contained the top-grade bloody black gold. However, the top-grade bloody black gold sword had been destroyed. When he opened the box, he immediately saw a ferocious-looking sword lying inside. A strong and violent aura rushed out, as if it was going to devour someone at any moment. On the hilt, 2 demon cores were tightly entangled. One was blue, which should be the demon core of the Millennium Owl, and the other was red, which should be the demon core of the mysterious fire Qilin in the top-grade bloody black gold sword. Both demon cores were damaged, but they both looked fierce, as if they wanted to devour each other. What's going on? Yang Dingtian asked. Brother Xiaomu found this sword on the ground. Senior Wuji said that this is the remnant of the top-grade bloody black gold sword, the claw of the Millennium Owl, the Xian ice cold iron, and the demon cores of the Millennium Owl and the mysterious fire Qilin. These 4 things were combined under strong energy. Shiman Ningning said, they gave this sword to you. They were afraid that you wouldn't want it, so they asked me to pass it to you. How can I do that? This belongs to Horror Mountain Village. I've already successfully broken through. How can I be greedy and accept such a powerful weapon? Yang Dingtian asked. That's right, this was indeed a powerful weapon. The 4 things that made up this sword were all extremely precious. Moreover, the 4 things were combined and forged during the great changes in the world. It was obvious how powerful it was. Ningning said, there is a strong and violent energy in this sword. Anyone who touches it will be devoured. Even a martial arts grandmaster can't withstand it. Brother Xiaomu was sent flying and spat out blood when he touched it. Senior Wuji said that only you can use this sword. After hearing this, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but reach out to grab the strange sword. At this moment, he could vaguely see that the main shape of the sword was similar to the claws of the Millennium Owl. It looked very ferocious and fierce. Be careful, this is merely what Senior Fearless said. If it backfires on you, the consequences will be unimaginable, Ningning said. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and reached out to grab the strange blade. Suddenly, an incomparably powerful and violent murderous aura gushed out. It was as powerful as the ocean, as if it wanted to tear Yang Dingtian into pieces and completely destroy his soul. Yang Dingtian's body instantly turned cold, as if he was about to die. But almost in an instant, this ominous aura was completely dormant and retracted back into the 2 demon nuclei. The entire strange blade became silent. In this short period of time, Yang Dingtian's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. What a powerful sword spirit, what an abnormal sword spirit. Suddenly, Dongfang Minmi said in Yang Dingtian's mind. Master, is there a sword spirit in this sword? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, a very, very powerful sword spirit. Moreover, it is a sword spirit that has no consciousness and is uncontrollable. Dongfang Minmi said, this sword spirit is a combination of the incomplete martial souls of the Millennium Owl and the mystical fire Qilin. You have their energy in your body, so you can use this sword. You can even summon the sword spirit inside, but you must not do that. Yang Dingtian asked, why? Your mental strength is too weak, and this sword spirit is very powerful, but it has no consciousness. The result of using the weak to control the strong will be that your soul will be completely destroyed, Dongfang Minmi said. Moreover, it will have a fatal impact on your cultivation of the sword soul in the future. Cultivating the sword soul was the most important thing to Yang Dingtian. It must not be affected. I understand, Master. I won't use this sword. I will return it to Horror Mountain Village, Yang Dingtian said. That's not necessary. Even if you don't summon the sword spirit inside, this sword itself is a very powerful treasure sword. It has a 20% increase in Xianxia. It is a divine weapon. Even if you use it as an ordinary weapon, it is still very powerful. Dongfang Minmi said, before you go to the Fire Cloud Devil Cave to forge the sword Soul Youngling sword, use this strange sword. And when you find the Heaven and Earth Xian Flame to forge the soul sword, the sword spirit inside this treasure sword will be the first martial soul that your soul sword will devour. Remembering, Dongfang Minmi said excitedly, the martial soul of the Millennium Owl, the mystical fire Qilin, and that incomparably powerful Abyss Lord. Your soul sword has just been born, and it can already devour 3 such powerful martial souls. I really can't imagine how fast your sword soul will cultivate. When Master cultivated his sword soul, the martial souls that he devoured in 5 years were only comparable to the incomplete martial soul of a Millennium Owl. As soon as he said this, Yang Dingtian's blood suddenly heated up. He suddenly looked forward to forging his own soul sword. In less than 5 months, the Fire Cloud Devil Cave's earth fire would bloom again. At that time, Yang Dingtian could take his 45 pieces of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold to forge his own sword, Soul Youngling sword, a treasure sword that truly belonged to him. But now, the most important thing was the elimination battle in Cloud Sky City. At this time, he was already a 9-star Xian martial artist. He was very confident about this battle. Moreover, he also had the strange owl blade that had a 20% increase in Xianxia. Yan, I didn't disappoint you. You must not disappoint me. In the air, Yang Dingtian looked in the direction of Cloud Sky City. His heart was burning with anxiety. Cloud Sky City, I'm coming. At this time, Cloud Sky City was bustling with noise. There were thousands of people watching the battle in the arena. The annual elimination battle was coming to an end. It was the last battle. Originally, the elimination battle every year was not so grand. The important figures of Cloud Sky City were also not present. But for this year's elimination battle, all the important figures of Cloud Sky City were present. On the left were Yang Yan, Tang Buizhao, Shimanju, and the others. There were dozens of people and they occupied most of the power in Cloud Sky City. The most eye-catching one was a beautiful woman. She was Xianxia, who had just been expelled back to Cloud Sky City by the Northwest Qin family. On the right, there were only 2 people, Madame Shiman, Yang Peipei, and Shiman Lai. Compared to Yang Yan's power, the difference was like heaven and earth. Not only were all the important figures present, but there were also thousands of disciples of Cloud Sky City sitting in the square. Such a grand scene had not been seen in Cloud Sky City for many years. There was only one purpose for Yang Yan and the others to organize such a grand scene, which was to completely embarrass Yang Dingtian. They wanted everyone in Cloud Sky City to completely give up on Yang Dingtian, who was appointed by Shiman Wuya. This was because Shiman Wuya's position among the disciples of Cloud Sky City was extremely high. When Shiman Wuya appointed Yang Dingtian as the successor of the city lord, there were still many people in Cloud Sky City who supported Yang Dingtian from the bottom of their hearts. Even though Yang Dingtian's reputation was very bad and he was called a lunatic and a piece of trash. However, there were still many disciples of Cloud Sky City who were unwilling to believe this. They believed that the great city lord Shiman's judgment would not be so bad. Therefore, in order to dispel the hope in these people's hearts, in order to attack Shiman Wuya's prestige, Yang Yan wanted all the disciples of Cloud Sky City to see Yang Dingtian make a fool of himself. He wanted everyone to see that Yang Dingtian was just a useless toad. Then, in front of everyone, he would legitimately chase Yang Dingtian out of Cloud Sky City. Only then would Qin Xiaobai be able to stabilize his position as the city lord. Only then would the Yang family be able to regain control of Cloud Sky City. Therefore, even though the 2 people in the arena were fighting with their lives on the line, no one cared about the battle above. Everyone stared in the direction of the city gate, waiting for a result. Would Yang Dingtian return to participate in the battle? This was because as long as the final battle was over, the elimination battle would be over. If Yang Dingtian did not appear, he would be seen as a coward and would be chased out of Cloud Sky City. Time slowly passed, but Yang Dingtian still did not appear. Therefore, in an instant, the thousands of disciples in the arena were discussing animatedly, why isn't Yang Dingtian here yet? Don't tell me he's really scared and ran away? That goes without saying. You're too naive. You actually have hope for a madman like Yang Dingtian. He's long gone. City Lord Shiman really misjudged him. He was just an initiate a few days ago. Wanting to break through to a 6-star Xian martial artist in such a short period of time is simply a pipe dream. That's right. If he can break through to a 6-star Xian martial artist in a few days, I'll pledge my loyalty to him on the spot and recognize him as the future city lord of Cloud Sky City. That's right. If he can break through to a 6-star Xian martial artist in a few days, that means he's the #1 genius in 1,000 years. Only such a person can revitalize our Cloud Sky City. I'll sell my life to him for the rest of my life. TSK, you're all dreaming. Yang Dingtian, that useless madman, can break through to the 16th level in a few days? Don't joke around. If he can do it, I'll wring my own head off on the spot. Sigh. Yang Dingtian really disappoints me. It's fine if he can't break through to a 6-star Xian martial artist in such a short period of time, But he doesn't even dare to participate in the elimination battle. It's really disappointing. Of course he doesn't dare. If he comes to participate, he'll definitely die. Bang! On the battle stage, one of the Cloud Sky City disciples was directly sent flying and fell off the stage. The last battle had ended. The results of the elimination battle were officially out. The last 10 disciples had all been chosen. They were about to be expelled from Cloud Sky City. Great Elder, announce the results. That useless Yang Dingtian doesn't dare to come. Tang Buozhao sneered. Great Elder Yang Yan immediately stood up, picked up a hammer, and was about to strike a large bell at the side. The elimination battle is over, wait. Madame Shimen, Yang Peipei, stood up and pointed at the setting sun. As long as the sun hasn't set, the elimination battle isn't over. But the battle is over, Yang Yan said coldly. Yang Yan said coldly, as for Yang Dingtian, he didn't even dare to participate in the battle. How could he be qualified to be a disciple of Cloud Heaven City, let alone the successor of the City Lord? I really don't know how the City Lord chose such a despicable and cowardly trash. Then, Yang Yan shouted towards the square, I announce that the elimination battle is over. Yang Dingtian and the 10 defeated disciples are all expelled from Cloud Sky City. No. Shimen Lai said loudly, according to the ancestral rules, the elimination battle isn't over until the sun sets. Then, Shimen Lai shouted at the Cloud Sky City disciples below, do you believe City Lord Shimen? If you do, then make your voices heard. Give Yang Dingtian a chance and give yourselves a chance. Do you believe City Lord Shimen? Do you believe? I believe. Below, a portion of the Cloud Sky City disciples shouted. Shimen Lai shouted again, do you believe? I believe. I believe. More and more Cloud Sky City disciples shouted. After all, in their hearts, Shimen Wuyao was like a god. At this moment, Yang Yan and the others' faces turned ugly. Even if Shimen Wuyao was no longer around, he was still so respected in the hearts of all the disciples. Great Elder, please give Yang Dingtian a chance to prove himself. Before the sun sets, the elimination battle isn't over, Shimen Lai said. Yang Yan's face turned cold and he was about to refuse. Suddenly, a handsome youth walked to his side and whispered, Grandfather, give him a chance. The higher Yang Dingtian climbs, the worse he will fall. We might as well let him die in the arena. This youth was Qin Xiaobai, the young genius who came to fight for the City Lord's position, Qin Xiaobai. When he spoke, he still had a gentle smile on his face, but his words were extremely vicious. All right then. If you want to make a fool of yourselves, I'll fulfill your wish. Yang Yan sneered, there's still 15 minutes before the sun sets. At that time, if Yang Dingtian doesn't appear, he will be considered a coward. Not only will he be expelled from Cloud Sky City, but he will also forever be listed as a disgrace to Cloud Sky City. It's a deal. Shimen Lai said and then retreated. He stared at the city gate with his eyes wide open, feeling as if he was about to suffocate. Yang Dingtian, don't disappoint me, don't disappoint Madam, don't disappoint Yan Yan, and don't disappoint all the Cloud Sky City disciples who support you. If you don't come, not only will you be finished, but my father's prestige will also be gone. Suddenly, everyone held their breaths and looked at the setting sun in the west. Looking at the setting sun sinking bit by bit, the hearts of the people who supported Yang Dingtian also sank bit by bit, and their bodies turned cold bit by bit. Yan Yan wasn't in the arena, but stood on the city wall. As long as Yang Dingtian appeared, she would be able to see him immediately. At this moment, the sun was about to set. Yan Yan carried a bag on her back and held a sword in her hand. She was dressed as if she was on a long journey. She looked to the west. Yang Dingtian still hadn't appeared, and the sun was about to set. Yang Dingtian, do you really want to disappoint me? Even if you lose, as long as you come back to fight, I won't leave. I'll still be your wife, and I'll still forgive you. I'll still sleep with you and give my celestial qi to you using the yin-yang devouring Xian technique. But, do you really want to disappoint me and chase me to the netherworld sea? Yan Yan's heart was about to set with the setting sun. At this moment, in the west, there was a sudden high-pitched cry. A beautiful Piaoling ray appeared in their field of vision, blocking the bright red setting sun in the west. On the Piaoling ray, there were two figures. One was Yang Dingtian, and the other was Shiman Ningning. Yan Yan was ecstatic. She shouted at Yang Dingtian with all her might, "Yang Dingtian, you bastard, you still know to come back." Under everyone's gazes, the Piaoling ray slowly landed on the arena. Yang Dingtian immediately jumped down and bowed with cupped hands towards Yang Yan and the others. Grand Elder, Yang Dingtian has rushed over to participate in the elimination battle. Instant kill. It was actually an instant kill. And the one who was instantly killed was Sun Wan. Qin Xiaobai's expression changed drastically as he stood up abruptly. Grand Elder Yang Yan's beard trembled as he suddenly sat up straight. Yan Yan and Madame Shiman's eyes instantly widened as they looked at everything in disbelief. Everyone present was so shocked that they stood up and stared at Yang Dingtian, who was on the contest stage, with dumbfounded expressions. How could this be? Originally, everyone thought that Yang Dingtian would definitely be disemboweled. But on the stage, there was actually such a shocking scene. Wasn't Yang Dingtian an enlightener 5 days ago? Shouldn't people who practiced the pig slaying swordsmanship be lunatics and trash? Sun Wan was a 3-star mystic martial artist, but he was instantly killed by Yang Dingtian. What level was Yang Dingtian at? He was at least a few stars higher than Sun Wan. In just 5 days, Yang Dingtian actually broke through more than 10 stars. This was too crazy. No one had heard of such an example in the past 1,000 years. In the arena, there was a full few minutes of silence. Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, a Cloud Sky City disciple who had high hopes for Yang Dingtian shouted loudly. Then, more and more people shouted Yang Dingtian's name. Long live City Lord Shiman, long live City Lord Shiman. In the end, all the chants changed to Shiman Wuya. In this battle, Yang Dingtian's victory or defeat not only represented himself, but also represented Shiman Wuya's prestige and authority. When they heard the tide-like shouts, Yang Yan and the others' complexion instantly turned extremely unsightly. Originally, they wanted to embarrass Yang Dingtian and damage Shiman Wuya's prestige, but they didn't expect to shoot themselves in the foot. Qin Xiaobai's originally indifferent expression suddenly became serious. His long and narrow eyes suddenly narrowed as he looked at Yang Dingtian in the arena. Yang Dingtian, who had instantly killed his opponent, didn't have much expression on his face, let alone any excitement. In just 5 days, he had broken through more than 10 levels. This was completely unheard of. Killing intent flashed in Qin Xiaobai's eyes. Originally, I just wanted to embarrass you and break your limbs before chasing you out of Cloud Heaven City. Now that you dare to perform so well, I can't let you live. Qin Xiaobai thought in his heart. Amidst the tide-like shouts below, he felt a deadly threat. If Yang Dingtian did not die, his position as the city lord would not be stable. Instantly, Qin Xiaobai glanced at Tang Bo Zhao, his eyes revealing a cold and stern command. That's right, it was an order. Even though he was still young and his cultivation level was much lower than Tang Bo Zhao's, everyone in Cloud Sky City was like a servant in his eyes. The Northwest Qin family is the supreme ruler of the entire western region. After Shiman Wuya died, Cloud Sky City was nothing. Tang Bo Zhao nodded slightly and swiped his finger across the air. Even though they felt that this was impossible, they still made relevant plans and preparations. This plan was personally formulated by Qin Xiaobai. Its name was Kill Yang Dingtian. Silence. Tang Bo Zhao stood on the high platform and shouted, for example, it's not over yet. Don't be noisy. Then, Tang Bo Zhao looked deeply at Yang Dingtian and said, Yang Dingtian, you have won the first round of the tag team battle. You still need to win 2 more rounds before you can become a disciple of Cloud Sky City. Only then will you be qualified to participate in next year's battle for the City Lord's position. Then, Tang Bo Zhao looked at the remaining 9 challengers and said, next, who wants to challenge Yang Dingtian? The remaining 9 challengers were instantly silent. Yang Dingtian's instant kill just now was truly too shocking. Whoever defeats Yang Dingtian can stay in Cloud Sky City, Tang Bo Zhao said loudly. Me. One of the challengers stood out from the crowd. This person's body was sturdy and his face was gloomy. He exuded a dangerous aura. Seeing this person, all the Cloud Sky City disciples were puzzled because this person was very unfamiliar. They had never seen him before. Of course, they had never seen him before because this person had only joined Cloud Sky City with Qin Xiaobai 4 days ago. He was the executor of Yang Dingtian's death and was Qin Xiaobai's pawn. "What's your name?" Tang Boshao asked. "Gan Lang." The gloomy man said coldly. "How's your cultivation? What was your rank in the elimination battle?" Tang Boshao asked. "Ranked 9th from the bottom, a 9-star Xian martial artist," Gan Lang said. Suddenly, everyone gasped and lit up. Were the Cloud Sky City disciples that powerful this year? In the past, the 10th from the bottom was around a 6-star Xian martial artist. This year, the 9th from the bottom was actually a 9-star Xian martial artist. However, since he was Qin Xiaobai's pawn, then a 9-star Xian martial artist was definitely only his superficial strength. In reality, it was definitely more than that. No one knew what his true strength was. Only Qin Xiaobai and himself knew. Moreover, his entire body exuded a bloodthirsty aura. It was obvious that he had been through a lot of killing. Who knew how many people he had killed to have such a thick bloody aura? Gan Lang slowly walked onto the stage and stood in front of Yang Dingtian. He looked at Yang Dingtian as if he was looking at a dead man. On the high platform, Yan Yan and Madame Shimen looked at each other. They both saw a sense of worry and danger in each other's eyes. As for Shimen Lai, he was lost in his memories. "I've seen this person before. I'd definitely seen this person before," Shimen Lai said. He had indeed seen this person before, but he couldn't remember who he was. However, when he saw him, the only impression he had was that he was bloodthirsty and cruel. At this moment, Gan Lang slowly took out his weapon. Everyone exclaimed. His weapon wasn't the sword he used in the previous battle. Instead, it was a pair of hideous and terrifying steel claws. They were sharp and ugly and were stained with a shocking red color. It was unknown how many people's blood had been stained on them. "I remember now. This person is the corpse-tearing demon from the Northwest Qin family's arena. However, he was wearing a black mask before, so I didn't recognize him." Shimen Lai's expression changed as he said, "This person has fought hundreds of battles in the Qin city's arena. He has killed over 100 people and lost every single one of them. Moreover, every time he killed someone, he would completely tear them apart. It's extremely cruel and bloody. They want to completely kill Yang Dingtian. Despicable," Madame Shimen said coldly. Yan Yan said, "Big brother, what's his cultivation like?" "I don't know. However, the number of Xian martial warriors that died under his claws is no less than 10, Shimen Lai said. When he said this, Yan Yan and Madame Shimen's expressions changed drastically. Yan Yan hurriedly said, "From what I saw in the battle between Yang Dingtian and Sun Wan, his strength should be around a 7-star Xian martial warrior. Then, wouldn't he definitely die fighting Gan Lang?" "That's right. When Yang Dingtian instantly killed Sun Wan, it looked extremely impressive. However, people with high cultivations could tell that his Xianxia cultivation was around a 7 or 8-star Xian martial warrior. However, the number of Xian martial warriors that died at the hands of this corpse-tearing maniac Gan Lang was no less than 10. Moreover, Gan Lang had always participated in the most bloody and cruel gladiator battles. This wasn't a martial arts competition. In a gladiator battle, the loser only had one outcome, and that was death. Therefore, even though Yang Dingtian had a shocking breakthrough, he had never truly experienced a killing field. As for Gan Lang, he had experienced hundreds of battles. He had crawled out from blood and corpses. What he excelled in was not martial arts, but life and death battles. Qin Xiaobai sent him out to fight because he wanted to kill Yang Dingtian. At this moment, Tang Boshao's face had also turned cold. He had a cruel smile on his face as he looked at Yang Dingtian. He thought to himself, "I didn't think that the chess piece we buried would actually be useful. Yang Dingtian, you're seeking your own death. You can't blame us." Then, Tang Boshao looked at the battle stage and said coldly, "This time, everyone will fight in turns. Everyone will use their full strength. It's inevitable that there will be injuries. Even death is not impossible. Therefore, in this battle, life and death will be decided by the heavens." Once these words were spoken, the Cloud Sky City disciples below could hear the chilling cruelty in them. They couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Gan Lang opened his mouth towards Yang Dingtian, revealing his white teeth as if he wanted to eat Yang Dingtian's flesh alive. "Begin." Tang Bosheo shouted. His palm slashed down as if he was taking away a life. Wait. Madame Shimen, Yang Peipei, suddenly stood up and sneered at Yang Yan and the others. Great Elder, how can a person be so shameless? This Gan Lang, is he one of Cloud Sky City's people? He's obviously the body-ripping demon from the Northwest Qin City's gladiator arena. What's the meaning of you putting him in the elimination battle? After seeing Yang Dingtian's power, do you want to kill him so badly? Qin Xiaobai slowly stood up and said, Madame Shimen, why isn't he one of Cloud Sky City's people? Since I'm already one of Cloud Sky City's people, why can't the person I brought be one of Cloud Sky City's disciples? Then, Qin Xiaobai looked at Yang Dingtian and sneered, if Gan Lang didn't learn martial arts in Cloud Sky City, then did Yang Dingtian learn martial arts in Cloud Sky City? Is the pig-slaying swordsmanship a martial art in Cloud Sky City? If Yang Dingtian can become a disciple of Cloud Sky City and even become the successor of Cloud Sky City, then why can't Gan Lang be a disciple of Cloud Sky City? This Qin Xiaobai was indeed cunning and eloquent. His words were obviously ridiculous, but no one could refute them. That's right, if Yang Dingtian could be a disciple of Cloud Sky City, then Gan Lang could be one too. Madame Shimen was so angry that her delicate body trembled. Then this Gan Lang's strength has obviously surpassed the Xian martial warrior. Why is he among the 10 eliminated people? What are your intentions? Qin Xiaobai sneered and no longer refuted. At that moment, Shimen Yan smiled and said, it must be because he didn't perform well in the elimination battle. There's no rule that states that you can't perform poorly in the elimination battle. Shimen Yan, you're heartless. Seeing Shimen Yan shamelessly stand on Qin Xiaobai's side, Shimen Lai couldn't help but rage. Shimen Yan sneered and retreated without saying another word. Tang Boizhao's face turned cold. He said, Yang Dingtian, this battle of attrition is not child's play. The opponent in front of you is a foregone conclusion. You can either choose to fight or admit defeat. There is no third choice. Fight? This Gan Lang in front of him was a bloodthirsty demon. More than 10 Xian martial warriors had died in his hands. Yang Dingtian was only a 9-star Xian martial warrior. Not fight? That would mean admitting defeat and being kicked out of Cloud Sky City. It's late. Cloud Sky City has thousands of people. They don't have time to waste with you, Tang Boizhao shouted. Fight or admit defeat? I'll count to 3. You must answer me. 3, 2, fight or retreat. If he fought, he might die. If he retreated, he would lose completely. 1. Tang Boizhao gave the final countdown. Instantly, all the Cloud Sky City disciples looked at Yang Dingtian, waiting for his final decision. Fight. Yang Dingtian suddenly roared and slammed the Night Owl Greatsword into the ground. Instantly, sparks flew everywhere. P.S. I do have some manuscripts, but the recent plot of tens of thousands of words, including the 10 chapters that will be published after it's published, requires me to rewrite them all. I have to write 2 manuscripts every day, so I have to write until 4 or 5 in the morning. Some readers, please don't question anything. Fight. Following Yang Dingtian's roar, the entire plaza fell silent. Madame Shimen and Yan Yan returned to their seats. Shimen Ningning had already sat beside Yan Yan. Seeing Yan Yan's face filled with nervousness and fear, Ningning held her cold hands and said, Silly girl, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to your family's little Tian. Yan Yan smiled at Ningning and said to Shimen Lai, Big brother, if Yang Dingtian's life is in danger, we'll immediately take action and kill our way out of Cloud Sky City. Understood. Shimen Lai, who was like a lion king, nodded. The Xianxia in his body surged and his golden hair fluttered. He was prepared to rush out and fight at any time. Swords have no eyes. Life and death are up to the heavens. Let's fight. Tang Bosheo roared and chopped down with his palm. The cold tone and cruel gesture meant that one of them had to die in this battle. Suddenly, everyone's hearts were in their mouths as they waited for the start of the battle. Yang Dingtian raised the Night Owl Greatsword in his hand and surged all the Xianxia in his body. He was like a cheetah that was about to devour its prey. He bent his body and was ready to rush out, but he didn't. He could already feel that this Gan Lang in front of him had a deadly and dangerous aura. It was like a bloodthirsty beast. This person's background was not ordinary. He was very strong and very dangerous, hence, Yang Dingtian wanted him to attack first. He wanted to observe this person's movements before deciding how to fight. As for the corpse-tearing demon, Gan Lang, he stood lazily in his original position. He didn't move and only lightly swung the ferocious claws in his hands. He didn't have the slightest bit of nervousness on his body. He even looked relaxed as if he was enjoying the scenery. But this made people even more afraid and suffocated. At this moment, Gan Lang's eyes were sinister. He was like a venomous snake, staring at every inch of Yang Dingtian's body. It was like a butcher carefully observing where he should cut before making a move. No matter who the opponent was, in front of his body-ripping maniac, they were nothing more than livestock waiting to be slaughtered. From the move Yang Dingtian used to instantly kill Sun Quan, Gan Lang could already tell that Yang Dingtian's strength was around an 8-star Xian martial artist. Gan Lang didn't even know how many Xian martial warrior level opponents he had killed, let alone 8 or 9-star Xian martial warriors. In his eyes, they were just livestock waiting to be slaughtered. As for Yang Dingtian breaking through more than 10 levels in 5 days and being an absolute genius, what did that have to do with Gan Lang? Can't geniuses be killed? Can't a genius be dismembered? Everyone held their breaths, waiting for the fierce battle between the two. However, Yang Dingtian did not move. Gan Lang did not move either. No one felt that this was a form of slacking off. Instead, they felt a sense of danger. Everyone who knew Gan Lang knew that his gladiator fights had a special characteristic. Silence, poison, and speed. Silence meant that when the fight started, he would not make a move. He would just lazily look at his opponent and observe their weaknesses. His bloodthirsty gaze, like that of a venomous snake, would often cause his opponent to tremble in fear and be on the verge of collapse. Poison meant that once he made a move, his methods would be extremely cunning and vicious. He was the cruelest, most bloody, and never missed. Speed meant that once he made a move, his movements would be as fast as lightning. There was no way to defend against it. Also, the fight would end very quickly. Basically, it would be a one-hit kill. Also, it would be the most tragic death. They would die without a complete corpse and be dismembered into 8 pieces. Every gladiator fight was like this. No matter who the opponent was, the outcome would be the same. This included more than 10 Xian martial warriors. Xian martial warriors that were 1 level higher than Yang Dingtian. Therefore, this person was a combination of a vicious wolf and a venomous snake. Therefore, Gan Lang did not make a move. Once he made a move, it would be fatal. There were no exceptions. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Time passed bit by bit. Everyone present felt a sense of suffocation. Yang Dingtian instinctively felt that the surrounding air was getting colder and colder. Gan Lang's gaze was getting more and more bloodthirsty and cruel. Those who were attentive would realize that Gan Lang's movements with his sharp claws were getting slower and slower. Qin Xiaobai's eyes narrowed. He knew Gan Lang very well. This vicious beast was about to make a move. Swoosh. As expected, Gan Lang's eyes flashed with a demonic light. His body rushed out like lightning. Swoosh 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 swoosh. The ferocious claws in his hands were extremely ferocious. They were extremely sharp as they clawed towards Yang Dingtian's chest. The sharp claws sliced through the air, producing a ripping sound. A gust of bloody light flashed across like a flash of lightning. Yang Dingtian was shocked and felt a chill. The hair on his neck stood up. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed, quickly blocking Gan Lang's sharp claws. However, it was too late. Gan Lang's speed was too fast. It was so fast that it was completely out of Yang Dingtian's imagination. Among all the martial arts in the world, only speed was unbeatable. Swoosh. The extremely ferocious claws grabbed onto Yang Dingtian's chest like lightning. Die. Gan Lang used all his strength and tore towards both sides. Yang Dingtian is dead. Qin Xiaobai's eyes flashed with a demonic excitement. He was too familiar with this scene. Gan Lang had dismembered dozens of people like this and had never failed. Everyone exclaimed. Some even closed their eyes, not daring to look at the bloody scene of Yang Dingtian's body being dismembered. The battle had just begun. Was it going to end? Yang Dingtian's chest was suddenly torn apart. He felt a sharp pain, as if his entire body was being torn apart. However, he was fine because he was wearing the deep-sea Xian clothes. Although the claws were sharp, they could not pierce through the deep-sea Xian clothes. Dang! His Night Owl greatsword aimed at Gan Lang's claws and slashed down, a loud sound and sparks flew everywhere. The two people separated like lightning, from the moment Gan Lang rushed out and tore Yang Dingtian's chest with his claws, to the moment Yang Dingtian slashed down with his sword, to the moment the two people separated. It did not take more than a second from beginning to end. Therefore, in everyone's eyes, the two people separated as soon as they touched. Yang Dingtian did not die. Qin Xiaobai could not help but open his eyes wide. How was this possible? Gan Lang never missed. Just now, his claws had clearly grabbed onto Yang Dingtian's chest and tore towards both sides. How could Yang Dingtian's body not be dismembered? Everyone thought that Yang Dingtian was dead for sure this time, but they realized that he was still standing there perfectly fine. Yan Yan's delicate body went limp. She no longer had the strength to sit up straight, as if she had just survived a disaster. The one who truly felt like he had just survived a disaster was Yang Dingtian. At this moment, his entire body was ice cold. His clothes were almost completely soaked in cold sweat. If it was not for the deep-sea Xian clothes, he would already be dead. This Gan Lang's movements were too fast. His moves were too strange. No one could block them in time. This Gan Lang was different from other warriors. What he learned was not martial arts, but killing techniques. His fatal characteristic was his speed and craftiness. His battle did not even have much to do with Xianxia. More than 10 Xian martial warriors died under his claws just like that, brutally dismembered, because the martial arts they practiced were all about Xianxia. They ignored speed and moves. Therefore, they could not block Gan Lang's craftiness and speed. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian thought of a person. That was Yinyang School's adjudicator, Shadowless. He only practiced sword techniques and did not practice Xian skills. Shadowless practiced his sword techniques to the extreme. Therefore, if he wanted to kill someone, even a master-level warrior could not stop him. His sword had once chopped off a master-level warrior's head. This Gan Lang in front of him was very similar to Shadowless. After retreating like lightning, Gan Lang stared at Yang Dingtian's chest. A cold smile appeared on his face. Obviously, he already knew why he didn't tear Yang Dingtian's chest apart. It was because Yang Dingtian was wearing an impenetrable treasure robe. Gan Lang's cold eyes immediately stared at Yang Dingtian's neck. Then, he waved his sharp claws. You have a treasure robe protecting you, but does your neck have one? Obviously, his next target was Yang Dingtian's neck. Yang Dingtian's neck did not have the protection of the deep-sea Xian robe. If it was pierced, then his neck, head, and entire body would be torn apart. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. He felt a burning pain in his throat. Gan Lang's waving of his claws became slower and slower. It was obvious that he could attack at any time. Yang Dingtian had to defend against this move, or else he would die. However, he had already used all his strength, but he still could not block Gan Lang's claws from tearing his chest apart. His speed was not as fast as Gan Lang's. In fact, the difference was huge. If his speed was not fast enough, then he would use his moves to make up for it. Yang Dingtian had learned the world's #1 sword move. In this world, everyone chased after the Xianxia level. Very few people cared about the profoundness of sword moves. Therefore, when they met an opponent like Gan Lang, the dozen or so Xian martial warriors did not have the slightest ability to resist and died under his claws. However, Yang Dingtian was an exception. The sword moves he learned, whether it was the Shiwu 9 disaster sword or the pig-slaying swordsmanship, were the most profound sword moves in the world. The pig-slaying swordsmanship was unparalleled in the world. The suspense now was whether the profoundness of the moves could make up for the lack of speed. If it couldn't, then Yang Dingtian's blood would splatter everywhere and he would die without a complete corpse. Everyone stared at Yang Dingtian's neck. Everyone knew that Gan Lang's next move would be to tear Yang Dingtian's neck apart. None of the Cloud Sky City disciples dared to hope that Yang Dingtian would be able to defend against Gan Lang's fatal claw. Because if Yang Dingtian couldn't defend against the first move, then he wouldn't be able to defend against the second move. The speed of Gan Lang's swinging claws became slower and slower. Yang Dingtian's breathing almost stopped. All the pores on his body were closed. He used all his strength and concentration to wait for Gan Lang's fatal claw. If he couldn't defend against it, then he would die. Whoosh, suddenly, with a flash, Gan Lang suddenly rushed out. The sharp claws in his hands were extremely fierce and sharp, and they were aimed at Yang Dingtian's neck. It was faster, sharper, and more vicious than before. The moment Gan Lang rushed out, the sword in Yang Dingtian's hand splashed out like water. The light from the sword shot out in all directions, ferocious and bizarre. It was sharp, graceful, and very spicy, the fourth move of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, dig out the heart and lungs. This was a move that he had prepared after using his life to understand Gan Lang's fighting style. If he could defend against it, then he could win and counterattack. If he couldn't defend against it, then he would die. P.S. After I finished writing today, I'm finally a little earlier. It's 3:30 in the morning, my wife made me a foot warmer, so my feet aren't cold anymore. Gan Lang's sharp claws shot towards Yang Dingtian's neck like blue lightning. It was extremely fast and tricky. Yang Dingtian's blade seemed to have turned invisible and turned into a black shadow. The two weapons instantly closed in on each other. The cold Grim Reaper seemed to have descended. Yen Yen felt her heart clench and she couldn't breathe for a moment. Dang, an ear-piercing collision sound was heard and sparks flew in the air. Everything came to a sudden stop. Yang Dingtian's sword accurately hit the tip of Gan Lang's sharp claws. When it was a foot away from Yang Dingtian's neck, Yang Dingtian's sword blocked Gan Lang's fatal attack. Yang Dingtian blocked it. Even though Gan Lang's second fatal attack was faster and weirder than the previous one, Yang Dingtian was still able to block it. His sword speed wasn't as fast as his opponent's, but the mysterious pig-slaying swordsmanship was enough to block all the paths of his opponent's sharp claws. Everything happened so quickly that many Cloud Sky City disciples didn't even see it clearly. Gan Lang was shocked when he saw that his fatal attack had been blocked. How was this possible? Even a mystic martial warrior couldn't block his claws. How could Yang Dingtian, a mere mystic martial warrior, block it? Qin Xiaobai, Yang Yan, and the others' expressions changed. In this era where all warriors practiced mystic qi and ignored techniques, Gan Lang only focused on speed and speed. Gan Lang only focused on techniques and speed, so his sharp claws were definitely fatal. Among warriors below the great mystic martial master level, Gan Lang's sharp claws were terrifying. In the hundreds of battles that Gan Lang had participated in, there were countless opponents who were stronger than Yang Dingtian, but none of them were able to block his claws. However, Yang Dingtian did. No, I don't believe it. Gan Lang's eyes flashed with a stubborn and arrogant gaze. This must be an accident. I don't believe that a mystic martial warrior can block my sword. This must be a coincidence. Gan Lang's gaze suddenly turned crazy. Speed and techniques were his pride and belief. Now that Yang Dingtian wanted to destroy his belief, he instantly went berserk. Die. A loud roar resounded. Gan Lang suddenly changed his move. The sharp claws in his hands were like a ghost shadow. With unpredictable trajectories, they suddenly drilled towards Yang Dingtian's neck. Dang. Yang Dingtian's sword trembled slightly. Sparks exploded in the air. The tip of his sword once again accurately struck Gan Lang's sharp claws, blocking his path of retreat. Once again, Yang Dingtian managed to defend himself. The first time was a coincidence, but the second time was a sign of strength. Red blood surged into Gan Lang's eyes. His expression was filled with boundless rage. Ah! A terrifying roar rang out. Gan Lang changed his attack once again, stabbing towards Yang Dingtian's neck. Yang Dingtian's sword continued to tremble lightly as it clashed against the sharp claws with unerring accuracy. He changed his move again and was blocked once more. He changed his move again and was blocked once more, 7 times, 8 times, 9 times, 10 times. Every time, Yang Dingtian's sword blocked Gan Lang's sharp claws, and each time, it was easier than the last. That's right, although Gan Lang's speed was incomparably fast and his techniques were very tricky. However, compared to the world's #1 sword technique, the pig-slaying swordsmanship, it was nothing. Once they saw through his style and route, then it would be easy to defend against this terrifying Gan Lang, and they would be able to do so with ease. At this moment, Qin Xiaobai's eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Was this the legendary pig-slaying swordsmanship? Why was it so powerful and mysterious in Yang Dingtian's hands? When people learned martial arts, most of them focused on Xianxia. Only a small number of people focused on techniques. However, Yang Dingtian used a short 5 days to break through more than 10 levels of Xianxia. Furthermore, his swordsmanship was so terrifying and mysterious, Qin Xiaobai could already see that the gazes of the Cloud Sky City disciples were gradually filled with admiration. He suddenly felt a strong sense of threat. He couldn't let this continue. He couldn't let Yang Dingtian continue to perform so amazingly. He had to die. Instantly, Qin Xiaobai stood up and said coldly, "Gan Lang, is this all you've got? Where's your beast nature? Where's your berserk blood?" Gan Lang, who had been blocked by Yang Dingtian for more than 10 moves, was on the verge of breaking down. After being scolded by Qin Xiaobai, his eyes suddenly shot out a crazy and bloodthirsty light. Instantly, Gan Lang's entire body emitted an extremely dangerous aura. Die together, die together. Following that, Gan Lang suddenly let out a beast-like roar. The sharp claws in his hands danced wildly as he cut his own body. Instantly, fresh blood spurted out and pieces of flesh flew everywhere. Everyone in the square was stunned. He was actually crazily mutilating himself. In an instant, Gan Lang became a bloody mess. Bloodthirsty berserk demon curse. Gan Lang suddenly roared. A cloud of blood suddenly shot out from his body and covered a few feet around him. His body suddenly grew a foot taller and his arms swelled by 3 inches. Not good. This is the demonic beast transformation. He wants to die together with Yang Dingtian. Shimen Lai's expression changed. He suddenly stood up and yelled, ready to charge out at any time. At this moment, Gan Lang, who had completely turned into a beast, was like a red lightning bolt as he charged crazily towards Yang Dingtian. He didn't have any defense at all. He directly closed in on Yang Dingtian's body. The sharp claws in his hands were like ghosts as he crazily slashed towards Yang Dingtian. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Instantly, the scene became extremely horrifying and bloody. Yang Dingtian's surroundings were surrounded by sharp claws and blood shadows, and he could be torn into minced meat at any moment. Dang 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 dang, the most dangerous moment had arrived. Yang Dingtian gathered all of his spirit and all of his Xianxia. The sword in his hand was swung to the extreme. It was like countless stars were embellished on the bloody screen. Countless times, he blocked Gan Lang's ghostly claws. Countless times of blocking, countless times of impact, countless times of sparks flying, the pig-slaying swordsmanship was still extremely powerful. Even though Gan Lang had undergone the demonic beast transformation and his strength had increased tremendously, Yang Dingtian was still able to block Gan Lang's wild beast-like attacks. The demonic beast transformation wouldn't last for long. Yang Dingtian only needed to defend for 3 minutes and he would win. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, Yang Dingtian's sword was still impenetrable. It firmly protected every inch of his body. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded, their hearts pounding. The 3 minutes passed quickly. Yang Dingtian could already see the dawn of victory. However, the situation suddenly changed once again. Gan Lang roared. The nails on his left hand suddenly extended half a foot. They were sharp and ferocious, dripping with blood. His left hand had turned into another deadly weapon. Both his left and right hands had a deadly sharp claw. Then, the sharp claws on his left and right hands slashed towards Yang Dingtian crazily. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was surrounded by danger. His entire body was enveloped by the 2 sharp claws. No matter how amazing his swordsmanship was, he could only block one of his opponent's claws. He couldn't block the crazy attacks of Gan Lang's left bloody claw. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Almost in the blink of an eye, Yang Dingtian felt a sharp pain on his body. He had been slashed 5 times by Gan Lang's bloody claws. The 5 wounds were almost a foot long and deep to the bone. Luckily, these were Gan Lang's nails and not his cold steel claws. Otherwise, Yang Dingtian's entire arm would have been destroyed. In just 1 second, Yang Dingtian had been slashed 5 times. As for the demonic wind beast Gan Lang, the bloody claw on his left hand was crazily clawing at Yang Dingtian's head. The head was different from the arm. No matter where the claw hit, it would be a fatal injury. He couldn't continue like this. If this continued, he would really die together with this beast. If this continued, in at most half a minute, Yang Dingtian would definitely die. Yang Dingtian swung his arm, and a flame feather appeared in his left hand. "Master, help me!" Yang Dingtian shouted in his heart. Instantly, Dongfang Minmi's divine sense expanded. Using all his energy, he suddenly separated Yang Dingtian's mind into two parts. Yang Dingtian wanted to multitask. The same person, two hands, used two sets of swordsmanship to defend against Gan Lang's two sharp claws. Of course, Gan Lang also used his two claws to attack crazily. However, he wasn't multitasking. He was completely crazy and was attacking crazily based on his beast-like instincts. However, defending required profound swordsmanship. Both hands needed to use completely different sword moves. Both hands needed to use different sword moves. This was almost impossible. No matter which world people were from, they shouldn't be able to do it. Because a person only had one brain, they couldn't control both hands to consciously use different sword moves, especially profound sword moves. It was even difficult to use both hands to write different words. Therefore, to use both hands to use different sword moves, and the most profound and difficult sword moves in the world? How difficult was that? It was difficult to ascend to the heavens. However, if he didn't do that, he wouldn't be able to block the final attack of Gan Lang. He would have to die together with this beast. Whoosh! In less than half a second, Yang Dingtian felt a burning sensation on his neck. Gan Lang's bloody claws tore open another deep wound. It was less than a centimeter away from his main artery. The Grim Reaper was getting closer and closer to Yang Dingtian. Ah! Yang Dingtian roared, and his expression changed drastically. With the help of his master's divine sense, he split the consciousness in his brain into two, controlling his two hands respectively, and using two completely different sword moves. Instantly, an incomparably breathtaking scene appeared. Yang Dingtian's left and right hands used two different sword moves, and they were extremely profound and powerful sword moves. He did it, he really did it. The mutual left and right sword technique. All of a sudden, the perilous situation was resolved. The wild beast Gan Lang's two crazy sharp blades were both blocked and restrained. Yang Dingtian's sword was like two demonic hands, trapping the wild beast Gan Lang. Even if he used all his strength, he couldn't break free. Everyone was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. Both hands used different sword moves. In this world where Xianxia was important, they had never seen such a stunning scene. All the disciples of Cloud Sky City were dumbfounded. Originally, Yang Dingtian's Xianxia broke through more than 10 levels within 5 days, which had already shocked them. Now, Yang Dingtian's stunning performance had completely overturned their understanding. This was the successor chosen by City Lord Shiman? He was really too strong, too stunning. The great City Lord Shiman indeed had godlike foresight. At this moment, even Qin Xiaobai and Yang Yan were completely stunned. After Gan Lang used his demonic beast transformation, they thought that Yang Dingtian would definitely die. Moreover, Yang Dingtian had indeed been injured several times in just a few seconds. He had almost lost his life and was surrounded by danger. If this continued, Yang Dingtian would be torn into a pile of minced meat in no time. But who would have thought that things would take such a shocking turn? Yang Dingtian actually displayed such stunning left-right sword moves, causing Qin Xiaobai's heart to be deeply shocked once again. At this moment, Yan Yan's beautiful eyes were completely blurred. This is my man? This is my man? He's so stunning, so strong, it's time to end this. Yang Dingtian suddenly shouted. Wild beast Gan Lang, you can die now. You've cut countless people into pieces. Today, I'll let you enjoy the taste of being cut into pieces. The sword in his left hand, the third move of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, beheading. The sword in his right hand, the eighth calamity of the Shiwu 9 calamities sword, nirvana. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's stunning performance reached its peak. The sword in his left hand was like a meteor, flashing a deadly arc. The sword in his right hand was like a sky full of stars, bursting with brilliance. His figure, his sword, turned into a ball of light, fiercely rushing towards the wild beast Gan Lang. The two swords on his left and right, with a dazzling and terrifying light, madly slashed towards Gan Lang. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** My heart is beating faster than ever, and both my hands are trembling. It's going to be on the shelf soon. Once Nine Sun Sword Saint is changed to VIP status, I'll have to trouble brothers to transfer it to the VIP bookshelf. I'm going to continue writing. Writing with trembling hands. P.S. Brothers, my hands are really shaking. This chapter took me more than 3 hours to write. It's not even a third of my usual speed. I'm really nervous. Even my breathing is rapid. Let me rest for a while. I'll stay up all night writing. Can you please give me the guaranteed monthly tickets after the initial subscription? Yang Dingtian's body shot towards Gan Lang like a cannonball. Gan Lang's claws also reached his eyes. They were still bloody and ferocious, but in Yang Dingtian's eyes, they were no longer a threat. He had seen through Gan Lang's trick. The sword in his right hand locked onto Gan Lang's right claw, and the flame feather in his left hand chopped down like lightning. Pig-slaying swordsmanship's third move, beheading. Whoosh. Fresh blood spurted out. Gan Lang's huge arm was chopped off and flew dozens of meters away. Gan Lang, who was already a demonic beast, couldn't feel any pain. His bare arm was still smashing towards Yang Dingtian. His left and right bloody claws were still grabbing towards Yang Dingtian's eyes. Shiwu 9 Disaster Sword's 8th move, Annihilation. Yang Dingtian's sword in his right hand was like a starry sky, and like a storm of flowers, it swept towards Gan Lang's bloody claws. Whoosh 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 whoosh, sword sparks flew everywhere, and fresh blood spurted out. Gan Lang's bloody claws and his left arm shattered inch by inch, then exploded inch by inch, and disappeared inch by inch. In less than half a second, they were completely crushed, turning into a bloody mess. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian's right hand pierced into Gan Lang's chest, instantly piercing his heart. The flame feather in his left hand flashed red. Pig-slaying swordsmanship's third move, beheading. Gan Lang's huge head flew up into the sky, and fresh blood spurted out from his neck for dozens of meters. Shiwu 9 Disaster Sword's third move, Annihilation. The sword in his right hand that pierced Gan Lang's chest shook violently in his body, and a dazzling sword sparks flew out. Bang! With an explosion, the sword sparks bloomed to the extreme. Gan Lang's huge body exploded, and his bones were completely crushed. Just like what Yang Dingtian said, this body-ripping maniac had killed countless people in his life. Today, he would let him taste the end of being torn into pieces. While countless blood flowers were falling, Yang Dingtian's figure retreated with lightning speed, avoiding the blood rain that filled the sky. He slowly withdrew his sword and stood upright. The thousands of disciples in the square went silent at first, then burst into an uproar. Countless people shouted Yang Dingtian's name, and countless fiery gazes fell on Yang Dingtian. In the previous battle, Yang Dingtian had gained the support of countless Cloud Sky City disciples. Even though the cultivation level of this group of disciples was very likely higher than his. But Yang Dingtian's stunning performance was enough to conquer anyone. On the high platform, First Elder Yang Yan and the others had extremely grave and ugly expressions on their faces. Qin Xiaobai had completely lost his arrogant attitude from before. He sat in his seat with an icy expression as he stared fixedly at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian turned around, facing Yang Yan on the stage. The second round of the wheel battle had ended, and now there was only one round left. As long as he won the third round, Yang Dingtian would obtain the final victory today, and he would be able to participate in next year's City Lord contest. Now, the biggest suspense was who would be the third person to challenge Yang Dingtian. In order to kill Yang Dingtian, Qin Xiaobai had placed the powerful Gan Lang in the top 10 list as a precaution. No one had thought that Yang Dingtian would be able to break through to the Xin martial artist realm in 5 days, but Qin Xiaobai had still arranged for Gan Lang just in case. However, Qin Xiaobai was not prepared for the possibility that Gan Lang would lose to Yang Dingtian. He did not even consider the possibility of that happening. Now that Gan Lang was dead, would Yang Yan, Tang Buezhao, and the others plan to kill Yang Dingtian be completely ruined? Would they arrange a second chess piece to kill Yang Dingtian? The shock on Tang Buezhao's face had yet to fade. He slowly walked out and coldly said, Yang Dingtian has won the second round. Now, who wants to be the third challenger? Go on stage and fight with Yang Dingtian. As long as you defeat Yang Dingtian, you will be able to stay in Cloud Sky City. After he finished speaking, Tang Buezhao looked at the remaining 8 people. Originally, there were 10 people who had lost in the elimination round, but now 2 of them had been killed by Yang Dingtian. After hearing Tang Buezhao's words, none of the 8 people made a sound, and none of them stood out. Who wants to be the third challenger to fight with Yang Dingtian? Tang Buezhao asked again. Still, no one responded. It seemed that these 8 people were scared out of their wits. If no one came out, then Yang Dingtian would automatically win the wheel battle. Although Tang Buizhao did not want to see this situation, he had no choice but to coldly say, I will count to 5. If no one comes out, then Yang Dingtian will be the final winner. 5. 4. The square was completely silent. Everyone stared at the remaining 8 people, waiting to see if anyone would step out to fight. 3. 2. 1. I will fight. I will challenge Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, a slender figure slowly walked out from the 8 people. Everyone was shocked. Who was this person? Gan Lang was so powerful, but he died under Yang Dingtian's sword. Who was this person? How dare he come out to fight? That person was covered in a black robe. With a sword in his hand, he walked onto the stage. Although he couldn't see his face clearly, Yang Dingtian was able to sense a familiar aura from his body. Everyone widened their eyes, waiting for the challenger to reveal his face. Yang Dingtian, I remember telling you before that I will not let you go. That person slowly lifted his robe, revealing his handsome and cold face. Tang Li, Tang Buizhao's son, Tang Li. The moment Tang Li revealed his true face, everyone exclaimed in shock. Shameless, at this moment, not only Yan Yan and Madame Ximen, but also the thousands of disciples of Cloud Sky City were furious. How could a person be so shameless? The opponent actually arranged a second chess piece to kill Yang Dingtian, Tang Li, Cloud Sky City's young talent, a 4-star mystic martial warrior. Among the 20-year-old disciples in Cloud Sky City, he was one of the top. How could he be defeated in the elimination battle? A 4-star mystic martial warrior was 5 levels higher than Yang Dingtian. A mere difference of 5 levels was nothing. The most fatal thing was that he was fighting above his level. A mystic martial warrior was 1 level, and a mystic martial warrior was another level. As long as he was fighting above his level, it was impossible to win. Even if Tang Li was only a 1-star mystic martial warrior, his mystic chi was several times more than Yang Dingtian's, let alone a 4-star mystic martial warrior. If I didn't come back, then you would have been eliminated from Cloud Sky City. In order to kill me, your father paid a huge price, Yang Dingtian said. I was going to leave Cloud Sky City anyway because I will soon be the son-in-law of Northwest Qin City, Tang Li said coldly. Then, Tang Li pulled out a long sword and said sternly, all right, enough nonsense. Draw your sword. Shameless. Ximen Lai shouted and pulled out his sword. He faced Great Elder Yang Yan and said coldly, Great Elder, in order to kill Yang Dingtian, you don't even care about your face? You are going to do such a shameless thing in front of thousands of Cloud Sky City disciples? Yang Yan's facial muscles twitched. He said coldly, I didn't know anything about this. However, there are no rules that prevent Tang Li from challenging Yang Dingtian. Ximen Lai was furious. He turned around and faced the thousands of disciples in the square. Brothers of Cloud Sky City, are you going to watch this ugly thing happen? Are you going to watch Cloud Sky City's honor be trampled on? Do you agree to this shameless competition? Tang Li's appearance had already angered many Cloud Sky City disciples. Now that Ximen Lai was angry, most of them stood up and shouted, no, no. Shameless, shameless. After someone started it, more and more people joined the crusade and protested. Tang Boxiao's expression changed. What? Are you guys trying to rebel? Sit down immediately. However, no one sat down. Thousands of disciples stood up straight and protested to the Elder Guild. They wanted to seek justice for Yang Dingtian. Tang Boxiao looked at Yang Yan. With so many people angry, it would be difficult to offend them. Taking a deep breath, Tang Boxiao said loudly, Tang Li, why do you want to compete with Yang Dingtian by hook or by crook? Give everyone a reason. Tang Li's expression turned cold. I'm not competing with him. I'm dueling with him. Because Yang Dingtian killed my good friend Yang Qi. I'm taking revenge for Yang Qi. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. As a disciple of the Yang family, Yang Qi was quite popular. He had been missing for a few days, and now Tang Li was saying that Yang Dingtian killed him. If that was the case, then Tang Li did have a reason to duel with Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, all the Cloud Sky City disciples' morale weakened. Ha ha ha. Ximen Lai suddenly laughed. Tang Li, you said that Yang Dingtian killed Yang Qi. What evidence do you have? Tang Li said coldly, 6 days ago, Yang Qi found out that Yang Dingtian went to the Red Wilderness to hunt monsters. He said he was going to find trouble with him. Later, Yang Dingtian came back, but Yang Qi didn't. He disappeared without a trace. If it wasn't Yang Dingtian who killed him, who else could it be? What a joke. Ximen Lai laughed. Yang Dingtian was just an initiate at that time. Yang Qi was much stronger than him. If you said that Yang Dingtian killed Yang Qi, who would believe it? Tang Li smiled coldly. Then today, before Yang Dingtian killed Gan Lang, who would believe it? Instantly, the two sides engaged in a war of words, swords drawn and bows bent. In the end, Ximen Lai, Madame Ximen, and Ximen Yan drew their swords. On the opposite side, Tang Bo Zhao, Tang Xian, Ximen Yan, and dozens of people from the Elders Guild drew their swords. They were about to fight on the high platform in front of thousands of Cloud Sky City disciples. Both sides were about to fight. Who dares to fight? Suddenly, Yang Yan shouted. Instantly, it was as deafening as thunder, silencing all the noise. Then, Grand Elder Yang Yan slowly walked up to the high platform. He looked at Yang Dingtian and said coldly, Yang Qi is my grandson. Tang Li said that you killed him. Then tell me, did you kill him or not? Yang Dingtian shook his head. Fine. Swear on City Lord Ximen's spirit that you didn't kill Yang Qi. If you lie, then City Lord Ximen's spirit won't rest in peace. Yang Yan said coldly, if you swear on City Lord Ximen's spirit that you didn't kill Yang Qi, then you can refuse to accept Tang Li's challenge. Yang Dingtian was silent. Yang Yan said coldly, you have two choices. First, swear to prove your innocence. Second, fight with Tang Li. You must choose one of the two. Otherwise, both sides will fight. Suddenly, Yang Yan's voice was filled with cold threats. Both sides supported Yang Dingtian. Ximen Lai and Yan Yan were at an absolute disadvantage. Once they fought, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, I didn't kill Yang Qi, but I won't swear on Martial Uncle Ximen's supreme honor. So, I choose to fight with Tang Li. However, I have one more request. If I win, I ask Grand Elder to return Yan Yan's Phoenix Flame Sword. Grand Elder Yang Yan's face turned cold and his muscles twitched. He slowly said, it's a deal. Yang Dingtian slowly turned around and faced Tang Li. He pulled out the Night Owl Strange Blade and prepared for today's final battle. The Night Owl Strange Blade was enough to be listed as a divine weapon. Now, the real battle that belonged to it had arrived. Tang Li's Xianxia level should be about 5 times that of Yang Dingtian. His speed was about twice that of Yang Dingtian. Therefore, this battle was completely different from Gan Lang's. Gan Lang's specialty was his speed, and his moves were tricky and vicious. Therefore, he killed more than 10 Xian martial warriors when no one was paying attention. However, once his moves were seen through, it would be very easy to defeat him. Just now, after Yang Dingtian saw through his moves, he was able to fight with ease. In just a few seconds, Yang Dingtian had cut him into pieces. However, Tang Li was different. The difference between Yang Dingtian and him was the most direct difference in energy and speed. With the profoundness of his moves, it would be very difficult to make up for it. Because Xianxia was the king of this world, it represented a person's true strength, therefore, this battle would be much more difficult than the one with Gan Lang. Because this was a battle between Xianxia and energy, the difference of 5 times was too difficult to make up for. Yang Dingtian, if I were you, I would swear an oath on Ximen Wuya. He died a long time ago, so what if he was cut into pieces in hell? Tang Li sneered in a voice that only Yang Dingtian could hear. You're too stupid. Great Elder Yang Yan saw your stupidity and proposed this condition. Then, you really came to die. Tang Li didn't directly start the battle with Yang Dingtian, but spoke first. Although Yang Dingtian was incomparably angry, he didn't pay attention to him. He just stared coldly at him like an arched beast, ready to attack at any time. By the way, let me tell you who Yang Qi is. Whether he dies or not has nothing to do with me. This idiot offended a lot of people. Who knows who killed him? I don't think you killed him. After all, you were just an enlightener at that time. Tang Li continued with a smile. The reason I killed you was for Qin Xiaobai. After all, I'm about to become the son-in-law of the Northwest Qin family. Yang Dingtian still ignored him. Don't worry, after you die, your Shiman Yanyan Qin Xiaobai will take good care of it for you. After he has enjoyed it enough, he will give it to his brother Qin Huayu. It will show the deep affection between brothers. Tang Li continued with a smile, it's a pity that I can't get a share of it. Otherwise, I'd been drooling over Shiman Yanyan for many years. I remember that I wanted to peek at her bathing several times, but I was beaten up every time. After Qin Xiaobai got Shiman Yanyan, I asked him to let me see Shiman Yanyan's body, or even touch it. After all, I killed you for him. As expected, Yang Dingtian's breathing became rough, and his heart was filled with rage. Yang Dingtian originally thought that he wouldn't be angry after hearing such vicious provocation, but when this bastard in front of him used such despicable words to talk about Yan Yan, he couldn't help but be angry. It seems that only one of us can live today. Yang Dingtian coldly said, either you die, or I live. Tang Li sneered, I already told you in front of the Hidden Technique Pavilion, I will definitely kill you. Don't talk nonsense, let's fight. Kill. Kill. In Tang Li's hand was a huge blood blade that weighed 200 pounds. This person was not only a 3-star Xian martial warrior, but he also had extraordinary strength. Therefore, the huge blood blade in his hand was especially shocking. The sound of it tearing through the air was like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves, causing people to tremble in fear. On the other hand, Yang Dingtian's 3 feet long strange blade had a strange shape. It was like a twisted piece of iron, and didn't have any fierce aura. Just by looking at the two weapons, there was a world of difference. The strange blade in Yang Dingtian's hand didn't even have the qualifications to carry the shoes of Tang Li's blood blade. With a loud sound, Yang Dingtian and Tang Li fiercely collided with each other like Mars colliding with Earth. The hard ground suddenly cracked, and broken stones flew everywhere. Bang! The huge blood blade in Tang Li's hand suddenly cracked, but he didn't move, and his expression didn't change. On the other hand, Yang Dingtian fiercely retreated a dozen steps, and a stream of blood violently spurted out of his mouth. In an instant, the weapons clashed, and an incomparably huge amount of Xianxia energy passed through the weapons and fiercely drilled into Yang Dingtian's body. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's chest felt like it was suddenly hit by a huge rock. All the veins in his body felt like they were suddenly torn apart, and all the bones in his body felt like they were broken inch by inch. He fell into incomparable pain. In the first move, Yang Dingtian actually chose to meet force with force. Everyone looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. They didn't understand why he did this. His advantage was clearly in swordsmanship. Why didn't he use the mysterious swordsmanship to fight? Instead, he competed with Tang Li and Xianxia. This was completely the case of the weak fighting against the strong. Yang Dingtian did this deliberately. He wanted to test how strong Tang Li's Xianxia was. He wanted to test just how strong a profound chi attack his body could withstand. Now, the results of his test were out. Seeing that Yang Dingtian only retreated a dozen steps and spat out a mouthful of blood after receiving his full force attack, Tang Li's face was shocked. He didn't expect Yang Dingtian to be so tenacious. According to Yang Dingtian's Xianxia level, his Xian meridians would have already been broken, and his internal organs would have become a pile of mud. If you can withstand one of my blades, then how about 10 or 20? Tang Li coldly said. Then, he once again gathered all the Xianxia in his body and poured it into his blood blade. Suddenly, a mass of red blood light spread out from the giant blood blade, which looked even more domineering and ferocious. Sky. Devil blade. Tang Li roared, and the blade in his hand suddenly chopped down at Yang Dingtian. The momentum was incomparably powerful. The fourth move of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, dig out the heart and lungs, the strange sword in Yang Dingtian's hand, like a poisonous snake, snaked out, and met Tang Li's blood blade. This move, dig out the heart and lungs, could not only seal the enemy's ice blade, but also move the enemy's weapon away and quickly dissipate the force. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's sword directly stuck to Tang Li's blood blade. Yang Dingtian's wrist shook, and was about to dissipate the force on Tang Li's blade. However, in an instant, an incomparably powerful Xianxia energy surged and drilled into Yang Dingtian's body. Puff. Yang Dingtian's body suddenly bounced back, staggered a dozen steps, and spat out another mouthful of blood. Yang Dingtian's move failed because Xianxia was not a force, but an instantaneous energy, which could not be transferred at all. Xianxia was indeed the king's way. The huge gap in Xianxia was really difficult to make up for with moves. After 2 moves against Tangli, Yang Dingtian actually spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Many disciples in the square showed a worried look on their faces. Their feverish minds suddenly became somewhat sober. Yes, Yang Dingtian's performance just now was extremely amazing, but he was only a Xian martial artist. The profoundness of moves was not very useful. Xianxia was everything in this world of martial arts. So, don't have too high expectations of Yang Dingtian just because of his amazing performance. Yang Dingtian swallowed a mouthful of blood and looked at Tangli, who was sneering arrogantly in front of him. The gap in Xianxia energy was really difficult to make up for. You have no hope. Tangli sneered, in this world, no one can win a battle that is beyond their cultivation level. Yes, in the past 100 years, no one was able to win a battle that was beyond their cultivation level. The most famous battle that was won was 300 years ago, when the Wooden Sword Castle's young master, Li Tianxiao, fought against the Northwest Qin clan's 3rd young master. Li Tianxiao was 1 cultivation level lower than the Qin clan's 3rd young master, but he still won in that trial by duel and killed the Qin clan's 3rd young master. But that was because Li Tianxiao had turned into a demon. He became the biggest traitor in the history of the Taekwondo League. Yang Dingtian gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The first test, he spat out blood. The second time, he tried to use a profound sword move to neutralize Tangli's saber, but it failed and he spat out blood again. 2 tests. Spitting out blood twice. But it also allowed Yang Dingtian to understand Tangli's habits, tactics, and his Sky Demon technique. Now, it was time to start the final battle. The final method was also the most dangerous method, close combat, putting oneself in a desperate situation and fighting to survive, get close to Tangli's body and use a profound sword technique to take his life. After observing the 2 moves, Yang Dingtian realized that Tangli's Sky Demon saber art was indeed powerful and tyrannical. The Xianxia energy could be stacked several times in one slash. But in terms of moves, it could be said to be extremely simple and straightforward, so once Yang Dingtian got close, it would be very easy for him to use his sword technique to neutralize the Sky Demon saber art. But without a doubt, this was also the most dangerous move. Because once he got close, as long as he was hit by Tangli's saber, he would definitely die. Yang Dingtian could defend against Gan Lang's sword, but he couldn't defend against Tangli's sword. Because Tangli's Xianxia was several times more than his, he couldn't defend against it at all. Once he got close, Tangli would be able to slash his body. No matter how profound his sword technique was, no matter how simple Tangli's saber technique was, Yang Dingtian's sword wouldn't be able to block it. Because Tangli's speed was twice his, and his Xianxia was 5 times his, therefore, Yang Dingtian's final battle strategy was definitely to place himself in the jaws of death and fight to survive. Phew. Yang Dingtian exhaled slowly and looked at Tangli, who was 20 meters away. He had to organize an attack, a perfect attack. If he failed, if there was any mistake, then the one who would die would be him. A few seconds later, Yang Dingtian calculated all the combinations of sword moves in his mind. If Tangli's reaction wasn't wrong, then Yang Dingtian's attack should be effective. Then, the only thing left was to get close to Tangli by 3 steps, at least a sword's distance. How to get close to Tangli, this was probably the most difficult part. Because Tangli's speed was twice Yang Dingtian's, and his Xianxia was 5 times stronger than Yang Dingtian's. How to get close was the most difficult and also the most dangerous part. Yang Dingtian chose to get close to Tangli. Slowly walk closer, that's right, slowly and swaggeringly walk closer. Step by step, he got closer to Tangli. All of a sudden, everyone was shocked. Was Yang Dingtian crazy? This was an act of seeking death. If he walked over like this, Tangli could attack at any time. With such a slow speed, Tangli could kill him at any time. Just like this, Yang Dingtian walked to 3 steps in front of Tangli. The arrogant Tangli didn't attack. I held the bloody sword in my hand and sneered disdainfully. At this moment, the 2 of them were only 1 meter apart, just a sword's distance. Tang Li's sneer gradually became ferocious and cruel. Then, he slowly raised the sword in his hand. Yang Dingtian slowly transferred all of his Xian energy into the Night Owl's strange blade. Immediately, the strange blade let out a trembling sound as it received a 20% increase in Xian energy. "Let me tell you something," Yang Dingtian suddenly said. "Speak. This is your last chance to speak." Tang Li sneered. "I killed Yang Ji. I killed him in the wilderness. Then, I threw him into the lava abyss and destroyed his corpse." Yang Dingtian said in a low voice that only Tang Li could hear. Tang Li was stunned. At that time, Yang Dingtian was just an enlightener. Unexpectedly, he killed Yang Qi. Therefore, Tang Li's mind shook, Yang Dingtian's eyes turned cold. At this moment, the decisive kill was coming. Clang! Yang Dingtian was like a dormant beast. He suddenly burst out, the Night Owl's strange blade in his hand suddenly exploded with an incomparably dazzling and sharp light. The first move of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, stabbed the throat and let blood. Yang Dingtian's sword was like a meteor. With the fastest speed, he used the energy from both sides to stab at Tang Li's neck. Tang Li was shocked. At this time, he could choose to retreat. His speed was faster than Yang Dingtian's, however, he didn't retreat, he displayed a very stunning move. He leaned forward and dodged Yang Dingtian's sword that was about to pierce his throat. Then, he immediately counterattacked. The bloody blade in his hand burst out a blood-like red light. He also slashed at Yang Dingtian's waist. It was an extremely sharp and violent blade. At this time, Yang Dingtian should retreat and avoid it. But he didn't. Shiwu Nine Disaster's sword, selfless. Suddenly, the sword in his hand suddenly became solemn and majestic. His body didn't avoid it. Instead, he collided with Tang Li's bloody blade. "Put yourself in death and fight to live." This was putting yourself in death and fight to live, the seventh move of pig-slaying swordsmanship, one split in two. Under everyone's horrified eyes, Yang Dingtian slammed into Tang Li's bloody blade like a martyr. The owl blade in his hand was aimed at Tang Li's chest. He slashed down sharply. The owl blade burst out a brilliance that had never been seen before. Kill Tang Li, now. Whether he could kill Tang Li or not depended on this moment. Yang Dingtian used his own life as a bet. He made a posture of perishing together with Tang Li. He used all his strength to kill Tang Li. Bang! Tang Li's blade fiercely slashed at Yang Dingtian's lower abdomen. Yang Dingtian's sword also slashed at Tang Li's chest. Puff! Blood spurted out. Yang Dingtian flew out for more than 10 meters and fell to the ground. Tang Li was still standing in the same place. His chest suddenly cracked open and blood spurted out. In the field, there was silence. They looked at this shocking scene. "Put yourself in death and fight to live." Yang Dingtian used his own life as a bet to kill Tang Li. Now, he was going to succeed. Everyone was waiting for Tang Li to fall. They were waiting for Yang Dingtian to create another miracle. Tang Li looked down at the bloody mark on his chest. His eyes trembled, his hands trembled, and his whole body trembled. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, everyone was waiting for him to fall to the ground. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Tang Li burst into laughter. Then, he tore the clothes on his upper body, revealing his strong upper body and a metal net. Yang Dingtian, you're not the only one who has a treasure armor. I have one too. Tang Li laughed and said, but your weapon is really powerful. It directly cut through my dark iron silk and cut half an inch into my chest, breaking 5 of my ribs. Tang Li laughed and coughed while spitting out blood. Put yourself in death and fight to live. You're really decisive and amazing. Tang Li said, if I didn't have the dark iron silk, I'm afraid I would really die under your sword. But, you can't kill me. Then, the one who will die now is you. Tang Li's eyes were filled with infinite anger and killing intent. Then, he walked slowly towards Yang Dingtian with the bloody saber. He wanted to cut Yang Dingtian into pieces. Although Yang Dingtian's fatal strike didn't kill him, it caused him to suffer an unprecedented injury. His cultivation would regress by 2 years. Tang Li walked with the steps of the Grim Reaper. With a shocking killing intent, he approached Yang Dingtian step by step. And Yang Dingtian was still lying on the ground, motionless. After 20 steps, Tang Li stood beside Yang Dingtian and whispered, you can die in peace. Shiman Yanyan and Shiman Ningning, we will take care of them for you. We will take good care of them in bed. Now, you can die. Then, Tang Li used all his strength and slashed down with his saber. Stop, we admit defeat. Yan Yan rushed out and shouted, stop, we will leave Cloud Sky City. Tang Li's saber suddenly stopped, waiting for Yang Yan's order. Great Elder Yang Yan's eyelids twitched and he said, it's too late to admit defeat now. Yang Dingtian, die. Tang Li roared and aimed at Yang Dingtian's neck, slashing down fiercely. No. Yan Yan screamed and was about to faint. At this moment, Yang Dingtian suddenly opened his eyes and stabbed out with the sword in his hand like a poisonous snake. When I said put yourself in death and fight to live, I was referring to now. You're wearing a treasured robe, I know that. P.S. Write all night, sleep at 6, wake up at 10, finish the second update, I will continue to write and continue to update. Brothers, please vote for me. Give me motivation. Seeing that Yang Dingtian was safe and sound, Tang Li's face suddenly showed a look of horror. How could it be? Just now, his sword completely blasted the energy of qi to the extreme, and directly cut Yang Dingtian's sea of qi in his lower abdomen. How could Yang Dingtian be fine? For a warrior, the most important part of the body was not the chest or the throat, but the lower abdomen. Because that was where the sea of qi was. Once hit by powerful qi, the sea of qi would be directly destroyed, and all the Xian veins in the body would be broken. At that time, although he might not die, it would definitely be more painful than death. Tang Li just now used all his strength, and Yang Dingtian's sea of qi should be completely destroyed, but why was he fine? Of course, Yang Dingtian was fine, because he was wearing the deep-sea Xian clothes. The most powerful part of the deep-sea Xian clothes was not that it was invulnerable, but that it could resist the powerful damage of qi. Tang Li's sword cut at Yang Dingtian's lower abdomen was fierce, but most of the qi had been swallowed and absorbed by the deep-sea Xian clothes. Only a small part of it really entered Yang Dingtian's body. Seeing Yang Dingtian's strange sword stabbed at the vital part of his lower body like a poisonous snake, Tang Li was suddenly scared out of his wits. At such a close distance, he was completely unprepared, and Yang Dingtian's sword was so sharp and mysterious. In horror, Tang Li used his fastest speed to cut down and block Yang Dingtian's sword. Yang Dingtian's body spun and bounced up, and like a beast, he rushed at Tang Li. In horror, Tang Li kept retreating. The sword in Yang Dingtian's hand stabbed like a storm. Shiwu 9 Disaster Sword, all living beings. Shiwu 9 Disaster Sword, boundless. Suddenly, Tang Li's whole body was completely covered by Yang Dingtian's sword light. At first, he was desperately blocking, but in terms of swordsmanship, he was much worse than Yang Dingtian. So, in the end, he simply kept retreating, and retreating quickly. He just didn't run away directly. Thus, under everyone's astonished gazes, the situation changed drastically. Tang Li, who originally had the upper hand, was now being suppressed by Yang Dingtian. His chest was heavily injured, and several of his bones were broken. As he quickly retreated, blood crazily gushed out. Countless amounts of profound qi also flowed away. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before his speed slowed down. At that time, Yang Dingtian would be able to stab him in the chest and take his life. But at this moment, Tang Buizhao suddenly shouted, Tang Li, why are you running? Your profound energy is still much stronger than his. Why are you running? Tang Li's body suddenly trembled. Right, why was he running? Even though he was injured, his profound qi was still much stronger than Yang Dingtian's. He clearly knew that Yang Dingtian's swordsmanship was brilliant, so why did he still want to tangle with him? The reason why Tang Li was like this was because he was frightened by Yang Dingtian just now. Moreover, the wound on his chest was really scary, so he suddenly lost his rational reaction. After being yelled at by his father, he suddenly sobered up. He gathered all the profound qi in his body and fiercely flicked it. Suddenly, his body was like a slingshot, and he violently retreated more than 10 meters, directly escaping from Yang Dingtian's terrible sword entanglement. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian lost the chance to lure him in and kill him. However, Yang Dingtian didn't chase after him. He just looked at the wound on his chest, and then coldly stood in the same place. Tang Li, who had retreated more than 10 steps, lowered his head and looked at the wound on his chest with one hand holding the bloody sword. He took out an elixir and swallowed it. Immediately, the wound on his chest stopped bleeding. He knew that he had to end the battle quickly. Yang Dingtian, I won't give you any more time, and I won't give you any more chances. 3 slashes to decide life and death. Tang Li said coldly, your trick just now made me confused. Now, let's use our profound qi to talk, and you will definitely die. After saying that, Tang Li suddenly rushed to Yang Dingtian and directly slashed down with his sword. With the most profound qi, the most powerful strength, Yang Dingtian raised the Night Owl giant sword and fiercely resisted. Dang! With a loud sound, Tang Li's bloody sword fiercely slashed on Yang Dingtian's sword. Yang Dingtian's body suddenly trembled, and the stone slab under his feet suddenly shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Tang Li's full-strength slash was really powerful, and it directly caused Yang Dingtian to suffer internal injuries. The second slash. With a roar, Tang Li fiercely slashed down with his sword. Yang Dingtian's giant sword forcibly resisted another slash. Bang! With a loud noise, sparks flew. Yang Dingtian's body was short, and the clothes on his arms were torn inch by inch. The skin on his arms was torn inch by inch, and blood oozed out. Blood spurted out from his mouth, nose, and even ears like an arrow. It was as if Yang Dingtian had reached his limit after enduring it head-on. With a little more force, Yang Dingtian seemed to be about to fall. There was still the last slash, and Yang Dingtian seemed to be completely unable to resist. Immediately, everyone who was concerned about Yang Dingtian had their complexion turned pale as they were horrified. Yan Yan directly pulled out her sword and was about to rush to the stage. Don't go. Ning Ning directly grabbed Yan Yan's hand and said, don't worry, Tang Li will die in the third slash. How is that possible? Yang Dingtian is going to be killed. Yan Yan said. Believe in sister. Ning Ning said softly. At this time, Tang Li saw that Yang Dingtian was covered with blood, especially his whole face, which was all wet with blood. He was more seriously injured than him. Tang Li suddenly smiled cruelly. There is still the last slash, Yang Dingtian, you are dead. Suddenly, Tang Li's body suddenly bent, and he unreservedly summoned all his profound qi and channeled it into his bloody sword. His bloody sword suddenly looked as if it was stained with blood, bright red and dazzling. This was Tang Li's last slash, and he had exhausted all his profound qi to kill Yang Dingtian. Die! Tang Li roared loudly, as deafening as thunder. Then, his bloody sword whistled, with a murderous aura, and slashed towards Yang Dingtian's head. For some reason, Tang Li's face changed at this time, and his eyes became particularly strange. Everyone almost couldn't help but close their eyes, as they couldn't bear to see Yang Dingtian directly split into 2 halves. Yang Dingtian, who was covered in blood, raised the Night Owl giant sword in his hand and said coldly to Tang Li, this is also my last slash to kill you. Die! Yang Dingtian suddenly shouted. Holding the Night Owl giant sword with both hands, he faced Tang Li's bloody sword and slashed diagonally. Clang! There was a loud, deafening sound. One sword and one saber, fiercely slashed together. There was a dazzling spark. Tang Li's bloody sword was suddenly cut in half and flew out directly. After Yang Dingtian's Night Owl giant sword cut the bloody sword, it still swept up and slashed towards Tang Li's neck. It seemed that Tang Li's head was about to fly straight into the sky and be cut off like Gan Lang. However, Yang Dingtian didn't. His Night Owl giant sword stopped on Tang Li's neck and didn't cut off his head. I still don't want to kill you. It's better to let you become a cripple. Yang Dingtian said coldly. Pa. Then, he slapped Tang Li's head with the sword, and directly smashed Tang Li to the ground. Then, Yang Dingtian stepped forward, aimed at Tang Li's lower abdomen, and stabbed down with the sword. Bang! It was like the sound of a balloon bursting. Tang Li's sea of qi in his lower abdomen was destroyed by Yang Dingtian. Tang Li didn't die, and Yang Dingtian didn't kill him. However, he had completely become a vegetable, a cripple. Instantly, the square fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the final scene on the martial arts stage. What happened? How did this happen? Shouldn't Yang Dingtian be the one to die from the last slash? Why did it suddenly become Tang Li's head that flew out? Tang Li's bloody sword was a famous treasure. How could it be cut in half? As for Tang Bosheo, it was as if he was struck by lightning, standing there motionless. Even great elder Yang Yan lost his ability to react all of a sudden. Yang Dingtian slowly turned around and bowed towards the high platform. The third battle has ended. Great elder Yang Yan, may I stay in Cloud Sky City and participate in next year's City Lord battle? After hearing Yang Dingtian's shout, everyone suddenly seemed to wake up from the shock. Then, the whole square seemed to have been thrown into a bomb. Countless people exclaimed in disbelief, and thousands of people exclaimed at the scene in front of them. How did this happen? The reason was simple. The moment Yang Dingtian's Night Owl huge sword pierced Tang Li's body, Tang Li's death was decided. This was because Yang Dingtian's Night Owl huge sword had poison on it. Even though it was very weak, it was still very deadly. A large part of the Night Owl's strange blade was the claws of the Millennium Owl, and before the Millennium Owl died, it was poisoned by the deep sea Xian poison. Even though it burned its own Xianxia to destroy the poison, there was still a part of the poison that remained in every inch of its body. Of course, the Night Owl huge sword also had it, even though it was very weak. After Yang Dingtian cut open the flesh on Tang Li's chest, the deep sea Xian poison entered Tang Li's blood, followed the blood into the Xian meridians, and flowed towards the Sea of Qi. Even though it was only a fraction of the deep sea Xian poison, once it entered the blood, this extremely weak deep sea Xian poison would cause a chain reaction, crazily devouring the poisoned Xianqi, nerves, blood, and everything else. If Tang Li felt something was wrong and immediately used his Xianqi to suppress it, then he might be fine. But he didn't, and continued to fight with Yang Dingtian crazily. Especially the last 3 slashes, he used all his strength to kill Yang Dingtian. His Xianqi circulated crazily and rushed out crazily, seeking death even more. Finally, the weak deep sea Xian poison reached the most important Xian meridians in Tang Li's body. At that moment, it blocked and paralyzed his Xian meridians, and Tang Li's Xianqi was instantly cut off. That was why his face had a demonic light and his eyes had a green light. Thus, Yang Dingtian took the opportunity to slash Tang Li's blood blade that didn't have Xianqi infused in it. Then, he slapped Tang Li into a vegetative state, and pierced his Sea of Qi, turning him into a complete cripple. Yang Dingtian won, but he didn't seem to be unhappy. But, being able to win was still a good thing. Now, it was up to the Elders Guild to see if they had any other schemes, and if they would make any trouble. So, Yang Dingtian asked Yang Yan loudly, to force Yang Yan to state his position. Yang Yan looked at Yang Dingtian with a complicated expression, his gaze uncertain. At this moment, thousands of Cloud Sky City disciples all stood up and stared at Yang Yan, giving him silent pressure. They were afraid that the Elders Guild would use despicable means again, so they wanted to give Yang Dingtian silent support. If the Elders Guild were to use any more schemes, then the thousands of disciples present would really rebel. Taking a deep breath, Yang Yan slowly said, I hereby announce that Yang Dingtian has won the elimination battle and is officially a Cloud Sky City disciple. He is qualified to participate in next year's City Lord Martial Arts competition. Once these words were spoken, thousands of cheers erupted. Long live, long live, long live Yang Dingtian. Thousands of Cloud Sky City disciples cheered loudly. Today's Yang Dingtian had left an indelible mark in the hearts of thousands of Cloud Sky City disciples. In just 5 days, he had broken through from an initiate to a 9-star mystic martial artist. Not only had he defeated Sun Wan and Gan Lang, but he had even killed the 5-star mystic martial artist, Tang Li, and turned him into a cripple. They had never heard of such a miracle, but Yang Dingtian had done it in front of thousands of people. Why couldn't such a person become the future lord of Cloud Sky City? Yang Dingtian turned around and faced Yan Yan. He wiped the blood off his face and smiled slightly. Yan Yan ignored everyone's gaze and jumped down from the high platform. Then, like a little bird, she pounced towards Yang Dingtian. Husband, I was wrong. Punish me, no matter what. Note, please give me a few monthly votes. Thank you, brothers. After hearing Yan Yan's words, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be slightly startled, and his heart swayed slightly. For a moment, Yang Dingtian didn't know how to answer. He never would have thought that Yan Yan's first words after reuniting would be this. However, it was also because of this that he felt that Yan Yan was so cute and charming. Just as Yang Dingtian was about to speak, Yan Yan suddenly tugged at his sleeve and pouted her small mouth. Yang Dingtian looked in the direction of her small mouth and saw a young man in white walking towards him. It was Qin Xiaobai. After announcing Yang Dingtian's victory, Yang Yan, Tang Buozhao, and the others immediately left. They were unwilling to see Yang Dingtian being cheered by thousands of people. Qin Xiaobai actually didn't follow them. When he was 10 steps away from Yang Dingtian, Qin Xiaobai bowed and said, "Senior brother Yang, you're really amazing today. To break through from an enlightener to a mystic martial artist in 5 days, this is unheard of." At this moment, Qin Xiaobai had a gentle smile on his face. He didn't have any of his previous arrogance or hostility. It was as if he wasn't the one who schemed to kill Yang Dingtian today. "Well said," Yang Dingtian said indifferently. He wasn't that thick-skinned and didn't know how to act. Moreover, in front of such a great enemy, there was no need to act. Everyone knew that as long as there was a chance, they would kill each other. Originally, Yang Dingtian thought that Yan Yan would scold Qin Xiaobai or at least mock him. Who knew that Yan Yan didn't do that? She only frowned slightly, and her beautiful face revealed an extremely disgusted expression. It was as if the handsome Qin Xiaobai in front of her was a disgusting maggot. However, Yan Yan's disgusted expression was the most poisonous. It directly pierced through Qin Xiaobai's shameless line of defense. His expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't continue acting as a cultured and refined person. "In the future, when we're all in Cloud Sky City, let's get closer. But now that Shuiyu is in your arms, senior brother Yang, please enjoy yourself," Qin Xiaobai said with a laugh. Then, he turned around and left. "This is the most disgusting man I've ever seen," Yan Yan whispered into Yang Dingtian's ear, but it was loud enough for Qin Xiaobai to hear. This was another fatal blow to the self-proclaimed confident Qin Xiaobai. After hearing these words, even Yang Dingtian, whose back was facing him, trembled violently. He, Qin Xiaobai, could make people love him and make people go crazy. They could also make people fear them and hate them to the core. But he couldn't make her feel disgusted, and he couldn't make her feel disgusted. This was undoubtedly a fatal blow to his charm and confidence. Then, Yang Dingtian walked over. Originally, Yang Dingtian thought that Shimin Lai would come over and pat Yang Dingtian's shoulder, and then say good job, or step forward to hug him. However, Shimin Lai did not do so. Instead, he held his sword in front of his chest and bowed towards Yang Dingtian. He was very solemn and very respectful, his meaning was very obvious. He treated Yang Dingtian as the future Cloud Sky City Lord, the person he was about to pledge his loyalty to. Shimin Lai had always been this meticulous. After raising his head, Shimin Lai's eyes were filled with passion. He said, "Yang Dingtian, you've done better than I expected. Foster father didn't misjudge you. Yan Yan didn't misjudge you either." "Thank you, big brother," Yang Dingtian said. "Thank you for everything you've done for us. Foster father gave me everything. Cloud Sky City is my everything, so I will always stand by your side," Shimin Lai said. "This is my responsibility." After speaking, Shimin Lai immediately turned and left. He wanted to rush back to Black Blood Castle. Madame Shimin, who came after him, looked at him like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. To be honest, although she had always supported Yang Dingtian, she didn't show much affection towards him. This time, her gaze was very gentle. "Yan Yan is very naughty. You have to teach her well in the future. However, Yan Yan is also very kind. You have to love her well in the future," Madame Shimin said gently. "Yes, Madame," Yang Dingtian said. "Yes, I believe you will. You're a very good boy," Madame Shimin said gently. Then, Madame Shimin said to Yan Yan, "Yan Yan, you have to listen to your husband in the future. You can't be willful and naughty anymore. Do you understand?" Yan Yan said sweetly, "I understand. Furthermore, when you were his wife, you weren't naughty and disobedient. Now, you're lecturing me. Stupid girl, I'll tear your mouth apart." Madame Shimin's face instantly turned red. Then, her eyes turned red as she recalled the sweet days with Shimin Wuya. Then, she quickly averted her gaze to prevent her tears from falling. "Mother, in the future, Yang Dingtian and I will be filial to you. We'll use the fastest speed to give birth to a grandson for you to play with." Yan Yan stepped forward and held her mother's hand as she said gently. Madame Ximen instantly smiled and struggled free from Yin Yan's hand. She said angrily, "You really don't know how to be embarrassed. You can say anything." Then, her beautiful eyes became filled with yearning again. She said, "If I can really have a grandson to hug, that would be great." "Alright, I won't disturb you two anymore. Mother is going back," Madame Ximen said. Then, she slowly walked away. Only after Madame Ximen and the others had left did Ningning come over. However, her face was a little red, as if she had a guilty conscience. At this moment, she couldn't walk, so she was riding on a white crane. That white crane was very obedient. It didn't need Ningning to say anything. It would go and stop when it wanted. After arriving in front of Yan Yan, Ningning directly took out a bag and handed it to her. She said, "This is Yang Dingtian's medicinal soup. Let him soak in it for 2 hours at night." Then, she quickly took out an even smaller medicine bag and stuffed it into Yin Yan's hand. She said, "This is for Yang Dingtian to drink. He's injured, so don't be too crazy." Yang Dingtian's face instantly turned red. It was very clear that this small medicine bag was some kind of nourishing medicine. After Yan Yan took it, she moved closer to Ningning's ear and said, "Big sister Ningning, our previous agreement still counts." Hearing Yan Yan's crazy words, Ningning's face instantly turned red. She said in a low voice, "Crazy girl, you're about to die. I should sew your mouth shut." Then, Ningning rolled her eyes at her and said, "Moreover, you're just a little vinegar jar. Don't pretend to be generous. That night, you saw Yang Dingtian in my room. Even if we didn't do anything, you still went to drink and act crazy." "Nonsense, nonsense." Yan Yan pinched Ningning's little mouth and then pouted. She said, "You guys have been together for the past few days. Who knows if you did anything unspeakable?" Ningning's face turned red. She said, "I'm not going crazy with you. I'm going back." Then, Ningning rode the white crane back to her valley as if she was escaping. She didn't dare to stay for a second longer. Suddenly, only Yan Yan and Yang Dingtian were left on the battle stage. Yan Yan first looked at Yang Dingtian strangely, making him feel uneasy. After all, he and big sister Ningning weren't innocent. Unexpectedly, Yan Yan didn't ask anything. She directly pulled his hand and said, "Let's go home." "Okay." Yang Dingtian immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Then, under countless envious gazes, the beautiful Yan Yan held Yang Dingtian's hand and walked back to her house. That's right, envious gazes. In the past, they were completely crazy with jealousy. Now, at most, they were envious and even more blessings. When they passed by the square, many Cloud Sky City disciples still didn't disperse. They made way for Yang Dingtian and spoke with enthusiasm. "Yang Dingtian, we support you. Young Master Yang, we support you." Some people even directly called out the 3 words, "Young Master Yang." Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. He only responded to everyone with a gentle smile. He held Yin Yan's little hand and walked towards her house. In this battle, he had indeed won many people's hearts. At this time, it was already late at night. Inside Yin Yan's house, Yang Dingtian was lying in a wooden tub. Inside was a steaming bath. Before bathing, Yang Dingtian had already soaked in the medicinal bath for more than 2 hours. Today, his injuries looked frightening, but they weren't very serious. His Xian meridians were slightly damaged, but after taking some medicinal pills, it should heal quickly. As for the injuries on his skin and bones, after soaking in the medicinal bath, he didn't feel any pain. At this time, Yan Yan was meticulously combing Yang Dingtian's hair. She was combing it strand by strand. After returning to her house, Yan Yan became quiet. Her face was still red, and her breathing was slightly hurried. However, she was still very quiet, a gentle silence. The two of them were silent. In front of many people, Yan Yan was generous and intimate with him. However, when there were only the two of them, she seemed a little awkward, with a sweet and shy awkwardness. She was like that. Her mouth was fierce, but her heart was shy. "I'm sorry. Because of my willfulness, you had to suffer these past few days." Yan Yan suddenly said, "Punish me. No matter how you punish me, you can beat me or scold me. Yang Dingtian leaned on the wooden tub, closed his eyes, shook his head, and said with a smile, "With your appearance, who would be willing to beat or scold you?" Yan Yan's face couldn't help but turn red. "How about I call you Big Brother from now on?" Yan Yan suddenly said. Calling Yang Dingtian is strange. Moreover, in our place, a good woman can't directly call her husband by his name. Calling him Lord Husband seems too proper. You're older than me by half a year. I'll call you Big Brother from now on, okay? Okay. Yang Dingtian said. Moreover, I said so many heartless words. Are you angry? Yan Yan gently asked. I'm not angry. Yang Dingtian said, your heart is soft, so no matter how heartless your words are, they won't be truly heartless. However, some people's hearts are cold, so no matter how gentle their words are, they will still be heartless. Yes. Yan Yan gently said, but you have to believe me. I keep saying that I want to go to the Netherworld Sea, but I actually don't want to go. I will definitely not leave without saying goodbye before you come back. I know that kind of woman is the stupidest and most annoying. That's right. Yan Yan was a very smart woman. At least when it came to relationships, other than occasionally being unable to control her temper and sometimes being stubborn, she was very smart. Moreover, after you come back, even if you fail to break through, I will still be by your side, even if we are chased out of Cloud Sky City together, Yan Yan said. Yang Dingtian vigorously nodded. He absolutely believed Yan Yan's words. Yan Yan was this kind of person. When you were down, regardless of whether it was because of her character or her loyalty, she would stay by your side and not leave you, regardless of whether you loved her or not. For a woman to be able to do this, she was a respectable woman. Yan Yan was not only a respectable woman, but more importantly, she was also a cute woman. This was because there were many respectable women who could accompany you and comfort you when you were down. However, when they were proud, they would give you the cold shoulder and stay away from you. Especially when the two of you had a conflict and the person in the wrong was her, due to their high self-esteem, they would choose to stay away. However, Yan Yan did not do that. She directly ran over to admit her mistake and acted coquettishly. I was afraid that after I came back, even if I successfully broke through, you wouldn't be nice to me, Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Yan Yan sweetly said, that kind of woman is even stupider and more annoying. After I drank that night, I was so rude to you. Weren't you angry? Yang Dingtian asked. That time when you hit me in that place? Yan Yan said. If I get angry over that, then my mother doesn't want to live anymore. In the past few decades, she and father have fought countless times. But she and father are the happiest couple in the world. Then, Yan Yan chuckled and said, and didn't you say it before? If a woman doesn't hit for 3 days, she will go up to the roof and tear down the tiles. And you were beaten even more ruthlessly by me. And you also said that spanking a woman's butt is not considered as hitting a woman. The two people fell into silence again, but the atmosphere in the room became even weirder. Yang Dingtian also couldn't resist such an atmosphere, so he closed his eyes. The two people fell into silence again, but the atmosphere in the room became more ambiguous and magnificent. Yang Dingtian also couldn't resist such an ambiguous atmosphere, so he closed his eyes. Next, Yang Dingtian comfortably finished bathing. Yan Yan put on comfortable and soft clothes for him. Husband, have you slept with a woman before? Suddenly, Yan Yan asked, and her breathing suddenly became rapid. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled, and he said with a slightly trembling voice, I don't know, I shouldn't have. Today, I'll let you sleep, okay? Yan Yan said with a trembling voice. These words didn't go overboard, but when put together, it was like the strongest aphrodisiac. Especially when it came from the mouth of a pure and flawless peerless beauty, Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly swayed. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt a burst of softness at the back of his head, but Yan Yan held him in her arms. Then, she lowered her face and kissed the top of his head. From now on, it's time for our wedding night. Yan Yan said with a trembling voice, but you have to close your eyes. If I don't tell you to open them, you can't open them. You have to listen to me, okay? Okay. Yang Dingtian's voice was hoarse, and his heart seemed to jump out of his chest. Then, he felt Yan Yan slightly leave his body. Next, there was the sound of rustling and undressing. A woman's body fragrance suddenly rippled in Yang Dingtian's nose. "Okay, you can open your eyes," Yan Yan said with a trembling voice. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes, and suddenly, a snow-white beautiful body appeared in front of his eyes, completely immersing the man. "Brother, I'm very beautiful, right?" Yan Yan asked. "Yes," Yang Dingtian said with heavy breathing. Yan Yan said with a trembling voice, "Husband, we've been married for a long time. But, we've never been a real husband and wife. From now on, let's be a real husband and wife, okay?" Yang Dingtian's heart jumped, and he said, "Are you sure you're ready?" Yan Yan closed her beautiful eyes and said softly, "Husband, I'm ready." Then, she raised her face and waited quietly. Only her hands kept twisting together, showing the anxiety in her heart. Yang Dingtian's heart softened, and he gently caressed Yan Yan's little face and moved closer. "P.S. Thank you everyone, please give me a few monthly votes, brothers, thank you." Yan Yan was completely prepared to give herself to Yang Dingtian. Was it all because of her feelings? She didn't know. It was very complicated, and she couldn't figure it out. Perhaps it was because of her feelings, or perhaps it was because of guilt. Yang Dingtian gently stepped forward, hugged Yan Yan, and kissed her gently. He had kissed Yan Yan before. However, it was just a simple kiss before. This time, it was a little different. Yan Yan was clearly completely prepared, but her delicate body instinctively stiffened. Yang Dingtian suddenly said, "Yan Yan, before I start, can I ask you a question?" "What question?" Yang Dingtian asked. "What happened to you 5 years ago?" Yang Dingtian said, "I asked Sister Ningning, and she said she wanted you to tell me personally." Shima Ningning also said that when Yan Yan gave him her heart, she would tell him what happened 5 years ago. Because this was the deepest pain in his heart. Just as Yang Dingtian finished asking, Yan Yan's delicate body suddenly trembled, then, her body temperature instantly dropped. It went from boiling hot to icy cold. "I don't deliberately want to know anything, but because this is your inner demon, the inner demon that torments you. When you can tell me frankly, that is when you can truly let it go," Yang Dingtian said. A woman would only share the deepest pain in her heart with the person she truly loved. Yang Dingtian said that only when he completely obtained her heart would he do the most intimate things. And the symbol of obtaining her heart was the painful past 5 years ago, the deepest secret and pain in Yan Yan's heart. Yan Yan's beautiful face suddenly turned pale, and there was incomparable pain on her face. She opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked at Yang Dingtian, as if she wanted to say something. But then, she closed her small mouth, and then fell into a painful struggle. After a few minutes, Yan Yan suddenly hugged Yang Dingtian's waist and cried, "I'm sorry, I can't do it, I can't do it." Yang Dingtian sighed softly and said, "It's okay, I was too anxious." Not only was Yang Dingtian too anxious, but Yan Yan was also too anxious. Yang Dingtian was anxious, and Yan Yan was anxious. In her view, giving her body to Yang Dingtian was like a ceremony. As long as she gave her body to him, it was as if she could completely say goodbye to the past, as if she had completely established a certain relationship. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. What did he do? He only won a dispute with Yan Yan, and his persistence was rewarded. To put it more bluntly, he only succeeded in breaking through to the 9-star Xian martial artist, and had the qualifications to compete for the position of the city lord. He didn't seem to have done anything for Yan Yan, and he wanted her to open her heart to him. Perhaps he was really too anxious. She still couldn't talk about the heart-wrenching past. Perhaps Yang Dingtian still hadn't completely occupied her heart. It's okay, it's okay." Yang Dingtian hugged Yan Yan, and then kissed her hair, and said, "We still have time, let's take it slowly." That night, Yang Dingtian made a bed on the floor, and Yan Yan slept on the bed. When he woke up the next morning, Yang Dingtian still found tears in the corner of Yan Yan's eyes. In the next few days, Yang Dingtian still lived in Yan Yan's house, but the two of them lived in separate rooms. It wasn't that the relationship between the two of them had thinned out, but it was to avoid the awkwardness of being even more intimate. Yan Yan sometimes also slept with Madame Shiman, but all the time, she was like a virtuous wife, taking good care of Yang Dingtian. Whether it was dressing, combing his hair, making tea, or cooking, she didn't look like a rich young lady at all. It was even as if because of guilt, she was even more gentle and meticulous to Yang Dingtian. However, the two of them didn't talk much because of some relationship, because for a moment they didn't know what to say. The two of them saw each other as family, but there seemed to be a distance between them and the intimate couple in the depths of their hearts. Ningning noticed the strange relationship between the two of them and couldn't help but ask. Yang Dingtian told her what happened that night. Sister Ningning pouted and said softly, "You idiot, you can ask after you've had sex." Then, Sister Ningning said in an almost inaudible voice, "After a woman gives herself to you, she will slowly give you everything in her heart. You don't even understand such a simple principle, you're really stupid. If we hadn't been intimate at the inn that afternoon, do you think I would be so good to you, so close?" Suddenly, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but blush. "Idiot, you missed such a good opportunity. You can only wait for the next opportunity." Ningning pointed at Yang Dingtian, "If there's a next opportunity, you have to do that thing, understand?" Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be stunned. "Although I want to, is that thing really that important?" "Of course it's very important." Sister Ningning rolled her eyes at Yang Dingtian, "You idiot, you don't know anything." However, in the next few days, Yang Dingtian still couldn't find the legendary opportunity. Moreover, Yang Dingtian still had something important to do, and that was to practice martial arts. Although he had successfully broken through to become a 9-star mystic martial artist, it was far from enough. Not to mention Shimin Yan and Shimin Ju, even Qin Xiaobai was far from being his opponent. Qin Xiaobai wasn't even 17 years old, but he was already a 9-star mystic martial artist. Moreover, in order to become the Lord of Cloud Heaven City, he used the Mystic Dissociation Pill to wash away his previous martial skills and learned the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, which caused his cultivation to drop by more than one level. Ningning even said that the 9-star mystic martial artist title was just a lie. His actual strength had far surpassed it. After all, he was one of the few young geniuses in the entire Northwest region. After advancing by leaps and bounds in the Yin-Yang 5 elements formation, Yang Dingtian truly felt the slowness of normal cultivation. Although Yang Dingtian had worked hard to the extreme, his talent had also reached the extreme, and his martial skills had also reached the extreme. Although his cultivation speed was much faster than others, he still felt it was slow. Every day, he would practice martial arts for a few hours, and about 2 to 3 hours of mystic breathing technique. After 10 days like this, Yang Dingtian's mystic qi only broke through 1/5 of the level. At this rate, it would take nearly 2 months to break through one level. Of course, Yang Dingtian's cultivation speed already made countless people go crazy with jealousy, because it was 2 to 3 times faster than theirs. At this rate, it would only take 10 years for another powerful martial honorable to be born. Breaking through to the martial supreme level in 10 years, this was a speed that shocked the world. Even Yang Dingtian's master, Dongfang Minmi, couldn't do it, and Shimin Wuya couldn't do it either. Currently, in the entire world, only one person could do it, and that was Dongfang Bingling. However, this was far from enough for Yang Dingtian. At this rate, he would at most break through to the Mystic Martial Master level in the City Lord Martial competition next year, which would be the same level as Qin Xiaobai. At that time, there would be no need to compete at all, and he could just admit defeat. Although the two of them didn't speak much, Yan Yan had always seen Yang Dingtian's anxiousness and was anxious in her heart. Finally, after a meal, Yan Yan once again whispered that she wanted to use the yin-yang devouring mystic technique, even though it could only help Yang Dingtian break through 1 or 2 levels at most. After saying this, Yan Yan was so embarrassed that her face and ears turned red. At this moment, although she was closer to Yang Dingtian in her heart, she was no longer as bold as before. Of course, Yang Dingtian rejected her, but he took this small opportunity to lightly flick Yan Yan's face. "Ah!" Yan Yan immediately cried out, and fiercely glared at Yang Dingtian. She said angrily, "I wanted to help you, but you hit me instead. I'm not going to talk to you anymore." Immediately, the two of them, who were originally a little awkward and cold, actually gradually recovered their intimacy because of this small flick. However, the two of them carefully maintained this intimate relationship, and didn't act rashly. Yang Dingtian was still diligently practicing martial arts every day, and his cultivation speed was still the same as before. He gradually became anxious in his heart. "Child, don't be anxious," Dongfang Minmi said. "At this rate, you will be able to break through to the mystic martial warrior level in a month. Then, you can practice the second stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship." That's right, the pig-slaying swordsmanship was different from other martial arts secret manuals. For other secret manuals, there was a new secret manual to learn at every stage. However, the pig-slaying swordsmanship only had a new secret manual every 2 stages. In other words, Yang Dingtian needed to break through to the mystic martial warrior level before he could learn the second stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. The pig-slaying swordsmanship is so mysterious, and it's different from other secret manuals. If you learn other second-stage secret manuals, your mystic chi will at most break through half a star. However, I believe that the second stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship will be a surprise, Dongfang Minmi said. Thinking of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel excited. The first stage was already so powerful, let alone the second stage. Moreover, Yang Dingtian was also very much looking forward to the breakthrough brought by the second stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Most importantly, he would be able to see Senior Shiwu Piayan again. He wondered if he had found the legendary Naga tribe in the second stage secret manual. After learning the second stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, you will leave Cloud Sky City and cultivate outside. That way, your progress will be much faster than now. Dongfang Minmi said, "You will cultivate while waiting for the Fire Cloud Devil Cave's earth fire to bloom and prepare to forge the sword Soul Youngling sword. This is the most important thing. During these few months of traveling outside, not only will you have to cultivate, but you will also have to find treasures so that you can enter the Fire Cloud Devil Cave to forge the sword Soul Youngling sword." "What treasures?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Fire immunity chilling pearl." Dongfang Minmi said, "This kind of pearl is formed by the cold energy of the bottom of the sea for 10,000 years. It doesn't feel very cold to the touch, but it contains extremely powerful cold energy. Only by holding it can you enter the Fire Cloud Devil Cave, because there is a guardian overlord, the Heaven Fire Demonic Phoenix, which is a 1,000-year-old monster. Without the fire immunity chilling pearl, even a Grandmaster level expert would find it difficult to withstand its deadly flames, let alone enter the Fire Cloud Devil Cave." "Fire immunity chilling pearl? Master, is it difficult to get this thing?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Although this thing is not priceless, it is almost priceless. However, if you go to the end of the southwest continent, there might be a surprise." Dongfang Minmi said, "Therefore, after you break through to the mystic martial warrior level and learn the second stage of the pig-slaying sword art, go to the end of the southwest continent to cultivate. It is about 8,000 li away from here. The legendary Sea of Hades is in that direction." At this time, Yang Dingtian was less than a month away from breaking through to the mystic martial warrior level. This meant that he only had less than a month left in Cloud Sky City. Suddenly, he felt a wave of reluctance in his heart. He was reluctant to part with Yan Yan and Ningning. These two were already the closest people to him in this world. However, in these years, he could not stop fighting. Break through to the mystic martial warrior level, learn the second stage of the pig-slaying sword art, go out to cultivate and obtain the fire immunity chilling pearl. 4 months later, the earth fire will bloom and he will enter the Fire Cloud Devil Cave to forge the sword Soul Youngling sword. This was what he had to do in the next few months. He hoped that he could achieve the greatest breakthrough in these few months. At night, Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan sat at the table and ate. Thinking that he was about to leave, Yang Dingtian was reluctant. After hesitating for a moment, he wanted to tell Yan Yan about this matter. However, Yan Yan's expression was very strange. She kept looking at Yang Dingtian with a strange expression, which made him very puzzled. "Yan Yan, why do you keep looking at me like that?" "You are making me very nervous," Yang Dingtian said. "That's right." At this moment, Yan Yan's gaze was like that of a wife who had caught her husband in bed. "Husband, your sweetheart has come to the northwest continent," Yan Yan suddenly said with a strange tone. "Sweetheart? Since when do I have a sweetheart?" "I only have you," Yang Dingtian said. "It's your ex-wife, Dongfang Bingling has come," Yan Yan said. The way she addressed her was very strange. She called Dongfang Bingling ex-wife. However, when he heard this news, Yang Dingtian was greatly shocked. He said, Dongfang Bingling has come to Cloud Sky City. What is she doing here? She won't come to Cloud Sky City. Why would she care about Cloud Sky City? Yan Yan pursed her lips and said, she is just passing by the northwest continent. However, she is a fairy from the ninth heaven. Just by passing by, all the sects in the northwest continent went on a pilgrimage. Only our Cloud Sky City didn't go. The Northwest Qin clan's lord went to the seaside to personally welcome her. At this moment, Yang Dingtian no longer had any naive thoughts about Dongfang Bingling. He also had a clear understanding of her position in this world. She only had one position, and that was the future #1 person in the world. She was the only peerless genius in the world who could break through to the martial saint realm. Now, Yang Dingtian had a rough understanding of Dongfang Bingling's strength. How strong was she? She was not even 20 years old. In Cloud Sky City, after Shiman Wuya went, no one was her match. Even great elder Yang Yan was not. It was not wrong to say that she was a fairy from the ninth heaven. However, even so, she had only passed by, and all the sects in the northwest continent went to welcome her. This was too exaggerated. Dongfang Bingling was too arrogant. If she comes, then let her come. What does it have to do with us? Yang Dingtian did not say that it had anything to do with him. Instead, he said that it had something to do with them. It could be seen that he did not lack intelligence when it came to love. Humph, don't you feel sour in your heart? I am a fairy from the ninth heaven, admired by tens of thousands of people. I am just an ordinary little girl. You must feel very disappointed, Yan Yan said coquettishly. TSK. Yang Dingtian directly spat and said, compared to Yan Yan, what is she? Is she as beautiful as you? In terms of pure beauty, the two of you are similar. However, is her figure as good as yours? I don't think so. Is she as cute as you? I don't think so. She is inferior to you in everything except martial arts. What does she have to be proud of? What's the use of being so good at martial arts? Is she going to use it to hit her husband? These words immediately made Yan Yan smile. Then, Yang Dingtian moved closer to Yan Yan's ear and whispered something. Yang Dingtian, you big hooligan. Yan Yan coquettishly complained. She threw down her bowl and chopsticks and ran in front of Yang Dingtian, pounding his chest. Yang Dingtian took the opportunity to grab her and said softly, let me feed you, okay? No, you hooligan. You know my secret, but do you know Dongfang Bingling? Did you peek at her? Yan Yan twisted her body and said. I didn't peek, I guessed. Yang Dingtian used a spoon to feed Yan Yan and said seriously, only Yan Yan has this unique trait. How can Dongfang Bingling have it? You stinky hooligan, you are a big hooligan. Yan Yan bit off the tofu in Yang Dingtian's spoon. I am also hungry, leave half for me to eat. Yang Dingtian opened his mouth to snatch the food. Yang Dingtian, you are so disgusting. Yan Yan quickly dodged, but Yang Dingtian tightly hugged her waist. The rest of the meal was extremely strange. Yang Dingtian's sweet words and his naughty hands were all over the place. So after eating for a while, Yan Yan was panting. After the meal, she looked like she was drunk, her face was red. After eating, Yan Yan finally gathered her strength to escape from Yang Dingtian's evil clutches. Then, she cleaned up the dishes with a red face. She also pricked up her ears, ready for Yang Dingtian to sneak attack and take advantage of her. Yang Dingtian felt the thick intimacy in the air and couldn't help but say in his heart, so this is also an opportunity for a breakthrough between a man and a woman. Thank you, Dongfang Bingling. That night, Yang Dingtian returned to Yan Yan's room, but he was still sleeping on the floor. Yan Yan also followed him, sitting on the floor and snuggling up. Of course, Yang Dingtian didn't tease Yan Yan anymore. He just talked about trivial things in the dark. He changed the messy stories on Earth and told them to Yan Yan. It was strange that Yang Dingtian once told Yan Yan that he came from another world. But Yan Yan seemed to have completely forgotten about it. She never asked Yang Dingtian about the other world, as if she wasn't curious at all. Although the stories that Yang Dingtian told were adapted, they were obviously not from this world. But Yan Yan was just fascinated by the stories, and she never asked about the strangeness of the stories. Finally, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask, Yan Yan, I remember that I told you that I came from another world. Why didn't you ask anything about it? Before Yang Dingtian could finish, Yan Yan covered his mouth and said softly, Lang Jun, you are a person from this world. What do you mean you came from another world? I just said that you were dreaming. You are from this world. You are Yan Yan's husband. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian understood Yan Yan's thoughts. What she wanted was a real, loving husband. The so-called other world would give her a feeling of unreality. Yes, I am from this world. Everything before was just my dream. Yang Dingtian said softly, and then scratched her waist hard. Then he smiled and said, Now, is it real enough? Yan Yan was the most ticklish. After being scratched on the waist, she immediately rolled on the ground and begged for mercy. Okay, stop. If you scratch me again, I will die laughing. Spare me. Yang Dingtian let her go. Yan Yan lay on the ground and gasped. After recovering, she turned over and said, Husband, continue telling me stories. Then, the two snuggled and continued to tell stories. Just like this, Yan Yan fell asleep while listening to the story. After waking up and eating breakfast, Yang Dingtian went to the back of the mountain to practice martial arts as usual. Along the way, many disciples greeted him respectfully, even though Yang Dingtian's cultivation was not as high as theirs. Yang Dingtian nodded in response. At the back of the mountain, Yang Dingtian sat cross-legged on the ground and entered a new cycle of Xianxia absorption. At this time, he was only half a level away from breaking through to Xian Martial Warrior. In about 20 days, he would be able to break through to Xian Martial Warrior. At that time, it would be time to leave Cloud Sky City. Long strands of Xianqi entered Yang Dingtian's body bit by bit. It circulated in his Xian meridians and was refined into pure Xianqi. Then, it flowed into his Qi and gathered bit by bit. Just as he closed his eyes to refine the Xianqi, there was a sudden rush of footsteps. Usually, at this time, no one would interrupt his Xianqi absorption. Yang Dingtian could not help but open his eyes. The person who came was Shimin Lai. In his hand was a letter. Young master, a letter from Dongfang Bingling, Shimin Lai said. Dongfang Bingling wrote a letter to me? Yang Dingtian was shocked. He could not understand why Dongfang Bingling would write a letter to him. Yesterday, when he heard Yan Yan say that Dongfang Bingling had come to the northwest continent, Yang Dingtian felt that it had nothing to do with him. He did not expect to receive a letter from Dongfang Bingling today. Yang Dingtian took the letter and opened it. He was really curious. Why would Dongfang Bingling write a letter to him? What exactly was written in the letter? The handwriting on the letter was very good. It was full of mystery and elegance. It was just like Dongfang Bingling, cold and arrogant. So much so that it was unapproachable. The handwriting on the letter was very good. Even if the words in this world did not reflect the charm of calligraphy, it was still full of mystery and elegance. It was just like Dongfang Bingling, cold and arrogant. The content of the letter was very simple. Senior Brother Yang, good to see your letter. This time, I passed by the northwest continent and heard many rumors about you. My feelings are very complicated. After thinking about it, I want to have a chat with Senior Brother Yang. There is something important to discuss. Due to my identity, it is inconvenient for me to go to Cloud Sky City. Therefore, I will be waiting for you at Katkan Villa, 500 miles southeast of Cloud Sky City. Please come quickly, junior sister, Dongfang Bingling. In this letter, Dongfang Bingling did not reveal much hostility. Yang Dingtian could not help but wonder, who sent this letter? Could it be someone pretending to be Dongfang Bingling? It was sent by Dongfang Bingling's personal sword servant, Shimin Lai said. Shimin Lai said, moreover, no one should be able to imitate Dongfang Bingling's handwriting, so there is no doubt that it is Dongfang Bingling's letter. Dongfang Bingling wrote a letter to invite him. Should he go or not? Soon, Madam Shimin Lai, Shimin Ningning, Yan Yan, and Yang Dingtian sat in the room and discussed whether Yang Dingtian should go to Katkan Villa to see Dongfang Bingling. Don't go. I don't think there is anything to see, Ningning said. I don't like this woman. If I want to see Yang Dingtian, let her go to Cloud Sky City herself, Madam Shimin said. Ximenlai said directly, I will follow young master's decision. In the end, everyone's gaze fell on Yan Yan's face. Perhaps on this matter, Yan Yan had the most right to speak. Dongfang Bingling's identity was special, and Yan Yan was Yang Dingtian's real wife. Go. Go and see her. We must go and see her, Yan Yan said directly. I want to know what this pretentious woman wants to say. Yang Dingtian was about to speak when Yan Yan looked at him and said, Husband, we can't let others look down on us. How powerful is Dongfang Bingling? We don't even dare to see her? After Yan Yan spoke, Yang Dingtian smiled at her and did not speak again. Note, a 6,000-word chapter. Thank you, everyone. Please vote. Thank you. The next day, Yang Dingtian set off on his horse. Accompanied by Ximenlai, he headed towards the Catkin Manor 500 miles southeast to meet Dongfang Bingling. When Yang Dingtian was less than 10 miles away from Cloud Sky City, he suddenly heard an angry roar. Then, a red figure floated out of the forest and blocked in front of Yang Dingtian with a sword. Yang Dingtian, give me your life. Yang Dingtian took a closer look. It was Tang Buozhao's daughter, Yang Dingtian's fiancée, Tang Xian. At this moment, her face was filled with bone-piercing hatred for Yang Dingtian. You killed my brother. Today, I will chop off your head to avenge him, Tang Xian said coldly. Tang Xian said coldly, you're a top genius. I'd like to see if you're a match for me and if I can kill you. Yang Dingtian's gaze turned cold. I crippled Tang Li. He asked for it. Aren't you afraid of Cloud Sky City's laws for seeking revenge? Furthermore, I didn't kill him. I spared his life. My father killed him last night, Tang Xian said angrily. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was shocked. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. This Tang Buozhao was actually so vicious that he even killed his own son. Tang Xian said coldly, you turned him into a cripple. He might as well be dead. As for Cloud Sky City's laws, if I kill you here, who will witness it? The Elder Guild can't wait for you to die. They will only turn a blind eye. You are a genius, but right now, even 10 of you aren't my opponent. Today, you are dead. Go to hell. After saying that, Tang Xian circulated her celestial qi and stabbed her sword towards Yang Dingtian. Idiot. Ximenlai, who was at the side, suddenly lifted his cloak. Without unsheathing his sword, he directly smashed it over. Bang! Tang Xian flew out like a kite. She spat out a mouthful of blood, but she wasn't seriously injured. Ximenlai had shown mercy. Seeing that Ximenlai was protecting her, Tang Xian's expression changed and revealed a trace of fear. Woman, this matter is not over. Wait until we return to Cloud Sky City. We will definitely punish them severely. Ximenlai said coldly, now, get out of my way. Otherwise, if I kill you, you will have died in vain. Finished speaking, Ximenlai and Yang Dingtian spurred their horses and madly rushed forward. Tang Xian didn't dare to act rashly. She hurriedly hid to the side and looked at Yang Dingtian's departing back. Her eyes were filled with boundless hatred. She wished that she could kill Yang Dingtian and Ximenlai at any time. The Catkin Mountain Village, which was 500 miles away from Cloud Sky City, was actually a property of the Yinyang School. In the words of the Earth Era, it was one of the Yinyang School's consulates or offices in the northwest mainland. However, there was a rule stating that no sect was allowed to establish a stronghold in another faction's territory, so they could only hang the Tiando League's flag. This was the same for caravans and armies. As long as they hung the Tiando League flag, they could enter most of the territories in the world. This was because all the famous sects in the world were members of the Tiando League. The Catkin Mountain Village was a manor of about 300 acres. There were about 500 warriors from the Yinyang School in it. One of the most important reasons for building the Catkin Mountain Village was to monitor Cloud Sky City. In the evening, Yang Dingtian and Ximenlai had already arrived at the entrance of the Catkin Mountain Village. Instantly, they saw a very spectacular scene and couldn't help but take in a deep breath. This was because outside the entrance of the Catkin Mountain Village, there was a line of over 1,000 meters long. All of them were dressed luxuriously and were of noble status. They were all queuing up to be received by Dongfang Bingling. It seemed that Yan Yan was right. All the factions in the northwest mainland, big and small, had come to pay their respects. This Dongfang Bingling was really awe-inspiring. She was extremely prominent. Yang Dingtian and Shimen Lai looked at each other, revealing a complicated expression. Who are you? Just as Yang Dingtian and Shimen Lai got off their horses, two servants came up to them and asked. They looked very polite, but in fact, they were very arrogant and didn't look them in the eye. Why were the people from the Yinyang school the same as Dongfang Bingling? They were extremely arrogant. Yang Dingtian from Cloud Sky City, Shimen Lai, is here to visit Miss Dongfang, Shimen Lai said. Cloud Sky City? The servant's tone suddenly became a little strange and he raised his voice. Then, his face revealed a look of disdain and mockery. When the people who were queuing around heard that there were 3 people from Cloud Sky City, their faces revealed strange expressions. Part of it was hatred, part of it was disdain and mockery. Cloud Sky City's position had always been awkward. Although they were on the Tiando League's list, they weren't part of the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 groups. When the whole world talked about Cloud Sky City, there was only one thought, oh, Yinyang School's traitors. However, in the northwest mainland, many factions were still afraid of Cloud Sky City. Because Shimen Wuya had been in power for more than 10 years, he had destroyed countless sects and destroyed thousands of miles of land. However, now that Shimen Wuya was no longer around, they didn't mind expressing their hatred and disdain. At the bottom of the Yinyang School and Cloud Sky City had always been at odds. When the servant saw that the people around him had the same hatred as him, he couldn't help but become bolder. He said coldly, why are people from Cloud Sky City coming to my Kafkan villa? Do you want me to wash away the path you've walked? Hurry up and leave. Our Katkin villa's entrance should have a sign saying that people and dogs from Cloud Sky City are not allowed to enter. Go, go, go. Then, the servant started to chase them away. The people who were queuing beside them all burst into laughter. Yang Dingtian was about to explode in anger. Dongfang Bingling wrote a letter to arrange a meeting, but in the end, she was humiliated at the entrance of Katkin Villa. Those in charge, are you going to let this servant be so presumptuous? Yang Dingtian shouted angrily. Suddenly, the entire place was silent. The servant also stopped and revealed a frightened expression. After all, humiliating Yang Dingtian was his personal action. He didn't receive any orders from above. He only did this to please Dongfang Bingling, even though Dongfang Bingling didn't even know that he existed. Yang Dingtian was so loud that the people inside heard him. However, no one came out and no one stopped him. It was obvious that the higher-ups of Katkin Villa were very happy to see this servant humiliate a person from Cloud Sky City. The servant seemed to have received great encouragement. His eyes suddenly widened as he shouted, oh, I remember who you are. Yang Dingtian, the man who wants to marry our fairy Dongfang. I've seen many toads who want to eat swan meat, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Why don't you look in the mirror? Who do you think you are? How dare you have wishful thoughts about our fairy Dongfang? Scram immediately. Yang Dingtian coldly looked at the servant and then at the villa's gate. He sneered, Dongfang Bingling, you're so arrogant. I don't want to see you. Big brother, let's go, Yang Dingtian said. Then, he and Shimen Lai mounted their horses. Wait. The servant coldly shouted, get off your horse and walk out. Who do you think you are, traitors of Cloud Sky City? How dare you ride your horse in front of Katkin Villa? Get off. Do you think you're Yan Yan Shimen and you can ride her whenever you want? After saying this, the servant was about to pull Yang Dingtian off his horse. This servant actually dared to mention Yan Yan. Yang Dingtian's gaze turned cold and killing intent surged in his heart. He coldly said, I didn't want to lower myself to your level, but since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Step over him. Yang Dingtian roared. Immediately, he and Shimen Lai galloped their horses and stepped over the servant's body. You dare? Ah, spare my life. That wicked slave immediately let out a furious roar of horror. Ah. Then, there was a mournful howl. Before he could finish shouting, Yang Dingtian's horse sent him flying more than 10 meters away. Then, it suddenly galloped and ruthlessly stepped over his body. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The servant spat out blood and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Suddenly, the surroundings were silent. Everyone looked at Yang Dingtian in horror. They didn't think that he would dare to trample someone from Yinyang School half to death in front of Katkin Villa. As he rode his horse away from Katkin Villa, Yang Dingtian's gaze swept across the group of people who had just insulted Cloud Sky City. He coldly shouted, "You are all despicable." After saying this, Yang Dingtian and Shimin Lai left without turning back. Wait. Suddenly, there was a shout from behind them. Then, a snow-white figure shot out like lightning and landed in front of Yang Dingtian and Shimin Lai. He coldly said to the two of them, "I am Lu Qingyan, the manager of the villa. The two of you dared to injure people in my villa and want to leave just like that. You are underestimating my Yinyang School." "It was that servant who sought his own death," Yang Dingtian coldly said. "Didn't you hear that servant humiliating me in public? Why didn't you come out and stop him?" "Oh? Since when did people from Cloud Sky City have the right to be so impudent in my Yinyang School?" Lu Qingyan coldly said, "Your Cloud Sky City is not legitimate. You are the descendant of a traitor. What can't you say? Since you injured people in front of my villa, don't even think about leaving. Stay here. Men!" Lu Qingyan shouted. Suddenly, dozens of figures floated out and surrounded Yang Dingtian and Shimin Lai. Clang, clang, clang. Then, dozens of people drew their swords and pointed them at Yang Dingtian and Shimin Lai. Yang Dingtian was furious and said, "Dongfang Bingling, is this why you called me here?" There was still no response from within the Katkin Villa. "Big brother, let's kill our way out," Yang Dingtian coldly said. "All right." Shimin Lai suddenly drew his giant sword and his entire body emitted a murderous aura. Yang Dingtian also slowly drew his night owl strange sword. Suddenly, the battle between the two sides was about to start. "Stop." Finally, a delicate shout came from within the villa. Then, a beautiful figure floated over and landed beside Yang Dingtian as if she was weightless. This young girl had picturesque features and wore a long blue dress. She had a slim and graceful figure and was actually a great beauty. However, Yang Dingtian didn't like her expression and gaze. She was completely imitating Dongfang Bingling. She was arrogant, aloof, and as cold as ice, as if she was looking down on everyone in the world. He didn't know where her inexplicable sense of superiority came from. "Greetings, Miss Ning." Lu Qingyan and the dozens of warriors of the villa immediately bowed down in unison. They were extremely respectful and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. "You should be Dongfang Bingling's sword attendant, Ning Ruhan, her most trusted subordinate." Ning Ruhan didn't even look at the villa manager and the others. She slightly raised her beautiful eyebrows and looked at Yang Dingtian. She said with faint disdain, "Even Governor Shimin is so respectful when he comes to my Yinyang School. How can a small character like you be so domineering?" Yang Dingtian said coldly, "Miss Ning, please look at your status clearly. You don't have the qualifications to say such words. I'm the direct disciple of Sect Master Dongfang. In front of me, you're just a servant." When Ning Ruhan heard Yang Dingtian's words, her expression changed and her gaze turned cold. "If I were you, I wouldn't say anything because anything you say will be interpreted as Dongfang Bingling's will," Yang Dingtian said coldly. Ning Ruhan's gaze towards Yang Dingtian was filled with hatred. She said coldly, "Miss wants to see you. Follow me." After speaking, she turned around as if she didn't want to look at Yang Dingtian again. Yang Dingtian followed Ning Ruhan into the Katkin Villa under everyone's slightly fearful gazes. At this time, everyone remembered that Yang Dingtian had another identity. He was the only successor of Dongfang Minmi. Note, brothers, please give me a few monthly votes. Thank you, please. After entering the gate of the villa, there was a huge training field. After Yang Dingtian entered, he immediately received countless hostile gazes. This was because in their hearts, Dongfang Bingling was sacred and inviolable. Yang Dingtian actually wanted to marry Dongfang Bingling, which was the greatest blasphemy to a fairy. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian had already become a citizen of Cloud Sky City. Just now, he had publicly trampled on the people of the Yinyang School at the entrance of the villa. Therefore, the warriors in the training field all glared at him coldly. However, Yang Dingtian treated these gazes as though he didn't see them. After passing through a corridor and a garden, he arrived in front of an exquisite and luxurious pavilion. This was Dongfang Bingling's temporary residence in Katkan Villa. After entering, he immediately saw more than 10 people sitting in the main hall. Although these people's clothes were not as gorgeous as the group of people waiting in line at the entrance, their every movement carried the aura of a superior. Without a doubt, these people were all important figures in the Northwest continent. They were basically heroes who ruled over a region. However, with their noble identities, they were all sitting here waiting for Dongfang Bingling to summon them. Seeing Yang Dingtian walk in with Ning Ruhan, these people were slightly stunned. Then, their gazes all fell on Yang Dingtian's face. They were all very curious about Yang Dingtian's identity. Those who could sit here and wait were all important figures with more than 100 miles of territory. Yang Dingtian looked so young, so how could he be here? Wait here. I'll go in and report, Ning Ruhan said. Ning Ruhan said. Then, she walked in and left Yang Dingtian in the hall. She didn't even serve him tea. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask, "May I ask where this young friend is from?" Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian. As soon as Yang Dingtian's voice fell, there was suddenly a strange sound in the main hall. Then, everyone looked at Yang Dingtian with a strange gaze. Of course, they were all high-ranking figures, so they wouldn't be like the group of people at the door and directly mock them. Oh, so that's how it is. You really are a young hero. The middle-aged man who asked the question had an awkward expression on his face. He immediately sat down and looked straight ahead. Then, everyone present looked straight ahead. Some even avoided looking at him, as if they were feeling guilty. Yang Dingtian was confused. Cloud Sky City was in an awkward position. It was normal for all of them to look at him strangely, but why? Did they have to feel guilty? Before Yang Dingtian could figure it out, Ning Ruhan had already walked out and said to Yang Dingtian, "Come with me alone." Yang Dingtian said to Shiman Lai, "Big brother, just find a seat and sit down. The host is not sensible, so the guest should be more casual. I will be out in a while." All right. Shiman Lai casually found a seat and sat down. Then, he said to Yang Dingtian, "If there's anything, just shout and I'll immediately rush in." As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him with mocking gazes. There were many experts here, so what was the use of rushing in alone? Okay, thank you, big brother. Yang Dingtian then followed Ning Ruhan into the inner hall and went up the stairs. Ning Ruhan's waist was as thin as a willow, so it wasn't obvious when she walked on the flat floor. However, when she walked up the stairs, it was obvious. Her back was like a willow tree, very moving. However, Yang Dingtian didn't like this woman, so he completely ignored her. Ning Ruhan suddenly stopped and frowned at Yang Dingtian. "You walk in front." Yang Dingtian's expression turned cold. "Are you worried that I'll peek at you from behind? Take advantage of you? Don't worry, my wife Yin Yan's figure is more than 100 times better than yours. You can question my character, but you can't question my taste." These words were so vicious that Ning Ruhan's expression changed. She immediately gritted her teeth and continued to walk up. When they arrived at a door on the second floor, Ning Ruhan coldly said to Yang Dingtian, "Young miss is inside. Go in by yourself and be careful what you say. Don't say what you shouldn't say and don't look at what you shouldn't look at. Young miss isn't someone an ordinary person like you can profane." Yang Dingtian didn't want to lower himself to her level. He took a deep breath and walked in. He was going to see Dongfang Bingling again. This woman had left an unforgettable mark in his heart. This unforgettable mark had nothing to do with the feelings between men and women. It was because this woman had trampled on his self-esteem and almost killed him. Even Shiman Wuya, who was the closest to him, was indirectly destroyed by her hands. Because she was his master's daughter, Yang Dingtian couldn't just treat her as an enemy. However, she was Yang Dingtian's biggest opponent in this life. Only by defeating her could Yang Dingtian regain his dignity in this life. After opening the door, there was another door inside. A pearl brocade curtain separated the room from the outside. Taking another deep breath, Yang Dingtian opened the curtain and walked in. The first thing he saw was Dongfang Bingling's back. At this moment, seeing Dongfang Bingling again gave him a feeling of being in another world. At this moment, although she was standing in front of him, she gave people the feeling that she was standing on the summit of a mountain 10,000 meters high. She was so high that it was impossible to reach her. "Senior brother Yang, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon," Dongfang Bingling said. Her voice was still as beautiful and cold as jade. "I feel like it's been a long time." "Yang Dingtian, young Miss Dongfang, why are you looking for me? Please tell me directly." Dongfang Bingling slowly turned around. Suddenly, a beautiful and dreamy face appeared in front of him. Although Yang Dingtian had already seen her and hated this woman to the core, he still felt that the god of creation was miraculous. He was actually able to create such an absolutely beautiful face. This was really a face that was so beautiful that it made people feel suffocated. It even made many people feel ashamed of themselves. However, at this time, this face no longer had any attraction to Yang Dingtian. "Senior brother Yang, after coming to the northwest continent a few days ago, I heard a lot of legends about you." Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes fell on Yang Dingtian's face. There was still not much hostility. At this time, Yang Dingtian knew why Dongfang Bingling did not have any hostility. Dongfang Bingling had brought him great harm, so in his heart, he hated her completely. However, in Dongfang Bingling's eyes, he had no weight. He was completely an insignificant passerby. How could there be any hostility? "I heard that you created a great miracle, so I couldn't help but be curious," Dongfang Bingling said. Yang Dingtian suddenly frowned and said, "Just because of this, you called me here?" "Not really." Dongfang Bingling said, "I called senior brother Yang here because I heard that you learned a set of very mysterious swordsmanship called pig-slaying swordsmanship. So, I want senior brother Yang to demonstrate it." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian flew into a rage. "I, Yang Dingtian, rushed over hundreds of miles just to demonstrate the swordsmanship to you," Dongfang Bingling said. "Senior brother Yang, don't be angry. It's because I thought of another set of swordsmanship in this set of swordsmanship. I think there might be some kind of deep connection between them." "What swordsmanship?" Yang Dingtian asked. "The hidden sect swordsmanship, Pasa Calamity Crossing Sword," Dongfang Bingling said. Hidden sect, Yang Dingtian was instantly shocked. He knew that everyone who heard this name would be shocked. This was because the hidden sect was absolutely supreme in this world. Even though the hidden sect stayed away from the world most of the time, every time the world was in trouble, the hidden sect would come out to save the world. In this world, no matter how strong the experts were, they would only fight for the second place in the world. Because the hidden sect would always be the number one in the world, and no one could surpass them. Dongfang Minmi was known as the number one in the world, but that was excluding the hidden sect. The hidden sect was extraordinary, so they were not included in the ranking of the experts in this world. It was always said that there were 3 sects in the world: Yinyang School, Xianxia sect, and the hidden sect. It seemed like the 3 sects were on par. But in reality, in front of the hidden sect, the other 2 sects were nothing. The hidden sect was the unquestionable leader of the Tiando League, and the true ruler of this world. Anyone in this world, as long as the hidden sect said a word, they could easily rise to heaven, and they could also easily send them to hell. However, ever since the Temple of Annihilation came out of the Abyssal Ocean and started the War of Annihilation 200 years ago, the hidden sect once again turned the tide and saved the world. It had been 200 years since a disciple of the hidden sect was seen walking around the world. But once a disciple of the hidden sect appeared, that person would undoubtedly be the leader of the Tiando League. No matter who he was, whether he was strong or weak, as long as he appeared, he would be the leader of the Tiando League. Now, Dongfang Bingling actually said that Yang Dingtian's pig-killing swordsmanship could be related to the hidden sect's Pasa Calamity Crossing Sword. How could Yang Dingtian not be shocked? If that was the case, then this matter was indeed very big, and it was indeed enough for Dongfang Bingling to meet Yang Dingtian. "Miss Dongfang, have you seen the Pasa Calamity Crossing Sword of the hidden sect?" Yang Dingtian asked. No one in this world has seen it before," Dongfang Bingling said, "but I heard others talking about your swordsmanship. They said that the pig-killing swordsmanship is very difficult to practice, and almost everyone who practiced this swordsmanship became crazy in the end." Also, I heard that senior brother Yang used this swordsmanship in the battle in Cloud Heaven City and defeated many experts who were much stronger than you. Most of the swordsmanship in the world only focuses on celestial chi, and a small number of them focus on swordsmanship. As for celestial chi and swordsmanship, I have only heard of the Pasa Calamity Crossing sword. And senior brother Yang's pig-killing swordsmanship seems to also focus on celestial chi and swordsmanship, so I suspect that these two swordsmanships are related. So, I would like to invite senior brother Yang to demonstrate, Dongfang Bingling said in the end. Even though Dongfang Bingling's words were reasonable, Yang Dingtian still frowned slightly and felt uncomfortable. You, Dongfang Bingling, just summon me and I have to travel hundreds of miles to demonstrate a swordsmanship to you. Isn't this too cheap? Seeing Yang Dingtian's expression, Dongfang Bingling said, Senior brother Yang, you're not willing? It's fine, but I'm not willing, Yang Dingtian said. I can understand senior brother Yang's thoughts. Dongfang Bingling said, actually, I came here for another matter. I was invited by the Northwest Qin family to preside over the Tiando League's Northwest meeting. The Northwest Qin family said that Cloud Heaven City has been too ruthless in killing the Tiando League. He suggested that Cloud Heaven City be expelled from the Tiando League. What? Yang Dingtian exclaimed. The Tiando League was an alliance formed to resist the Army of Evil Ways. After the Army of Evil Ways was annihilated, this alliance was passed down and controlled the order of the entire world. It was the largest power in the entire world and had absolute authority over the entire world. Those who followed it would prosper and those who opposed it would perish. It could be said that being a member of the Tiando League was the most important identity for Cloud Heaven City. Losing this identity would be a disaster for Cloud Sky City at this moment. Cloud Heaven City's position was already very awkward. They had always been seen as a traitor of the Yin-Yang school, so the disciples of Cloud Heaven City could not hold their heads high when they traveled the world. This situation improved more than 200 years ago. At that time, after the Army of Evil Ways led by the Temple of Annihilation left the Ocean of Hell, they swept the world and destroyed countless sections. The far west mainland fell, the west mainland fell, and more than half of the northwest mainland fell. In the end, the final battle between the Tiando League and the Army of Evil Ways was at the edge of Cloud Heaven City. At that time, the Northwest Qin family had already fallen. At that time, Cloud Heaven City stood at the forefront of resisting the Army of Evil Ways. Because of Cloud Heaven City's awkward position, none of the famous sects in the world came to their rescue. Later on, it was the Yin sect's words that saved Cloud Heaven City. She said that Cloud Heaven City and the Yin-Yang school were just internal conflicts among the righteous sects in the world and were not enemies. Then, the Yin sect master's words pulled Cloud Heaven City into the Tiando League. From then on, Cloud Heaven City had a slightly prominent sect and was listed as one of the righteous sects in the world. It was also because Cloud Heaven City was one of the 49 members of the Tiando League that the Northwest Qin family did not dare to openly annex Cloud Heaven City, even though Cloud Heaven City was at its weakest. However, once Cloud Heaven City was expelled from the Tiando League, Cloud Heaven City would lose its biggest obstacle to being annexed by the Northwest Qin family. This meeting was held yesterday at Katkin Villa. All the members of the Tiando League in the Northwest mainland have already agreed to this decision, including Cloud Heaven City itself, Dongfang Bingling said. Yang Dingtian said in disbelief, Cloud Heaven City's people also came for the meeting. Why didn't we know about it? Shimanju came as a representative of Cloud Heaven City's elder guild, Dongfang Bingling said. He was the first to raise his hand in agreement. Shameless. Yang Dingtian was instantly enraged. Shimanju was Shiman Wuya's most valued foster son. Yet, he was actually so cruel and unscrupulous as to kneel down and lick the Northwest Qin family's boots. It was simply too shameless. Yang Dingtian did not expect the Northwest Qin family's speed to be so fast and so ruthless. Qin Xiaobai had just arrived in Cloud Heaven City and had yet to gain a foothold, but the Northwest Qin family's fatal blow had already arrived. Not only did Shimanju agree, but the vassal forces of Cloud Heaven City all agreed as well. They even exposed Cloud Heaven City's bloody crimes, especially the Metal Sword Fortress. They even proposed to kill Shiman Wuya's descendants, Dongfang Bingling said. Yang Dingtian suppressed his anger and asked coldly, then, did the final decision pass? Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt incomparably sorrowful. It was just like the Northern Ocean government's Paris Peace Conference after World War I. The enemy was discussing whether to annex you, and you didn't even have the right to speak. This world was such a survival of the fittest. It hasn't passed yet because I haven't expressed my opinion. Dongfang Bingling said, I am the host of the meeting. The hidden sect has secluded themselves from the world, and the Black Sky sect has also followed my lead on this matter. Therefore, I have the right to pass and also the right to veto this proposal. Therefore, I have absolute authority over Cloud Heaven City's fate. Whether it can stay in the Tiando League or not, I only need to say a word. Are you threatening me? Yang Dingtian said coldly. Of course not. Dongfang Bingling said, the Northwest Qin family's master also proposed that once this proposal passes, you will be held as a prisoner. You will be escorted to the Yinyang school and await my punishment. You will be charged with stealing the Yinyang school's sect master's ring. After taking a few deep breaths, Yang Dingtian had completely calmed down. He was no longer angry at the Northwest Qin family's master's methods. Instead, he was filled with extreme hatred. After calming himself down, Yang Dingtian asked Dongfang Bingling, what's your opinion? Senior Yang, I don't have any enmity towards you. Dongfang Bingling said, I called you here today because if your swordsmanship is even slightly related to the hidden sect, then no one would dare to suggest that Cloud Heaven City be expelled from the Tiando League. This is because it can be seen that the hidden sect left a set of swordsmanship for the Yinyang school, which means that Cloud Heaven City is related to the hidden sect. Yang Dingtian said, but, no one in the world has actually seen the hidden sect's swordsmanship. How can they tell if the pig-slaying swordsmanship is related to the hidden sect? Therefore, I specially called the young master of the Qing City Sword Sect, Yun Wanli. He will be able to tell if your swordsmanship is related to the hidden sect, Dongfang Bingling said. The Qing City Sword Sect was one of the 9 sects of the 3 sects and 9 clans. Actually, it was originally a third-rate sect and was not part of the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 groups. During the Great War 200 years ago, although the Qing City Sword Sect was weak, they performed very bravely and were not afraid of death. When the sect leader of the hidden sect saw this, he praised them greatly and passed down a scroll of swordsmanship to this sect. He also called the only daughter of the Qing City Sword Sect leader to his side and taught her for a few days. After a few decades, the Qing City Sword Sect continued to rise and was ranked among the 9 clans. Therefore, the Qing City Sword Sect was the sect that had the closest relationship with the hidden sect. Their swordsmanship scroll was given to them by the sect leader of the hidden sect. Although it was far from the real swordsmanship of the hidden sect, it was still related. Therefore, Yun Wanli could indeed tell if Yang Dingtian's pig-slaying swordsmanship was related to the Pasa Calamity Crossing sword of the hidden sect. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and nodded, okay, I agree. Thank you, senior brother, Dongfang Bingling said and then ordered outside, invite the young master of the Qing City Sword Sect, Yun Wanli. After a few minutes, a man's cold and passionate voice sounded from outside. It could be seen that it was another admirer of Dongfang Bingling. Moreover, it was a crazy and fanatical admirer. Qing City Sword Sect Yun Wanli pays his respects to Fairy Dongfang. Please come in, Dongfang Bingling said. A man in white walked in. As expected, he had an imposing appearance and a natural sense of superiority. As the sect that was closest to the hidden sect, he received special respect no matter where he went. Even Dongfang Bingling was slightly courteous to him. Therefore, the Qing City Sword Sect had swept away the weakness of a few hundred years ago and became a powerful sect. Young Master Yun, this is Cloud Sky City's Yang Dingtian, Dongfang Bingling said. Yun Wanli held his sword and bowed. Yun Wanli pays his respects to young Master Yang. In the Tiando League, even if the disciples were from different sects, they would still address each other as senior brother. However, this Yun Wanli called him young Master Yang. It was obvious that he looked down on Yang Dingtian's status in Cloud Sky City and wasn't willing to address him as such. Greetings, young Master Yun, Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Yun Wanli said, I heard that young Master Yang's pig-slaying swordsmanship is very mysterious and might even have some relationship with the hidden sect. Yun Wanli specially came to give you some pointers. Yang Dingtian could tell that Yun Wanli's tone wasn't just filled with arrogance, but it was also filled with hostility. Very quickly, Yang Dingtian understood where the hostility came from. Yun Wanli was very proud of his special relationship with the hidden sect. He wanted to enjoy this glory alone. Now that he heard that Yang Dingtian's pig-slaying swordsmanship might be related to the hidden sect, he instinctively felt hostile. He felt that Yang Dingtian was here to snatch their things. He felt that Yang Dingtian didn't deserve to enjoy this glory and felt that he was a swindler with ulterior motives. Therefore, he instinctively wanted to expose Yang Dingtian's true colors. I know that your celestial qi is weak, so in this battle, we will only compete in swordsmanship and not celestial qi. How about that? Yun Wanli said. Okay. Yang Dingtian said indifferently. He then slowly drew his night owl huge sword and thought to himself, whether Cloud Sky City can stay in the Tiando League or not, it all depends on you, buddy. Then, the two of them came to the center of the hall and officially competed in swordsmanship in front of Dongfang Bingling. P.S. The second update is 5,500 words long. I will continue to write and strive for the third update. I am working so hard just for the encouragement of my brothers. Fall City Sword Sect, Limitless Heaven and Earth Sword Technique. Yun Wanli said while holding his sword. Cloud Sky City, Pig-Slaying Swordsmanship. Yang Dingtian said while holding his sword. Hearing Yang Dingtian's pig-slaying swordsmanship, Yun Wanli couldn't hide his sarcasm. He frowned and said, Young Master Yang, what is your cultivation level today? 9-star Xian martial artist. Yang Dingtian said. Dongfang Bingling's calm expression suddenly changed. Yang Dingtian had only left Yinyang School for a short period of time and he had already broken through to become a 9-star Xian martial artist. This cultivation speed was too shocking. However, in Yun Wanli's eyes, a 9-star Xian martial artist was like an ant. He, a martial Xian martial artist, actually had to compete with a 9-star Xian martial artist. This was a great humiliation. If not for the fact that Dongfang Bingling was the fairy of the 9 heavens and that he admired her, he would have already left. How long have you been practicing swordsmanship? Yun Wanli asked. About half a month. Yang Dingtian said. Yun Wanli's expression changed. His eyes were filled with anger. You've only been practicing swordsmanship for half a month and you dare to compete with me? Are you ignorant or impudent? The difference between you and me is too great. Even if we don't use Xian Qi, there's no need to fight. Yun Wanli frowned and said, how about this, I'll use 3 moves, from easy to hard. You use all your strength to block them. If your swordsmanship is related to the Yin sect, you won't lose too badly. I can feel it too. That's good too. Yang Dingtian said calmly. Yun Wanli held his sword and said, pay attention. I'm about to use the first move. This is the simplest move of the Limitless Heaven and Earth Sword technique. I'll only use 30% of my speed. I don't expect you to block it, just don't lose too badly. Okay. Yang Dingtian said. First move, Heaven and Earth Shift. Yun Wanli's sword slashed fiercely. The sword light flashed and the sword shadow shook. Instantly, the surrounding air was sliced into many pieces. What the human eye could see was also sliced into many pieces. Immediately, the scene that Yang Dingtian saw seemed to have been severed apart before being pieced back together in a mess. As a result, countless swords appeared, and these swords were divided into countless segments. Like moving flowers and chaotic shadows, they pierced towards Yang Dingtian. As expected of the sword technique bestowed by the sect leader of the hidden sect. It was truly mysterious. Even though Yun Wanli had only used 30% of his speed, he was still very fast. He was still faster than Yang Dingtian's fastest speed. For a moment, he could only see a bunch of shadows rushing toward him. He didn't know which part was real and which part was fake. At this moment, even Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes revealed a look of amazement. Both of them were from the Fall City Sword sect. Their sword techniques were truly extraordinary. Yang Dingtian stood motionless, as if he was stunned by this incomparably profound sword technique. Country bumpkin, you must have never seen such a profound sword technique. I'm going to blind your eyes. Instantly, Yun Wanli's mouth revealed a look of disdain. The sharp sword in his hand shook and he wanted to knock the sword out of Yang Dingtian's hand and embarrass him greatly. When Yun Wanli was more than a foot away from Yang Dingtian suddenly moved. The night owl's strange blade in his hand pierced out. Without any fancy moves, it was the most ordinary and straight stab. You dare to use such a lousy sword technique to embarrass yourself? Yun Wanli sneered in his heart. The sharp sword in his hand slashed towards Yang Dingtian's wrist. Let go. Not only did he want to knock Yang Dingtian's sword out of his hand, but he also wanted to make him bleed to teach him a lesson. Immediately after, Yun Wanli suddenly felt a force pushing against his sword. Then, the sword in his hand was completely out of his control and flew out of his hand. Swoosh! Yun Wanli's sword flew out more than 10 meters and was nailed to the ground. Instantly, Yun Wanli was stunned. He looked at his right hand in disbelief. How could this be? How could this be? My sword technique is so mysterious. Originally, I wanted to knock the sword out of this ant's hand and pierce his wrist. How could my sword fly out of my hand? At this moment, even Dongfang Bingling was stunned. She looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. Yang Dingtian kept his sword and stood there with a calm expression. That's right. Yun Wanli's boundless heaven and earth sword was indeed mysterious. It was indeed a sword technique passed down by the sect leader of the hidden sect. It was so mysterious that it was stunning. Among all the sword techniques in this world, in terms of the mystery of the moves, the boundless heaven and earth sword was second only to the Void 9 disaster sword. Furthermore, these two sword techniques were of the same origin. Yang Dingtian felt as if someone had seen the Void 9 disaster sword and created the boundless heaven and earth sword based on his memory. Hence, the two sword techniques were somewhat similar. However, the essence was too different. They were completely opposite. The complexity of the Void 9 disaster sword was to return to its original state. On the other hand, the boundless heaven and earth sword went further and further on the mysterious and complicated path just to create a stunning visual effect. Furthermore, Yun Wanli loved to act cool. He wanted to show off in front of Dongfang Bingling. Hence, he played with the sword moves in a very fancy way and even changed some of the moves. Hence, in the eyes of others, his sword technique was really mysterious. However, in Yang Dingtian's eyes, it was full of flaws. Even though his speed was not as fast as Yun Wanli, Yang Dingtian's casual move not only broke his sword technique but also knocked the sword out of his hand. He wanted to embarrass Yang Dingtian. Hence, Yang Dingtian did not mind slapping his face. After waking up, Yun Wanli wished that there was a crack in the ground for him to crawl into. It was too embarrassing. Moreover, he had actually boasted so shamelessly just now that he wanted his opponent to block his swordsmanship. His opponent could have broken his swordsmanship at any time and even caused his sword to fly out of his hand. There was nothing more embarrassing than this. Yun Wanli, who felt his face burning, walked forward and pulled out his sword. He sneered at Yang Dingtian. Young Master Yang's sword technique is indeed powerful. In that case, please block my second strike. Second move, Shadowless Dream. Yun Wanli waved the sword in his hand and suddenly scattered a bunch of sword flowers. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Then, his body turned. In an instant, his body disappeared completely. His sword also disappeared completely. It turned into a faint shadow and rapidly revolved around Yang Dingtian's body. This time, he had used his speed to the maximum. The effect was indeed shocking. In the entire hall, his body was everywhere. However, there was no trace of him anywhere. The second move, Shadowless Dream, was indeed powerful. It completely made use of the mysterious body movement and extreme speed to create a visual error. Suddenly, it gave people a feeling of invisibility. If he couldn't even see his opponent, how could he defeat him? Yang Dingtian kept turning around, as if he was looking for Yun Wanli. Yun Wanli saw Yang Dingtian's state and finally felt that he had regained his dignity in front of Dongfang Bingling. He sneered in his heart, "Country bumpkin, it was my mistake just now. Now, I'll let you see the real mysterious sword technique. You should know how powerful it is." Yang Dingtian was amazed. This move, Shadowless Dream, was really similar to the Sword of Ecstasy of the Shiwu 9 disaster sword. However, it was only similar in appearance. Furthermore, it was only superficial. Yun Wanli saw Yang Dingtian sigh and felt even more proud. However, his gaze suddenly turned cold. Just now, this country bumpkin had humiliated him greatly. Now, he would make Yun Wanli pay him back double. He stared coldly at Yang Dingtian's face and prepared to draw a bloody triangle on it. This was the symbol of a slave. Yang Dingtian, this is my real sword technique. Let's see how you can block it. Yun Wanli laughed loudly. Then, he flashed behind Yang Dingtian and slashed the sharp sword in his hand towards his face. Yang Dingtian didn't seem to notice at all. Yang Dingtian, you asked for it. Don't blame me for being merciless. Yun Wanli sped up and the tip of his sword slashed towards Yang Dingtian's face. He wanted to leave the mark of a slave's blood and leave him with a lifetime of shame. Yang Dingtian still didn't move. He didn't even turn around. Instead, he stabbed out with his sword. His speed wasn't even very fast. Dang. Suddenly, Yun Wanli felt a sharp pain in his arm. He didn't know what was going on, but the sword in his hand flew out of his hand. It flew a few dozen meters and was pinned to the wall, causing it to tremble violently. Previously, it flew out more than 10 meters. Now, it flew out more than 10 meters and hit the wall. Next time, wouldn't it hit the roof directly? Yun Wanli was really going crazy. He was really going crazy. Why was it like this? Why was it like this? His sword technique was amazing. No matter where he went, he would make people stare at him with their mouths agape and make people bow their heads in admiration. His sword technique was obviously the best in the world. His sword technique was personally taught by the sect leader of the hidden sect. It was unbeatable. But today, it was easily broken by Yang Dingtian, a mere 9-star black martial artist. Moreover, when Yang Dingtian broke his sword technique, it was as simple as eating and urinating. The first time was fine. But the second time, his sword flew out of his hand and his wrist was stabbed. Even though this was because Yun Wanli didn't use his celestial chi, but he, Yun Wanli, had been practicing swordsmanship for more than 10 years. Yang Dingtian had only practiced for half a month. He had practiced swordsmanship for more than 10 years and sparred with him for more than 10 days. He actually lost so miserably. Such a humiliation. How could Yun Wanli, the proud son of the heavens, not be ashamed and furious? Yun Wanli was not only ashamed to death. He was going crazy with jealousy. He even overturned all his pride. Impossible, impossible. How can you break my sword technique? How can you break my shadowless dream? I have practiced it to the extreme. Yun Wanli pointed at Yang Dingtian and said sternly. Yang Dingtian really wanted to say, "Boss, your sword technique is wrong. The more you practice it to the extreme, the more wrong it is. With such a flawed sword technique, what method do you have that I can't break it?" That's right. Yang Dingtian had practiced the Shiwu 9 disaster sword for tens of thousands of times. The logic of each move was very clear, and this so-called shadowless illusion was just a superficial version of the Shiwu 9 tribulation sword's rapture sword. It couldn't even be counted as a knockoff. To others, it might be unsolvable. But to Yang Dingtian, he could break it with his eyes closed. At this moment, Dongfang Bingling was really shocked. In just a month's time, Yang Dingtian had become so powerful. Did she really misjudge him when she was in Yinyang school? This Yang Dingtian was really so talented. Seeing that Yun Wanli was about to go crazy, Yang Dingtian reminded him, "Young Master Yun, there is still the third move." Hearing Yang Dingtian's cold words, Yun Wanli suddenly woke up. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. That's right. He had embarrassed himself just now. But there was only one Dongfang Bingling in front of him. His image in front of the fairy was ruined. But that didn't matter. Dongfang Bingling wasn't someone he could touch. So, his reputation of embarrassing himself wouldn't be spread. Moreover, so what if this Yang Dingtian's swordsmanship was exquisite? He was just a 9-star Xian martial artist. The most important thing in this world was still Xianxia. If he used Xianxia, he could crush him with one finger. However, in this situation, he had to plan carefully. This Yang Dingtian made him embarrass himself. He definitely couldn't let him do as he wished. Yun Wanli's face became cold again. He walked over and pulled out his sword. Young Master Yang's swordsmanship is indeed exquisite. But it's all the same movement. I can't see any connection with the hidden sect. Why don't you attack for the third move and I'll defend? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, that's good too. Yun Wanli continued, also, you can't use such a straightforward and vulgar swordsmanship anymore. The hidden sect swordsmanship has immortal qi and is extremely mysterious. So, the swordsmanship you use must have the aura of the hidden sect. It must be similar to my boundless heaven and earth sword. Then, this move must break through my defense. Then, I'll admit that your swordsmanship is related to the hidden sect. How about that? If you can't do that, then I'm sorry, but I can only watch as Cloud Heaven City is expelled from the Tiando League. There were 2 conditions for the third move. First, it must have the aura of the hidden sect. It must be similar to the boundless heaven and earth sword of the Fall City Sword sect. Second, it must break through Yun Wanli's defense. Yang Dingtian laughed in his heart. Is there anything simpler than this in this world? Yes, was there anything simpler than this in this world? Yang Dingtian's Shiwu 9 disaster sword was extremely mysterious and complicated. It was overflowing with immortal qi. Compared to the boundless heaven and earth sword, it was many times more powerful. As for breaking through Yun Wanli's defense, without using Xian qi, it was impossible for the boundless heaven and earth sword to defend against the Shiwu 9 disaster sword. Even if Yang Dingtian didn't want to break through, he had no choice. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian gently swung his sword and glanced at Dongfeng Bingling. The Shiwu 9 disaster sword was not only the most mysterious move, but also the most pretentious move. Arrogant girl, I'll let you see the supreme swordsmanship of this passerby. Shiwu 9 disaster sword, descend. Just one move was like the galaxy in the sky, not the mortal world. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** 13,000 words for today's update. Begging for votes. The Sword of Birth. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's sword was like a river of stars. It descended from the sky and pierced towards Yun Wanli's head. Is that all? Then it's too easy to defend against you. Yun Wanli sneered. He waved his sword wildly and countless sword flowers surrounded his entire body. It was as if water could not enter and wind could not pass through. However, when Yang Dingtian's sword landed on his head and entered his dense sword net defense, Yun Wanli was shocked. To Yun Wanli's horror, he realized that no matter how fast he brandished his sword, he was still unable to block Yang Dingtian's sword light that descended from the sky. He couldn't even make contact with it. Whoosh, in an instant, Yang Dingtian's sword pierced his head and cut off 2 strands of his hair. If it went any further, his skull would be pierced. Yun Wanli was shocked. He did not even know what was going on. Yang Dingtian's sword was already above his head. Again. Yun Wanli roared angrily. Alright, then take my second sword. Yang Dingtian sneered. Shiwu 9 Disaster Sword, all being sword. The sharp sword in Yang Dingtian's hand trembled. Instantly, the entire room was filled with cold light and bright spots. In an instant, dozens of swords, hundreds of swords, rained down on Yun Wanli's head. Yun Wanli roared angrily. He aimed at the countless sword flowers and swung his sword down. The speed of his sword was extremely fast and ferocious. Yang Dingtian, you have so many sword flowers this time. However, there is only one sword. I don't care how many shadows you have. I only care about this sword. I will definitely break your rubbish sword. However, when the sword swung down, it was completely empty. He saw countless sword flowers, but he did not cut anything. Yun Wanli was shocked. Then, he felt a chill on his neck. Yang Dingtian's Night Owl strange blade had already touched the back of his neck and cut off 2 strands of hair. Yun Wanli was furious. He was the young master of the world's #1 sword faction. How could he be humiliated like this in terms of swordsmanship? He couldn't even fight back. Again. Yun Wanli roared, if I can't defend against your sword, my Fall City sword sect won't be the #1 sword sect in the world. You, Yang Dingtian, are the closest person to the hidden sect. Your Cloud Heaven City is the closest force to the hidden sect. Alright, let's do it again. Yang Dingtian said. Shiwu 9 Disaster Sword, Emotionless Sword. The sharp sword in Yang Dingtian's hand trembled, and suddenly, a cold light surrounded it. The entire sharp sword became faintly discernible, as if it was an illusory soul. It circled around Yun Wanli's body, as if it was far away, but also as if it was close at hand. Whirlwind strike. Yun Wanli's body spun quickly, and the sharp sword in his hand was like an electric fan. It spun crazily, cutting through every inch of the air and crushing towards Yang Dingtian's figure. Suddenly, a cold light burst forth. Yun Wanli only felt a sudden chill in front of his eyes, and his whirlwind strike stopped abruptly. This was because if he spun a little more, his eyes would be blinded. Ah! Yun Wanli let out a furious roar, and said, "Again, all right, again." Yang Dingtian said. Shiwu 9 Disaster Sword, Ecstasy. The sharp sword in his hand trembled slightly, and suddenly, the entire solid sword became curved and elegant, like spiraling smoke. It wandered and was infinitely gentle. There was only a beautiful and gentle halo that wandered around Yun Wanli. Yun Wanli stared at this halo, and with a roar, the sharp sword in his hand slashed down fiercely. However, it was empty, and nothing was slashed. Suddenly, this gentle halo turned into an incomparably sharp and soul-stirring cold light. Swoosh 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 swoosh, suddenly, 5 fierce sword flowers burst out. Yun Wanli suddenly felt a chill in front of his chest, and saw that his clothes had been cut into 5 pieces, revealing the flesh in front of his chest. There were even 5 faint traces of blood. It was obvious that Yang Dingtian was being merciful. Otherwise, there would be 5 deep and bloody wounds. Again, Yun Wanli was furious again and again, he defended himself. Shiwu 9 Disaster Sword, Boundless Sword. Shiwu 9 Disaster Sword, Selfless Sword. Shiwu 9 Disaster Sword, Great Sorrow Sword. Shiwu 9 Disaster Sword, Nirvana Sword. Shiwu 9 Disaster Sword, Non-Tribulation Sword. Every sword move that Yang Dingtian executed was extremely mysterious. Every move was resplendent. Every move was mysterious and unfathomable. Every move was filled with immortal qi. Every move, Yang Dingtian easily broke through Yun Wanli's defense, and sent the tip of his sword to the most fatal part of his body. Every move caused the dignified young master of the False City Sword sect to suffer a crushing defeat. After 9 moves, Yun Wanli's clothes were tattered, and his hair was disheveled. He seemed to have gone crazy. He was really going to be tortured to the point of insanity by Yang Dingtian. Ah! Yang Dingtian, you bastard, I'll kill you, I'll tear you into pieces. Suddenly, Yun Wanli roared, and the mysterious qi in his body surged. His whole body was bursting with murderous intent. Waving the sharp sword in his hand, he madly slashed at Yang Dingtian. He was a martial mystic realm expert, and was dozens of levels higher than Yang Dingtian. In an instant, Yang Dingtian felt a deadly murderous intent. Enough! Dongfang Bingling shouted. Suddenly, the air turned cold, and the vase on the table shattered into pieces. The bonsai on the windowsill turned into ashes. Yun Wanli, who was rushing towards Yang Dingtian, suddenly stopped. It was as if his body was fixed, and he could not take even half a step forward. Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes were completely fixed on Yang Dingtian, and finally on his face. Just now, when Yang Dingtian was defending, she was only slightly surprised. But now, her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. It was as if she was seeing Yang Dingtian for the first time, and as if she did not know him at all. She had traveled all over the world, and had seen many mysterious sword techniques. However, she had never seen a sword technique that was as shocking as Yang Dingtian's. Such a beautiful and mysterious swordsmanship was truly mesmerizing. This was the true, unquestionable #1 sword technique in the world. Even with Dongfang Bingling's wisdom, she was almost completely immersed in the sword technique. This Yang Dingtian had only been gone for a short period of time, but he had actually become so formidable that it was unbelievable. Taking a deep breath, Dongfang Bingling removed all thoughts from her mind. She looked at Yun Wanli and said, "Young Master Yun, now can you determine whether Yang Dingtian's sword technique is related to the hidden sect?" Yun Wanli was completely sober now. Just now, he was really blinded by anger and hatred. That was why he thought of killing in front of Dongfang Bingling. Now that he thought about it, he was really scared. Although he was a martial mystic realm expert, Dongfang Bingling only needed to lift a finger and she could crush him to death. Even though he still hated Yang Dingtian to the core and wanted to tear him into pieces, he could not do it here. But he couldn't do it here, not in front of Dongfang Bingling. I will spare your life. Leave this place and I will make sure you die without a complete corpse. Yun Wanli said coldly in his heart. He did not care about Yang Dingtian's background at all. Since Shiman Wuya was no longer around, Cloud Sky City was nothing. Is Yang Dingtian's sword technique related to the hidden sect? Dongfang Bingling asked again impatiently. Oh. Yun Wanli quickly woke up from the hatred in his heart. Then, his expression became mysterious. Yang Dingtian stared at his face, waiting for his answer. Even Ning Ruhan, who was peeking from behind the door, stared at Yun Wanli, waiting for his answer. Yun Wanli's answer would determine whether Cloud Sky City could remain in the Tiando League. However, as long as one was not blind, they would know that Yang Dingtian's mysterious and amazing sword technique was the same as the boundless heaven and earth sword of Fall City Sword Sect. No, it could not be said that. This was completely flattering the boundless heaven and earth sword of Fall City Sword Sect. To be more precise, the boundless heaven and earth sword was only a superficial version of Yang Dingtian's sword technique. It was the crudest replica. If the boundless heaven and earth sword had any relationship with the hidden sect, then Yang Dingtian's pig-slaying swordsmanship was countless levels higher than it. Therefore, there was no need to wait for Yun Wanli's answer. As long as one was not blind, they would be able to tell. Take a deep breath, Yun Wanli said coldly, Yang Dingtian's pig-slaying swordsmanship has nothing to do with the hidden sect. As soon as he said this, Yang Dingtian's expression changed. How could a person be so shameless? He was lying with his eyes closed. Yun Wanli sneered and continued, on the contrary, his sword technique reminds me of the Evil Way's Supreme Shura sword technique. Not only are the two similar in form, but they are also similar in spirit. Yang Dingtian felt a chill in his heart. Not only did Yun Wanli deny his pig-slaying swordsmanship, he even wanted to kill him. No matter if it was because Yang Dingtian had humiliated him or because the Fall City Sword Sect wanted to monopolize the honor of having a close relationship with the hidden sect, Yun Wanli wanted to kill Yang Dingtian. Evil ways should be punished by everyone. If it was related to the evil ways, Yang Dingtian would no longer have a foothold in the world. The entire world and the entire Tiando League would want to kill Yang Dingtian. Cloud Sky City would truly fall into eternal damnation. After Yun Wanli finished speaking, Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes glanced at him but did not say anything. Instead, it was Ning Ruhan's expression that changed, revealing a look of disdain. Alright, I understand. Dongfang Bingling said, Young Master Yun, you can leave first. Young Mistress Dongfang, the demons of the evil Dao should be killed by everyone. You must not allow the demons of the evil Dao to infiltrate our Heavenly Law Alliance, Yun Wanli said. Dongfang Bingling frowned slightly and said, I know what to do. Ruhan, send the guest out. Ning Ruhan was also unhappy. She went up to Yun Wanli and said, Please. Fairy Dongfang, I will take my leave, Yun Wanli said. Before he left, he stared deeply at Yang Dingtian. Senior brother Yang, this Yun Wanli is spouting nonsense. What do you think? Dongfang Bingling asked. Yang Dingtian sneered and said, It's not what I think. It's what you think, Fairy Dongfang. Senior brother Yang, actually, whether or not your sword art is related to the hidden sect is not up to Yun Wanli or you to decide. Dongfang Bingling said, It's up to me to decide. If I say it is, Cloud Heaven City will be preserved. If I don't, Cloud Heaven City will fall into a disaster. Even if senior brother Yang is related to the evil ways, it's up to me to decide. Yang Dingtian said, I know that Fairy Dongfang has great power. Don't play riddles. Tell me your decision. Dongfang Bingling looked deeply at Yang Dingtian and said, Senior brother Yang, I misjudged you at the Yinyang school. I thought your talent was mediocre, so I didn't take you seriously. This time, when I came to the Northwest continent, I heard about your miracles. I didn't believe it, so I specially summoned you. I didn't expect you to be more outstanding than what they said. Then, Dongfang Bingling turned around and looked out of the window. Senior brother Yang, I am magnanimous and don't care about trifles. So, I don't care if you offended me before. When I use people, I only look at their talents. How about this? I can protect Cloud Heaven City. Not only can I let it stay in the Tiando League, I can even stop the Northwest Qin clan from annexing it. But I have a condition. Oh? Yang Dingtian asked, what condition? You have to break up with Shimin Yanyan and completely sever your relationship with Cloud Heaven City. You have to return to the Yinyang school, Dongfang Bingling said. Now, I have the final say in the Yinyang school. I can do my best to nurture you. The resources of the Yinyang school can't be compared to 10 Cloud Heaven cities. I only have one goal, which is to break through to the Martial Saint realm, which no one has done in 400 years. In the future, I won't care much about the matters of the Yinyang school. I will leave everything to you and senior brother Leng Wuyan. When the time comes, the two of you will be my right-hand men. You will be respected by everyone in the world. Hearing Dongfang Bingling's condition, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. He really didn't think that Dongfang Bingling would propose such a condition. It was too ridiculous. Seeing Yang Dingtian's shocked expression, Dongfang Bingling said, "Don't be so surprised. I am a person who only cares about the greater good and will not be disturbed by personal grudges. Even if you offended me and I was prepared to kill you. But as long as you have the talent, I can forget about the past and still put you in an important position." Yang Dingtian wanted to laugh in his heart. He suddenly laughed and said, "Fairy. Dongfang is really broad-minded. Unfortunately, I can't enjoy such a wonderful thing." "Why? You can't bear to part with Shimin Yanyan?" Dongfang Bingling frowned and said, "With such narrow vision, you can't achieve great things. As long as you achieve great things, you can have any woman you want. If you really can't bear to part with a beautiful woman, is Ning Ruhan by my side beautiful enough? How about I give her to you? Tonight, she can be your woman." At this time, Ning Ruhan had just returned from sending Yun Wanli off. When she heard Dongfang Bingling's words, she immediately exclaimed. "Young Mississippi," Ning Ruhan said in shock. "Do you dare to disobey my orders?" Dongfang Bingling said indifferently. Ning Ruhan's delicate body suddenly trembled. Her small face suddenly turned pale. She lowered her head and said, "This servant doesn't dare." Then, Ning Ruhan looked at Yang Dingtian with eyes full of hatred. "I don't think so." Yang Dingtian laughed and said, "The woman by your side is too arrogant. I can't enjoy her. Even if I marry her, I will suffer. I still like my Yan Yan." Yang Dingtian can only reject Fairy Dongfang's good intentions. Dongfang Bingling's face turned cold and she said coldly, "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Then you want to watch as Cloud Heaven City is expelled from the Tiando League? You want to watch as Cloud Heaven City falls into the hands of the Northwest Qin family? You know that I don't have a good impression of Cloud Heaven City. If you reject my good intentions, why should I help your Cloud Heaven City?" Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said word by word, "Fairy Dongfang, have you forgotten that we still have a 5-year agreement? 5 years later, I will represent Cloud Heaven City at the Yinyang school to challenge you. I will take back my dignity. Have you really forgotten? P.S. Brothers, today's first update is for you. Anyway, I will continue to write. I will continue to write. Brothers, give me your monthly votes. Let me be filled with energy and write with all my might. Write to my heart's content. Brothers, look to your heart's content. Thank you for Zai Zai Haoxuan's large reward. I have become the first sect master of this book. Haoxuan is mighty. Thank you to everyone who gave me a reward, a monthly vote, and a subscription. I will remember each and every one of you. I will not let you down. 5-year promise? Dongfang Bingling said, "Oh, the 5-year promise. At that time at sea, because my mother wanted to kill herself, I promised to let you live for 5 years. After 5 years, I will kill you and take away the Ring of Flames." Then, Dongfang Bingling said, "Since I let you return to the Yinyang school, I will not kill you after 5 years. The 5-year promise will naturally be cancelled. You can rest assured. However, you still have to hand over the sect leader's ring. Of course, considering your relationship with my father, I will let you keep the Ring of Flames. Because as long as you are strong enough, I can hand over all the internal affairs of the Yinyang school to you. In the Yinyang school, you will be second only to one person. Yang Dingtian was completely stunned and speechless. The 5-year promise was like a ghastly scar that was engraved in his heart. It constantly reminded him to be strong and to reclaim his dignity. The 5-year promise had even become his lifelong mission. It had become the most important part of his life. The 5-year promise had already occupied most of the space in his heart. It had completely become the goal that he would fight for with his life. Dongfang Bingling, on the other hand, had almost forgotten about it. In her heart, the 5-year promise was only to let Yang Dingtian live for 5 more years under the pressure of her mother. It was equivalent to waiting for 5 more years to take the Ring of Flames from Yang Dingtian. Not to mention that she did not treat Yang Dingtian as an opponent at all. She did not even consider him as a speck of dust. The saddest thing in the world was that you treated the other person as your lifelong enemy, a goal to fight for. However, the other party had completely forgotten about this matter. This kind of humiliation was even greater than when Dongfang Bingling rejected the marriage agreement with Yang Dingtian. Even though Dongfang Bingling did not do it on purpose, she could not find Yang Dingtian anywhere she looked. At this time, Yang Dingtian could not even be angry. He could only laugh and bury all the unwillingness and humiliation in his heart. I want to become stronger, I want to become stronger. One day, I will stand in front of you with an indomitable spirit and use my sword to tell you that I, Yang Dingtian, am more magnificent and powerful than you, Dongfang Bingling. Yang Dingtian roared in his heart, but he wore a faint smile on his face. Yes, that's the matter. Dongfang Bingling was stunned for a while and said, "Don't tell me you really want to challenge me 5 years later?" Yang Dingtian nodded seriously. Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes turned cold. She said indifferently, "I didn't expect that people could be so ignorant." Then, Dongfang Bingling said calmly, "So you're saying that you're rejecting my good intentions?" "Yeah," Yang Dingtian said. Dongfang Bingling waved her jade-like hand and said, "Then I know, you can go back." That action was really like scattering a cloud of dust. "Goodbye." Yang Dingtian turned around and walked out. "Oh right, senior brother Yang, I have something to tell you." Dongfang Bingling said, "Using the Yin Yang festival to break through profound qi isn't considered a talent. There won't be a second time. No matter how profound your sword art is, it's useless. At most, you'll just be like those women from the 7 refined lane, performing for the entertainment of others. Don't lose yourself because of these 2 things. If you think too highly of yourself, it will destroy you." Yang Dingtian smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for your warning, Fairy Dongfang. I've learned a lot." Yang Dingtian continued to walk outside. At this moment, an incomparably moving voice suddenly came from outside. It was hoarse and sexy, cold and arrogant, but it was also filled with a magical charm. "Dongfang Bingling, you've finally come to the Northwest continent. I've really missed you, why don't you come out and meet me?" This voice wasn't very loud, but it resounded in everyone's heart, causing everyone to feel itchy all over. It was a seductive itch that made them want to reach out and scratch it. Just the voice alone was filled with a magical charm. Dongfang Bingling's expression changed slightly. Without a doubt, this woman was a peerless expert. She had never met a female peerless expert before. At this moment, Yang Dingtian had already arrived outside the door. He heard the woman's voice, but he couldn't see her figure. "Which demoness dares to barge into my Catkin manor? You're courting death." Immediately after, a shout came from outside. Then, the manager of the Catkin manor led dozens of warriors and suddenly soared into the sky, rushing towards the direction of the woman's voice. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's vision blurred. He only saw a figure appear out of thin air under a large tree. It was a woman dressed in men's clothing. She was wearing a golden mask and her face couldn't be seen. However, the 2 eyes that were exposed were captivating, as bright and deep as the galaxy. Even though she was dressed in men's clothing, her slender body and curves were like the undulating mountains and rivers, filled with a magical charm. This was the woman with the most enchanting figure Yang Dingtian had ever seen. This was also the woman with the most captivating eyes that Yang Dingtian had ever seen. "Demoness, how dare you show yourself? Die." The manager of the Catkin manor, Lu Qingyan, laughed and immediately pounced on her like a goshawk hunting a rabbit. He was a martial ancestor realm expert. His leap was extremely powerful, like a goshawk hunting a rabbit. Swoosh. The woman flicked her sleeve lightly. Immediately, the martial mystic realm expert Lu Qingyan and dozens of the manor warriors that pounced on her were smashed into pieces in the air. There were no screams, no cries of surprise. They directly split apart in the air, turning into countless pieces of flesh. Each piece was as small as a grain of sand. They splattered in all directions, dyeing the entire ground red. Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. This woman was so powerful that it completely exceeded Yang Dingtian's knowledge. The martial mystic realm expert and dozens of manor warriors were instantly killed by a flick of her sleeve. After killing them, the woman smiled towards Dongfang Bingling's direction and said, "I've always heard that Dongfang Bingling is the world's #1 youth expert. Her talent is so high that no one can surpass her. 15 years later, she is destined to be the world's #1. So, I'm here to take a look." Haha, what kind of status does Fairy Dongfang have? Why would she fight with a lowly person like you? Suddenly, a hearty laugh came from a pavilion. This voice was very familiar. It was Yun Wanli of the Fall City Sword sect. Then, he floated out of the pavilion like a butterfly. He stood on the corner of the eaves. At this moment, he had already changed into a snow-white robe. His hair was also combed, and he immediately regained his handsome appearance. He stood on the corner of the eaves, and the breeze blew, making him look even more handsome and elegant. He had the demeanor of an expert. Yun Wanli stood with his sword in hand. He looked down arrogantly at the woman with the golden mask and said, "Since you are so ignorant, let me teach you a lesson on behalf of Fairy Dongfang. You are a woman, so you go first." Yun Wanli held his sword with one hand, and the other hand was behind his back. It was obvious that he did not see the scene of Lu Qingyan being killed. Today, he had completely lost face in front of Dongfang Bingling. So, when he was changing his clothes, other than wanting to tear Yang Dingtian into pieces, he was also thinking of how to restore his image in front of Dongfang Bingling. He did not expect that such an ignorant woman would come to challenge Dongfang Bingling. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. It was a good opportunity to let Dongfang Bingling see how powerful Yun Wanli was. He wanted to see how powerful the boundless heaven and earth sword was after adding his Xianxia. Moreover, there were many experts from the northwest continent in the manor. He did not believe that his life would be in danger. "Who are you?" the woman with the golden mask asked. "Fall City Sword Sect, Yun Wanli." Yun Wanli said calmly, "You are a woman, so you go first." At this moment, he didn't notice that Yang Dingtian was looking at him as though he was an idiot. Of course, Ning Ruhan and Dongfang Bingling were also looking at Yun Wanli as though he was an idiot. However, he could vaguely feel that he was the center of attention. The woman with the golden mask looked at Yun Wanli and said, "Okay, then I won't hold back. Do as you wish." Yun Wanli laughed. The woman with the golden mask did not unsheath her sword. She slashed at the air. Swoosh. Instantly, he felt as if he was floating in the air. The handsome Yun Wanli was split into two and fell to the ground. There was not even a scream, and there was not even a drop of blood. Yang Dingtian could not help but sympathize with this idiot. Everyone knew that he was courting death, but no one said anything to stop him. It could be seen that Yun Wanli relied on his 1,800-mile relationship with the hidden sect to act like a tyrant and was unpopular. After killing Yun Wanli, the woman with the golden mask said, "I thought he was very strong." She was really a demonic woman. After killing him, she even stepped on him ruthlessly. Dongfang Bingling was still in the loft. She asked indifferently, "May I know who you are?" "Temple of Blood, Dugu Fengwu," the woman with the golden mask said indifferently. Once she said that, there was a burst of gasps in the manor. Temple of Blood, one of the leaders of the evil ways. 200 years ago, when the Hall Master of the Temple of Annihilation started the War of Extinction, the Temple of Blood was his right-hand man. Evil ways, it was actually evil ways. Evil ways that had disappeared for 200 years had actually appeared again. Furthermore, she directly challenged the #1 prodigy of the Tiando League, Dongfang Bingling. The one who came was a woman with a demonic charm. Evil ways demonic woman. You are not qualified to challenge my fairy of the Tiando League. I am Bai Zhangga of the Yinyang school. I will be here for a while. Suddenly, a tall figure rushed to the sky. The sharp sword in his hand was like a meteor from outer space as he stabbed at Dugu Fengwu. Bai Zhangga, Dongfang Bingling's martial uncle. He was of the same generation as Dongfang Minmi and was the youngest junior brother in this generation. A 5-star martial ancestor expert, therefore, when this sword was executed, it was extremely awe-inspiring and shocking. Dugu Fengwu saw Bai Zhangga pouncing over, but she still stood there without moving. When he was 6 meters away, she gently slashed with the sharp sword in her hand. Swish, fresh blood spurted out, and Bai Zhangga's head flew dozens of meters away. A martial ancestor expert was still killed in a single move. Dongfang Bingling still didn't make a move. At this moment, the experts on the first floor of the pavilion that Yang Dingtian was in and the chiefs of the northwest continent stood up abruptly. The leader of the group yelled out, "Everyone, let's attack together. There is no need to talk about justice when dealing with such an evil person." After he finished speaking, over a dozen of them suddenly soared into the sky and pounced at Dugu Fengwu. Over a dozen of them were all chiefs of territories within 100 miles. Each of them was a martial ancestor expert and above. When these dozens of people flew into the sky, their aura was extremely shocking. It looked like they were going to tear this Dugu Fengwu into pieces. Dugu Fengwu's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of mockery. Her figure flashed and instantly disappeared in front of Yang Dingtian. Afterward, an extremely enchanting fragrance floated in the manor. That was because Dugu Fengwu was floating in every corner of the air. Swish 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 swish, the sword light was cold, and it was like the stars in the night sky. Miserable screams could be heard one after another. These Northwest chief were like dumplings that were being dropped into a pot. After they landed on the ground, they vomited blood violently. All the bones in their bodies were shattered, their mystic meridians were shattered, and their innards were crushed. They were completely turned into a pile of meat paste. Fairy Dongfang is so ruthless. She is actually indifferent to the deaths of so many people. The golden-masked woman said indifferently, "Then don't blame me for starting a massacre in the manor." After she finished speaking, Dugu Fengwu's figure disappeared in front of Yang Dingtian again. She was like a phantom as she quickly floated around the courtyard. Afterward, there was a spurt of blood and miserable screams. In just half a minute, Dugu Fengwu floated back to her original spot. There wasn't a trace of blood on her body or on her sword. Why are there only over 100 people here? I haven't killed enough yet. Dugu Fengwu said indifferently. Yang Dingtian's body was really cold. At this moment, evil ways were said to be evil and cruel, but he didn't feel anything. Now, he finally saw it for himself. Over 100 people were wiped out in the blink of an eye. She didn't even frown. She treated human lives like grass. Every inch of Yang Dingtian's body was deeply shocked and ice-cold. Compared to Dugu Fengwu, Dongfang Bingling was even crueler. Over 100 people viewed her as a high and mighty fairy and admired her incomparably. The Catkin Manor was even filled with people from the Yinyang school. However, she only wanted to see Dugu Fengwu's strength and actually watched the other party kill. Yang Dingtian had never seen or heard of such a cold-hearted and ruthless person. After she finished speaking, Dugu Fengwu lightly shook her jade-like arms. It was as though her hands were a little sore from killing too many people. Then, her beautiful eyes suddenly landed on Yang Dingtian and Ni Wuhan. She said indifferently, "So, there are still 2 more. There is actually a man. Dongfang Bingling, is this your lover?" Without waiting for Dongfang Bingling to reply, Dugu Fengwu said indifferently, "Since killing a few hundred people is still killing, 1 or 2 more is also killing. Let's just kill them all." After she finished speaking, she raised her jade-like hand and slashed at Yang Dingtian and Ni Wuhan with her treasured sword. This sword chi was formless, but it was fatal. Yang Dingtian could only see that the dense tree branches, thick pillars, and hard rocks were all cut off from the middle. The strange thing was that this sword chi wasn't as fast as lightning. When it reached Yang Dingtian's eyes, it actually took more than a second. This demonic woman even killing people in such an artistic way. Yang Dingtian could clearly see that this sword chi was directly cutting towards his waist. Originally, Yang Dingtian wanted to quickly dodge, but he soon stopped moving. This was because he had the deep-sea mystic clothes on him, which could resist mystic chi attacks. This sword chi was completely mystic chi. The sword chi arrived quickly. At this moment, Yang Dingtian noticed that Ning Ruhan's face was pale as she stood at the side in a daze. It was as though she was frightened by the bloody scene in front of her. It looked as though this proud young lady was about to be cut into two and disappear. Sigh, forget it. I will save your life, Yang Dingtian said in his heart. He then turned at lightning speed and pounced towards Ning Ruhan. What are you doing? Ning Ruhan was shocked and shouted. At the same time, the sword chi struck Yang Dingtian's back. In an instant, Yang Dingtian and Ning Ruhan were sent flying like straws. Bang! At the same time, Dongfang Bingling's mystic chi burst out. In an instant, the entire pavilion was blasted into smithereens. Dongfang Bingling's delicate body suddenly flew over 100 meters in the sky with a sword in her hand like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Dugufengwu, I know you. Dongfang Bingling looked at the masked lady on the ground and said, the number 1 prodigy of the evil ways, the daughter of the Temple of 10,000 Bloods Temple Master, Dugu Shao. People call you the 9 heavens demoness, but after meeting you today, you are nothing much. Dugufengwu suddenly flew up into the sky and floated about 100 meters away from Dongfang Bingling. She smiled and said, is that so? Then let's have a good fight today. Let's see if your Tiando League or my evil ways are stronger. Sure. Dugufengwu said indifferently, it has been a long time since I met a decent opponent. Finishing her statement, she raised her long sword and burst out with boundless mystic chi, which instantly enveloped the entire Catkin matter. Evil ways, the 2 peerless prodigies of the Tiando League, and an exceptional battle was about to begin. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** 500 words has been delivered. I will continue to write and work hard on the third update. Brothers, give me monthly votes and give me strength. 100 meters up in the sky, Dongfang Bingling and Dugufengwu were engaged in an earth-shattering battle. Astonishing sword chi swept across, destroying everything on the ground. The dazzling sword light shot out, turning everything into dust. At the same time, Yang Dingtian was buried in a pile of rubble. When the sword chi slashed his back, he felt his vision turn black. He then spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out with Ning Ruhan in his arms. Dugufengwu's sword chi was incomparably astonishing, but Yang Dingtian only spat out a mouthful of blood. He then fell into a short daze and was quickly awakened by the loud sound in the sky. At this moment, he felt something soft and elastic under his body, but he didn't know what it was. Ah! A soft sound came from below, and Ning Ruhan, who was under his body, slowly woke up. It turned out that Yang Dingtian had actually smashed onto her body. She then saw Yang Dingtian, who was on top of her, and his big hand was at a place where it shouldn't be. Ah! Ning Ruhan cried out in surprise. She then pushed Yang Dingtian to the side and scolded, "Yang Dingtian, you bastard, I'll kill you." Subsequently, she stood up abruptly and was about to kick Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian woke up at this moment. When he saw Ning Ruhan's jade-like foot kicking over, he couldn't help but grab it and pull it with force. Ning Ruhan might only be Dongfang Bingling's sword attendant, but her cultivation was also at the great mystic martial master level. However, she had just woken up and didn't use her mystic chi to kick, so Yang Dingtian grabbed her right foot. She was the most ticklish. When her jade-like foot was grabbed, half of her body went numb and lost her strength. She then fell onto Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian dodged abruptly and allowed this delicate little beauty to fall into a pile of rubble. There was a bang sound, and a burst of dust splashed up. "Yang Dingtian, I'm going to kill you." Ning Ruhan was furious. She picked up a wooden stick from the ground and was about to hit him. "Stop!" Yang Dingtian suddenly shouted. Suddenly, Ning Ruhan was shocked and forgot to strike with the wooden stick in her hand. "Woman, you are so unreasonable. Just now, I couldn't bear to see you die under the demoness sword, so I risked my life to save you. Not only did you not thank me, you even wanted to kill me when you woke up. Really, like master, like servant." Yang Dingtian said coldly, "You are exactly the same as me, ungrateful." Ning Ruhan was stunned by the scolding. Then, she remembered what happened just now. In the end, it was indeed Yang Dingtian who saved her. Otherwise, she would have been cut into two by the demonic woman's sword qi. I don't need you to save me. However, Ning Ruhan wasn't willing to lose her momentum. Furthermore, do you think you can take advantage of me just because you saved me? How did I take advantage of you? Yang Dingtian asked. You. Ning Ruhan was so embarrassed that she couldn't say anything. If I touched you, it would be an accident. Yang Dingtian said, furthermore, with your flat body, how can I take advantage of you? My wife, Yan, is 10,000 times more beautiful than you. Her body is 1,000 times better than yours. Why would I take advantage of you? Yang Dingtian's poisonous tongue made Ning Ruhan explode. Her eyes suddenly turned red and tears burst out. She cried, Yang Dingtian, you bastard, you pervert. You took advantage of me and still scolded me. I will kill you. I will kill you. Then, she clenched her fists and punched at Yang Dingtian with all her might. What a crazy woman. Yang Dingtian directly dodged to the side. Ning Ruhan didn't chase after him. Instead, she sat on the ground and cried. In the sky, the shocking battle between the two women was still going on. With a loud rumble, the sword light that was hundreds of feet long and the soaring flames completely blinded Yang Dingtian's eyes. On the ground, a young girl sat on the ground and cried until she was out of breath. Ning Ruhan usually imitated her master's cold and aloof appearance. Now, she was sitting on the ground and crying, which made people feel a little uncomfortable. Yang Dingtian didn't bother about her and allowed her to cry. But who knew that she would cry harder and harder? She cried until her voice was hoarse. Yang Dingtian looked at her body carefully. She was slim and looked like she was 16 or 17 years old. Sigh, why should I compete with a child? Yang Dingtian sighed and then walked over. Okay, don't cry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that to you. If I really touched you just now, it was just an accident. Also, you are still young. You can still develop in the future. Ning Ruhan raised her head and shouted at Yang Dingtian, I am 20 years old. Yang Dingtian was stunned. If she was still like this at 20 years old, then there was really no room for development. Don't worry, there are still people who like a girl like you. Yang Dingtian comforted. It's none of your business, you rogue. Ning Ruhan said loudly, anyway, no one wants me, and they won't look for you. Yang Dingtian sniffed and said, of course they won't look for me. I am a married man. Ning Ruhan ignored him. She still sat on the ground, hugging her knees and crying. On one hand, she was crying because of Yang Dingtian's poisonous tongue. On the other hand, she was crying because Dongfang Bingling didn't save her. She completely regarded Dongfang Bingling as her idol, as her sister, and as the closest person to her. But she didn't expect that Dongfang Bingling didn't care about her life or death at all. Yang Dingtian suddenly sighed and said, it's not worth it to be sad because of a cold-blooded and heartless person. Also, in the future, you should learn less about Dongfang Bingling. It's none of your business, you rogue. Ning Ruhan cried. You only know this sentence, right? Yang Dingtian said. He then ignored her and immediately stood up to look for Shimin Lai. He quickly found Shimin Lai, who was just a few meters away from him. At this time, Shimin Lai was sitting with his eyes closed, and a powerful profound qi suddenly burst out from his body. Then, Yang Dingtian clearly saw countless stones flying towards him like bullets, but before they could get close, they were directly repelled by Shimin Lai's profound qi. The two women in the sky were fighting fiercely, and countless sword qi shot to the ground, causing disaster to almost every inch of the ground. Wherever the sword qi of the two women went, everything would be smashed to pieces. But when the sword qi shot towards Yang Dingtian, it was directly repelled by Shimin Lai's profound qi. Yang Dingtian instantly felt warm in his heart. It turned out that during this period of time, Shimin Lai had been using his own profound qi to protect him. Yang Dingtian knew that the consumption of such profound qi was extremely shocking. Thank you, big brother. Yang Dingtian then drew his night owl giant blade and went to Shimin Lai's side. At this moment, Dongfang Bingling and Dugufengwu's battle in the sky had reached the climax. Yang Dingtian could see that all the buildings and gardens were basically destroyed. The two women's sword lights were blue in color and red in color. With a casual slash, the entire sturdy house was instantly turned into smithereens, and there was a crack that was dozens of meters long on the ground. After a few minutes of this crazy battle, the entire manor was in a mess. All the ponds were sealed in ice. Large patches of the forest were burned into charcoal. Half of the Catkin manor was destroyed, and the two women were still evenly matched. Looking at the dazzling sword lights that were a few hundred meters in the sky, they were constantly piercing through the night sky. The two people's sword chi were like cannonballs. Wherever they hit, that place would be completely turned into fine powder. These two women were indeed the two most powerful women in the world. Big brother, which one do you think is stronger? Yang Dingtian asked. Shimin Lai shook his head and said, I can't tell. They are evenly matched. Compared to Big Brother, how is it? Yang Dingtian asked. Currently, in Cloud Heaven City, no one is their match, including Yang Yan. Shimin Lai said, if it is me, I am about 7 or 8 levels lower than them. Then Big Brother is also very strong. Yang Dingtian said, in Cloud Heaven City, other than Yang Yan, no one is Big Brother's match. No, Shiminju is stronger than me. It is just that he is too good at hiding. Even I don't know how strong he is. Right at this moment, the sky suddenly exploded with an incomparably resplendent radiance, followed by an earth-shattering sound. One red and one blue, the two enormous energies were like Mars crashing into Earth as they violently clashed together. It was obvious that Dongfang Bingling and Dugufengwu's battle had reached its climax, and the two of them had delivered the final fatal blow. In an instant, the entire night sky was completely torn apart, and a radius of a few miles was as bright as day. After that, the rocks on the ground were sent flying, the trees were broken, and the hard stone slabs were sent flying, shattering into pieces in the air. Countless mystic chi shot onto the ground, leaving behind deep holes. Shimin Lai's body suddenly burst forth with a powerful mystic chi, which deflected all the flying rocks that landed around Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian brandished the Night Owl giant sword in his hand and desperately slashed at the flying rocks that were flying over. Ning Ruhan, who was behind him, was directly hit by the mystic chi and instantly fainted. Bang! Bang! In an instant, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt his vision blur, and two intoxicating fragrances burrowed into his nostrils. Dugufengwu and Dongfang Bingling descended from the sky and actually landed on both sides of Yang Dingtian. They were only 10 steps away from Yang Dingtian, sandwiching Yang Dingtian in the middle. Right at this moment, the golden mask on Dugufengwu's face suddenly split open silently, revealing her true appearance. This was an absolutely beautiful face, a face that could directly pierce through one's soul. She was different from the traditional beautiful women, and this woman was filled with heroic spirit. No matter if it was the brows that were as sharp as a lancet, or the tall and straight nose, or the elegant and delicate red lips, or the slender face that looked like it was carved out of jade. Every part of this face was filled with absolute beauty. Within the heroic spirit, there was a trace of special charm. Within the delicateness, there was a trace of special Yan beauty. This kind of beauty reminded Yang Dingtian of a person. It was Dongfang Bubi from the movie, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, Dongfang Bubi. This Dugufengwu in front of him had Dongfang Bubi's heroic spirit and seductive charm, but her face was even more beautiful and enchanting than Dongfang Bubi. It was obvious that the victor had been decided between the two. There was a trace of blood on the corner of Dugufengwu's mouth. She was injured. On the other hand, Dongfang Bingling only had a pale face and didn't bleed. It was obvious that in this pinnacle battle, Dongfang Bingling was slightly superior. Dugufengwu's beautiful eyes revealed an unruly gaze as she spoke coldly. Dongfang Bingling is indeed formidable. However, you're only slightly stronger than me. It's impossible for you to keep me here. Dongfang Bingling spoke coldly. Can't keep you here? Not necessarily. Today, you might die here. Following that, Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes suddenly looked at Yang Dingtian and said, Senior brother Yang, go and kill this demonic woman. You will be the hero of the Tiando League, and Cloud Heaven City will be the hero of the Tiando League. Yang Dingtian was instantly shocked. This demonic woman was already heaven-defying, and Dongfang Bingling actually wanted him to kill her. Dongfang Bingling said, Don't worry. This demonic woman's mystic chi is almost depleted. you have Shiman Lai's help. If you want to kill her, it will be easy. Du Gufengwu instantly sneered and said, Dongfang Bingling, aren't you the same? You may have defeated me, but how much mystic qi do you have left? Following that, Du Gufengwu's beautiful eyes looked at Yang Dingtian and said, You are Yang Dingtian. If I didn't remember wrongly, you and Dongfang Bingling have a death feud. Now is the best opportunity. The three of us will work together to kill Dongfang Bingling. I guarantee that no one will know. P.S. Third update, 12,000 new chapters today. Yang Dingtian was astonished as he didn't expect that he would be the one to decide the fates of these two absolute geniuses. Whoever he wanted to kill, that person would die. Senior brother Yang, what are you waiting for? Everyone has the right to punish the evil Dao. You are also a member of the Tiando League. Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes stared intently at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian, what are you waiting for? Dongfang Bingling is your greatest enemy in this lifetime. If you don't kill her now, when will you? Du Gufengwu spoke with a slightly hoarse voice. Yang Dingtian didn't finish his words as he looked at Yang Dingtian. No matter what decision Yang Dingtian made, he would support him. Kill Du Gufengwu? Then Yang Dingtian would have to face the pursuit of the Temple of Blood for the rest of his life. The Temple of Blood was one of the leaders of the evil ways, and it was extremely mysterious and powerful. Before he was strong enough, Yang Dingtian wasn't willing to provoke such an enemy. Help Du Gufengwu to kill Dongfang Bingling? That was even more impossible. Even though he hated Dongfang Bingling to the bone, she was his master's only daughter. Most importantly, he wanted to defeat her fair and square and take back his dignity. He didn't want to kill her like this. In an instant, Yang Dingtian slowly turned around and faced Du Gufengwu. This absolutely beautiful demon woman spoke indifferently, have you made your choice? Are you going to be enemies with my Temple of Blood? Don't you hate Dongfang Bingling? Of course I hate her. Yang Dingtian said, but you killed people like slaughtering chickens and dogs. You treated human lives like grass. How can I be on the same side as you when you are so evil? What did those people do wrong? If you want to find Dongfang Bingling, why do you have to kill the innocent? Another pedantic fool. Being weak is a kind of mistake. Du Gufengwu sneered and said, if you want to kill me, come at me. Senior brother Yang, you still have a sense of justice in your heart, Dongfang Bingling said. Yang Dingtian ignored Dongfang Bingling and said to Du Gufengwu, I will count to 10. Once I am done, I will immediately kill you with Shiman Lai. Dongfang Bingling was shocked and said, Yang Dingtian, what do you mean? Don't tell me you're going to let her go? 1, 2, 3. As for Shiman Lai on the side, he pulled out his greatsword. As long as Yang Dingtian counted to 10, he would immediately attack. At this moment, Du Gufengwu revealed a complacent smile. Haha. Dongfang Bingling, your fiancé is quite interesting. He wants to let me go, but he still finds such an excuse. But you're really a failure as a person. Even your fiancé is estranged from you. Immediately after, Du Gufengwu's delicate body suddenly turned into a shadow and quickly vanished in front of Yang Dingtian. Goodbye, Dongfang Bingling. I will come and find you again in the future. The day I refine my sword soul will be the day you, Dongfang Bingling, die. Yang Dingtian, you actually dare to threaten me. The next time I meet you, I will definitely tear you into pieces. F***ck. Yang Dingtian was instantly enraged. He didn't listen to Dongfang Bingling to kill Du Gufengwu, and he also didn't expect this demon lady to remember this favor. But when he heard such heartless words from this demon lady, he couldn't help but be enraged. After Du Gufengwu left, Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. Do you know what kind of mistake you have made? If you let this demon lady off today, how many people will die tragically under her sword in the future? Yang Dingtian had a mocking expression as he said, there were quite a few today. Even your servant girl nearly died under the demon lady's sword chi. Why didn't I see you bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind? What do you know? Dongfang Bingling spoke with a cold voice. I am not going to argue with you. Arguing with a woman like you is like playing the lute to a cow. Yang Dingtian sneered and said, I just want to tell you two things. First, you can treat others as dirt. But you better treat the people around you better. For example, master's wife and that silly and flat Ning Ruhan beside you. You are the silly and flat one. Ning Ruhan had just woken up and heard Yang Dingtian's vicious tongue. She immediately shouted with anger, "You stinky rogue! You are not allowed to speak to young lady like this." Yang Dingtian said, "See? Such a silly girl. It isn't easy to find one." Ning Ruhan was so angry that she couldn't speak. Second, Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, 5 years from now, I will go to the Yinyang school and challenge you. If I lose, I will die in the Yinyang school. If I win, I will take back the dignity that you trampled on and take back the Yinyang school principal position that master gave to me. I am serious. Don't treat this as a joke. Dongfang Bingling stared coldly at Yang Dingtian and nodded. Okay, I understand. 5 years from now, you will go to the Yinyang school and fight me to the death. The winner will become the Yinyang school principal. The loser will die. Yang Dingtian said, if I win, I won't take your life. I only want an apology. Dongfang Bingling said indifferently, if I lose to you, how can I have the face to live in this world? When the time comes, I will chop off your head to warn the world that I, Dongfang Bingling, am not someone that anyone can blaspheme. She was still so aloof and looked down on people like they were nothing. Yang Dingtian sneered, but he didn't want to say anything else. Goodbye. See you at the Yinyang school in 5 years. Then, he turned around and walked out of the ruins of Kafkin Mountain Village with Shimin Lai. After Yang Dingtian walked out of Kafkin Mountain Village, he found that the arrogant little beauty Ning Ruhan was also following behind him. What? Yang Dingtian asked. I came to send you off. Can't I? Ning Ruhan said. She could even say such words so fiercely. Yang Dingtian said, at least you have a conscience. I didn't save you for nothing. Bah, don't think too highly of yourself. Ning Ruhan said, young mistress asked me to tell you that because you weren't stupid enough to team up with Dugufengwu, Cloud Heaven City won't be expelled from the Tiando League. Then, I will have to thank Fairy Dongfeng. Yang Dingtian sneered. Now, you can scram, you rogue, Ning Ruhan said. Yang Dingtian didn't bother about it. He waved his hand and walked out of the village. He casually caught 2 war horses that were still alive and comforted them. Then, he jumped on the back of the horse and galloped towards Cloud Heaven City. Yang Dingtian, you damn rogue. I am not a tablet, I am. Not a tablet, asterisk 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 asterisk. Yang Dingtian and Shimin Lai traveled as fast as lightning. The next afternoon, they finally arrived at the foot of Cloud Heaven Mountain. Yang Dingtian originally wanted Shimin Lai to return to Black Blood Castle first, but he insisted on sending Yang Dingtian into the city first before returning. As they followed the wide stone path up the mountain, Yang Dingtian felt that something was wrong. This was because there wasn't a single person on the stone path to Cloud Heaven City. This shouldn't be the case. Usually, there would be many people on the stone path in the afternoon. After walking for more than 10 miles, they were almost at Cloud Heaven City, but there was still no one. Yang Dingtian and Shimin Lai couldn't help but look at each other. Then, they sped up and rushed towards Cloud Heaven City. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at Cloud Heaven City's gates. But at this moment, Cloud Heaven City's gates were tightly shut. Usually, Cloud Heaven City's gates would only close at around 8 in the evening. Moreover, the city guards on the city walls acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They rarely opened their giant crossbows, but at this moment, they were fully opened and filled with giant crystal arrows. The city walls were densely packed with fully armed Cloud Sky City infantrymen. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian and Shimin Lai's expressions changed. Something had happened in Cloud Heaven City. Who are you? Leave immediately. Otherwise, we'll kill you without mercy. On top of the city walls, there was a shout. Then, dozens of crossbows were aimed at Yang Dingtian and Shimin Lai below. Shimin Lai took off his cloak and said coldly, it's young master Yang Dingtian and me. Black Blood Cavalry Commander Shimin Lai, open the gates immediately. Just as Shimin Lai finished his words, the sound of weapons being drawn could be heard from the city walls. They had actually treated them as enemies. Why aren't you opening the gates? Xi Minlai shouted coldly. A moment later, the giant city gate slowly opened, and a group of cavalrymen came out in formation. They stared at Yang Dingtian and Xi Minlai with eagle-like eyes. They were filled with vigilance and coldness. The leader was Xi Minyan. Xi Minyan, what happened in Cloud Heaven City? Why is it so heavily guarded? Xi Minlai asked coldly. Miss Tang Xian was killed, Xi Minyan said. Xi Minyan said, the murderer is Yanyan Shimin. She has been placed under house arrest by the Elders Guild and is awaiting trial. This is a serious matter. In order to prevent a prison break, the entire city is under martial law. His voice wasn't loud, but to Yang Dingtian and Xi Minlai, it was like a bolt from the blue. How could it be? Yang Dingtian knew Yanyan very well. Although she was unruly and willful, she was kind-hearted. She might accidentally injure others in a moment of desperation, but she would never take the initiative to kill. Moreover, after the upheaval 5 years ago, Yanyan's cultivation had regressed greatly. She was almost as strong as Tang Xian, so how could she kill Tang Xian? Why did Yanyan kill Tang Xian? Do you have evidence? Yang Dingtian asked anxiously. Who do you think you are? Do I have to report to you? Xi Minyan said coldly. Yang Dingtian took a few deep breaths to suppress his emotions and blood that were about to explode. He calmed himself down a little and turned to Xi Minlai. Big brother, return to Black Blood Castle immediately and lead the Black Blood Cavalry to surround Cloud Heaven City. Xi Minyan heard and said in shock, Yang Dingtian, are you rebelling? Yes. Xi Minlai said and immediately turned to mount his horse. He faced Yang Dingtian and said, Young master, before my Black Blood Cavalry arrives, don't do anything. I understand, Yang Dingtian said. Xi Minyan looked at Xi Minlai's back and shouted, Boss, are you crazy? Are you trying to divide Cloud Heaven City? Xi Minlai said coldly, you are the crazy ones. Then, he whipped his horse and quickly rushed to Black Blood Castle. Yang Dingtian glanced at Xi Minyan coldly and then rushed into Cloud Heaven City. Just as he rushed into the city, Yanyan's maid, Lu Er, was already waiting there. She said to Yang Dingtian, Young master, young mistress has been locked up by them. Quickly go and save her. What exactly is going on with Yanyan killing people? Yang Dingtian asked. As Yang Dingtian spoke, he suddenly lifted Lu Er onto the horse's back and urged her to speak quickly. Yesterday, not long after young master left, Tang Xian ran to young mistress's courtyard and scolded her. Her words were very unpleasant and they were all about you. She said that she wanted to tear you into pieces. Then, she scolded young mistress, madam, and the city lord. Lu Er said, she scolded young mistress until she cried. Young mistress was very angry and said something in anger. She said that Tang Xian really wanted to kill her. And then? Yang Dingtian asked. And then, young mistress was afraid that Tang Xian would scold her again, so she left the city before dawn to avoid her. She said that she was going to pick you up on the way home and that she wanted to discuss with you about moving to Black Blood Castle first. Lu Er cried and said, in the end, a few hours later, young mistress was brought back by Shi Minju along with Tang Xian's corpse. Then, young mistress was put under house arrest. Yang Dingtian frowned. There was too little information in Lu Er's words. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian firmly believed that Yanyan wouldn't kill anyone. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left the city before dawn to avoid Tang Xian. Where is madam? Where is big sister Ningning? Yang Dingtian asked. Madam is confronting Grand Elder Yang Yan at the Elders Guild. Big sister Ningning is waiting for you in the small building, Lu Er said. Yang Dingtian thought for a moment and decided to go to Ningning's place first. There were some things that Ningning could explain more clearly. Once they reached the Elders Guild, they would be at daggers drawn. After returning to the small building, Ningning immediately propped herself up from her seat. In the end, she couldn't move her lower body and nearly fell down. Yang Dingtian hurriedly went over and hugged her. At this moment, Ningning's eyes were red, and she had an anxious expression. However, she comforted him with a gentle voice, Little Tian, don't be anxious. Let's plan properly. Big sister Ningning, did Yanyan actually kill anyone? I don't believe that she would kill anyone, even though Tang Xian, that slut, deserved to die. Yang Dingtian said. I also don't believe that Yan Yan would kill anyone. However, they said that there are witnesses and evidence. As for whether she actually killed anyone, we will only know after we meet Yan Yan. Ningning said. Where is Yan Yan being put under house arrest? Yang Dingtian asked. Law Enforcement Pavilion. Ningning said, I have already sent out dozens of birds and asked them to ask all the birds and beasts on Cloud Sky Mountain. I hope that some bird or animal saw what happened. However, the birds that came back all said that no animal saw anything. Big Sister Ningning, you continue to wait for the birds here. I will go to the Elder Council. Yang Dingtian said. Okay. Ningning said, Little Tian, you must stay calm. I have already asked Big Brother Shiman Lai to lead the troops here. When the time comes, we will use force to force them to call for reinforcements. Yang Dingtian said. Unless it is absolutely necessary, we cannot start a war. Ningning said, however, we must be prepared for the worst. I will immediately summon all the demonic beasts in the surrounding 100 miles to help us. Okay. Yang Dingtian said. Then, he walked out of the pavilion and headed to the Elder Council. However, Madame Shiman was no longer in the Elder Council. Only Yang Yan was there. If you want to plead for leniency, you don't have to speak. Yang Yan said directly, the law is merciless. Yan Yan Shiman killed a fellow disciple for no reason. Even if City Lord Shiman was here, he would still sentence her to death. Great Elder Yang Yan was cold and merciless the moment he opened his mouth. He directly wanted to cut off Yang Dingtian's mouth. Did Shiman Ju personally see Yan Yan Shiman kill someone? Yang Dingtian asked. Yang Yan glanced at Yang Dingtian indifferently and said coldly, bring her in. Suddenly, 2 warriors walked in carrying a corpse. Take a look for yourself. Yang Yan suddenly lifted the cloth covering the corpse. Sure enough, it was Tang Xian's corpse. At this moment, she was completely naked. The wounds on her body could be seen clearly. On her chest, there was a glaring sword wound. This sword wound was very severe. It was fiery red, like a blossoming flame. Only Yan Yan's Phoenix Flame Sword could have such an effect. Because the Phoenix Flame Sword had the innate fire attribute, the moment it pierced into a human body, it would fiercely roast the body, leaving behind a bright flame mark. The wound on Tang Xian's body was caused by the Phoenix Flame Sword. The wound on Shiman Yan Yan Shiman's body was caused by the sharp sword in Tang Xian's hand. When Shiman Ju rushed over, Tang Xian was lying on the ground dead. Shiman Yan Yan Shiman was holding the Phoenix Flame Sword dripping with blood. What's the difference between this and what Shiman Ju saw with his own eyes? Yang Yan said coldly, furthermore, Shiman Yan Yan Shiman and Tang Xian always had old grudges. Yesterday, Shiman Yan Yan Shiman also threatened to kill Tang Xian. There is a motive, a witness, and evidence. Don't tell me you still want to overturn the heavens? It seemed like the evidence was irrefutable, but Yang Dingtian firmly did not believe that Yan Yan Shiman would kill someone. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian asked, then what have you decided to do? How are you going to deal with Yan Yan Shiman? Yang Yan said coldly, according to the second law of Cloud Heaven City, those who harm their fellow disciples will be killed. This was personally announced by Shiman City Lord himself. Shiman Yan Yan Shiman killed her fellow disciple for no reason. The evidence is irrefutable. She will be hanged 3 days later. Then, Yang Yan stared coldly at Yang Dingtian as if waiting for him to plead for mercy. At this moment, Yang Dingtian should be negotiating with him. However, he didn't want to do so now because Shiman Lai's army had not arrived yet. I want to see Yan Yan Shiman, Yang Dingtian said. Even with the witness and evidence, he still didn't believe that Yan Yan Shiman Ju would kill Tang Xian. Seeing that Yang Dingtian didn't want to negotiate, Yang Yan's expression instantly turned cold. He said, she is under house arrest in the law enforcement pavilion. Shiman Ju is in charge of all internal affairs in Cloud Heaven City. Whether he allows you to see her or not is up to him. When Yang Dingtian went to the law enforcement pavilion, he indeed saw a group of martial artists standing guard. They were fully armed and had cold expressions, not allowing anyone to enter. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian didn't know any of the martial artists in this group. In the backyard of the law enforcement pavilion, Yang Dingtian found Xianxia. This was the chief supervisor of Cloud Heaven City, Yanyan's former lover, and Shimen Wuya's most outstanding foster son. At this moment, there wasn't any sorrow on his face. Tang Xian was his fiancée. Now that Tang Xian was dead, he was still expressionless and didn't have any emotions. Yang Dingtian had never spoken to Ximenju face to face because he felt that this person was too gloomy, like a bottomless black well. "I want to see Yan," Yang Dingtian said. Ximenju slowly looked at him and nodded. "All right." Then, Ximenju directly left the backyard and came to the entrance of the law enforcement pavilion. He took out a key to open the door and walked underground. Yan Ximen was actually locked up in a solitary underground forbidden room of the law enforcement pavilion. After opening the huge lock on the thick iron door of the forbidden room, Ximenju said, "She is inside. Go in and see her yourself." Yang Dingtian pushed open the iron door and was about to enter. "Yang Dingtian, do you want to hear a sentence from me?" Ximenju suddenly asked. "Speak," Yang Dingtian said. Ximenju looked at him with deep and serene eyes and said, "You are too eager to prove yourself." Then, Ximenju turned and left. Yang Dingtian gently pushed open the iron door. "Who is it?" Yan Ximenju's voice that was filled with hostility and alertness came from inside. "It's me," Yang Dingtian said gently. "P.S. First update, I'll continue to write. Begging for monthly votes. Big brother." Yan's surprised and excited voice came from inside. Then, with a burst of fragrant wind, Yan's delicate body rushed out and threw herself into Yang Dingtian's arms. "Baby, what exactly happened?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Tell me bit by bit." At this moment, Yang Dingtian was sitting on the ground with Yan nestled in his arms. After hearing his question, Yan immediately said in a low voice, "After you left yesterday, Tang Xian came over and scolded me. She scolded me very harshly and I couldn't win against her. However, seeing that her brother, Tang Li, died, I didn't argue with her. But then, she started to slander you, saying that you didn't rely on talent to break through more than 10 levels in 5 days. Instead, you relied on the evil devouring Xian technique to break through." "Idiot, let her say whatever she wants," Yang Dingtian said. "And then, but, she said that not only did you take my Xianqi, you also took Sister Ningning's Xianqi, and you also took Mother's." Yan said in a trembling voice, her voice still filled with anger. Yang Dingtian was instantly enraged. "That lowly servant, she deserves to die." It was fine that she slandered Yang Dingtian, but she actually slandered Madame Ximen. She was Yang Dingtian's elder and Shimen Wuya's wife. Just like his master's wife, they were both people that Yang Dingtian treated as his mother in this world, even though they were both very young. Furthermore, Tang Xian's rumor was too vicious. Madame Ximen's life was pure and innocent. Ruining her reputation was no different from killing her. He was trying to drive Yang Dingtian to the brink of death in terms of morality. He was trying to label Yang Dingtian as someone who went against the rules of the world. Once this accusation was confirmed, Yang Dingtian would be completely condemned by everyone and would never be able to make a comeback, let alone become the Lord of Cloud Heaven City. When Mother heard this rumor, she immediately vomited blood and fainted, Yan said angrily. "At that time I really wanted to kill Tang Xian with my sword. That lowly servant should have died 1,000 times, 10,000 times, Yang Dingtian coldly said. "Fortunately, she is dead, otherwise I would have torn her body into pieces." Then, Yang Dingtian desperately suppressed his anger and said softly, "Baby, what's next?" Then, I saw many people's strange gazes. I really couldn't stay here any longer. Sister Ningning, Mother, and I have already discussed it. When you come back, we will move out and live in Big Brother's Black Blood Castle. Wait until next year, after you've defeated those bastards in Cloud Sky City, we'll chase them all out. Then, we'll come back and live here. I can't stand living with these disgusting people for even a day." Yan trembled. In the past, I was curious as to why Father was so cruel to them. Now, I finally understand. Father was too soft-hearted back then. He should have chased all of them out. Yang Dingtian said, "Don't worry. When I become the Lord of Cloud Sky City, I'll definitely get rid of all the dirty people in Cloud Sky City. Then? What happened next? Then, this morning, before the sun rose, I got up and left Cloud Sky City to pick you up on the way. Firstly, I was afraid that Tang Xian would come back and scold me again. Secondly, I missed you. You've only been gone for a day and I can't help but miss you. Yan said shyly. Also, I wanted to tell you my idea of living in Black Blood Castle as soon as possible. Silly. Yang Dingtian's heart was about to melt. He said softly, okay, after this matter is over, we'll immediately live in Black Blood Castle and come back next year. Then, what happened? Yan said, then, when I walked for more than 10 miles, the sky was still dark. Suddenly, Tang Xian rushed over. She seemed to have gone crazy and desperately swung her sword to kill me. Then I fought with her, but my cultivation had regressed too much over the years, so I couldn't beat her. Moreover, she had become very strange. It was as if she had really gone crazy. She was much stronger than usual. I was almost injured by her, so I tried my best to resist her. But suddenly, her entire body seemed to have turned into a zombie. The sword in her hand fell to the ground and her entire body smashed towards my sword. I desperately wanted to stop, but it was too fast. It was too late and my sword still pierced through. Then, she fell to the ground and died. I was completely stunned. I really didn't want to kill her at all. After a while, Xianxia and Tang Guozhao appeared. In an instant, Yang Dingtian felt a dense aura of conspiracy. Baby, when Tang Xian rushed out to kill you, what was the expression on her face? Was there any special hatred? Yang Dingtian asked. Yan sank into her memories. Then, she shook her head and said, I really didn't. It seemed very crazy and very scared. It was that kind of horrifying fear. Did you stab her deeply? Yang Dingtian asked. I don't know. But when I stabbed her, I immediately pulled it out. I really didn't want to kill her, Yan said. The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. Yang Dingtian's sudden rise completely destroyed their plan to make Qin Xiaobai the Cloud Heaven City Lord. Now, they finally made a move. However, they didn't expect their methods to be so despicable. Moreover, they even sacrificed Tang Xian's life. Although Tang Xian didn't have much weight, she was still Xianxia's fiancée and Tang Guozhao's daughter. Letting her die in order to set up a conspiracy was not very reasonable. What exactly happened, however, what did the other party want? He believed that he would know soon because Yang Yan was waiting for Yang Dingtian to negotiate with him. Big baby! Yan suddenly shouted. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Why did this girl change the way she called him? I'll say something. Don't be angry, Yan said carefully. Say it. If it's very stupid, then I'll still be angry, Yang Dingtian said with a smile. If they want to use me to make you do something that will put you in danger, you must not agree to it. Yan said, don't worry. They won't really dare to kill me. That bastard Qin Huayu has wild ambitions for me. And Qin Huayu is their master, so they won't really dare to touch me. At most, they'll just lock me up. If that's the case, leave Cloud Heaven City immediately and come back to pick me up a year later. Yan didn't finish speaking. She gasped because her butt was hit again. Lock you up for a year? Impossible, I can't do it, Yang Dingtian said softly. Yan, trust me, okay? Let me make the decision. Okay. Yan said softly. Then, she buried her head in Yang Dingtian's chest and quietly listened to his heartbeat. Yang Dingtian, how did it feel to meet your ex-wife this time? Yan suddenly asked with a strange voice. Yang Dingtian shuddered and said, I beg you. Don't mention the word ex-wife in the future. Every time I hear it, my whole body trembles. This time, I realized that she wasn't like a person. She was like a machine draped in a beautiful human skin. Every minute I spend with her is like torture to me, unlike you. Every minute and every second I spend with her feels like I'm in heaven. Before Yang Dingtian finished speaking, Yan hugged Yang Dingtian's neck and kissed him with her soft lips. Yang Dingtian, in the other world, you must be a bad boy who sweet-talks girls. But after coming to this world and experiencing so many things, you've been crushed, Yan said with a smile. Yeah, so you have to use your beauty and soul to help me recover and turn me back into a bad boy who sweet-talks, Yang Dingtian said with a smile. No way, I won't ask for trouble, Yan said softly. Okay, Yan, I'm going to meet that pack of wolves and see what they want, Yang Dingtian said. Okay. Yan said softly. If it was in the past, she would definitely order Yang Dingtian to do this and that, but now, she just softly said okay. Baby, I will definitely save you from this pack of wolves, no matter the price. Yang Dingtian kissed Yan's forehead, then put her on the bed and turned to walk out of the stone room. When he walked out of the iron gate, he suddenly heard Yan's loud shout behind him. Yang Dingtian, I love you. Yan, tell me, what do you want? Yang Dingtian asked directly. Hearing Yang Dingtian shout his name, Yang Dingtian's eyes suddenly turned cold, and said, Yang Dingtian, watch your mouth, don't think that I don't dare to kill you. If you want to kill me, it's as easy as turning your hand, and you also want to kill me, but you need to do it in a proper way. Yang Dingtian said, tell me, what do you want? Although I'm very weak, if you want to negotiate, I think I'm the most suitable person. Enforcing the law impartially is a capital punishment. Yan said coldly, Cloud Heaven City's laws are supreme. When Yang Dingtian heard this, he really wanted to laugh out loud. The other party kept saying that the law was the law, but who didn't know that the law was only for the weak? Just Qin Xiaobai alone, how many innocent people did he kill in the Northwest Qin family? He also didn't receive much punishment. It was only because Yan wasn't here. If he was, even if Tang Xian had a noble status, even if Yan killed her, Yan wouldn't dare to say a word about punishment. Don't joke around, great elder Yan. Which part of you looks like someone who enforces the law impartially? Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Impudent. Yan was instantly enraged. Yang Dingtian, if you continue to be rude, don't blame me for being ruthless. My patience is limited. Yang Dingtian looked at him coldly. He didn't say anything to plead for leniency and just waited for the other party to speak. Seeing that Yang Dingtian didn't take the bait, Yan's face turned cold and his expression changed. After a few minutes, he turned his back to Yang Dingtian and said, although Yan has a different opinion, she is still my junior. Although she killed Tang Xian, the deceased has already passed away. City Lord Shiman has given Cloud Heaven City a new lease on life. Shiman Yan is his only child, so how can I bear to kill her? After all, she also calls me great-grandfather. Yang Dingtian sneered in his heart, but he didn't rudely interrupt Yan. Otherwise, he would really fly into a rage out of humiliation. Shiman Yan doesn't have to die, but she has to atone for her crimes, Yan said. Then, he turned to look at Yang Dingtian. How can she atone for her crimes? Yang Dingtian asked. Divorce you and marry the young master of the Qin family. Then, Cloud Heaven City will be safe for a few decades. Yan said, the news of City Lord Shiman's death has already spread throughout the world. The various subordinate forces of Cloud Heaven City are already ready to rebel. The Northwest Qin family is extremely powerful. If Cloud Heaven City and the Qin family are united by marriage, the subordinate forces won't dare to rebel. No. Yang Dingtian said straightforwardly, change the condition. There's no room for discussion. I'm giving an order, not negotiating, Yan said coldly. In short, if Shiman Yan wants to live, she has to marry Qin Huayu immediately. Otherwise, she will be hanged. With me in Cloud Heaven City, no one can overturn the heavens. Yang Dingtian said coldly, really? Of course. Yan said coldly. Goodbye. Yang Dingtian turned and left. Seeing Yang Dingtian leave so decisively, Yan was instantly stunned. After Yang Dingtian left, he immediately brought Shiman Ningning, Luer, and Madame Shiman, who vomited blood again, and left Cloud Heaven City. 2 hours later, Yang Dingtian and Shiman Lai brought a total of 2,500 Black Blood cavalry and arrived at the city. Instantly, the entire Cloud Heaven City was shaken. The Black Blood cavalry was Cloud Heaven City's largest armed force. They only listened to the orders of two people. One was the Cloud Heaven City Lord, and the other was the Black Blood Cavalry commander. No one expected that Yang Dingtian and Shimin Lai would be so decisive and directly use the most violent armed force. Shimin Lai rode on his horse and said coldly to the top of the city wall, "Release her immediately, or we'll flatten Cloud Heaven City." At this moment, a bird landed on Ningning's shoulder. This was one of the birds that Ningning had sent to Cloud Heaven Mountain to find out the truth behind Tang Xian's death. That bird leaned close to Ningning's ear and chirped in a bird language that only Ningning could understand. Suddenly, Ningning's expression changed, and her beautiful eyes revealed a look of disbelief. P.S. I've only updated twice today because I have to hand in the manuscript by tomorrow at the latest. I have to finish it tonight. Brothers, you can't just not give me the monthly votes just because I've updated twice. Then I'll really cry to death. I beg for the monthly votes. Thank you, everyone. Shimin Lai, are you rebelling? The first to speak was Elder Tang Buozhao. Rebelling? Shimin Lai laughed. The one who wants to rebel isn't me, right? It's someone else. Tang Buozhao was furious and was about to berate him when Yang Yan raised his hand to stop him. Yang Yan then said coldly, "Shimin Lai, take your people and leave immediately. The Elders Guild can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you will be charged with the crime of rebellion and will die without a burial ground." Am I, Shimin Lai, someone who is afraid of death? Shimin Lai laughed. If I die, then I die. Let's all die together. Shimin Ju said indifferently, then are you going to watch foster father's decades of hard work be destroyed in a day? Such a filthy Cloud Heaven city, it's better to destroy it and be reborn. Shimin Lai said, don't talk nonsense. If you don't hand over Yan Yan in 15 minutes, I will kill my way into the city. Haha. Yang Yan laughed coldly. I, Yang Yan, have never been threatened by anyone. The moment you attack the city is the moment I kill Shimin Yan Yan. No matter if you win or lose, you can only get her corpse. So, if you want to negotiate, you have to withdraw your troops first. Otherwise, Shimin Yan Yan will definitely die. No matter. When the time comes, I will kill all of you to avenge Yan Yan. Shimin Lai said coldly with an unyielding tone. Can you kill them? Yang Yan said coldly, I'm afraid you will be the ones who will be wiped out. I want to try. Shimin Lai said coldly. Then, Shimin Lai shouted at the Black Blood Cavalry behind him, brothers, are you afraid of death? Kill. The 3,000 cavalry shouted in unison. It was like a thunderclap that was deafening. A cloud of dust on the ground was violently shaken. Don't talk nonsense. Shimin Lai said coldly, I am not here to negotiate. I am here to ask for her. Light the incense. Under Shimin Lai's command, one of the cavalry took out a red incense stick and lit it. It took 15 minutes for the incense stick to be lit. If you don't hand him over in 15 minutes, we'll start a war. After saying that, Shimin Lai slowly closed his eyes, indicating that he didn't want to talk anymore. The muscles on Yang Yan's face twitched violently as he snapped, if a prince commits a crime, he will be punished the same as a commoner. I am enforcing the law impartially, but for the sake of favoritism, all of you are actually willing to slaughter your fellow disciples. I, Yang Yan, will stand right here and will not take a single step back. If you want to fight, then I will fight. Immediately, a fierce battle broke out between the two sides. At this time, Shimin Ningning suddenly waved to Yang Dingtian and said, Little Tian, come here. I have something important to tell you. Yang Dingtian rode his horse to Ningning's side. Come closer, put your ear closer. Ningning said in a low voice. Her beautiful face was still filled with disbelief and shock, as well as a hint of bashfulness. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Was Sister Ningning's words so secretive? Did she need to be so close? Yang Dingtian approached, and Ningning whispered into his ear, Tang Xian wasn't killed by Yan Yan. It was really killed by Qin Xiaobai. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's pupils shrank as he asked in a low voice, why? Tang Xian was Shimin Ju's fiancée, Tang Buozhao's daughter. No matter if it was to frame Yan Yan or to deal with me, the price of killing Tang Xian was too high. That's right. He had no choice but to kill Tang Xian. Ningning said in a low voice, because Tang Xian saw something she shouldn't have seen, so she had to die. What did she see? Yang Dingtian asked. Ningning blushed and trembled slightly. Yesterday morning, Qin Xiaobai was in a remote valley, being intimate with Xianxia, and was accidentally discovered by Tang Xian. Yang Dingtian's body trembled as he looked at Ningning in disbelief. He knew that Qin Xiaobai was evil, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. He was a complete beast, worse than a beast. Ningning saw that Yang Dingtian was looking at her in disbelief, and her face turned even redder. She said angrily, "Why are you looking at me like that? This is too crazy." Yang Dingtian said, "Was this what the bird said?" N. Ningning nodded. A pair of squirrels who were picking pine nuts saw it and told it. And then? Yang Dingtian asked. Next, Ningning told him the whole truth of the matter. When Qin Xiaobai and Xianxia were doing something ugly, Tang Xian accidentally discovered it. Thus, Qin Xiaobai made a prompt decision to humiliate Tang Xian and forced her to take a poison pill. Then, he threatened Tang Xian not to tell anyone about the ugly thing between him and Xianxia. Tang Xian was afraid of death, so she could only agree. However, Qin Xiaobai used the poison to force Tang Xian to spread rumors in Cloud Sky City, saying that the reason why Yang Dingtian became so strong was because he used an evil technique to devour Madame Ximen Xianxia. Thus, Tang Xian went to Yanyan's house to scold and spread rumors. Yanyan angrily said that Tang Xian was going to kill her. This created a motive for Yanyan to kill her. Moreover, the rumors about Yang Dingtian and Madame Ximen quickly spread throughout Cloud Sky City. This morning, Yanyan was afraid that Tang Xian would scold her again, so she left Cloud Sky City early. When Qin Xiaobai found out, he immediately led Tang Xian to ambush her. The moment Yanyan appeared, he forced Tang Xian to rush out and kill Yanyan. At this time, the poison in Tang Xian's body took effect. She became crazy, but her cultivation increased greatly. Thus, Yanyan was not her follower and could only resist with all her might. Qin Xiaobai, on the other hand, was controlling Tang Xian from afar. He picked the best opportunity to make Tang Xian die from the poison and fall towards Yanyan's sword. Then, Yanyan's sword would accidentally pierce Tang Xian's chest. This way, Qin Xiaobai perfectly created the illusion that Yanyan killed Tang Xian. Because he was afraid that the scandal between him and Xianxia would be exposed, he never thought of letting Tang Xian go. However, in such a short period of time, he was able to come up with such a vicious plan. This person's viciousness and scheming was unimaginable. Qin Xiaobai's vicious plan was completely interlinked, and it killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Not only did he kill Tang Xian so that his scandal would never be exposed, he also successfully pushed the crime of murder onto Yanyan and destroyed Yang Dingtian's reputation. One had to know that these few days, Yang Dingtian's reputation was like the sun in the sky. It posed a fatal threat to Qin Xiaobai's position. Yang Dingtian breaking through more than 10 levels in 5 days was inconceivable in itself. Now that Qin Xiaobai spread such a rumor, it was very easy for people to believe. Moreover, this rumor had another use. That was, if the scandal between him and Yang Dingtian were to spread in the future, it could be said that Yang Dingtian wanted to cover up the scandal, so he bit Qin Xiaobai instead. It could be said that if Ningning was not a genius beast speaker, if this scandal was not discovered by the little squirrel, then the truth might really be buried forever. After understanding the truth of the entire matter, Yang Dingtian took a deep breath of cold air. He already knew that Qin Xiaobai was a person like a poisonous snake. He had a slight understanding of it in the elimination battle, but it was not deep. Today, he finally knew what a poisonous snake was. Such scheming, such viciousness. Wasn't it just a poisonous snake? When a normal person's scandal was discovered, they would immediately panic and make all kinds of stupid moves. They would either silence the witness or kneel down and beg. Only Qin Xiaobai could immediately think of a perfect poisonous plan in such a short period of time. A poisonous plan that killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Not only did he clear his name, but he also dealt a fatal blow to Yang Dingtian. At this moment, Qin Xiaobai was standing behind Yang Yan. He did not make a sound today and had a harmless smile on his face. When he saw Yang Dingtian looking at him, he even smiled and nodded at Yang Dingtian. Qin Xiaobai, this poisonous snake, could not be left alive. He had to die. If he didn't die, the entire Cloud Sky City would not be peaceful. Yang Dingtian was going to travel and cultivate soon. If a poisonous snake like Qin Xiaobai stayed in Cloud Sky City, Ningning, Yan Yan, and even Madame Shimin would be in danger. This poisonous snake's viciousness made one's hair stand on end. However, in this conspiracy, what role did Yang Yan, Tang Buezhao, and Shiminju play? The scene of Yan Yan's murder was discovered by Shiminju immediately. At this moment, Yang Dingtian could obviously expose the truth in front of everyone and expose Qin Xiaobai and Yang Shishir's scandal. However, Qin Xiaobai had already blocked this gap with his sword. Now that Yang Dingtian said that Yang Shishir and Qin Xiaobai were having an affair, others would say that he was trying to cover up the scandal between him and Madame Shimin, so he made a false accusation. Therefore, the truth was not important now. What was important was to kill Qin Xiaobai. No matter the cost, he had to kill Qin Xiaobai. He had to think of a way to kill Qin Xiaobai. At this moment, time passed slowly. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the burning incense. Shimin Lai said that if they did not release the person after the incense burned out, it would be a declaration of war. As for Shimin Lai, he closed his eyes and leaned his sword on the ground, waiting for the final moment to arrive. Who? A gust of wind blew, and the incense was completely burned out and extinguished. Yang Yan still did not hand over Yan Yan. Instantly, everyone's eyes fell on Shimin Lai. Shimin Lai, who had his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes and nodded, "All right, let's kill." Then, Shimin Lai pulled down the helmet on his mask and slowly drew out the sword on his back. He pointed at the city gate and shouted, "Draw your swords." Shah! The 3,000 Black Blood cavalry suddenly drew their swords and pointed at the city gate tower. Instantly, a forest of sharp swords flickered with dazzling light under the setting sun. "Kill!" Shimin Lai shouted and took the lead. He gradually increased his speed and rushed towards the city gate. Yang Yan's expression changed drastically. He suddenly shouted, "City guards, get ready. Cloud Heaven City disciples, get ready. Prepare for war and clean up the sect." Following that, Yang Yan shouted, "Shah!" Instantly, thousands of people in the city drew out their weapons and prepared for war. "Where is the blazing fire cavalry?" Qin Xiaobai shouted indifferently. Instantly, a fiery red cavalry appeared from the dense forest a dozen miles away. They pressed towards the rear wing of the Black Blood cavalry, intending to launch a pincer attack from the front and back. There were more than 1,000 cavalrymen fully armed. Their bright red armor was like a raging fire. The Blazing Fire Cavalry was a newly established armed force created by the Elders Guild after Shimin Wuya's accident in fear of a rebellion in the territory. It was used to fight against Shimin Lai's Black Blood Cavalry. But how difficult is it to build an elite cavalry army? It takes at least a few years to build an elite cavalry army of 1,000 people. How can it be built in just a month? This is clearly the armed force of the Northwest Qin clan secretly helping Qin Xiaobai seize power. Yang Yan coldly said to Shimin Lai, "If you want to fight, then fight. Let's see who will be completely annihilated." At this moment, Yang Yan's side obviously had the upper hand. However, once the battle started, both sides would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. Cloud Heaven City would basically be destroyed in a day. At this moment, Qin Xiaobai suddenly said, "Wait. Senior Yang Dingtian, can you come out and say a few words?" "Speak," Yang Dingtian shouted. "Can you bear to see Cloud Heaven City destroyed in a day?" Qin Xiaobai sneered. "No matter who becomes the Cloud Heaven City Lord, this city belongs to both of us. Won't your heart ache if it is destroyed?" "Speak," Yang Dingtian continued. He wanted to see what kind of venomous tongue Qin Xiaobai was going to spit out at this moment. "Senior Yang, your reaction is so intense. You actually used your final violent method. Then, normal people would think that you are doing this for Yan Yan Shimin, or are you trying to cover up the scandal between you and Madame Shimin? Many people would think that the rumor was true? You really relied on the evil method to consecutively break through more than 10 levels?" Qin Xiaobai smiled, but what he spat out was extremely poisonous venom. What did it mean to bite back and bite deep into the bone? This was it. "Qin Xiaobai, you are slandering me." Madame Shimin's vision suddenly turned black. Instantly, her blood surged and she was about to fall off the horse. Yang Dingtian didn't avoid suspicion at all. He went forward to support Madame Ximen's delicate body. Then, he looked at Qin Xiaobai and said, "Get to the point. I have an idea. It can prevent Cloud Heaven City from killing each other and clear Senior Yang's name. It can even save Ximen Yan Ximen. Senior Yang, are you willing to listen?" Qin Xiaobai smiled. "Speak." Qin Xiaobai immediately said in front of everyone in Cloud Heaven City, "The 23rd day of every month commemorates the first time the Tiando League defeated evil ways to save the world. Therefore, it is designated as the Judgment Day. The Judgment Day is divided into Judgment Day and Judgment Day. Judgment Day, of course, uses witnesses and material evidence to convict Ximen Yan Ximen. Judgment Day, on the other hand, is a duel." Qin Xiaobai glanced at Yang Dingtian and continued, "So, Senior Yang, how about we use a duel to resolve this conflict? You will represent Ximen Yan Ximen and I will represent Tang Xian's family. We will have a duel at the end of the month. The winner lives and the loser dies. Senior Yang, if you win, I will die and Ximen Yan Ximen will be innocent. Senior Yang, if you lose, you will die and Ximen Yan Ximen will be guilty. How about that?" Once he said this, everyone instantly gasped in surprise. Qin Xiaobai smiled and said, "Isn't this the best of both worlds? Not only can we avoid a civil war in Cloud Heaven City, but we can also prove your innocence. I am only 10 levels higher than you, but you can break through 19 levels in just 5 days. Now, there are still 9 days until the Judgment Day. If you rely on your peerless talent to break through, then it shouldn't be a problem for you to break through 10 levels in 9 days. As long as you defeat me and kill me, not only can you save Ximen Yan Ximen, but you can also prove your peerless talent. Why not?" After Qin Xiaobai finished speaking, Ximen Lai, Ximen Ningning, and Madame Ximen all said in unison, "Extremely shameless." Qin Xiaobai's words seemed to make sense, but in reality, he was completely changing the facts. Yang Dingtian relied on the Yin Yang festival that happened once every 300 years to break through 19 levels in 5 days. Now, wanting to break through 10 levels in 9 days was completely a fool's dream. At this moment, Qin Xiaobai finally revealed his final poisonous snake tail. The scheme he set up was not targeted at Ximen Yan Ximen, but at Yang Dingtian. He only had one goal, and that was to kill Yang Dingtian. On this point, he had the same thoughts as Yang Dingtian. No matter the cost, Yang Dingtian wanted to kill Qin Xiaobai. And Qin Xiaobai also wanted to kill Yang Dingtian at all costs. Because he was the biggest obstacle to Qin Xiaobai taking control of Cloud Heaven City, his sudden rise had already given Qin Xiaobai immense pressure. Ximen Lai instantly looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "Young Master Yang, you can't agree. Let's fight now and take back Miss Yan Ximen." Ningning said, "Little Tian, I won't allow you to agree to him." Madame Ximen said gently, "Good child, the innocent knows that they are innocent, and the muddy knows that they are muddy. I won't take this shameless rumor to heart anymore. You don't have to care about it either." Yang Dingtian looked at Qin Xiaobai. Qin Xiaobai still had a smile on his face, but his mouth was filled with venomous fangs. "All right, I agree. 9 days later, the trial by duel. You and I will fight. The winner will live, and the loser will die," Yang Dingtian said slowly with a smile. Instantly, the city gate was filled with exclamations. Yang Dingtian's words were like a storm that blew past. Everyone looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. Was he crazy? On the surface, Qin Xiaobai was a 9-star mystic martial warrior, 1 stage and 10 levels higher than Yang Dingtian. However, everyone knew that he had definitely broken through to the mystic martial master level. They just didn't know how many stars he had. Mystic martial warrior, and mystic martial master. Qin Xiaobai was at least 2 stages higher than Yang Dingtian, more than 10 levels higher. Even if the world was turned upside down and the universe was destroyed, it was still impossible to cross 2 stages to fight. Ningning was stunned for a while before hissing, "Little Tian, are you crazy?" Inside Black Blood Castle. Yang Dingtian, this isn't bravery. You are crazy. Ximen Lai rarely criticized Yang Dingtian. Crossing 2 stages to fight, you were simply seeking your own death. Yang Dingtian asked, Big brother, how strong is Qin Xiaobai? He should be a 1-star mystic martial master, 2 stages, and 12 levels higher than you. Shiman Lai said. Just as Shiman Lai said, crossing 2 stages to fight was impossible. Yang Dingtian wasn't that arrogant. However, Yang Dingtian was willing to try crossing 1 stage because he had the 9 Yang mystic veins, the world's #1 sword technique, the deep sea Xian clothes, and the night owl strange blade. He was willing to take the risk to cross 1 stage. If Qin Xiaobai was a 1-star mystic martial master, then if Yang Dingtian broke through to the 3-star mystic martial warrior level, he was willing to take the risk. Even if there was a gap of 8 levels, crossing 1 stage to fight. However, if that was the case, Yang Dingtian would only need 9 days to break through 4 stages. Based on his current cultivation speed, Yang Dingtian would need a full 20 days to break through half a stage. Breaking through 4 stages in 9 days was simply unheard of. This was because the once in 300 years Yin Yang festival had already passed. Master, I want to break through 4 stages in 9 days. Can I do it? I remember you mentioned it before. Yang Dingtian asked in his heart. Dongfang Minmi sank into deep thought and didn't speak for a long time. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with uneasiness. There is. Dongfang Minmi's first sentence made Yang Dingtian feel relieved. Dongfang Minmi continued, however, I really don't know if I should say it because it might cause you to fall into the abyss. Yang Dingtian said, Master, please speak. Dongfang Minmi said, about 6,000 miles away from here, there is a temple of blood. This cornerstone treasure is a 1,000-year-old blood pool. This blood pool floats above the terrifying magma. Over the past 1,000 years, countless demonic beasts have been thrown into the blood pool to be refined into blood essence. The enemies killed by the Temple of Blood were also thrown into the blood pool. Even the experts of the Temple of Blood were thrown into the blood pool to be refined into blood essence before they died. After 1,000 years of accumulation, the fire attribute energy in the blood pool is extremely powerful. Every time the disciples of the Temple of Blood are about to break through, they will cultivate in the blood pool. Others might need half a year to a year to break through, but the disciples of the Temple of Blood only need half a month. With your talent, as long as you enter the blood pool, I believe you will break through within a few days. Temple of Blood? Blood pool. In this instant, Yang Dingtian recalled the extremely alluring Dugufengwu who killed people like scything flax. She was the #1 demon lady who was evenly matched with Dongfang Bingling. The Temple of Blood was one of the old factions of the mysterious evil ways. It was once the backbone of the World Extermination Army and the right-hand man of the world's #1 evil force, the Temple of Annihilation. What were the evil ways? Just look at the demonic woman, Dugufengwu. Speaking of which, Dugufengwu was so powerful, and it was unknown if she had anything to do with the blood pool. Dongfang Minmi sighed and said, actually, even if I told you about the blood pool, it would be the same as not telling you. Why? Yang Dingtian asked. Dongfang Minmi said, firstly, the Temple of Blood is an old faction of the evil ways. They are sealed off and do not allow any outsiders to enter. Otherwise, they will kill without mercy, let alone you, a member of the Tiando League. Secondly, the blood pool is the sect's ultimate treasure, and its energy is limited. 99% of the Temple of Blood's disciples are unable to cultivate in the blood pool, let alone an outsider from the Tiando League. Thirdly, the Temple of Blood is over 6,000 miles away and is separated from the Tiando League by a few thousand miles of the neutral zone, the land of chaos. That place is chaotic, and it is a place without order. With your current cultivation, it is simply too dangerous for you to pass through the land of chaos. Fourthly, the righteous and evil ways are irreconcilable. Once you are involved with the evil ways, you will never be able to break free. Once the Tiando League finds out that you are involved with the Temple of Blood, you will never be able to clear your name. There will be no place for you to stand in this world. After finishing, Dongfang Minmi said indifferently, therefore, we have to think of other methods. Don't think about this path. Dongfang Minmi paused and said, in fact, if you are forced into a corner, Master would rather you use the Yin Yang Devour mystic art to break through. That is much better than going to the Temple of Blood. Yang Dingtian heard and instantly fell into silence. What his master said was very important, especially the fourth point. The consequences were too severe. If there were other methods, then the Temple of Blood really couldn't be visited. Just by thinking about how terrifying Dugafengwu was, one would know. She was an extremely vicious demoness who could kill hundreds of people like slaughtering chickens and ducks. If he really went to the Temple of 10,000 Blood, perhaps even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. Most importantly, anyone who got involved with evil ways would become the archenemy of the Tiando League. There would be no place for them in the world. Evil ways had launched several world-ending wars in the past 1,000 years, averaging once every 200 years. The most recent one was nearly 200 years ago. Evil ways had destroyed half of the primal chaos continent in that world-ending battle. Hundreds of millions of people had died. Close to 200 years ago, the number one power of the evil ways, the Temple of Annihilation, produced a peerless expert, Wan Wentian. He spent 20 years to unify the evil ways, and then led an invincible army to the Sea of Hell to conquer the entire primal chaos continent. In just a few months, countless sects were annihilated, and they swept across the far west continent. All the powers of the Tiando League were shocked. They chose their elite disciples to form an army of millions to fight against the Temple of Annihilation, but they lost all 3 battles. Dongfang Minmi's grandmaster, the Yinyang School's headmaster, Yun Wanli, died in the hands of Wan Wentian. Back then, more than half of the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches died in these 3 battles. The Tiando League kept retreating. After losing the far west continent, they lost half of the northwest continent. The flames of war spread to the northwest Qing clan's territory, and the Qing clan's main city was destroyed. The Tiando League no longer had the strength to fight, and the primal chaos continent was about to fall under the Temple of Annihilation. In the end, the hidden sect was the one who saved the world. The hidden sect, which hadn't appeared in the world for a few hundred years, was led by Nihility Piaoling, who led hundreds of peerless experts to the northwest continent. They fought against Wan Wentian in front of millions of people. Wan Wentian was defeated and died, and the Temple of Annihilation's allied forces were immediately torn apart. The Tiando League's allied forces took the opportunity to kill, and the allied forces of the evil ways were slaughtered. Less than 1/10 of the allied forces of the evil ways were left, and their vitality was greatly damaged. Therefore, for the next 200 years, the evil ways didn't dare to raise their heads and could only hide in the darkness. Dongfang Minmi had already told this story to Yang Dingtian many times. Yang Dingtian was fascinated every time. Dongfang Minmi often emphasized that if it wasn't for the Battle of Annihilation, perhaps Wan Wentian and Nihility Piaoling would have advanced to martial sage. The blood feud from 200 years ago was still very clear. Therefore, once one was associated with the evil ways, it would be extremely dangerous. Therefore, it was impossible for Yang Dingtian to go to the Temple of Blood. We have to let Yang Dingtian break through to 3-star Mystic Martial Warrior. If it's within 9 levels, then there's still a chance to fight. If it's 2 levels, then I only have one suggestion, Shimen Lai said. Let young Master Yang Dingtian escape immediately. In any case, they won't dare to really kill Yin Yin. Madame Shimen nodded in agreement and said, then tell me, what method can let Yang Dingtian break through to 3-star Mystic Martial Warrior within 9 days? Any method, no matter how remote or evil it is? After she finished speaking, everyone fell into deep thought. Shimen Lai thought for a long time and finally shook his head. Ningning's beautiful eyes flashed, and her face suddenly turned slightly red. Madame Shimen immediately looked at her and said, Ningning, what method do you have? Suddenly, Shimen Lai looked at Shimen Ningning expectantly, hoping that she could come up with a solution. After hesitating for a while, Ningning shook her head and said softly, I don't have any method. Madame Shimen sighed helplessly, and everyone fell into silence again. Lai, you're busy, so you don't have to stay here. Think of a method slowly. You can go and handle the affairs. Also, bring little Tian around the Black Blood Castle, Madame Shimen said to Shimen Lai. Yes. Shimen Lai said. Although Yang Dingtian didn't understand, he still followed Shimen Lai out. After Shimen Lai and Yang Dingtian were far away, Madame Shimen said, Ning what method do you have? Tell us. All Lai and little Tian are already far away. There's only the 2 of us left here. Shimen Ningning looked at Madame Shimen in surprise and said softly, Godmother, I I really don't have any method. You grew up by my side. You can't lie to me, Madame Ximen said softly. Just now, your eyes and your expression told me that you have a method. It's just that you can't say it. Don't worry, it's already come to this point. What else can't be said? What else is more important than saving Yan Yan? What else is more important than Yang Dingtian's reputation? I've said it before. No matter how evil the method is, it's fine. After hearing Madame Ximen's words, Ningning couldn't help but look at Yang Dingtian. Before she could say anything, her face instantly turned red. But this method is really very evil, Ningning said shyly. This method is a unique evil technique of the Fox Demon clan. It's called the Yin Yang Devour Mystic Great Technique. In a special formation, special medicines, chants, and mystic chi flow are used to allow a woman's mystic chi to enter a man's body and achieve a breakthrough. After speaking, Ningning's face almost reached her chest. Her voice was also so soft that it couldn't be heard. After hearing this, Madame Ximen couldn't help but blush. She roughly knew that it was very abnormal, but she didn't expect it to be so evil. She knew that although Ningning's mystic chi couldn't attack, it was very deep. She wanted Ningning to pass her mystic chi to Yang Dingtian, but mystic chi was very precious. A girl's innocence was also very precious. No matter what, she couldn't say it. Even if it was to save Yan Yan, Ximen Ningning was also her daughter. She treated her as her own. Godmother, actually, I'm willing to use this evil technique to pass my mystic chi to little Tian. Ningning suddenly said softly, but it's already impossible now. Because the mystic chi in my body is poisonous, I can't give it to little Tian anymore. So, even if I have the Yin Yang Devour Mystic Great Technique, it's useless. Madame Ximen frowned slightly and said, then, for little Tian to break through to become a 3-star mystic martial warrior, what cultivation does the woman need to perform the technique with him have? At least the martial ancestor realm. Ningning said, because the mystic chi that can be passed to little Tian through the Yin Yang Devour Mystic Great Technique is less than 1%. Originally, I could do it, and I'm the best candidate, but Madame Ximen said gently, it's really hard to find such a woman. Moreover, she has to be willing to give her body to little Tian. It's even harder to find such a woman. After walking around the Black Blood Castle for a while, Yang Dingtian returned to his room and recuperated on his bed. The courtyard he was in was currently very quiet. It was as if everyone had already left. The servants and warriors who were originally cleaning outside had all left. At this moment, the door was gently pushed open, and a figure walked in. It was Lu Er. Young master, madam wants you to go over. Yang Dingtian was slightly startled. Then, he nodded and got up from the bed. Lu Er was about to go forward to support him, but Yang Dingtian smiled and said, no need. I'm completely fine now. He was indeed fine. Although he was injured in the battle with Tang Li, it wasn't serious. It was more of a lack of strength. After a day and night of recuperation, and with Ningning's medicinal pills, he was almost fully recovered. After Yang Dingtian got up, Lu Er immediately went forward to help him wash up and get dressed. After everything was done, Lu Er said, young master, please follow me. Then, Lu Er led the way in front while Yang Dingtian followed behind. It was his first time seeing the Black Blood Castle. The Black Blood Castle was less than 100 miles away from Cloud Heaven City. It was at the bottom of the mountain and was a place that one had to pass to enter and exit Cloud Heaven City. Previously, Yang Dingtian had entered and exited Cloud Heaven City on a flying mount. Therefore, he had never passed by the Black Blood Castle. Although it was called a castle, it was actually a very large city fortress that was about a few thousand acres in size. In the surrounding 10 miles, there were 4 smaller castles protecting it. The entire castle was built with huge rocks. It was extremely sturdy and majestic. The highest point was almost 100 meters high. There were powerful energy crossbows, magma spray barrels, poison arrays, energy arrays, and hundreds of huge catapults everywhere. In the castle, other than the 3,000 elite Black Blood cavalry, there were also thousands of servants. Every inch of the castle was armed to the teeth, which would make any forces in the world tremble with fear. This was because this was the last fortress of Cloud Heaven City. It could be said that by taking over the Black Blood Castle, it was equivalent to taking over 80% of Cloud Heaven City. Therefore, the Black Blood Castle was the largest armed force in Cloud Heaven City, even surpassing Cloud Heaven City itself. And the commander of the Black Blood Cavalry was only below one person in Cloud Heaven City. Now that Ximen Lai and Cloud Heaven City had fallen out, the Black Blood Castle was equivalent to choking Cloud Heaven City's throat. Therefore, Yang Yan and the others were extremely worried and apprehensive. It was already nighttime. Yang Dingtian's courtyard was a small garden, which had the best conditions in the entire Black Blood Castle. After exiting the garden, the castle appeared cold and hard. There were roads, walls, and watchtowers made of huge rocks everywhere. Lu Er brought Yang Dingtian into a small black stone building. After entering, it was an ordinary house with simple tables and chairs. Other than that, there was nothing else. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Why did Madame Ximen ask him to come here? Lu Er patted on the wall. Suddenly, an opening appeared on the stone wall, and a flight of stairs that led underground appeared. Young master, please follow me, Lu Er said. Yang Dingtian thought for a moment before following her in. After he entered the flight of stairs, the wall automatically closed, and the small house returned to its original state. The two of them kept walking down. After hundreds of twists and turns, they were dozens of meters underground. Similar to Cloud Heaven City, this should be the dungeon of the Black Blood Castle. After walking for a full 3 minutes, they finally reached the end. There was a stone door in front of them. Young master, you can go in by yourself. You just have to pat the door lightly, Lu Er said. Then, she turned around and went to the surface. Yang Dingtian frowned slightly. Why did Madame Ximen ask him to come here? It was really strange everywhere. But without a doubt, no one in the Black Blood Castle, no matter if it was Ningning or Madame Ximen, would harm him. Yang Dingtian walked up to the stone door and patted it lightly. Rumble. The thick stone door opened, and a ray of light shot out from inside. Yang Dingtian was slightly surprised as he spoke. Inside, the ground was filled with blood-red magma. It was surging and emitting a terrifying heat. A snow-white bed made of cold jade floated on top of the magma. On top of the cold jade bed, there were all kinds of demon cores floating. They shot out a blurry and bewitching light, forming an evil light array. Around the bed, there was a strange smoke. Yang Dingtian just took a sniff, and his mind instantly went into a daze. Of course, what really surprised Yang Dingtian was the woman sitting on the snow-white platform. Her back was facing Yang Dingtian. Her hair was like clouds, and her skin was like snow. This was a mature woman, a woman whose age couldn't be seen at all. Yang Dingtian's entire body tensed up. He said with a hoarse voice, "Please, turn around." Hearing this, the woman immediately stood up slowly and turned around gently. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's heart almost stopped beating. He knew why Madame Ximen asked Lu Er to bring her here. It was for the mysterious devouring technique. No wonder Madame Ximen suddenly asked him to leave with Ximen Lai. She wanted to discuss this with Ningning. The woman turned around. Her mesmerizing face was even more beautiful than before. What was even more moving was her pair of beautiful eyes. This was a pair of slightly unfamiliar eyes. They were like water and mist, full of stories and charm. However, her face was still covered with a veil. "Please, take off your veil," Yang Dingtian said. The woman was slightly stunned. After hesitating for a moment, she took off the veil on her face. This was an extremely beautiful face, but at the same time, it was also an unfamiliar face. Her beauty wasn't inferior to Madame Ximen's, but she was more charming. She had a classic oval face, which was the legendary face of a fox. Even though she was already in her 30s, her face was still like a beautiful woman in her 20s. However, her unique charm wasn't something a woman in her 20s could have. At this moment, behind Yang Dingtian, the stone door slowly closed. "Who are you?" Yang Dingtian asked. "A sinner," the woman said. Her voice was soft and charming. "Then what are you doing now?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Forgive me," the woman said. "Using the mysterious devouring technique to transfer your mysterious chi to me to forgive my sins?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Yes." The woman raised her beautiful eyes and said, even though that won't be able to redeem my sins. What crimes did you commit? Yang Dingtian asked. The woman fell into silence. Then, she said, attracting foreign enemies, stealing the treasure of Cloud Sky City, and destroying the future of Cloud Sky City. The treasure of the city? Yang Dingtian asked, is it that 9th rank secret manual? Yes, the woman replied. Yang Dingtian's breathing became heavier. You said she destroyed Cloud Sky City's future. Are you referring to Yanyan's meridians being destroyed? Yes, the woman replied. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's heart was filled with flames. He tried his best to suppress it, and then slowly said, tell me the story inside. The woman gently shook her head and said, I can't say. There are too many entanglements involving Yanyan. You are Yanyan's husband, so I don't have the right to say. Only Yanyan can tell you personally. Did you commit the crime on purpose? Or was it unintentional? Yang Dingtian asked. The woman's beautiful eyes reddened, and 2 drops of tears fell. She said, I didn't know it would be like this. I didn't do it on purpose, but I had my own selfish motives, so you came to atone for your sins? Using your purity and cultivation to atone for your sins? Yang Dingtian slowly said, is it worth it? After all, this is your lifetime of cultivation. The woman softly said, I hate my cultivation. I wish it would disappear in a day. To be able to offer these 2 things to you, I have no regrets. After this, what do you want? Yang Dingtian asked, do you want me to release you? No, the woman said. I won't go out for the rest of my life. I want to be underground for the rest of my life. I don't have the face to see people. I have let down everyone on the surface. She committed the crime unintentionally. She was kind, so she was willing to reveal her Xianxia. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly filled with pity. He asked, who are you? What's your name? You can call me Big Sister Qing'er. The woman said. How many levels can you help the outside breakthrough? Yang Dingtian asked. Around level 2, or even level 3, but at most level 3, the woman said. Level 3 was a 2-star Xian martial warrior. This level of breakthrough wasn't enough. Yang Dingtian instantly sank into silence. Should he agree? Previously, for his pride and dignity, he had rejected Yanyan's Xian devouring great skill. But now, in order to save Yanyan, the other path of jumping into the Temple of 10,000 Blood was no longer feasible. As Yang Dingtian struggled with all his might, the fragrance of the lava evaporated into Yang Dingtian's body, causing his mind to become more and more blurred and his willpower to become weaker and weaker. At this moment, the woman walked down the jade platform barefoot and walked along a stone bridge to Yang Dingtian. Remember, you aren't doing this for yourself, or even to become stronger. You are doing this to save Yanyan. The woman gently leaned over and said, this doesn't hurt your pride. No, this isn't fair to you. Yang Dingtian suddenly pushed the woman away. It's very fair. The woman said, I also want to atone for my sins. At this moment, the woman suddenly spat out a pink smoke into Yang Dingtian's nose. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's mind suddenly became confused, as if he had fallen into a completely different world. The surrounding world instantly became completely blurred. The woman in front of him changed her face. One moment, she was Yanyan, the next, she was Ningning, and then she was Dongfang Bingling. She even became Yang Dingtian's girlfriend on earth. Immediately after, the woman began to chant a strange incantation, and her body rippled with dense mystic energy. At the same time, the few demon cores floating at the head of the bed emitted a strange light and began to rotate, forming a bizarre light screen. The mystic energy within the light screen became denser and denser. After tonight, forget everything, forget me. Just treat it as a dream. The woman stopped chanting and whispered in Yang Dingtian's ear. No. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian opened his eyes and bit his tongue. He felt a sharp pain and fresh blood gushed out. His mind instantly regained clarity. Violently pushing the woman in front of him away, Yang Dingtian turned and left. Why? The woman trembled behind him. I can't do this. No matter what the reason is, I can't do this. Yang Dingtian said. Don't tell me you don't want to save Yan Yan? The woman asked. I'll find another way. Yang Dingtian said, even if I use the mystic devouring method to break through this time, it will leave a permanent knot in my heart. I will never be able to reach the peak in my life, and I will never be able to defeat Dongfang Bingling. Then what about Yan Yan? The woman shouted again. I will do my best. I will give everything to save her, even if it means my life. If I can't save her in the end, it will be our fate. Yang Dingtian said slowly, nothing can be a reason for me to violate my principles and dignity. After that, Yang Dingtian turned and left. He gently patted the stone door, and the thick stone door opened. Yang Dingtian walked out and the stone door closed. Master, I wish to go to the Temple of 10,000 Blood. I wish to achieve the greatest breakthrough in the shortest time possible, and only the 10,000 Blood pool can allow me to do so. Yang Dingtian said directly, in this world, is there an outsider who has successfully entered the Temple of 10,000 Blood and cultivated in the 10,000 Blood pool? Dongfang Minmi remained silent, expressing his attitude. The Temple of 10,000 Blood was an evil place in the world, and the temple master, Du Gushao, was a great devil that struck fear in the world. He didn't wish for Yang Dingtian to send himself to his death. Master, I tried my best just now, wanting to try the mystic devouring method, but I couldn't do it. I know that once I do that, my future will be ruined. My pride and confidence will be completely lost. Yang Dingtian said, so let me ask you. Is there an outsider who has successfully entered the 10,000 blood pool? Yes, Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised and asked, who is it? Poison Hand's devil, Ouyang Luan, Dongfang Minmi said, this person is neither good nor evil, and has an extremely bad reputation. He is a genius evil doctor. His understanding of mystic qi and mystic meridians is very special and bizarre, and his cultivation is very high. In order to make himself stronger, he would do anything for his research. Stealing corpses, killing his wife, dissecting people while they were still alive, and so on. Of course, this person is most proficient in the way of poison, and almost no one can surpass him. Others have long forgotten his name, and everyone only remembers his nickname as Poison Hand's Devil. Instantly, Yang Dingtian felt a chill run down his spine. This person sounded very terrifying and dangerous. When did he enter the Temple of 10,000 Blood and cultivate in the 10,000 Blood pool? Yang Dingtian asked. Around 13 years ago. Dongfang Minmi said, no one knows what method he used to make the temple master of 10,000 Blood agree to let him cultivate in the 10,000 Blood pool, but he succeeded. The world's poison expert. Yang Dingtian immediately thought of the deep-sea mystic poison in Sister Ningning's legs that could only be sucked out by the 10,000 poisons devil snake. This person was known as the world's poison expert, so it was very likely that he had the 10,000 poisons devil snake. In order to save Shimin Ningning, Yang Dingtian would definitely give it his all. Master, where is this Poison Hand's devil now? Yang Dingtian asked. You want to ask him for help? Dongfang Minmi said, that's impossible. Poison Hand's devil's heart is poisonous, cruel, and evil. He can't wait to see people die miserably, and would never take the initiative to save people. Only when he sees a strange poison would he save the victim, but after saving the victim, he would kill the victim. It's completely impossible to ask him for help. That's right, it was impossible to ask such a person for help, whether it was the 10,000 poisons devil snake or the method to cultivate in the 10,000 blood pool, unless the sun rose from the west. Such a person was the most selfish and extreme. Master, what is this person's weakness? Furthermore, it's a fatal weakness. As long as we poke at his weakness, he will definitely submit obediently. Yang Dingtian asked. Poison, a battle of poison. Dongfang Minmi said, this person has a nearly perverted fanaticism for the world's strange poisons. Once he sees a strange poison that he can't resolve, or a strange poison that he has never seen before, he will think of a way to get it no matter the cost. Yang Dingtian was delighted and said, that's great. We just happen to have two strange poisons that he has never seen or heard of before. If we battle with him in poison, we will definitely win, and we must win. Note, today's first update is here. Brothers, please enjoy. I will continue writing. Also, I'm here to ask for a few monthly tickets. Thank you, brothers. I'll leave it to you. Master, where is this poison hands devil, Ouyang Luan, staying now? Yang Dingtian asked. This person has enemies all over the world, and no one knows where he stays. Dongfang Minmi said, however, I happen to know. Furthermore, I saved his life once. Poison Hand's devil is so powerful, and yet someone killed him? Yang Dingtian asked. That person didn't kill him. He only tortured him to the point where he couldn't live or die. Dongfang Nimi said, he cut open all of Ouyang Luan's flesh and poured boiling lava into it. Then, he covered his body. After the lava solidified, it completely grew in his flesh. Furthermore, he cut open his blood vessels and poured in the blood of the fiery berserk snake before sewing his blood vessels back together. You will never be able to imagine that a person could be tortured like this. This is even more perverted than the cruelest torture in the world. Just one look at him and you will have nightmares for the rest of your life. Immediately, Yang Dingtian shuddered when he heard this. Poison Hand's devil was such a terrifying person, yet he was tortured so miserably. Master, who is this person? Why are his methods so evil and vicious? Yang Dingtian asked. This person is the Temple of 10,000 Bloods Temple Master, Dugu Shao, Dongfang Minmi said indifferently. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's body shuddered. Dugu Shao was so evil and vicious. No wonder he gave birth to a daughter like Dugu Fengwu. Ouyang Luan was originally a handsome man, but when I saw him, he no longer looked human. His entire body was swollen and deformed, crawling forward like a black maggot. Because the fire poison was torturing him, he wanted to crawl to the netherworld swamp to lessen the pain. However, he was still over 1,000 miles away from the netherworld swamp, and he wouldn't be able to crawl there even if he died. I saved his life and gave him an elixir before bringing him to the center of the netherworld swamp. After that, he was like a loach and lived in the swamp, Dongfang Minmi said. Then he lives in the center of the netherworld swamp. Yang Dingtian asked, how far is that place from the Cloud Heaven City? Yang Dingtian knew about the netherworld swamp. The entire swamp stretched for thousands of miles, and there were muddy ponds and puddles everywhere. Danger lurked everywhere. The sky above the swamp was densely covered with toxic smog. Even during the day, there wasn't a hint of sunlight. It was as dark and gloomy as the night. It was basically a forbidden zone for life. No one went there, not even animals or demonic beasts lived there. Only a monster like Poison Hand's devil could survive there. This place was more than 3,000 miles away from Cloud Sky City, at the end of the neutral zone's chaotic lands. Beyond the netherworld swamp was the domain of evil ways. Therefore, this netherworld swamp also became a natural dividing line. No one could take half a step across the lightning pool. If Yang Dingtian wanted to head to the Temple of Blood, he would have to pass through the netherworld swamp. Child, do you still want to go to the Temple of Blood? Dongfang Minmi asked. Yang Dingtian went to see Madame Shiman. Madam, I need a drop of Martial Uncle Shiman's blood. Yang Dingtian said. Madame Shiman was slightly startled before she nodded. Okay, I'll go get it now. Although she was a little surprised as to why Yang Dingtian wanted Shiman Wuya's blood, she didn't ask and just nodded. Immediately after, she got someone to escort her to Cloud Sky City to get a drop of Shiman Wuya's blood. Then, Yang Dingtian went to Ningning's room. Sister Ningning, let me see your deep-sea mystic poison, Yang Dingtian said. What's there to see? Ningning said with a red face. Yang Dingtian said seriously, let me see. Seeing Yang Dingtian's seriousness, Ningning rolled her eyes at him. Okay, but don't shout. Then, Ningning stood up with great effort and lifted her pants slightly. Although he was mentally prepared, Yang Dingtian still cried out in surprise. Her calves and most of her thighs were already a demonic green, like bamboo. This was the deep-sea mystic poison. Moreover, the deep-sea mystic poison was slowly rising. Once it rose to the Sea of Qi, the consequences would be unimaginable. Why didn't you tell me that the deep-sea mystic poison was still rising and spreading? Yang Dingtian said angrily. Ningning said gently, I'm sorry. It's my fault. How long more before it reaches the Sea of Qi? Yang Dingtian asked. About 10 days. Ningning said. Once it reaches the Sea of Qi, what will happen? Yang Dingtian asked. Shima Ningning shook her head. He didn't know if it was because she didn't know or because she didn't want to say. Originally, Yang Dingtian was still a little hesitant about going to the Temple of Blood. Now, he didn't need to hesitate anymore. He had to go. Not only did he have to save Yan Yan, but he also had to save Shima Ningning. Ningning, give me some blood with the deep sea mystic poison, Yang Dingtian said. Okay. Ningning took out a white jade straw and was about to prick her leg to take the blood. Don't take the blood from your leg, Yang Dingtian hurriedly said. I want to give this to another man. After saying that, Yang Dingtian felt embarrassed. Was he that possessive? After Ningning heard that, her face turned red. She rolled her eyes at Yang Dingtian and sat down. She sucked a small tube of green blood from the soles of her feet. After a little hesitation, she sucked another tube and placed it in a small ice jade box. She handed it to Yang Dingtian. Little Tian, can you tell me now what you want to do? Shima Ningning asked. I want to go to the Temple of Blood and enter the blood pool to break through, Yang Dingtian said. Ningning was stunned. She revealed a horrified expression and said, Little Tian, are you crazy? No, I won't let you go. I definitely won't let you go. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. He just looked at her quietly, expressing his absolute will. Ningning's face was sorrowful as tears fell. The two of them fell into a deep silence. Ningning raised her head and looked at Yang Dingtian. Little Tian, you must go, right? No one can stop you, right? Yang Dingtian nodded solemnly. But the Temple of Blood is the most evil place in the world. Du Gushao, that great devil, even foster father is afraid of him, Ningning said. Yang Dingtian said, I will first find Poison Hand's devil, Ouyang Luan. He once successfully entered the blood pool to cultivate. Moreover, he should have the myriad poison devil snake. You fool. Poison Hand's devil, that pervert, is also very dangerous, Ningning said. Yang Dingtian fell into silence again. I will go with you, Ningning said. Not this time. Yang Dingtian said, I know you have been closing your eyes to regulate your breathing recently, suppressing the restless deep sea shan poison. If you travel with me, your life will be in danger. Therefore, I must go alone this time. Must? Ningning asked. With her eyes wide open. Must. Yang Dingtian said. Ningning fell into silence. She only lowered her head and shed tears, not saying a word. She took a deep breath as if she had made a decision. Then, she circulated her mystic qi and saw a snow-white mist seeping out from her fingertips. Then, something that made Yang Dingtian even more surprised happened. A pendant slowly took shape on her chest. A beautiful pendant hung from a snow-white chain. It was a transparent tear-shaped gemstone. It was sparkling and translucent, pure and moving, and emitted a mysterious aura. Ningning took the pendant off her neck and stared at it for a moment before putting it on Yang Dingtian's neck. Then, under Yang Dingtian's astonished gaze, the pendant gradually turned invisible and disappeared into the air. Little Tian, once your life is in danger, extend your hand to touch the pendant and circulate your mystic qi to make the tear-shaped pendant appear. This way, whether it is Poison Hand's devil or Temple of Blood Master Du Gushao, they will most likely not kill you. Ningning said gently, however, you must only make it appear when your life is in danger. Otherwise, don't let anyone see it. Remember, anyone, including people we trust. Otherwise, it will bring us endless trouble. I'm afraid there won't be any place for the two of us to hide in this world. Yang Dingtian immediately gasped in astonishment. What exactly was this pendant to have such power? Instantly, Shima Ningning's identity became even more mysterious in Yang Dingtian's eyes. Is this a teardrop? Yang Dingtian asked. Ningning nodded and said, this is a gemstone condensed from a teardrop. Once it appears, it will set off perilous waves in the world. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, you must not let it appear. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, can I not wear it? This item must be very important to you. It's best that it doesn't leave your body. No, you must wear it. Otherwise, let me go with you. Shimin Ningning said gently but resolutely, you can return it to me after you return safely. You said that I will return the deep sea Xian clothes to you after I successfully hunt for demon cores. However, I am still wearing it now, Yang Dingtian said. That's different. Ningning said, I don't fight. The deep sea Xian clothes are useless to me. Then, Ningning raised her voice and said, Little Tian, remember, once your life is in danger, you must make the tear-shaped pendant appear. I know that you will definitely say that you would rather die than use it. Let me tell you, if you die, regardless of whether this tear-shaped pendant appears or not, this world will be turned upside down. Do you understand? When your life is in danger, you must use it. Don't let Big Sister worry about you. Yang Dingtian nodded solemnly and said, I understand. 4 hours later, Madame Shimin returned with a vial of Shimin Wuya's blood. Yang Dingtian told Madame Shimin and Shimin Lai about his intentions. The two immediately tried to stop him, but Yang Dingtian was very firm. In the end, under Shimin Ningning's persuasion, the two reluctantly allowed Yang Dingtian to go find Poison Hand's devil. However, they were still very worried. With Ningning's superb skills, Yang Dingtian disguised himself as a robust man. He did not resemble Yang Dingtian at all. Then, he put on the Black Blood Cavalry's armor and mixed in with the troops, leaving Black Blood Castle. Under the protection of 10 great mystic martial master Black Blood Cavalry brothers, Yang Dingtian rode towards the Netherworld Swamp, towards the Temple of 10,000 Blood. This trip might really be a dead end with 9 deaths and 1 life. P.S. Second update, I will continue writing. There is a third update. 200 miles north of Cloud Sky City was the Land of Chaos. The Land of Chaos spanned nearly 3,000 miles and was a neutral zone between the Tiando League and the Evil Ways. There were many neutral zones like this, but the Land of Chaos was one of the bigger ones. The Land of Chaos didn't belong to any faction. There were no laws and no one cared about killing or robbing. Everything depended on the weapons in their hands. Every day, there would be blood and innocent lives would be lost. In comparison, whether it was Cloud Sky City's territory or the Northwest Qin family's territory, it was peaceful and could be called a paradise. Therefore, warriors with low cultivations could only walk around the territories of famous sections. Although they had to pay taxes and were not very free, at least they didn't have to worry about their lives. The next afternoon, Yang Dingtian had already traveled 200 miles. This was a castle at the edge of Cloud Sky City in the northeast. Of course, this castle was much smaller than the Black Blood Castle or even the Abyss Castle. It only had 200 warriors. As long as he walked out of this stone door, he would lose the protection of order and enter a barbaric environment where the strong preyed on the weak. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and galloped his horse towards the northeast. The reason why he chose to ride a horse instead of a flying beast was because flying beasts could only fly within Cloud Sky City's territory. Once they left the territory, they would be shot down immediately. At this moment, Yang Dingtian wore a human skin mask and turned into an ordinary youth with a hint of delicateness. Even his weapon was decorated and the clothes he wore could be considered expensive. In addition, there were close to 10 great mystic martial masters and Black Blood Cavalry experts. In the Land of Chaos, ordinary factions wouldn't dare to provoke them. After galloping for more than an hour, Yang Dingtian traveled another 100 miles. At this moment, the color of the ground had slowly turned from blood red to light red. This area was indeed a lawless zone. Along the way, Yang Dingtian saw at least a dozen fights. Nearly half of them resulted in deaths. In just a little over an hour, he saw more than a dozen people die. When passers-by saw it, they ignored it. This Land of Chaos was indeed lawless, dangerous, and chaotic. Of course, Yang Dingtian didn't meddle in other people's business. This was because it was very difficult to distinguish between right and wrong in these fights. Basically, both sides were not good people. Moreover, time was of the essence, and he did not have the time to care about it. There was a river in front of them. It was about 30 meters wide and there was a wooden bridge over it. Everyone who crosses the bridge will be charged 1 silver coin. If you have a mount, you will be charged an additional 2 coins. Dozens of fierce-looking muscular men stood at the head of the bridge, holding weapons in their hands as they passed through the crowd. Of course, they weren't the ones who built the bridge. They were just taking the opportunity to amass wealth. One of Yang Dingtian's bodyguards immediately drew his sword and wanted to kill this group of people. After all, with their current strength, killing these people would be a piece of cake. Yang Dingtian waved his hand to stop him. He then tossed a gold coin over. However, his eyes revealed a warning light. If the other party continued to cause trouble, Yang Dingtian wouldn't mind starting a massacre. As expected, those hooligans didn't dare to act rashly. Yang Dingtian led his 10 Black Blood cavalry brothers and charged across the bridge. However, what made him not know whether to laugh or cry was that after crossing the bridge, someone had set up a checkpoint at the end of the bridge. Everyone who crosses the bridge will be charged 1 silver coin. If you have a mount, you will be charged an additional 2 coins. The leader of the hooligans who set up the checkpoint at the end of the bridge waved the steel sword in his hand. However, this time, he was a wretched skinny youth. This was too arrogant. A short wooden bridge of 10 zhang actually wanted to charge 2 tolls. To be honest, such a wooden bridge could be built with more than 10 silver coins. Yang Dingtian frowned and tossed another gold coin over. 1 gold coin was equivalent to 100 silver coins. In fact, it was slightly more. The wretched youth's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought that he had encountered a big fat sheep that was afraid of trouble. Oh, I misspoke. The toll is 1 gold coin per person. If you have a mount, you will be charged an additional 2 gold coins. The wretched youth smiled treacherously. His eyes revealed a trace of ominous light. It was obvious that he was planning to murder for money. You are courting death. Yang Dingtian's eyes suddenly turned cold. He directly pulled out his sword and slashed down. You dare? I am a member of the crocodile gang. Ah, before he could finish his words, blood splattered everywhere. The wretched youth's head was directly chopped off. The surrounding hooligans were instantly stunned. Without waiting for Yang Dingtian's order, the 10 experts of the Black Blood cavalry directly divided into 2 groups and killed all the hooligans at the head of the bridge and the end of the bridge. After killing, Yang Dingtian led the 10 Black Blood cavalry and quickly left. Of course, no one would care about it. After that, Yang Dingtian kept galloping on his horse. By the time the sky turned dark, he had already traveled more than 400 li. In the short 300 li, Yang Dingtian had already paid the toll 8 times. He had been extorted 4 times and was targeted by 4 or 5 groups of people who wanted to kill him for money. Therefore, even though Yang Dingtian was unwilling, he still killed 3 people. He finally understood that in the chaotic lands, unless one's martial arts were extremely high, it was impossible not to kill. If you didn't kill, you would be killed. From morning to night, they had traveled a total of 700 li. Although the speed was fast enough, it still wasn't enough. Therefore, they couldn't rest at night and still had to rush on. In front of them was a town called Blackwind Town. The town wasn't big. It had a small auction house, a few inns, a few restaurants, 2 or 3 carriage shops, and 2 brothels for warriors to eat and rest. Yang Dingtian wanted to rest for a short while, eat a meal, change horses, and rush on through the night. Entering a restaurant, it was already crowded with people. Yang Dingtian and his 10 brothers found a remote place to sit down. They ordered ordinary food and a few bottles of strong wine. Although they didn't taste good, at least they weren't poisonous. There were many people here, and many people spoke in various languages. Some were shouting loudly, some were drinking games. In short, the hall was noisy. Moreover, this group of people hadn't bathed for a long time. In short, the air was filled with an unpleasant stench. Have you heard? That trash from Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian. He's awesome. Suddenly, someone beside Yang Dingtian said loudly to his deskmate. That lunatic? The one who practiced the pig-slaying swordsmanship and is still an enlightener at the age of 20? Someone asked. Your news is outdated. He's not an enlightener anymore. He's now a mystic martial artist, that person said. Just 2 days ago, he fought with Cloud Sky City's Tangli in public and won. Isn't that awesome? He's a salted fish that has turned over. At this time, a one-eyed man snorted. What do you know? Do you really think Yang Dingtian broke through to mystic martial artist by relying on his talent? Relying on normal means to break through more than 10 levels in 5 days? Dream on. Do you know what he used to break through? Instantly, Yang Dingtian's ears perked up. The 10 brothers of the Black Blood Cavalry also perked up their ears. Some of them even put their hands on the weapons at their waists. He relied on an evil technique. He relied on absorbing a woman's mystic chi to break through, that one-eyed man said evilly. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was furious. He didn't expect the rumor to spread so quickly. In just a few days, it had already spread to the chaotic lands. Without a doubt, this was Qin Xiaobai's doing. This one-eyed man in front of him was one of the many people who received money to spread the rumor. Do you know which woman's mystic chi he absorbed? The one-eyed man asked. Who? Everyone's eyes widened. Madame Ximen. The one-eyed man said evilly. Instantly, everyone breathed heavily and said, damn, this Madame Ximen was the #1 beauty in the Northwest continent. This Yang Dingtian is really lucky. Instantly, the Black Blood Cavalry brothers' eyes turned cold. They were about to draw their weapons and kill someone. Yang Dingtian stopped them with his gaze. There were many people spreading such rumors. He couldn't kill all of them. After 8 days, as long as he defeated Qin Xiaobai, the rumor would collapse and Madame Ximen's reputation would be restored. After that, Yang Dingtian focused on eating. He didn't care about these rumors. After all, they were all unbearable words. At this moment, the noisy dining hall suddenly became silent. Instantly, it became so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Not only did everyone stop talking, they also stopped eating. Clang, clang, clang. Immediately after, there was the sound of bowls and chopsticks falling to the ground. It was as if someone was so shocked that they couldn't even hold the bowls and chopsticks in their hands. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but raise his head. He saw that everyone was looking in the same direction. Yang Dingtian followed their gazes. Instantly, all the hair on his body stood on end. All the pores on his body shrunk, and cold sweat burst out. The person who came in was a woman. She was wearing a veil and a tight black dress. From head to toe, only his eyes were exposed. Even his hands were covered in black gloves. This pair of eyes was captivating and extremely beautiful. Being looked at by this pair of eyes, it was as if one was going to lose their soul. Furthermore, her figure was filled with a devilish charm. It was like the undulating mountains and rivers. It completely explained the meaning of devilish curves. Just a pair of eyes was enough to make everyone in the dining hall lose their souls. They couldn't even hold the bowls and chopsticks in their hands. Only Yang Dingtian's heart was beating violently, and his body instantly turned cold. This woman was the demonic woman, Dugufengwu, the Dugufengwu who killed people like scything flax. The genius demonic woman of evil ways. The daughter of the great demonic king, Dugu Shao. He didn't expect that she would actually appear here. Yang Dingtian immediately lowered his head to eat and drink. He could only silently hope that he was wearing a mask and wouldn't be recognized by her. After all, she once said that the next time she met Yang Dingtian, she would tear him into pieces. Yang Dingtian didn't dare to not take the demonic woman's words seriously. When things didn't go as planned, Yang Dingtian didn't want her to notice him. However, this demonic woman actually noticed him. Dugufengwu's captivating eyes actually landed on Yang Dingtian's face. After that, she stared at Yang Dingtian's face. In an instant, Yang Dingtian felt as if he was going to suffocate. This demonic woman was someone who would kill without batting an eyelid. If she really recognized him, she would definitely slash him down with her sword. Mother ****. I have lived for half my life and have never seen such a woman. If I were to ****ck her once, I wouldn't die in vain. At this moment, the one-eyed man who spread rumors about Yang Dingtian was panting and trembling. In an instant, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but look at him as if he was looking at an idiot. This guy must be tired of living. He actually dared to blaspheme this demonic woman. Was he afraid that he wouldn't die quickly enough? As expected, the demonic woman's gaze left Yang Dingtian and landed on the one-eyed man's face. Yang Dingtian's heart relaxed. He then waited for the demonic woman to start her massacre. He only hoped that she wouldn't implicate him. However, to Yang Dingtian's surprise, the demonic woman only frowned slightly. She then said indifferently, "I want the best private room." Okay, please go upstairs." The waiter of the restaurant couldn't even speak properly. He quickly led the way. After that, the demonic woman directly walked up the stairs. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. All the other men's breathing instantly became heavy. Their eyes were burning with passion. When the demonic woman walked up the stairs, that incomparably moving back view was enough to destroy any man's rationality. "No, I must get my hands on her." That one-eyed man panted and said, "Otherwise, I would have lived my life in vain. Even if I die immediately, I must die under this mudan flower. This idiot is dead meat." Yang Dingtian sneered in his heart. "Hurry up and eat. We'll be on our way after eating." Yang Dingtian didn't want to stay in this restaurant for a second longer with the demonic woman in it. This was because once the demonic woman started killing, she didn't like to kill one by one. Instead, she liked to kill in groups. In other words, she would kill everyone in her sight. A few minutes later, Yang Dingtian and his 10 brothers quickly finished eating. They immediately rode on their horses and set off. They didn't even have time to change horses. Wherever the demonic woman was, it was better to stay as far away as possible. Yang Dingtian wouldn't be surprised if the demonic woman killed everyone in the town in a fit of rage. After running for nearly 100 miles, Yang Dingtian's heart finally relaxed a little. Moreover, the horse under him was so tired that it was about to lose its strength. They would definitely have to change horses in the next town. Because the horse was exhausted, Yang Dingtian and his group's speed was much slower. Furthermore, there was no town, so Yang Dingtian could not change horses. This demoness can't be rushing back to the Temple of Blood, right? Please don't. Yang Dingtian prayed in his heart. With the demoness in the Temple of 10,000 Blood, not only would Yang Dingtian not be able to enter the 10,000 blood pool to cultivate, he would also lose his life. The fringe was much quieter at night. Perhaps it was even more sinister, but it was all covered by the darkness, making it hard to see. But along the way, they basically didn't meet anyone. In the dark night, the sound of Yang Dingtian's horse hooves was particularly clear. Da-da-da, suddenly, the sound of hooves came from behind Yang Dingtian. It was much faster than Yang Dingtian and the others. He couldn't help but turn around to take a look, and he was scared out of his wits. It was actually that demonic woman, Du Gufengwu. She had actually caught up. Yang Dingtian instinctively reached for his artifact sword, but he quickly put it down. What was the point of drawing his sword in front of a demonic woman? Du Gufengwu's speed was very fast, and she caught up to Yang Dingtian in the blink of an eye. Her soul-sucking eyes were staring at Yang Dingtian. Could she have recognized him? If that was the case, then he was truly in a dead end. But immediately after, the demonic woman, Du Gufengwu, said something that made Yang Dingtian completely astonished. "Mister, quickly save me. There are people chasing after me, and they want to molest me." Du Gufengwu's beautiful eyes were filled with panic as she pleaded to Yang Dingtian with a trembling voice. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of trick is this demonic woman playing?" Immediately after, he saw over a dozen men chasing after them frantically. The leader was that one-eyed man who spread rumors about Yang Dingtian. His remaining eye shot out an evil and fiery gaze. "Great beauty, don't run. Follow me, and I will definitely let you live a good life." At this moment, Du Gufengwu was even more terrified as she pleaded to Yang Dingtian, "This big brother, I beg you. Save me, save me. Note, I am begging for a few monthly votes. Thank you, everyone." End of chapter 101. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.